Chapter 1 Rebirth and Marriage Swap. After the spring banquet, her younger sister pleaded with their mother to switch the betrothal letters between the two families, and Lu Lingyun knew she had been reborn. In her previous life, both she and Lu Hanyi were favored by high-ranking families at the spring banquet. One was the illustrious Lingyun marquisate, whose lineage was marked by ancestral glory, and the other was the 6th-rank Ministry of Rights official, the Li family. Their Lu family held the 5th-rank position of imperial historian, a respectable rank but one that lacked real power and influence. For their children, marrying a 6th-rank capital official would be considered an equal match. The Lingyun marquisate, a noble house of distinguished military heritage, was far beyond the reach of the Lu family's aspirations. Of course, there was a reason why the Lingyun marquisate was interested in the humble Lu family. Their young master had a beloved concubine whom he adored deeply. This concubine came from a brothel, and the young master once smashed a restaurant in anger for her, spent lavishly to outbid others, and paid 10,000 taels to redeem her and bring her into the household. He had even declared his intention to spend his life with her alone, which infuriated the Marchioness of Lingyun to the point of illness several times. Such behavior had already earned the Lingyun marquisate the disdain of other noble families, who refused to marry their precious daughters into such a household. Unable to find a suitable match among their peers, the Marchioness of Lingyun turned her attention to a lower-status family, seeking a capable and virtuous daughter-in-law who could manage the household and be easily controlled. At the spring banquet, the Lu family caught her eye. Even so, this marriage was an excellent match for the Lu family. Unfortunately, it was not meant for Lu Lingyun. Lu Lingyun, as the eldest daughter of the Lu family, had lost her birth mother early on, and now the household was run by her stepmother. This prime opportunity naturally fell to her stepmother's own daughter, Lu Hanyi. In her previous life, she was arranged to marry into the Li family, while her younger sister, Lu Hanyi, married into the Lingyun marquisate. Due to the young master's excessive favoritism towards his concubine, the Marchioness and Marquis of Lingyun treated Lu Hanyi exceptionally, while granting her control over the household and supporting her in all matters, even when conflicts arose with the young master. For a time, Lu Hanyi basked in glory and lived a comfortable life. However, it did not last long. She relied on her in-laws' favor and increasingly could not tolerate the concubine, constantly provoking her in attempts to diminish her status. This only strengthened the bond between the young master and his concubine. After a particularly heated confrontation, the young master, in a fit of rage, eloped with his concubine. Afterward, she became the pariah of the marquisate, with her in-laws losing faith in her and stripping her of her household management rights, leaving her to live as a widow within the courtyard. Meanwhile, Lu Lingyun, after marrying the second son of the Li family, found her life improving year by year. A year later, Li Wenchuan passed the imperial examinations and became the top scholar, earning the emperor's favor and being appointed as a county magistrate in Jiangnan. This appointment as a county magistrate was not a sign of neglect but rather a promising path for further advancement, especially in Jiangnan. Li Wenchuan lived up to expectations, achieving significant accomplishments and rising through the ranks from county magistrate to prefect, then to governor of Jiangnan, and finally returning to the capital. Upon his return, he was appointed as a 4th-rank censor, deeply trusted by the emperor, and eventually rose to become the prime minister, a position of great power and prestige. Lu Lingyun accompanied Li Wenchuan throughout his ascent, and he even petitioned for her to receive the title of lady, bringing her unparalleled honor. At that time, Lu Hanyi was still confined within the courtyard of the marquisate, living a solitary life and hearing daily about her elder sister's blissful marriage and prosperity. She often laughed maniacally and soon died suddenly. Lu Lingyun did not have time to mourn. Soon after, she succumbed to a bout of illness and passed away. When she opened her eyes again, Lu Lingyun found herself back at 16, at the time of her betrothal discussions. Just as she was stunned by her return to youth, her personal maid Jiran reported to her. Eldest miss, second miss just went to the lady and cried, saying she would rather die than marry into the Lingyun marquisate and insists on marrying Mr. Li heir. Lu Lingyun was momentarily taken aback, then smiled. It seemed that this rare occurrence of rebirth was not unique to her. Her younger sister had also been reborn. Eldest miss, why are you smiling? Second miss has always loved to compete with you, from cosmetics to jewelry, whatever she wants she takes. Now she even wants to snatch your marriage. The Li family specifically chose you. Although their status is not as high as the Lingyun marquisate, Mr. Li heir is virtuous and talented. Even your father speaks highly of him. He will surely become a remarkable figure without any of the messy household affairs. Everyone knows he is far better than the young master. She must see these advantages and is trying to take him from you. Jiran grew more and more upset as she spoke. Lu Lingyun looked at her and smiled gently as she stood up. If she wants to take him, let her. But this is a matter of a lifetime. Jiran felt deeply for her mistress. As he said, a lifetime is long. Gazing at the clouds above, Lu Lingyun smiled calmly. Let her take it. Because in the future she would realize. It was not Li Wenchuan himself who achieved greatness and brought her the title of lady, it was Lu Lingyun who paved the way for his success, earning all the glory for herself. Did her good younger sister really think that snatching a man meant snatching a life? If she wants to take him, she can. Let her see what happens when everything turns out differently from before. Just the benevolent Li family alone would shatter her illusions. and the Lingyun marquisate. She believed it was truly 100 times better than the Li family. With kind in-laws and a glorious household, this is what many people strive for their entire lives. A husband with a beloved concubine? That would be even less troublesome. She, Lu Lingyun, never sought love in her life. She only wanted to be the head of the household, the most glorious and prestigious head of the household. All right, go back and check the accounts. Lu Lingyun finished speaking and led Jiran back to her room. Several days passed in a blink. Lu Lingyun acted as if nothing had happened, diligently managing the household accounts and tending to the flowers, unaware of how Lu Hanyi persuaded her mother, or how the Lu family negotiated with the two families. The formal proposal was indeed exchanged. By the time they informed her, the compatibility of their birth dates had been confirmed, all indicating great auspiciousness. The three families joyfully prepared for the wedding. Lingyun Pingyang has treated you as her own since you were young, always caring for you. Now that your mother has found you a good match, the Lingyun marquisate is a prestigious family and the heir is an only son who will take you as his wife. You will become the future lady of the Lingyun marquisate. What do you think? Lu Lingyun's father spoke from his high seat. Beside him, stepmother Lu wiped away tears, looking gratified. My hard work is a small matter. What matters is not letting down your mother's trust by finding you a good marriage. The Lingyun marquisate is such a distinguished family, and their interest in our Lu family is truly a great blessing. Listening to her father and stepmother's words, Lu Lingyun couldn't help but smile inwardly. In her previous life, when they wanted her to marry into the Li family, they didn't speak like this at all. They constantly belittled the Lingyun marquisate, making it seem worthless, while praising the Li family as if they were afraid of pushing her into a pit of fire. Lu Lingyun showed no change in expression, responding obediently, I leave it all to my parents' discretion. Seeing her demeanor, Lu Lingyun's father and stepmother Lu nodded repeatedly, both satisfied with each other's glances. Lu Lingyun had always been sensible and well-behaved, never competing or quarreling. They felt assured sending her off wherever she went. Of course, it was only because their precious daughter Lu Hanyi desperately refused such a good match that it fell on her. Stepmother Lu stood up, taking Lu Lingyun's hand. Lingyun, even though your sister wasn't always by your side, remember that the Lu family will always be your home. After marriage, you must look after your sisters and support the family. We must always stand together, sharing glory and prosperity. Yes. Lu Lingyun remained obedient. Her compliance delighted her father and stepmother Lu. On the spot, stepmother Lu gifted her several valuable pieces of jewelry for her dowry, and her father openly stated that he would provide her with the most generous dowry, ensuring her a grand wedding. Lu Lingyun's lips curved slightly, gazing at the exquisite green jade bracelet on her wrist, genuine happiness finally appearing in her eyes. Everything else was superficial, only real wealth mattered. Gaining some advantage and securing tangible benefits for herself. After all, in her previous life, her dowry was far less than Lu Hanyi's. Today, her respectful behavior ensured that the Lu family wouldn't shortchange her in terms of her dowry. It would only be more than before, never less. Smiling softly, she sensed a gaze upon her. Looking up, she met Lu Hanyi's eyes. Chapter 2 Wang Qilua. Chapter 2 Wang Qilua. Upon leaving the room, Lu Hanyi led a group to block Lu Lingyun's path. She glanced at Lu Lingyun with a meaningful smile on her lips. Sister, you've been given quite a lot of good things by mother for your marriage into the marquis's mansion. Do you like them? Lu Lingyun smiled sweetly as if she would give them away if Hanyi wanted them. Seeing Lingyun act just as usual, Lu Hanyi's eyes gleamed with even more triumph. Indeed, only someone like me, destined for greatness, can be reborn. In this life, everything that belongs to Lu Lingyun will be hers. No need. Keep those worthless trinkets for yourself. They might come in handy when you're starving in the marquis's mansion. Why would you say that? The marquis's mansion is vast and prosperous. How could I starve there? Lu Lingyun's smile faded, replaced by a look of confusion. Seeing this, Lu Hanyi felt even more triumphant. She glared at Lu Lingyun. Heaven's secrets cannot be revealed. Just marry Chang Yunxua obediently. Don't think too much about it because no matter what, this is your fate. With that, Lu Hanyi left with her entourage. Lu Lingyun. Watching her leave with an air of superiority, Lu Lingyun gave a wry smile. Her simple-minded sister hasn't improved one bit, even after being reborn. Fate, huh? Fine, she'll wait and see what fate has in store for Lu Hanyi. Let's see if she can pass the Li family's test with her so-called knowledge of fate. Lu Lingyun returned to her courtyard. These past few days, her small courtyard had been bustling with activity. Tutors, bridesmaids, and seamstresses came and went, teaching her etiquette, taking her measurements, and preparing for the grand wedding. Since this time she was marrying into the marquis's mansion, all the protocols were elevated compared to her previous life. In her previous life, Lu Lingyun had been granted a noble title and had attended court ceremonies, mastering etiquette and demeanor long ago. The tutor nodded approvingly after just one lesson, thoroughly pleased. Lu Lingyun praised the tutor's excellent teaching and ordered a large red envelope to be given to her. The tutor, sent by the marquis's mansion, reported back to the marquis that Lu Lingyun was naturally intelligent and possessed the grace of a true lady, making her a perfect match. Even before the wedding, the marquis already held Lu Lingyun in high regard. In her previous life, Lu Hanyi never sees this initial goodwill relying solely on the marquise's sense of obligation towards her daughter-in-law. Lu Lingyun's lessons ended quickly, giving her several days of peace. While sorting through her dowry and personal assets, someone approached her. "Madam, the young lady from the general's mansion is here to see you." Lu Lingyun, who was writing something down, paused and looked up. "Please bring her in." Soon, a young woman dressed in a yellow gown was led in. "Lingyun, did your sister bully you again? How could they make you marry that wastrel Chang Yunshua?" A bright voice rang out. It was Wang Qilua. Wang Qilua was Lu Lingyun's close friend. Her mother and Lu Lingyun's mother were also close friends. After Lu Lingyun's mother passed away, she stayed with the Wang family for a while where Wang Qilua's mother treated her like a daughter. Unfortunately, after Lu Lingyun's stepmother entered the picture, Wang Qilua's mother couldn't visit often but instructed Wang Qilua to visit Lu Lingyun frequently to support her. In her previous life, a year after Lu Lingyun married into the Li family, Wang Qilua also got married. She married the son of a junior judge in the Supreme Court, only to discover that he was abusive. General Wang was embroiled in a political scandal and couldn't protect his daughter, leading to Wang Qilua's death within half a year. At that time, Lu Lingyun was in Jiangnan and could do nothing. By the time she returned to the imperial city with the power to help, the Wang family had fallen and Wang Qilua's mother had passed away years earlier. This was Lu Lingyun's lifelong regret. Seeing Wang Qilua, Lu Lingyun's eyes welled up and she embraced her tightly. "Qilua, don't cry. Tell me, my parents heard you're marrying that wastrel Chang Yunshua and are furious. They said if you have any reluctance, we'll reject this marriage on your behalf." Lu Lingyun smiled through her tears, holding Wang Qilua tightly without a word, her wet eyes fixed on her. Wang Qilua felt even more anxious under her gaze. "Stop looking at me and say something. Was it your wicked stepmother and sister who did this? I remember clearly that the Li family was interested in you and my mother said it was a good match. If you don't speak up, I'm going right now. Don't think you're alone." Lu Lingyun released Wang Qilua, took her hand, and finally spoke. "I'm willing." "Lingyun, you've always been too soft." Wang Qilua looked unconvinced. "It's true." Lu Lingyun smiled even wider. It felt warm to have someone stand by her side. She held Wang Qilua's hand tightly, leading her to sit down. The Marquis' mansion is a prestigious household. Both the Marquis and the Marquise are kind-hearted people who will surely treat their daughter-in-law well. Isn't this a good match? But Chang Yunshua is a wastrel. His affair with a courtesan is notorious throughout the imperial city. Even my father says he's beyond redemption due to his obsession with women. In this world, how many men don't have multiple wives and concubines? Even your father, despite his harmonious relationship with your aunt, still has 2 concubines. Wang Qilua fell silent. Indeed, even her father had 2 concubines. Her mother had only given birth to her and had injured her body, unable to bear any more children. To prevent the family line from dying out, her mother-in-law had forced her to take 2 concubines to expand the family. But I remember that at the time it was clearly the Li family who had taken a fancy to you. If someone else took your place, it must have been your sister. The Li family can't compare to the marquisate, Lu Lingyun said with a smile. Li Wenchuan is the second son in his family with an able elder brother above him, who married the second daughter of the Minister of Rights and took charge of household affairs upon entering the house. On the other hand, Chang Yunshua is the only son in his family, and after I enter, I will be the only daughter-in-law. How could the Li family compare to the marquisate? Wang Qilua nodded, seemingly understanding. It seemed to make perfect sense. She hadn't expected Lu Lingyun to see things so clearly. In terms of family background, the Li family truly couldn't match up to the marquisate. But do you really not mind that Chang Yunshua already has a concubine? Her father had a concubine because of the need for offspring and he couldn't go against the elder's wishes. But how could a normal man take a concubine before marriage? And to cause such a commotion, it was a humiliation to the new bride. Lu Lingyun held up her teacup. In this world, if a couple can treat each other with respect and courtesy, it's already a great blessing. I only hope for that kind of relationship with him. Hearing this, Wang Qilua had no more objections. Looking at Lu Lingyun, who appeared calm and composed, she changed her mind. Let me tell you, his concubine is not an ordinary woman. My younger brother told me that he once heard her singing at a brothel. Her melodies were all incredibly novel and her behavior was bold and audacious. She even talked about gender equality and freedom of life in the brothel. Every man who has met her says she is a remarkable woman. Chapter 3 Sending Wedding Gifts. Chapter 3 Sending Wedding Gifts. Lu Lingyun's eyes brightened at this. She recalled how in her previous life, the young lord had been willing to abandon his family and business for her, daring to elope. That concubine was indeed no ordinary person. But it didn't matter. She doesn't provoke me, I won't provoke her, Lu Lingyun said with a faint smile. It was just adding another canary for Chang Yunshua to keep. She didn't care at all. She wasn't like Lu Hanyi, that foolish woman who insisted on competing with the concubine. She married him to be the head of the household, not to vie for his affection. As long as that canary knew her place and didn't overstep, she naturally wouldn't make things difficult for her. All right, Wang Qilua, relieved, looked at her servant, Suixin, bring the items. What is it? Lu Lingyun looked up and saw Suixin carrying a heavy makeup box forward. Wang Qilua smiled as she opened the makeup box, revealing a full set of accessories. A jade hairpin, a pair of red jade butterfly hairpins, a pair of auspicious cloud-embedded pearl long hairpins, a gold and pearl hair ornament, a central ornament, a pair of Sichuan brocade gilded jade ear covers, a pair of jade earrings, a pair of jade bracelets, a pair of ruby cloisonné rings, several small hairpins and floral decorations. Opening the lower compartment of the makeup box revealed a package of gold leaves and a stack of silver notes. There were a full 1,000 taels. This is what my mother sent you as a wedding gift. Seeing the abundance of items, Lu Lingyun's eyes welled up again. In her past life, while preparing for her wedding, she never had time to see Wang Qilua, nor did anyone come to visit. She only heard from Jiran that Wang Qilua had brought something, which her stepmother Lu Shi had seen and invited her into the side hall. Lu Shi then helped deliver the items. When they arrived, there were only 1,000 taels of silver notes. She had no idea that there were so many other items. Qilua, don't get emotional. When I came in, I ran into your stepmother. She offered to help me deliver these items. If not for your maid running over, I wouldn't have known whether to give them to her or not. Don't tell them. Lu Lingyun smiled through her tears. Thank you, and auntie. My mother always treated you like a daughter. We are like sisters. Since you've made up your mind, we support you. If you suffer any injustice in the marquisate, come to us. Thank you. Lu Lingyun nodded. She silently resolved that in this life, besides living well herself, she would protect them. She would not let the tragedies of her past life repeat. After bidding farewell to Wang Qilua, Lu Lingyun had the gifts from the Wang family placed at the bottom of the chest. In the evening, Lu Lingyun went to Lu Shi's courtyard with Jiran, bringing some inexpensive jewelry and silver. Lu Shi's courtyard had been bustling lately. Her relatives and some of the Lu family's students' families had been visiting in rotation. With 2 daughters getting married, those close to the family would come to send wedding gifts. Mother. After reporting, Lu Lingyun stood in the room with Jiran. At this moment, there was a middle-aged woman sitting in Lu Shi's room, whom Lu Lingyun recognized as Lu Shi's sister-in-law. This must be Lingyun. It's been so long since we last met. You've grown into such a graceful young lady. Your demeanor truly befits someone who will become the lady of the marquisate, Lu Shi's sister-in-law said with a smile. Upon hearing this, Lu Shi's smiling face turned slightly displeased. This marriage was originally intended for her own daughter. The future lady of the marquisate should have been her daughter. Who knew that the girl insisted on marrying Li Heir, claiming she had a long-term vision and that Li Heir would rise to great heights, becoming a noble lady. Initially, Lu Shi thought she was just being unreasonable but couldn't resist her constant insistence, even threatening to die if forced to marry the marquisate. After much contemplation, she believed that perhaps the young lord wasn't a good match, especially after Lu Hanyi swore that Li Heir would succeed. Thus, she agreed to switch the marriage. No way could this great fortune fall upon Lu Lingyun. Hearing her sister-in-law's flattering words, Lu Shi felt a knot in her heart. How could Lu Lingyun, of all people, deserve to marry into the marquisate and surpass her daughter? However, Lu Shi's sister-in-law didn't care. If Lu Lingyun became the lady of the marquisate, she would be powerful someday, and it was beneficial to flatter her now. Auntie, Lu Lingyun said obediently. You're such a good child. I've always thought Lingyun was special, smart and sensible, far more mature than Hanyi. Pingyang, don't you agree? Lu Shi rolled her eyes inwardly and changed the subject. Lingyun, why are you here? Lu Lingyun glanced back at Jiran, who handed her a small box. Today, I received some wedding gifts from my sister Wang. I thought of sharing half with my sister. Lu Lingyun opened her jewelry box, revealing an array of beaded and jeweled accessories, along with some gold and silver ingots. The gold and silver ingots filled the bottom, making it look abundantly full with large and eye-catching items. But in reality, it amounted to only about 100 taels of silver, and the jewelry was all for show, pretty but not valuable. It looked impressive on the surface. Wow, so much. Lu's sister-in-law's eyes lit up at the sight of the full jewelry box. Sister and I have the same wedding date. By right, sister should also receive wedding gifts. So when I got these, I thought of sharing them with Hanyi, Lu Lingyun said with a charming smile. You're such a considerate child. Lu's sister-in-law praised Lu Lingyun effusively. Since they are getting married on the same day, relatives and friends should give equal gifts. It's really commendable that she has this thoughtfulness. Her words made Lu's face even more unpleasant. What did she mean by that? If Lu Lingyun could share half of her gifts with Lu Hanyi, then Lu Hanyi should also share half of hers with Lu Lingyun. She was no fool. The things Lu Lingyun brought were not cheap, but upon closer inspection, they were just ordinary items worth only about 100 taels. Meanwhile, the gifts her own daughter Hanyi received were worth hundreds or even thousands of taels. But Lu Lingyun had taken the initiative, bringing the gifts herself. How could she refuse? Yes, yes. Lu gritted her teeth silently. Are all these gifts from the Wang family? Of course, Lu Lingyun lied without batting an eyelid. Lu couldn't possibly run to the Wang family to verify. Just like in her previous life, she couldn't ask Wang Qilua what she had sent. She had used underhanded tactics. Today, she would repay her in kind. Lu couldn't find another word to say. Even if the gifts were ordinary, they were still gifts. What could she say? Accuse them of being stingy or sending junk? She couldn't scold them. She could only swallow her anger. Beside her, Lu's sister-in-law chimed in, Lingyun, your aunt also prepared wedding gifts for you. She gave them to your mother, who will send them over later, right, Pingyang? That's right, Lu said, feeling aggrieved. Your sister also received quite a few wedding gifts today. I was planning to send some to you anyway. You came at just the right time. Lu Lingyun took the opportunity to say, thank you, mother. Jiran, take these back and store them away. These are precious gifts from our closest relatives. Later, we need to ask mother's maidservant to record who sent each item, ensuring nothing is missing. Each piece carries the heartfelt wishes of our family. Chapter 4 The Grand Wedding. Chapter 4 The Grand Wedding. Lu Lingyun came out of Lady Lu's room with a sense of satisfaction. She had exchanged one box of items for a pile of wedding gifts. Her last remark about registering every item was deliberately said for outsiders to hear. The gifts were in Lady Lu's hands and ultimately, the amount given was her decision. But by saying that everything would be recorded, she was speaking to those who had sent the gifts. They would all know that they had given something to Lu Lingyun. Given that Lu Lingyun was marrying into the marquisate and would become its lady, everyone wanted to show their goodwill. This way, even if Lady Lu couldn't divide the gifts equally, she could at least distribute them sufficiently. In the future, no one would hesitate to remind Lu Lingyun, when you got married, we did give you gifts. In her previous life, Lu Lingyun didn't want to compete with Lu Hanyi over such matters. She always believed in not offending others unless they offended her first, so they each received their own wedding gifts. In this life, knowing these grievances, she wouldn't hesitate to act. To be a good head of the household, the first rule was to retaliate against anyone who plotted against her. The gifts flowed into Lu Lingyun's small room like water. Soon, the wedding day approached. The day before the wedding, the dowry from the marquisate and the gifts from her family filled Lu Lingyun's courtyard. There were a total of 108 sedan chairs of dowry. The Lu family prided themselves on being upright and never concealed their daughters' dowries. They returned a considerable portion as part of the dowry. To treat all their daughters equally, each was given 20 sedan chairs of gifts. With the additional wedding gifts, it added up to nearly 2 more sedan chairs. Lu Lingyun had 6 sedan chairs of gifts from her late mother, making a total of 136 sedan chairs of dowry. On the other hand, Lu Hanyi had a total of 100 sedan chairs of dowry. The Li family, being only 6th-rank officials, provided 68 sedan chairs, while the Lu family gave 20, relatives added 3, and Lady Lu contributed 9 from her private treasury, totaling 100 sedan chairs. In appearance, Lu Hanyi didn't lose much to Lu Lingyun. Of course, every sedan chair of Lu Lingyun's dowry was substantial. Many of Lu Hanyi's sedan chairs were empty. A single quilt counted as 1 sedan chair, a few benches counted as another, and 7 or 8 porcelain basins counted as yet another. Lu Lingyun knew this well. Half of the 68 sedan chairs from the Li family were empty. In this life, her dowry far exceeded that of her previous life. It was truly enough to last from birth to death, and if converted to the common people's standard, it would suffice for 100 families for a lifetime. Moreover, the Lu family also arranged for a new well to be dug at both the marquisate and the Li residence. In this era, when wealthy families married off their daughters, they not only prepared a lifetime's worth of necessities but also dug a separate well at the daughter's new home. This was to ensure that everything their daughter used, including water, came from the maternal family. Everything she needed for a lifetime was provided by her family. The new well was also ready. After preparing food, drink, clothing, and daily necessities, the Lu family also arranged several maidservants to accompany her. Lu Lingyun originally had a personal maid Jiran, a general servant Shuang Hong, and a wet nurse Zhang, whom she had assigned to oversee the estate. Lady Lu selected 2 pretty maidservants, 4 general servants, and 2 wet nurses for her. The 2 pretty maidservants were essentially her dowry maids. If she wished to elevate any of them to concubines in the future, they would be the candidates. In wealthy households, it was common practice to bring one's own people, whether as concubines or managers, for peace of mind. However, cunningly, Lady Lu did not provide Lu Lingyun with the indentures of these people. Lu Lingyun looked at the maidservants before her. What are your names? Your servant Chuanqing. Your servant Chuanha. The 2 pretty maidservants lifted their heads to speak. Both had pleasant appearances with red lips and white teeth, clear and delicate features, and were around 16 or 17 years old at the prime of their youth. The remaining 4 general servants kept their heads down. They were around 13 years old, with ordinary looks, and were named Little Wei, Little Qin, Little Yu, and Little Rui. One of the 2 wet nurses was Lady Lu's longtime attendant Nurse Wan, and the other was newly hired, called Nursen. Madam has instructed us to follow you and ensure you are not wronged in the marquisate, Nurse Wan said. Lu Lingyun smiled and nodded at them. Very well. Since you are now with me, you are my people. As long as you do your work well, I will not mistreat you. Yes, Mississippi. Lu Lingyun asked Jiran to give each of them a red envelope, sending them on their way. As they left, Mama Wan's eyes couldn't hide her smug satisfaction, as if she had Lingyun firmly in her grasp. Miss, those people are definitely sent by Madam to keep an eye on you, Jiran said after they had gone. Lingyun gave a faint smile, only 2 words escaping her red lips, not afraid. She knew, of course she knew. Except for Chuanqing and Chuanha, the others were exactly the same as the ones assigned to her in her previous life. She knew them inside out and was well aware of all their weaknesses and vulnerabilities. Rebirth truly was wonderful. It felt like having a divine insight, with everyone laid bare before her. Chuanxing and Chuanhe weren't given to her in her past life, probably because this time she was marrying the young lord, and even a concubine needed to be presentable. Seeing Lingyun remain so calm, Zhiran felt that her miss had changed quite a bit recently. Was her miss too indifferent? Would this really work? Could she be bullied? No, she would have to watch more closely and be more vigilant, ensuring no one could bully her miss. Red wedding decorations adorned the Lu residence, Lingyun Marquis mansion, and the Li family home. All the miscellaneous pre-wedding preparations were completed, but late into the night, the Lu residence became even livelier. Because the wedding preparations were officially underway, Lingyun only managed a few hours of sleep before being woken by the bridal attendants. They washed her face and performed the hair opening ceremony, using fine threads to remove the downy hair from her face and neck, revealing smooth skin. The hair opening ceremony signified that she was no longer a child but a true adult. Looking at her reflection in the mirror, her willow-like eyebrows, almond-shaped eyes, and skin as smooth as jade, Lingyun couldn't help but smile. She was getting married again. After the hair opening ceremony, they began applying makeup and styling her hair. Several bridal attendants worked tirelessly from dawn until the rooster crowed. By daybreak, she was dressed in the most vibrant red wedding gown, adorned with heavy jewelry, and covered with a red veil, sitting quietly in her room amidst the complex rituals and blessings, waiting for the bridal sedan chair to arrive. Lingyun was carried onto the sedan chair by her younger half-brother, whom she knew well. Picking up the bride, boarding the sedan chair, alighting, crossing the fire basin, entering the door, performing the wedding ceremony, finally being escorted into the bridal chamber. Unfortunately, this time she felt none of the excitement and anticipation she had experienced the first time. She was manipulated like a doll all day long, and when the ceremony was finally over, she was finally taken into the bridal chamber. The Marquis' mansion was bustling with noise that didn't subside until late into the night. Finally, the door to Lingyun's room was pushed open. Still under the red veil, Lingyun saw a pair of bright red men's boots in her limited field of vision, illuminated by the flickering candlelight. Are you from the Lu family? Chapter 5, Winning Over the Qin Family. Chapter 5, Winning Over the Qin Family. The male voice was clear and vibrant, indicating a young man full of vigor, but his tone was cold and impatient. She nodded gently. I am Lu Lingyun. I don't care what your name is, you were brought here by my mother, not by me. The man's voice in front of her remained icy, and he didn't even lift her red veil. Lu Lingyun stared at the red boots before her and responded without any sign of surprise. I will never accept you. Don't expect anything from me. Lu Lingyun, I will never touch you, nor will I have children with you. Lu Lingyun almost laughed. Her compliance caused Chang Yunshua's aggressive demeanor to soften slightly, and he paused before continuing his tirade, making any further anger seem unreasonable. In the end, marriage is a matter decided by one's parents and arranged by matchmakers. He did not want to marry Lu Lingyun, and she had no choice in the matter either. If he had married someone with a bad temper who argued with him, he would have had ample reason to turn his back on her tonight. But Lu Lingyun's good nature made it difficult for him to continue his hostility. However, accepting her tonight was out of the question. Qing Yunshua stared at her for a long time, then changed his tone and spoke clearly. I have promised Dairong that I will be with her alone for the rest of my life. I will never accept another woman. If you behave properly, you will remain the nominal wife in this household, and I will give you some respect. But if you misbehave, don't blame me for being harsh. Lu Lingyun listened patiently and responded, all right. This response left Lu Lingyun satisfied. Because this was exactly what she wanted. Her calm and respectful tone made Cheng Yunshua frown deeply. He looked more closely at the quiet red veil before him and said after a moment, I won't spend the night here. This is my promise to Dairong. You can lift your veil yourself. With that, he turned and left without looking back. On their wedding night, the groom left after issuing warnings, clearly showing that the new bride was not favored. But Lu Lingyun knew that this beginning was already a significant victory. In her previous life, when Lu Hanyi married into the marquisate, Chang Junshua acted similarly. Lu Hanyi, with her spoiled nature, argued fiercely with him that night. On their wedding night, they broke dishes and pots in the bridal chamber, and Qing Yunshua took the opportunity to completely sever ties with her. When the Qin family questioned them later, he had every reason to call Lu Hanyi a shrew, leaving the only person who could support her, Lady Qin, with less leverage. 3 days later, when Qing Yunshua refused to accompany her back to her family, Lady Qin had no recourse. But she was different. She did not make things difficult for Chang Yunshua, which made him feel somewhat indebted to her. Lady Qin's goodwill and confidence would be stronger as a result. In this household, the person she needed to win over was not Ching Yunshua, but her mother-in-law, Lady Qin. Clean up and get ready for bed. Lu Lingyun lifted her red veil herself, stretched, and said to the silent servants in the room. The next morning, news that the groom did not spend the wedding night in the bridal chamber had spread throughout the entire household. Another piece of gossip was that Qing Yunshua went directly to his beloved concubine Dairong and stayed with her all night. It was said that Qing Yunshua spent the whole night comforting her until she calmed down. While Lu Lingyun was washing up, Zhiran relayed the news, causing her to smile. Miss, how can you still laugh? Jiran was angry on her behalf. Lu Lingyun looked at Jiran's puffed-up face in the bronze mirror and shook her head. Her gaze then fell on Chuanqing and Chuanhe behind her. Jiran, stay in the room later. Chuanqing, come with me to serve tea to my in-laws. Jiran had been by her side since childhood, always caring for her, but sometimes too much so. Seeing her suffer, Jiran would jump to her defense first. In her previous life in the Li family, where she was suppressed by her brother and sister-in-law, Jiran's straightforwardness was useful. But in the marquisate, it was unnecessary. Everything was out in the open, and her people being too assertive would only annoy Lady Qin. She needed to rearrange the people around her and send Jiran out. Miss. Upon hearing that Lu Lingyun did not want her to follow, Jiran's eyes immediately turned red. All right, you stay inside and inventory the storeroom for me. That's more important, understand? Lu Lingyun gave her a look, and Jiran's simple mind immediately stopped. Indeed, now the young lady only has her as a true confidant, and the household items still require someone to keep an eye on them. Yes, miss. Beside Chuanqing, who was called out, also stepped forward with a cheerful and delighted air. Yes, madam. Nanny, you come with me too. Lu Lingyun glanced at the two nannies. Madam, please allow this old servant to accompany you. Yesterday, you were wronged greatly at the Marquis' mansion. Such mistreatment is a complete disregard for you and the Lu family. I must seek justice for you in this matter. Mammy Wan interjected. Lu Lingyun glanced at her indifferently. Nanny Wan, am I not wronged if my elders at home are not wronged? You keep saying it's not a big deal, implying that my elders at home are bullying me. What kind of intentions do you have? Upon hearing this, Granny Wan's expression changed. Lu Lingyun continued, Nanny Wan, you came with me from my natal family when I married into the Marquis' mansion. I know you're concerned about me being wronged, but once we entered the Marquis' mansion, it became our home. In our own home, we should speak up when there's an issue, not dismiss things so lightly. Don't you agree? At this point, Granny Wan no longer dared to retort, for to say another word would not be to feign protection of Lu Lingyun, but to incite discord between the two families. She nodded vigorously, yes. Tidy up the room, Nanian, and come with me. Yes, madam. Lu Lingyun led Chuanqing and Mama away. Ningxin Courtyard, the courtyard of the Qin family. Did she really say that? Yes, madam, the nanny by Lady Qin's side said with eyes full of approval. Lu Lingyun hadn't arrived yet, but the words she had spoken in the morning had reached Mrs. Qin's ears. Upon hearing Lu Lingyun's remark that it was not the elder bullying her, Qin's eyes immediately brightened. She twirled the emerald Buddha beads in her hand and nodded. This truly is a child who understands manners and knows the bigger picture. At that moment, the voice of a maidservant could be heard from outside the house. Madam, the young mistress has come to serve tea. Mrs. Qin immediately stood up, hurry, and let her in. Lu Lingyun led the person into the house, and Lady Qin walked straight toward her. Mother. Lu Lingyun tried to bow, but Lady Qin took hold of her hand. Good child, you suffered. Lady Qin gently touched her hair, looking at her with the affection of an elder. At first, she had only felt a third of her fondness for Lu Lingyun, mostly valuing her as a daughter-in-law. But now, during this formal meeting, she genuinely cared for her. This daughter-in-law was perceptive and well-mannered, more respectful and compliant than she had ever hoped for. Chapter 6 Standing Up for Lu Lingyun. Chapter 6 Standing Up for Lu Lingyun. Mother, it's my fault. Lu Lingyun lowered her stance, giving Lady Qin a way out. You must stop saying that. That ungrateful son of mine, Yunxua, completely disregarded propriety and abandoned you on your wedding night. Today, I must make him come here to apologize. Lady Qin glared at her servants. Where's the young master? The young master is still with Miss Xing, the maid replied. Lady Qin was enraged. Still with that vixen? If I don't deal with that vixen today, I'll be disgracing our ancestors. In the previous life, Lady Qin had also stood up for Lu Hanyi. She only called Cheng Yunxua, not touching Xing Dairong. Everyone knew that Xing Dairong was the young master's weakness and she couldn't be easily moved. When Cheng Yunxua brought her into the mansion, it caused quite a stir, and the young master even threatened with his life, leading to a freezing of relations. Eventually, Lady Qin relented. Usually, Lady Qin turned a blind eye to that woman, pretending not to see her. But in this life, Lu Lingyun clearly pleased her greatly, far more than Lu Hanyi did. After her words, Lu Lingyun interjected, Mother, there's no need to call that girl over. The young master's affection for her has been well known. He already harbors resentment towards me for marrying him. If I start causing trouble right after entering the house, it will only provoke the young master's defiance. His temper is such that it would embarrass everyone and hurt you, Mother. Lu Lingyun's heartfelt and magnanimous words struck a chord with Lady Qin. No matter how unruly and dissolute Cheng Yunxua was, he was still her son, the only heir to the entire marquisate. She didn't want to estrange him and hurt their mother-son relationship. Lingyun, but we can't let you suffer. Mother, I'm not suffering, Lu Lingyun smiled. Good. Lady Qin clapped her hands together, gripping Lu Lingyun's hand tightly. I truly have a wonderful daughter-in-law. Mama Wan, bring the keys to the household seals. From today onwards, the management of the Ningyang Marquisate will be in the hands of the young lady. Everyone support her fully. Anyone who disrespects her will be severely punished. Yes. With a chorus of replies, a set of keys fell into Lu Lingyun's palm. Mother, isn't this too soon? Lady Qin smiled and pulled Lu Lingyun to sit down. Your father-in-law is unwell. We arranged Yunshua's marriage to find someone to manage the household for me. With you here, I can be completely at ease. Lu Lingyun accepted the responsibility graciously. I will not disappoint you, mother. Lady Qin was extremely satisfied with Lu Lingyun. The more she looked at her, the more she liked her. Lu Lingyun was composed, dignified, and capable. Initially they just wanted someone to manage the household and relieve some of her burdens, but now she had high hopes. This new daughter-in-law might truly be able to uphold the Ningyang marquisate. She held Lu Lingyun and talked for a long time. When the old marquis woke up in the back courtyard, she led Lu Lingyun to serve him tea as a daughter-in-law. The old marquis was unwell, seemingly due to Cheng Yunshua's behavior. After drinking the tea and seeing his son absent, his face turned grim again. Lu Lingyun quickly diverted his attention, soothing him, and soon the old marquis's expression improved. Lady Qin watched with even greater satisfaction. She called for the nanny to fetch the valuable cloud crown and floating light brocade from her dowry, adding them to the original red envelope for the tea ceremony, and gave them to Lu Lingyun. Keep these well, Lady Qin said with a smile. Lu Lingyun was slightly taken aback by the precious items. Mother, were these when you returned to your family in 3 days? Lady Qin said with a kinder smile. These were the same items she wore when she returned to her family, bestowed by the palace. Extremely precious. Lu Lingyun took them. Thank you, mother. Just then, someone came from Ningxin courtyard. Lord Marquis, young lady, the young master has arrived. As the announcement echoed, the cheerful atmosphere in the room froze. Lu Lingyun turned her gaze and saw the door open. A young man in a deep blue Sichuan brocade robe stepped in. He had a face like jade, a straight nose, thin lips tinged with red, and long phoenix eyes that slanted upwards, exuding an air of carefree elegance even without a smile. It was widely acknowledged in the capital that the young master of Ningyang marquisate was dissolute, but he was indeed very handsome. A true beauty, far more attractive than Li Wenxuan, whom Lu Lingyun married in her previous life. The beautiful youth entered with a cold expression, his gaze pausing slightly upon seeing Lu Lingyun before becoming even colder. Clang! A blue and white teacup shattered beside Cheng Yunshua. You insolent son, you dare to come here. Cheng Yunshua pursed his lips tightly, remaining silent. The old marquis's anger flared up and he started coughing violently. Lu Lingyun hurried to comfort him. Father, don't get upset. Your health is the most important thing. Why let trivial matters make you uncomfortable? Under her gentle coaxing, the old marquis gradually calmed down, lying on the bed with his eyes closed, looking as if he didn't want to see Cheng Yunshua. Lu Lingyun exchanged a glance with Lady Qin and asked Cheng Yunshua to step back while they soothed the old marquis to rest. As they were leaving, the old marquis held Lu Lingyun's hand. Lingyun, if that disobedient son angers you again, I'll beat him to death. The heir wouldn't do that. Lu Lingyun was gentle and respectful, and only then did the old marquis's demeanor fully relax. After they left the inner chamber, upon turning around, they met Cheng Yunshua sneer. What are you still smiling about? Lady Qin said indignantly. Mother, I'm laughing at some people's pretense and insincerity in front of you. Lady Qin looked at him. How is Yuner being insincere and pretentious? He just came in here, acting obediently in front of you, trying to please you. Isn't that pretense and insincerity? Lady Qin was even more infuriated. Someone who is respectful and courteous, serving their parents-in-law is not being insincere. Should everyone be like that courtesan you keep, always spouting nonsense and behaving recklessly, claiming it's genuine? Dairong is genuine, it's you who have a bias. It's us who have a bias, or is it you? On your wedding night you abandoned your wife, such humiliation. Yet she doesn't argue with you at all. During the day, she serves you diligently, and despite your constant hostility, she remains uncomplaining. Tell me, isn't this your own bias? Cheng Yunshua indeed had a bias against Lu Lingyun. After meeting Xing Dairong, he believed that a woman who showed her emotions openly and boldly was genuine. A lady like Lu Lingyun, no matter how faultless she was still wrong in his eyes. Cheng Yunshua glared at Lu Lingyun, stubbornly saying, but she still went to you to complain about me and Dairong. Isn't that hypocrisy? At this point, Lu Lingyun didn't need to speak. Lady Qin already looked at Cheng Yunshua with disappointment. Since we came in, Yuner hasn't said a single bad word about you, nor has she spoken ill of your pet. Cheng Yunshua, you've really lost your mind. Hearing this, Cheng Yunshua was taken aback, clearly disbelieving as he looked at Lu Lingyun. She hadn't even complained? Upon seeing Lu Lingyun's calm and composed gaze, Cheng Yunshua instinctively looked away. Indeed, she hadn't argued with him at all. She had been obedient like a gentle breeze, just as she had been last night, quietly listening to all his accusations without uttering a single word of protest. Cheng Yunshua wasn't entirely rebellious and disrespectful. On the contrary, he used to value rules very much. With Lu Lingyun's behavior, he had nothing to say. No matter what, 3 days from now you must accompany Yuner back to her family's home. Chapter 7. Governing Subordinates. Chapter 7. Governing Subordinates. Mrs. Qin looked at her son, whom she had raised with great care and disappointment. After uttering her final words, she ignored him and led Lu Lingyun away. Lu Lingyun stayed in Mrs. Qin's room for a long time, patiently comforting her. When she left, Mrs. Qin treated Lu Lingyun as if she were her own daughter, becoming much closer to her. She also instructed Mama Wen to provide Lu Lingyun with whatever she needed in the future. From now on, if there was anything Lu Lingyun didn't understand or needed help with, she could go directly to Mama Wen. The servants under her would also learn from Mama Wen. This meant that Lu Lingyun had been given true control over the household. Unlike the previous arrangement with Lu Hanyi, who only held a token key to manage the household. In a large family, people are the core of power, while token keys and account books are merely superficial symbols. Those controlling the family's core assets were Mrs. Qin's people. Lu Hanyi only had the right to oversee but not to act. The vast estate of the Lord Marquis was divided into territories belonging to different masters. The servants in the Lord Marquis's residence were divided into two main factions. One faction consisted of generations of houseborn servants whose ancestors had served the Lord Marquis's family faithfully. They were the mainstay of the household, typically managing external properties such as estates and shops, which belonged to the old Lord Marquis. The other faction comprised Mrs. Qin's people, mostly her dowry attendants. They gradually took over the management of the inner courtyard, including the head maids, tutors, accountants, storeroom managers, and personnel supervisors. Essentially, those controlling the inner courtyard's core operations. Now that Mrs. Qin had released her authority and allowed Mama Wen to assist her in training others, it meant that Lu Lingyun was being given the opportunity to gradually bring her own people into the Lord Marquis's residence. This was genuine recognition of her. Of course, Lu Lingyun couldn't replace everyone immediately. She wasn't at that stage yet. The Lord Marquis's residence wasn't hers yet. Lu Lingyun was smart. She sincerely thanked Mrs. Qin and promised her, leaving Mrs. Qin's room to a chorus of respectful bows from the servants. They all acknowledged her as the new mistress of the Lord Marquis's residence. In this world, a husband's affection is not absolute, but regardless of the time, a woman with real power and sufficient wealth commands genuine respect wherever she goes. Looking at the respectful servants, Lu Lingyun said to Mama En, when we get back, prepare some small red envelopes. Have each courtyard come to our courtyard to collect their share. Everyone has worked hard for my arrival. Also, order 200 pounds of pork and 100 live chickens for the kitchen. Take the money from our storeroom and add an extra dish for everyone today. As Lu Lingyun spoke, the servants in the residence responded in unison. Thank you, young lady. Amidst the joy of the crowd, Lu Lingyun left with her entourage. In the afternoon, her courtyard became bustling. Servants from various courtyards in the Lord Marquis's residence came to collect their share and express gratitude. The Lord Marquis's residence had few generations and thus few courtyards. Apart from the storeroom, kitchen, and utility rooms, there were the Ningxin courtyard where the old Lord Marquis and Mrs. Qin resided, the courtyards of 3 concubines, and the Yaoguang pavilion where the heir lived. The 3 concubines were the old Lord Marquis's mistresses, but they had no children and were now sent to pray in the temple. The heir's beloved concubine did not have a separate courtyard because she was not even a concubine, entering without formal marriage or title, and was kept in the Yaoguang pavilion. No one in the residence knew how to address her, so they called her Miss Xing. It was said that the woman was quite content, feeling no shame about her lack of status, claiming she didn't care about titles. This attitude made everyone in the residence look down on her. Everyone in the Lord Marquis's residence came to Lu Lingyun for their share, especially those from the temple who were delighted by the extra feast. As they left, they praised the new young lady. Our young lady is truly generous. Indeed, she seems kind-hearted. Just entering the residence and giving us such big red envelopes, she truly lives up to her noble upbringing. Who can deny that? Look at the one in the Yaoguang pavilion, sneaking in and being kept by the heir without any status. Speak softly. What's there to fear? No one from the Yaoguang pavilion came, probably because they weren't allowed. How petty, not sharing with the servants. I feel sorry for them. Those in Lu Lingyun's courtyard exchanged glances silently, and a few went to gather more information. This distribution of red envelopes not only earned Lu Lingyun the goodwill of the servants but also helped her establish a preliminary network of contacts across the residence. Mrs. Qin had given her authority and now she needed to show her skills. By distributing gifts to the servants, Lu Lingyun quickly became familiar with the people from each courtyard. Mama and Mother entrusted me with managing the household affairs. You've listened well today and handled the red envelopes and meals excellently. From now on, learn from Mama Wen how to manage the household and become my chief steward. Lu Lingyun gave these instructions to Mama En in front of Mama Wan. Mama En was stunned by Lu Lingyun's decision to entrust her with such a significant responsibility. Her? Mama Wan was the top manager of the inner courtyard, and Lu Lingyun was giving her such an important task. Are you unwilling? No, young mistress. I am willing. I can definitely do it. Mama En nodded repeatedly. She had never been treated with such importance in her life and quickly agreed. Mama Wan's face changed beside her. That Mama En was just an old maid brought back by Lady Lu from the estate, with no family at all. But she had always been Lady Lu's chief maid. How could she get such a good assignment? Young mistress, managing the household is a major task. Perhaps it should still be entrusted to this old servant. I used to manage the household for Lady Lu, she asked, following closely. Lingyun gave her a faint glance. Mama Wan, I have other tasks arranged for you. This courtyard has just opened and needs someone to oversee it. From now on you will help me watch over the courtyard. Telling her to watch the courtyard was no different from treating her like an old guard dog. Mama Wan's face turned ghastly. Young mistress, watching the courtyard is such a minor task. Mama An can do it too. I think. Lingyun shot her a look. You think? When I assign you tasks you start thinking. Who is the mistress here, you or me? Or do you think my affairs are not worthy of your attention? If that's the case you can go back to the Lu family. Mama Wan immediately lowered her head. This old servant dares not. Lingyun glanced at them indifferently, a slight smile curling at the corner of her mouth. Lady Lu played tricks, deliberately not giving her the indenture papers. Perfect, it was an excellent way to control them. Mama An was alone, with no family. Having the indenture papers in Lady Lu's hands made no difference. If she gave her a little power and ensured she lived well by her side, Mama An wouldn't want to return to the Lu family and would fear being sent back by Lingyun. Controlling her would be effortless. Mama Wan, on the other hand, had a large family and her heart was with Lady Lu. Such people couldn't be cultivated but were perfect for doing dirty work. In the future, give her some dirty and laborious tasks, and if she doesn't perform well, send her back. Her loyalty to Lady Lu was her biggest weakness, always ready to be dismissed. Moreover, there was no need to treat her kindly. She could be handled roughly without worrying about hurting her feelings. The second step to being a good mistress is to use people wisely. Chapter 8. First Encounter with Xing Dairong. Chapter 8. First Encounter with Xing Dairong. After Lu Lingyun finished reprimanding the two maids, she went straight back to her room. Once she left, the faces of the two maids were filled with varied expressions. Mama Wan looked at Mama An's smug expression and couldn't help but sneer. Don't be too pleased with yourself. Don't forget whose hands your indenture is in. Mama An, emboldened by Lu Lingyun's support, rolled her eyes and don't forget where we are now. With that she left, leaving Mama Wan alone, seething with anger. Lu Lingyun first settled the two maids, then returned to her room and called for the four maids who had accompanied her as servants. She elevated their status, making them first-class maids in the marquisate. These four maids were originally born into the Lu family, and their parents' and siblings' indentures were still with Lady Lu, but this did not control Lu Lingyun. As long as she found good matches for them and married them off to the marquisate's own servants, she could secure their loyalty. Lu Lingyun instructed the four maids to establish connections with the other courtyards, make friends, and gather information on daily activities within the marquisate. If they found anyone they liked, she would arrange marriages for them in the future. Lu Lingyun's words made the young maids blush, embarrassed, and hesitant to respond. Lu Lingyun's heartfelt words made it clear that once they came with her, there was no going back. The marquisate was their true home for life. If they worked hard, they could become head maids in the marquisate, a position the Lu family could never offer them. Lu Lingyun promised them that if they remained loyal to her, she would return their indentures when they got married. Moved by her sincerity, the four maids cried and pledged their loyalty to Lu Lingyun. Lu Lingyun knew that their loyalty was not yet fully formed and many still harbored thoughts of the Lu family. However, absolute loyalty did not exist. Only when everyone's interests aligned could there be lasting and genuine loyalty. Time would take care of everything. As they stayed longer in the marquisate and worked closely with her, true loyalty would naturally develop. Lu Lingyun was not in a rush. She just needed to steer them in the right direction. Of course, she had considered recruiting new people and training confidants, but that was the worst option. The people who came with her were still part of the Lu family, and their interests fundamentally aligned with hers. Recruiting outsiders meant having to thoroughly vet their backgrounds and identities, and even then, their loyalty was uncertain, whether they were orphans or had families. Lu Lingyun had learned from past mistakes about trusting outsiders. Large families trusted those born into servitude because their entire families were under the master's control, ensuring no divided loyalties. Outsiders hired into the household always held the lowest status and performed the hardest tasks, while only a few chosen as personal attendants enjoyed better treatment. This was because they were raised alongside the young masters and mistresses. Managing subordinates required not only accurate judgment but also stability. Whenever possible, one should use trusted individuals rather than outsiders. After settling the four maids and two maidservants, Lu Lingyun thought about the two chief maids. Chuanqing and Chuanhe were still unknown quantities and she needed to observe them carefully. As for Jiran, starting today you will go out and learn from Mama Chang. You will manage all my shops and estates outside. Lu Lingyun quietly called Jiran into her room and entrusted her with this crucial task. Hearing that Lu Lingyun wanted to send her away, Jiran asked, "Miss, are you tired of me?" "Don't be so short-sighted and unambitious," Lu Lingyun scolded, poking her forehead. Besides being the new mistress of the marquisate, Lu Lingyun had her own properties and estates, which were part of her dowry. Previously, her wet nurse Mama Chang managed these assets, but now it was time for Jiran to take over. "Miss, Jiran felt wronged. She understood that Lu Lingyun was giving her an important task, but she didn't want to leave Lu Lingyun. "If you haven't improved by the new year, don't blame me for marrying you off," Lu Lingyun threatened. Jiran immediately wiped away her tears. "But miss, who will attend to you if I leave?" "Shuang Hong," Lu Lingyun said. Her original servant maid. "Shuang Hong is clumsy. How can she take care of you properly?" Lu Lingyun poked her forehead again. "Even Shuang Hong's clumsiness is better than your recklessness. Learn well from your mother outside, or else see if I'll still need you." Jiran rubbed her forehead. No, miss, I'll learn well." Lu Lingyun smiled softly, took off a bracelet from her wrist, and placed it in Jiran's hand. Jiran, you were chosen by my mother. In this world I trust no one more than you, so you must become my greatest helper. Jiran held the bracelet, her eyes welling up. Yes, Mississippi. As night fell, the busy first day came to an end. The next morning it was Shuanghong who helped Lu Lingyun wash up. Chuanqing and Chuanhe were also in the room serving. As Shuanghong was combing Lu Lingyun's hair, she heard Chuanqing say beside her, "Yesterday Yaoguang Pavilion stirred up again. I heard that a servant boy unknowingly took the roasted chicken and pork we gave him, and when he returned, he was discovered by that lady. She angrily punished the servant boy in public, saying he disrespected her by bringing the food back, as if he didn't see her at all. But do you know what she did next?" "What did she do?" Chuanhe asked. Chuanqing looked both amused and exasperated. She took the roasted chicken and pork and ate them with her maid. While eating, she said that the chicken and meat hadn't done anything wrong, so not eating them would be wasteful and foolish. "Is there something wrong with her head?" Chuanhe blurted out. Realizing her mistake, Chuanhe immediately covered her mouth. Lingyun, looking at Chuanhe through the bronze mirror, glanced at her. At that moment, Little Wei's voice came from outside the door. "Madam, Miss Xing from Yaoguang Pavilion is here." Well, speak of the devil, she still knows her place and came to serve tea to the mistress. Chuanqing adjusted her eyebrows. Lingyun, after observing Chuanhe and Chuanqing's expressions, calmly instructed, "Have Miss Xing wait in the flower hall. Prepare tea and snacks and don't neglect her." "Yes." In no time, Lingyun had changed into her clothes and finished her hairstyle. She was still in her honeymoon period, wearing a bright red gown embroidered with gold, adorned with a golden phoenix hairpin with tassels, and a few jade hairpins given to her by Wang Qilua. Though her appearance wasn't breathtakingly beautiful, she had a face that symbolized peace and prosperity. Her features were serene and elegant, her attire luxurious and regal, making her resemble a blooming flower of wealth and nobility. As soon as she entered, she saw a woman sitting in the flower hall, pulling her maid down to sit with her, both of them devouring the snacks on the table. The young woman, around 16 or 17 years old, wore a light pink dress and had her hair styled in an unmarried girl's bun, adorned with only a pearl hairpin. She sat lazily in a square armchair, one leg crossed, leaning heavily on the small tea table. Just by looking at her posture, it was clear that the rumors were true. She was indeed carefree and unbridled. The young woman was sitting with her back to Lingyun. The maid opposite her noticed Lingyun's arrival and quickly jumped up from her chair. "Why are you getting up? We haven't finished yet." The girl in the pink dress pulled her back. The little maid hurriedly signaled to her, shaking her head vigorously. Realizing someone had arrived, the girl in the pink dress turned her head lazily and saw the elegantly dressed Lingyun. Her eyes showed a noticeable pause, but then she frowned deeply, her gaze filled with arrogance and a hint of pity. "Don't you get tired of dressing up like this every day?" Chapter 9, The First Confrontation. Chapter 9, The First Confrontation. "Presumptuous!" Shuanghong shouted from behind. Lu Lingyun gave a faint smile and waved her hand at Shuanghong, signaling that it was fine. The woman in the pink robe scoffed and rolled her eyes. "You people are so old-fashioned. Always shouting about being bold or not, it's boring." Hearing this, Lu Lingyun felt relieved that she had sent Jiran out of the manor yesterday. Otherwise, Jiran would have acted by now. She still smiled faintly as she looked at Xing Dairong. "So what do you think is not old-fashioned?" "Of course everyone should be equal. People are inherently equal. I'm no worse than you, why should I listen to you?" Lu Lingyun looked at the arrogant and confident woman before her. "Your ideas are quite novel." "That's right. I'm different from you old-fashioned types." Xing Dairong pulled the maid beside her. "I treat my subordinates like sisters, unlike you who treat them like slaves, like dogs." Lu Lingyun remained calm and walked to the main seat, sitting down composedly. As she sat down, Xing Dairong also sat down with her maid. "Why don't you sit? Why stand there all the time? Aren't you tired?" The little maid was originally the personal attendant of the prince. After Xing Dairong entered the manor, she started serving her. But ultimately she was still part of the manor. Upon meeting Lu Lingyun's gaze, she immediately became uneasy and dared not sit down. "Miss, I'll stand." Xing Dairong tried to pull her a few times, but to no avail. "Ugh, you feudal women are hopeless. You can never learn." Lu Lingyun listened to the new words occasionally slipping out of her mouth and scraped the teacup. "What do you mean by feudal?" "Feudal means being bound by rules, unable to resist, and having no freedom, pitiful creatures." "Is having rules bad?" "As the saying goes, without rules there can be no order." Lu Lingyun scraped the teacup calmly. "That's oppression. That's backwardness. Forget it, you wouldn't understand anyway." Chuanqing rolled her eyes. "Only you understand. No rules, no manners, that's just being uncivilized. Anyway, you came from a brothel, who would teach you manners?" Upon hearing the word, brothel, Xing Dairong immediately got angry. "I had no choice when I was in the brothel." "But your madam, a proper lady, rushed to be someone's mistress." "Mistress?" Lu Lingyun repeated the word. "A third party who interferes with others' relationships. And knowingly so." "You're talking nonsense. Our young miss was married properly, carried into the marquisate in an 8-man sedan chair." Shuanghong said angrily. Xing Dairong sneered. "Your madam knew I was already with Yunshua, yet she still married him. What else could that be if not knowingly being a mistress?" Lu Lingyun couldn't help but want to laugh. According to you, what should I have done? You could have refused the marriage and pursued true love. Marriage is arranged by parents and matchmakers. How could I refuse? Then you could have run away. Who tied your feet? There's a whole world out there. You women poisoned by feudal morals aren't just bound by small feet but by small minds, lacking any spirit of resistance. Lu Lingyun held the teacup and watched the talkative Xing Dairong without showing any anger. However, Shuang Hong, Chuanqing, and Chuanhe were all visibly upset. Refuse the marriage? Run away? Flee? Aside from whether they could escape, why would these women leave their families' protection in this era? Families might not be perfect, but the outside world was far more dangerous. Those with money risked having it stolen or taken outright. How could a woman protect her wealth? Those without money would struggle even more, becoming easy prey for others to exploit, sell, or harm. In this era, everyone needed to band together in families, clans, and factions to survive in a harsh environment. Living alone as a woman was a pipe dream. How could she make fleeing the family sound so easy and enjoyable? Lu Lingyun patiently listened to her and then put down the teacup. So you came here today just to tell me this? Sort of. Xing Dairong looked at Lu Lingyun with a pitying expression. Actually, you're also a victim of feudal morals. I don't blame you. But Yunxua has promised to be with me forever, and I absolutely won't accept polygamy. Just behave in the manner, and we can coexist peacefully. You're presumptuous. Shuang Hong shouted angrily, her face flushed red. Lu Lingyun suddenly regretted sending Jiran away last night. Shuang Hong, stop just getting angry. Go tear her apart. Just then, a voice came from outside. Dairong. A young man in brocade robes rushed in impatiently. Qing Yunxua, I'm here. Xing Dairong waved at him with a smile. Are you all right? What could happen to me? Seeing her lively and energetic, Qing Yunxua clearly relaxed. This scene did not escape Lu Lingyun's eyes. Indeed, as the rumors say, he truly loves this concubine deeply. Is His Highness worried that I might make things difficult for your sweetheart? Lu Lingyun, seated above, stood up and smiled gently. Hearing Lu Lingyun's voice, Qing Yunxua turned his head. When he met her calm and indifferent gaze, he instinctively looked away. It was as if he had been caught with a small-minded suspicion of a noble person. Yes, he was indeed worried that Lu Lingyun would take advantage of his absence to cause trouble for Xing Dairong. But he never expected that Lu Lingyun wouldn't show the slightest bit of anger when she encountered Xing Dairong, nor would she overstep any boundaries. For a moment, he felt completely deflated in front of her. Dairong, let's go, Qing Yunxua said, avoiding Lu Lingyun's words and directly pulling Xing Dairong away. As Xing Dairong was being led away, she turned back to remind Lu Lingyun. Don't forget what I just told you. Lu Lingyun merely smiled faintly, neither confirming nor denying. What did you tell her? Qing Yunxua asked once they were outside the flower hall. I was reminding her that you belong to me, so don't even think about making a move on you. Qing Yunshua's pleasant expression suddenly changed, and he released Xing Dairong's hand, scolding sternly, nonsense. What's wrong with you? Xing Dairong, seeing the man who had never before raised his voice at her, became angry herself. Didn't you promise me? Are you going back on your word? That doesn't mean you have to say it in front of her. Humph, if you won't say it, who knows if you will? Xing Dairong pouted, clearly unconvinced. Qing Yunxua looked at her deeply, feeling for the first time that the woman he loved most seemed a bit foolish. Feeling tired, he didn't want to placate her anymore and simply started walking back. After taking several hundred steps, Xing Dairong, still standing where she was, realized he wasn't coming back to comfort her and sensed that he was genuinely angry. She bit her lower lip and quickly ran up to him, hugging his arm in front of everyone in the courtyard and cooing. What's wrong with you? I'm just afraid you don't love me anymore. Her coquettish voice softened Qing Yunshua's anger considerably. Dairong, I promised you and I will keep my word. Don't interfere in this matter and don't come here to cause trouble again. All right, as long as you always love me, I won't cause any more trouble. Qing Yunshua's frown immediately smoothed out and he said indulgently, let's go back. The two left, laughing and chatting like a newlywed couple. In the courtyard, Lu Lingyun led the servants out. Seeing Xing Dairong's behavior, Chuanqing spat, she's truly a vixen from a brothel. If His Highness likes such women, we can learn from them, Chuanhe said. Right, otherwise she might end up riding roughshod over us. Lu Lingyun smiled faintly and shook her head slightly. Novel but limited. No wonder. With that, she returned to her room, leaving Chuanqing and Chuanhe staring at each other. From their two meetings, she had a clear understanding of what kind of person Xing Dairong was. Indeed fresh and interesting, but also shallow. Such a person is undoubtedly attractive at first, but over time, one realizes that beneath the novelty lies nothing but shallowness. Just as she had seen in her previous life, after running away with Qing Yunxua, their lives were not filled with romance but rather with chaos. Indeed, Lu Lingyun first met Xing Dairong in her previous life in Jiangnan. The two had settled in Jiangnan after running away together. By chance, Lu Lingyun witnessed Xing Dairong publicly arguing with Qing Yunxua on the street, demanding money. Qing Yunxua, wearing old brocade clothes, looked annoyed and embarrassed as he dragged her back into their house, only for Xing Dairong to start crying and causing a scene. It was quite a spectacle. Later, she learned that the two were the scandalous young couple from the Lingyun Marquis mansion in the capital. Lu Lingyun thought about it for a long time, wondering why the two, who had defied convention and run away together, ended up like this. Now she understood. First, Xing Dairong was indeed novel and attractive upon first meeting, but she lacked substance beyond her surface-level uniqueness. Second, her younger sister had pushed the two together during their most passionate days, leading to an impulsive elopement. Over time, they soon discovered that life is not just about romance and love, it also involves daily necessities and mundane details. A fanciful woman and a sheltered nobleman could hardly sustain a lasting romance. Understanding this, Lu Lingyun smiled faintly. The challenges in this marquisate were indeed much lower than those she faced in the Li family in her previous life. Chapter 10. Returning to her family. Chapter 10. Returning to her family. The next day. It was the third day of the marriage, the day for returning to her family home. As Lu Lingyun was getting dressed and doing her makeup, she heard Chuanqing talking about the affairs of the mansion in the room. Nowadays, she was becoming more adept at gathering information within the mansion. Yesterday, after His Highness and that woman returned, they were so lovey-dovey. I heard that their door didn't open until dinner time. When the servants brought in the food, His Highness personally fed her bite by bite right beside the bed. It was so disgusting that the servants wanted to gouge out their eyes, Chuanqing said with a sour tone. Chuanha couldn't help but spit. How shameless. It gets worse. While eating, she kept asking His Highness if he loved her, only agreeing to eat when he said he did. Eek. Chuanha blushed. Stop it, this is too embarrassing. You're not wrong. Everyone in the courtyard says she's a reincarnated fox spirit, always asking about love, bewitching His Highness into a daze. Only Shuang Hong frowned after hearing this. His Highness is so devoted to her, will he not accompany Madame back to her family today? The room fell silent as Chuanqing and Chuanha, filled with jealousy, remained quiet. They could be jealous and laugh, but they couldn't forget their positions. Lu Lingyun was the legitimate wife of His Highness, and being overshadowed by a concubine was unacceptable. Today was an important day for returning to her family, and if Lu Lingyun went alone, she would surely be ridiculed. It won't happen. Lu Lingyun relaxed her brows, utterly confident. Lu Lingyun had a keen eye for people. Although her interactions with Chang Yunxua were brief, she had a good grasp of him. Chang Yunxua was indeed rebellious and daring, but he wasn't lawless or selfish. If he hadn't explained himself on their wedding night, having already promised Xing Dairong a lifetime together, he wouldn't have accepted her. Nor would he have been upset yesterday when Xing Dairong came to cause trouble. He was a man who understood principles in right from wrong. Since entering the mansion, she had never provoked him, always yielding and never causing him any trouble. Even if Chang Yunxua felt no affection for her, he should still respect her. With just this respect, he would definitely accompany her back to her family. Not long after Lu Lingyun spoke, Little Wei's joyful voice rang out from outside. Madam, His Highness has come to escort you for the return visit. Everyone in the room was surprised except for Lu Lingyun, who smiled calmly as if everything was under control. Soon, Lu Lingyun finished dressing. Today, she was exceptionally well dressed. After finishing her attire, she put on the cloud crown given to her by the Qin family. The large silver-threaded floral headpiece was adorned with top-grade jade and various gemstones, each one dazzling and captivating. She wore a new floating light brocade robe. Its material like cloud silk, shimmering with an extraordinary glow under sunlight. Every step she took radiated brilliance, exuding elegance and grandeur. Madam looked stunning, Chuanqing couldn't help but say. Unlike her usual sour tone, her voice now held admiration and awe. She could look down on Xing Dairong, mock her, and envy her, because Xing Dairong was someone like her, even of lower birth. A mere concubine, a servant of the mansion. But Lu Lingyun was different. She was the mistress, fundamentally different from them. No matter how much Chuanqing wanted to compete or stand out, she couldn't dare to overstep with Lu Lingyun. Who else could our madam be? With such grace, everyone knows she is the legitimate wife of the prince of the prestigious marquisate. Chuanha admired. Exactly. Shuang Hong nodded in agreement. Lu Lingyun tapped their foreheads. You three are just sweet talkers. Amidst laughter, they slowly opened the door. Sitting in the main hall drinking tea, Chang Yunxua looked up to see a dazzling figure appear before him. A woman emerged from the light, adorned in utmost luxury, yet her elegance surpassed the richness, complementing her aura perfectly. Her delicate eyebrows resembled crescent moons, her phoenix eyes like twin stars, her face radiant with joy, her crimson lips slightly curved, neither fawning nor stern, exuding an air of divine nobility like a celestial deity, and her beauty akin to a blooming peony. For a moment, Chang Yunxua thought only of the words golden and jade body incomparably noble. He had always admired Xing Dairong's uniqueness and wit, but in this moment, even her individuality seemed shallow and frivolous. After all, in the face of absolute grandeur, all other charms fade away. Our madam is truly a celestial being, perfectly matched with His Highness. Chen Yunshua's attendant Qingfeng exclaimed. Hearing Qingfeng's voice, Cheng Yunxua snapped back to reality, realizing he had been staring at Lu Lingyun for a while. Meeting her calm smile, he quickly looked away and scolded Qingfeng. What nonsense are you spouting? Qingfeng immediately fell silent, muttering softly to himself, I didn't say anything wrong. A noble like His Highness clearly matches a celestial maiden like young Lady Lingyun. Though his voice was low, everyone present heard him. Cheng Yunshua's expression darkened even more. At this moment, Lu Lingyun spoke up. His Highness, it's getting late. We should set off now. Chang Yunxua responded indifferently and turned to walk away. Lu Lingyun followed him, pausing slightly as she passed Qifeng. You're called Qifeng? Yes. Young lady, I'm Qifeng, always by His Highness's side. You didn't come to collect my wedding gift last time. At that time. Without waiting for Qifeng to explain further, Lu Lingyun gave Chuanqing a look, and Chuanqing handed Qifeng a red envelope. You've worked hard serving His Highness. Lu Lingyun smiled warmly at him before turning to leave. With the money in hand, Qifeng was overjoyed, looking at Lu Lingyun's back. Young lady is young lady. She's the one who should be our future mistress. At this moment in the Lu residence. In Madame Lu's courtyard. The room was filled with people bustling with activity. Our second miss is back. Being married really does make a difference. You can tell she's grown up. Just by looking, you can see she's married well. The aunts and uncles who had watched Lu Hanyi grow up teased her. The woman at the center of attention wore a bright red robe embroidered with golden peonies, adorned with sparkling jade and pearls. She covered her mouth with an embroidered handkerchief, her smile revealing her satisfaction. She had indeed married well this time. Not only would Li Wenxuan become a prime minister and grant her the title of first-rank noble lady, but even now, Li Wenxuan was a real, normal man. After 2 lifetimes, she finally experienced what it meant to be a woman. During their first 3 days of marriage, they lived in blissful harmony. This husband she had fought for was perfect. As everyone continued teasing her, one of the aunts asked, why hasn't our eldest miss arrived yet? Upon hearing this, Lu Hanyi's smile grew even wider. She put down her handkerchief and said confidently she won't come. Chapter 11 Reuniting with Lu Hanyi. Chapter 11 Reuniting with Lu Hanyi. Why? Everyone in the room asked. Could it be that she's supposed to return alone? Lu Hanyi's eyes sparkled with smug satisfaction. On their wedding night, Chang Yunxua abandoned her for a lowly concubine. She is treated worse than a concubine in the Lingyun marquis' residence. How could Chang Yunxua accompany her back to her family home? Lu Hanyi's words silenced all the women in the room and they all turned to look at her. The Lingyun marquis' residence was tight-lipped, and since Lu Lingyun hadn't caused any trouble, the scandal of Chang Yunxua abandoning her on their wedding night had not spread. After all, in those days, if a woman suffered mistreatment at her husband's home, the only place she could seek help was from her own family. As long as Lu Lingyun didn't speak up or cause a fuss, the Lu family would have a hard time knowing how she was faring in the Lingyun marquis' residence. Second miss, is this true? Did Lingyun tell you this privately? The aunties and maternal relatives all asked. Even Lady Lu said, how do you know? Lu Hanyi glanced around at everyone. She knew exactly how she found out. In her previous life, she had gone through the same ordeal. On their wedding night, Chang Yunxua came to humiliate her, declaring he never wanted to marry her and that he loved only that lowly woman. Enraged, she threw pots and pans, fighting with him. The next day, when the matter reached Lady Qin, she proved to be just as hypocritical an old hag. She claimed to support her but did not even call the concubine over. Who wouldn't demand that the lowly courtesan be beaten to death on the spot upon encountering such a situation? Instead, she merely gave her the keys to manage the household, which she couldn't see through at the time due to her youth. Later, she realized it was all a deception. Giving her the keys without giving her authority, requiring her to seek permission for everything. What kind of respect was that? Chang Yunxua, that scoundrel, continued to humiliate her repeatedly. The Lingyun marquis' residence, that vile place, couldn't possibly treat Lu Lingyun well. Today, she was prepared to humiliate Lu Lingyun and watch her suffer. Looking at everyone present, Lu Hanyi certainly wouldn't reveal her rebirth and the supernatural events surrounding it. Her eyes flickered. Do we need to spell it out? Everyone in Imperial City knows what kind of person the wastrel of the Lingyun marquis' residence is. He dotes on a courtesan like she's royalty. Lu Lingyun, that silent bottle, has no chance against her. I'm sure Chang Yunxua hasn't touched her since she married into that house. She has no status there. Lu Hanyi spoke animatedly, but just then, Lady Lu's chief maid announced from outside the room, Madam, the eldest miss has returned for her visit. With these words, the elated Lu Hanyi's face froze. Lu Lingyun was back? She still had the nerve to return? Her face slightly stiffened. Lu Hanyi pouted. She's probably here to complain. Hanyi, stop talking. What's wrong with saying it? I guarantee she'll come in crying and complaining. Just wait and see. Lu Hanyi leaned back against the chair, her gaze fixed on the door, waiting for Lu Lingyun's pitiful appearance. Lady Lu, sitting beside her, didn't understand why her daughter was so certain, but honestly, she too hoped to see such a scene. Lu Lingyun wasn't her biological daughter. Her mother died early, and she grew up under the care of the matriarch. After the matriarch's passing, she lived independently, barely interacting with Lady Lu. If not for her usual obedience and caution, Lady Lu would have long tormented her. This time, both girls were being considered for marriage. She was reluctant to give away such a good match to the Lingyun marquis' residence, fearing that Lu Lingyun might fare better than Lu Hanyi. But if things were truly as her daughter described, if she suffered such mistreatment after marriage, then her marriage would serve as a shield for her own daughter. The worse she fared, the more balanced Lady Lu felt. Her eyes now held a hint of anticipation for the drama to unfold, and the aunties and maternal relatives in the room also looked towards the door with curiosity and skepticism. At that moment, the door opened. Wearing a colorful cloud crown and draped in shimmering brocade, Lu Lingyun entered with her maidservants. The bright morning sunlight illuminated her, making her appear like a celestial being descended from the clouds, captivating everyone's attention. After a long pause, one of the aunties spoke. Is this Lingyun? Lu Lingyun glanced at the speaking auntie, who was her father's concubine, Lady Meng. It was Lady Meng's illegitimate son who helped her leave the residence during her marriage. Hasn't it been just a few days, auntie? Don't you recognize me anymore? Lu Lingyun smiled charmingly. The room suddenly came alive. We really can't recognize you. With your current demeanor, we wouldn't dare to. Who would have thought? When you walked in just now, I thought you were a celestial being or grand noble from the palace. I had the same feeling. Your demeanor is something I've only seen in princes and dukes. No wonder they say noble houses nurture people. Look at Lingyun. She's only been married for a few days, yet she's already completely different from us. All the relatives in the Lu family were of similar status, small, upright families, and even some poor relatives back in their hometown still struggled to make ends meet. Of all of them, Lu Lingyun had married the highest and best. She had married into the marquis' mansion. A genuine noble family, creating an insurmountable gap between them. The group flattered Lu Lingyun, while Lu Hanyi, sitting above, watched the scene with wide eyes. She twisted her handkerchief, not even hearing her mother call out to her several times. At this moment, Lu Lingyun stepped forward gracefully, greetings to mother. Lady Lu quickly rose, pulling her towards the couch with a warm expression. Lingyun, you're always so polite. Come closer, let mother have a good look at you. Lu Lingyun followed and moved forward. The main seat was a long couch, and Lu Hanyi was already seated on the right side. Lady Lu pulled Lu Lingyun to sit on the left. Throughout the entire time, Lu Hanyi stared fixedly at the shimmering brocade and the cloud headdress she wore. Where did you get the shimmering brocade and the cloud headdress? Given by my mother-in-law. Lu Lingyun spoke casually, but the jealousy in Lu Hanyi's eyes was burning fiercely. In her previous life, she had spent over a decade in the marquis' mansion and had seen these two prized possessions of Lady Qin. The first time she saw them, she liked them immensely, but Lady Qin had never given them to her. Even when she hinted several times that she wanted them, Lady Qin never relented. How could she give them to Lu Lingyun as soon as she entered the house? Why? This was simply infuriating her. At this moment, Lady Lu's maid whispered a few words into her ear. After a brief moment of surprise, Lady Lu turned to look at Lu Lingyun with delight. Lingyun, I heard your mother-in-law has already entrusted you with managing the household? In the marquis' mansion, news didn't easily reach outside. As soon as Lu Lingyun returned, the news spread quickly from the maidservants around her. Lu Lingyun showed no change in expression, glancing indifferently at Chuanqing, Chuanhe, and Shuang Hong, who had accompanied her back. Yes, my mother-in-law is kind and values me, asking me to learn how to manage the household first. As her words fell, the room filled once again with flattery. Oh, our Lingyun truly married into a wonderful family. Who could disagree? A newlywed bride just entering the house, and the mother-in-law entrusts her with managing the household. What a remarkable family. After all, it's the marquis' mansion. Wealthy families do things differently. It's also because our Lingyun is capable. Not many could handle such responsibility. The flattery continued, but a jealous sneer cut through the air enough. Chapter 12 Slapping Lu Hanyi's face. Chapter 12 Slapping Lu Hanyi's face. Second sister, what's wrong? Lu Lingyun took a sip of tea and asked calmly. We're all family here, elder sister. No need to pretend everything is fine when you're suffering in the marquisate. If you're being wronged, just say so. No one will mock you. Lu Hanyi spoke with a sarcastic tone. What makes you say that? Everyone knows Qing Yunxua married a courtesan from a brothel and spoils her rotten. Elder sister, you can't possibly be unaware of this. Lu Hanyi looked at Lu Lingyun as if watching a play. Could anything be hidden from her? In her previous life, she was driven to death by Xing Dairong, that wretched woman. Now the tables have turned. Lu Lingyun is experiencing the same humiliation and frustration she felt in her past life. Just thinking about it made her want to laugh. Lu Lingyun still wanted to put on an act in front of her. She didn't realize that she had been reborn. No one could fool her. If she didn't make fun of her and trample her into the mud this time, she would have come back for nothing. Sure enough, everyone in the room looked at Lu Lingyun with different expressions. Lingyun, you must be suffering since your marriage. I heard that the heir of Ningyan Marquis favors his concubine so much that he even angered the old marquisate. It seems that life in a wealthy household isn't easy. It's better to marry someone of equal status. Lingyun, you're always so passive. If you're being wronged, you must tell us. Your aunts and uncles will definitely stand up for you. The women in the room spoke one after another. Their expressions ranged from sympathy to curiosity. Few genuinely wished others well. They were more interested in seeing the chaos in a wealthy household than Lu Lingyun's happiness. Yes, just speak up. Your family is here for you. We may not match the marquisate, but we won't let them bully our girl like this. Lu Lingyun scanned their faces, her lips curling slightly. It's just a concubine. There's no need to exaggerate. Which household doesn't have a concubine? Her casual remark immediately quelled the gossip. The third rule of being a proper mistress: keep your mouth shut and don't easily share your grievances. If there were truly caring family members, seeking help would be acceptable. But if one couldn't discern who was genuine and only sought temporary relief by venting, the resulting scandal would ultimately harm oneself. One would end up in a miserable state, becoming a laughingstock. Lu Lingyun knew she had no true family support. Instead, there were plenty of opportunists ready to take advantage of her. Especially Lu Hanyi. She was proud and foolish, relying on her rebirth to try and humiliate her. Unfortunately, she was about to be proven wrong. Lu Lingyun brushed off the issue lightly, but Lu Hanyi immediately revealed her trump card and pressed on, "Stop pretending. Just admit it, on your wedding night, did Cheng Yunxua abandon you for the concubine?" Lu Lingyun lifted the lid of her teacup, half closing her eyes and smiling through the steam. "Second sister, where did you hear these things?" Lu Hanyi, caught in the heat of the moment, suddenly faltered and couldn't respond. Enough, Lady Lu quickly intervened. "Lingyun, Hanyi is just concerned about you. Mother is right. Fortunately, it's my own sister saying this. Otherwise, people might think someone envies my good fortune." Lu Lingyun smiled and set down her teacup. Her words were simple yet direct. Everyone present understood the implication. Wasn't Lu Hanyi simply envious of her good fortune? Indeed, Lu Hanyi had claimed from the start that Lu Lingyun wouldn't return home. Yet, Lu Lingyun returned in glory. She kept insisting that Lu Lingyun suffered in the marquisate, and that her husband abandoned her on their wedding night, but she had no evidence. All her talk boiled down to envy of Lu Lingyun's happiness. The crowd's gaze toward Lu Hanyi changed. Lu Hanyi, never having faced such humiliation, stood up abruptly. "Lu Lingyun, stop pretending. No matter how well-dressed and eloquent you are, I don't believe Cheng Yunxua would accompany you back home." This was her ultimate trump card. She was absolutely certain that Lu Lingyun would return alone. Cheng Yunxua would never accompany her back. With this, she left everyone stunned. Lu Hanyi's chest heaved as she looked on with certainty and glee, relishing the thought of humiliating Lu Lingyun. A person's presence or absence couldn't be faked, and Cheng Yunxua would never come with her. How could she continue to pretend now? She had to trample Lu Lingyun under her feet. However, instead of the panic she expected to see in Lu Lingyun's eyes, she saw Lu Lingyun smiling faintly. Lu Hanyi suddenly frowned. No, it couldn't be. Just then, the door was knocked on, and a servant girl announced from outside, "The two grooms have arrived." As the words fell, all the women in the room stood up, and the door was pushed open. One man in a crimson purple gold-threaded shoe brocade robe and another in a lake blue silk robe entered the room one after the other. Their attire already showed a difference. The man in the lake blue silk robe wore an expensive jiang and silk robe, but the man in the crimson purple brocade robe wore shoe brocade. Of imperial tribute quality, with only a few hundred pieces supplied to the capital each year, most of which went to the palace, leaving only a small portion for the outside world. Only aristocratic families could wear such garments. The arrivals were Cheng Yunxua and Li Wenxuan. Lu Hanyi was shocked to see Cheng Yunxua appear. At that moment, she heard Lu Lingyun put down her teacup with a light smile. "Second sister, what did you say? If the prince doesn't accompany me back to my family, how can I return alone?" For a moment, Lu Hanyi stood there, stunned and disbelieving. Cheng Yunxua had accompanied her back. He actually came back with Lu Lingyun. "It's getting late, let's go back," Cheng Yunxua said, glancing at the people seated above and turning to Lu Lingyun. "All right." Lu Lingyun gracefully descended from the platform and stood beside Cheng Yunxua, bowing to Lady Lu. Lady Lu, realizing the situation, hurriedly instructed her maid, quick, the red envelopes." Her maid hastily took out 2 red envelopes. Lu Lingyun smiled at Cheng Yunxua, gesturing for him to take them. Though not particularly enthusiastic, Cheng Yunxua cooperated and had his servant accept them. Since they were here, there was no need to make a fuss. It was about maintaining appearances. Lu Lingyun gave him face at home, so he wouldn't embarrass her in front of her family. Together they said, "Thank you, mother." Good. Lady Lu repeated, rising to please Cheng Yunxua, "Your Highness must have had a long journey. Let's go have some food." "No, I have some matters to attend to and need to leave early," Cheng Yunxua replied without showing any emotion. "Yes, there are many things to do at the mansion." "Mother, we won't stay longer," Lu Lingyun added with a smile, understanding that Cheng Yunxua had done enough and didn't need to push further. "Well, your father. We've already greeted him." Lady Lu couldn't persuade them to stay and politely said, "Do come visit often when you have time. My daughter has always been gentle and kind-hearted, not very worldly wise. Your Highness, please bear with her." Rarely Cheng Yunxua glanced at Lu Lingyun and replied, "Lu Xiaojun is very good, well raised by her mother-in-law." Chapter 13 The Return Visit Ends. Chapter 13 The Return Visit Ends. Cheng Yunshua's words silenced the room, and Lady Lu was overjoyed, unable to hide her delight. She humbly thanked them repeatedly, portraying a deep bond with Lu Lingyun, pulling her close and recounting how she had raised her from a young age with utmost care, treating her better than her own daughter. Lu Lingyun found it tiresome. She responded perfunctorily and then left with Cheng Yunxua. As they were leaving, she glanced back at the room. Lu Hanyi stood there still stunned, her expression a mix of disbelief and shock. Her current husband, Li Wenxuan, called out to her several times, but she remained unfazed. Lu Lingyun withdrew her gaze and smiled lightly. This is just the beginning. Wait until Lu Hanyi realizes that the husband she schemed so hard to marry is not on the same path as her. She'll be in for a rude awakening. The first step of winning the imperial examination, which she had meticulously planned, involved her spending nearly half of her dowry, exchanging gifts with the wives of various scholars, and even a bit of luck to secure the right questions for him to ace. If she hadn't done anything, Li Wenxuan would never have become the top scholar. After Lu Lingyun left, the women in the room gradually dispersed. They had witnessed quite a spectacle today. At least now they knew that Lu Lingyun's marriage into a wealthy family was indeed a good one, both in terms of status and appearance. It was truly baffling why Lu Hanyi chose to marry a mediocre second son of a sixth-rank official. After everyone left, Lu Hanyi kept repeating, impossible. It can't be true. Hanyi, what's wrong with you? Lady Lu looked at her daughter, genuinely worried she might be possessed. Mama, Lu Lingyun cannot possibly be favored. Enough. Stop obsessing over her and focus on your own life, Lady Lu sighed. Today, Lu Lingyun had taken the spotlight, but things had reached this point and there was no turning back. Mama, I will treat Hanyi well in the future, Li Wenxuan said. Lu Hanyi then remembered something. Yes, Mama, just wait and see. Wenxuan will definitely pass the exams. Then we will live better than Lu Lingyun. Even if Lu Lingyun's current behavior differed slightly from her previous life, the fact remained that the marquisate was still in shambles. Chang Yunxua would eventually run away with a concubine, and she would rise with Li Wenxuan. Her true happiness lay with Li Wenxuan. There was no escaping it. Lu Hanyi's certainty made Li Wenxuan blush slightly. I will work hard. My lord, I believe you will definitely become the top scholar. Li Wenxuan blushed even more. He had prepared for the spring examinations next year and felt confident about becoming a scholar official, but he never dared dream of being the top scholar. Fortunately, these were private words, showing his wife's support. Lady Lu, seeing her determined daughter, thought, well, let's see. Perhaps my daughter has chosen the real gem. Otherwise, she feared she might die of frustration. Lu Lingyun and Cheng Yunxua boarded their carriage, which moved slowly. Inside, they were silent. Lu Lingyun quietly read her book, as if Cheng Yunxua wasn't there. Indeed, he showed no interest in her, maintaining a wide distance between them, enough to fit two people. Suddenly, the carriage stopped. No unexpected contact occurred. Lu Lingyun sat firmly, gripping the carriage pole steadily. Cheng Yunxua also remained seated, keeping his distance. What's going on? Cheng Yunxua asked irritably. Your Highness, there's a pair of siblings selling themselves to bury their mother up ahead, came Qingfeng's voice from outside. Cheng Yunxua waved his hand. Ignore them, keep going. Lu Lingyun, however, lifted the curtain and looked outside. She saw a 13 or 14-year-old boy and an 8 or 9-year-old girl. The boy was kneeling, while the girl clung to the body of a woman on a mat, crying loudly. Both children were emaciated. Lu Lingyun noticed that only the boy had a straw marker on his head, indicating he was for sale, while his sister did not. This meant they were selling only him, not his sister. Slavery was the lowest status, and once sold, they often could never buy their freedom back. For some reason, Lu Lingyun sighed. She took out the bag of silver given to her by the Lu family today. Shuang Hong, have him bury his mother and take good care of his sister. Yes. The carriage curtain was lowered and she turned to meet Cheng Yunxua's eyes. Lu Lingyun thought for a moment and explained, in this world, life is hard without a mother. She feared that too much explanation would make Cheng Yunxua think her hypocritical. After all, he didn't have a good impression of her. Sometimes doing good deeds can feel quite false. After saying this, she quietly sat back down, but then she heard Cheng Yunxua say, I heard you lost your mother at a young age too. Lu Lingyun looked up and Cheng Yunxua said to someone outside, give them more money, they don't need to follow us. After saying this, Cheng Yunxua lowered his head and played with his prayer beads. At this moment, Lu Lingyun felt that although her husband in this life was a bit rebellious and wayward, he was a rare honest and straightforward person. His character wasn't bad. Soon, the carriage returned to the marquis's residence. As soon as it stopped, Cheng Yunxua got out impatiently. Seeing that Cheng Yunxua was about to leave, she simply said, thank you. Hearing the thanks, Cheng Yunxua turned to look at her, thought for a moment, and said, let's do things like this from now on. Lu Lingyun smiled and nodded okay. Cheng Yunxua was telling her that today had been a pleasant cooperation and in the future they should respect each other as guests. Lu Lingyun would give him face at home and he would also give her face outside, cooperating with her actions. What Lu Lingyun wanted was exactly this. She got out of the carriage and Cheng Yunxua had already headed towards Yaoguang Pavilion. Let's go back. Yes. After returning from the Lu family, Lu Lingyun first went to see Lady Qin. Lady Qin was already well informed about her visit to the Lu family today. After all, she had brought many people from the marquis's residence. When Lady Qin learned that her son had gone obediently today and hadn't done anything outrageous, she couldn't stop smiling. After Lu Lingyun returned, she praised Cheng Yunxua again, making Lady Qin feel very pleased. She held Lu Lingyun close, expressing her affection, and only said that she had married a good daughter-in-law. She believed that if it were another daughter-in-law, things wouldn't be handled as well as Lu Lingyun did. She gave Lu Lingyun many gifts and when parting, she held Lu Lingyun's hand tightly and whispered her instructions. Chapter 14 Another Provocation. Chapter 14 Another Provocation. Lingyun, by now you must have a clear understanding of the current state of affairs within the marquis' mansion. The Ho family has been bequeathed with single-line descendants for generations and our ranks are significantly diminished. My son is utterly inadequate and I have resigned myself to that fact. Madame Qin looked at Lu Lingyun and advised her, you are a wise one. You should pay more attention to having children. As long as you bear a son, no one will be able to touch you in the future. Lu Lingyun smiled understandingly. Mother, I understand. Madame Qin looked at Lu Lingyun with satisfaction and instructed Nanny One to personally escort her back. When they arrived at her courtyard, Nanny One stopped her and whispered, young lady, Madame has prepared quite a few folk remedies for you. Lu Lingyun nodded at her and had Chuanqing take the items. Thank you, Mother. Thank you, Nanny. She calmly accepted everything and saw Nanny One off. Although she accepted the items, Lu Lingyun felt no pressure to bear a child. Even if Qing Yunxua had no interest in her, everyone knew it well. Lu Lingyun truly didn't see it as an issue. After all, who in this household wasn't called mother by their children? Since Qing Yunxua disliked her, it was better for her to avoid the suffering of childbirth. In her previous life, she had endured enough childbirth pain. She married at 16, still growing, and got pregnant that same year. But she had to worry about Li Wenxuan's future, even while heavily pregnant, planning his career so he could stand out in the Li family. During childbirth, she suffered from obstructed labor and hemorrhage, enduring 2 days of agony before losing the child. After that, she struggled with fertility and never had any children. Her early childbirth complications led to chronic illnesses, causing her premature death. Later, she learned that women in her maternal lineage all face similar issues during childbirth, none surviving to raise their children. Lu Lingyun had made up her mind. In this life, she would not bear children if she could help it. If she had to choose, she would choose to live. And she wanted to live a rich, healthy, and peaceful life until old age. To be a wealthy and carefree person for a lifetime. Lu Lingyun had just seen Nanny One off and was about to enjoy her afternoon tea when the noise outside suddenly intensified. Let me in. What's going on? Lu Lingyun had just picked up a small bowl of red bean pudding when Little Wei rushed in. Young lady, it's the lady from Yaoguang Pavilion again. Xing Dairong, how convenient. Lu Lingyun was thinking about her anyway. No, young lady. Little Wei walked up to Lu Lingyun and whispered the news she had gathered earlier. It turned out that today, Cheng Yunxua accompanied her to visit her family without telling Xing Dairong. He had secretly gone with her. Upon returning, Xing Dairong initially hadn't noticed, but later discovered the wedding gift money Cheng Yunxua received from Lu Lingyun through Qi Feng and immediately interrogated him. After learning that he had accompanied Lu Lingyun to visit her family, she started a huge argument with Cheng Yunxua, driving him away. Unexpectedly, even after Cheng Yunxua left, Xing Dairong dared to come to her place to cause trouble. Young lady, she's not right in the head. Let's not see her, Little Wei suggested. No, let her in. Lu Lingyun waved her hand, instructing them to let Xing Dairong in. She wanted to hear what other outrageous things she had to say. Soon, the agitated Xing Dairong burst in with her maid Xiaoqua following behind, trying to hold her back. Xiaoqua looked nervous and reluctant upon entering Lu Lingyun's courtyard. Miss, forget it, forget it. Forget what? Xing Dairong shoved her aside. Who are you working for? How dare you side with outsiders when your mistress is being wronged? Lu Lingyun watched Xiaoqua, who looked hurt and couldn't speak. Didn't you tell me yesterday that everyone is equal and that you treat your maids like sisters? Xing Dairong was taken aback by this, staring at the calm Lu Lingyun. But I'm not like you. How are you different? I'm not as shameless as you. You're being outrageous. Shuang Hong scolded from behind Lu Lingyun. You're the one being outrageous. Can't you see your mistress is speaking? What business do you have, a lowly servant, interrupting? What kind of mistress are you? Shuang Hong retorted angrily. This person is what kind of master? A concubine at most counts as half a master, and Xing Dairong isn't even that in this household. Lu Lingyun waved her hand, looking at Xing Dairong with interest. Go on. Why did you make Cheng Yunxua accompany you back to your natal home? Lu Lingyun smiled, finding it amusing. He is my husband. He doesn't love you at all. Lu Lingyun blinked, still unperturbed. So what? Her indifferent demeanor infuriated Xing Dairong. He doesn't love you, he only loves me. Why do you insist on coming between us and affecting our relationship? Lu Lingyun looked at her, a hint of mockery creeping into the corners of her mouth. We have already bowed before heaven and earth, he and I are married. You can divorce him. Xing Dairong said indignantly. If you had any self-respect, you would divorce him. There are so many men in this world. Why must you cling to the taken Cheng Yunxua? Can't you live without a man? You're utterly disrespectful. Someone get her out of here. Shuang Hong finally took action. Hearing Xing Dairong's audacious words, she trembled with anger. Does she know who she is? A prostitute from a brothel with no parents, no family, no friends, speaking more arrogantly than a princess or empress. What gives her the nerve to bark like this? At this moment, another group rushed into the courtyard. Xing Dairong. Cheng Yunxua arrived just in time to save her. When he arrived, he heard Xing Dairong's words and met Lu Lingyun's eyes, his gaze carrying an apologetic look. He pulled Xing Dairong over. What nonsense are you spouting again? Go back? What nonsense am I spouting? who promised me yesterday they would distance themselves from her, only to turn around today and go back to her natal home with her. Chang Yunhua, what else do you have to explain? Chang Yunhua felt a momentary weariness. Let's talk about this back home. Why can't we settle this here? Could it be that you've had your eye on her for a long time, thinking of having 2 wives? Don't talk nonsense. Then divorce her today. Get rid of this mistress. Slap. A loud slap echoed through the courtyard. Xing Dairong stared in shock at Chang Yunhua, who had slapped her. After delivering the slap, Chang Yunhua quickly reacted. Dairong. Chang Yunhua. You scumbag. Xing Dairong shoved him away, covering her face, and ran off crying. Chang Yunhua immediately chased after her. Throughout the entire incident, no one paid attention to Lu Lingyun. Lu Lingyun scooped a spoonful of red bean pudding with a porcelain spoon. The texture was smooth, soft, and neither too sweet nor bland, just right. Madam, that woman is simply outrageous. The prince didn't even give us an explanation and only cared about her. He'll probably continue to pamper her, which will crush us. Lu Lingyun sipped the pudding, her expression still calm. Madam, are we just going to let her get away with this? Jingle. The porcelain spoon clattered into the bowl. Lu Lingyun stopped eating, lifting her pale neck, her usually gentle eyes now tinged with frost. Let her get away with it? Impossible. Find the Lady Qiu Ling who used to serve the prince in Yaoguang Pavilion. Chapter 15, Elevating a Concubine. Chapter 15, Elevating a Concubine. As expected. After Xing Dairong was slapped by Chang Yunhua, her status soared. Chang Yunhua doted on her every day, showing deep remorse. Xing Dairong cried and threw tantrums, but eventually forgave him after he swore countless oaths, promising never to harm her again and to cut all ties with Lu Lingyun. After they reconciled, they enjoyed a period of blissful intimacy, seemingly even better than before. During this time, Lady Qin sent Nanny One to inquire about Lu Lingyun, but Chang Yunhua did not give her any instructions. Lady Qin had taken the old Lord Marquis to their country estate for recuperation and was not in the mansion. Lu Lingyun gave a message to Nanny Wen to pass along to Lady Qin. The prince does not favor me. The mission entrusted by mother may be difficult to accomplish soon. Nanny Wen quickly brought back Lady Qin's reply. Aaron, do not worry. Always prioritize your own well-being. Seeing this, Lu Lingyun smiled faintly and then proposed to obtain Qiu Ling's indenture, intending to elevate her as a concubine for the prince. Qiu Ling was once Chang Yunhua's bedchamber maid. In large families, men usually did not take concubines before marriage, but having bedchamber maids was common. Before Xing Dairong appeared, she was the only one in Yaoguang Pavilion who had been favored. After Xing Dairong arrived, Chang Yunhua stopped touching her, and when Xing Dairong entered Yaoguang Pavilion, he sent Qiu Ling to serve the elderly ladies in the temple. She had already brought Qiu Ling back, and the next step was to elevate her to a concubine. Indeed, she was settling scores with Xing Dairong. Xing Dairong had repeatedly provoked her, and if she didn't retaliate, it wouldn't be like her. After all, dealing with a concubine without any status would not require much effort. Elevating a concubine would show how Xing Dairong would react. She was no saint. Not long after Lu Lingyun sent her request, Qiu Ling's indenture arrived along with Lady Qin's message. Lady Qin told her to handle everything herself. Upon receiving Qiu Ling's indenture, Lu Lingyun smiled lightly. Where is His Highness now? He went to play ball with the 2 sons of the Chancellor this afternoon. He might return by evening. Good. In the evening, Lu Lingyun found Chang Yunhua before he returned to Yaoguang Pavilion. Chang Yunhua kept his distance, trying to avoid any suspicion. But ultimately, Lu Lingyun had done nothing wrong, and he felt guilty towards her. Lu Lingyun also maintained an appropriate distance, standing in a place where he would not feel uncomfortable, and mentioned elevating Qiu Ling as a concubine. I recently learned that Qiu Ling used to serve the prince. Now that I am in the mansion, it is proper to give her a title. I want to elevate Qiu Ling as a concubine. Chang Yunhua frowned slightly upon hearing this. Elevate a concubine? Marriage alone had already upset Xing Dairong, adding another concubine. Your Highness need not worry. I am thinking that Qiu Ling is getting older, and if she is not elevated as a concubine, she will have no other prospects. Without a title or the prince's protection, life will be hard for her. Lu Lingyun lifted her handkerchief, showing genuine sympathy and compassion. This immediately evoked Chang Yunhua's memories of Qiu Ling. Qiu Ling was once his bedchamber maid. Before Xing Dairong came, she served him diligently. After Xing Dairong arrived, he stopped touching her and sent her to another courtyard for Xing Dairong's sake. Chang Yunhua was not a heartless man, and recalling the past, he felt some guilt towards Qiu Ling. Lu Lingyun then played her trump card. Moreover, I heard that Miss Xing is very progressive and does not care about titles. I just want to give Qiu Ling a title so she can live better and keep me company in the mansion. Her words were sincere and selfless, which further intensified Chang Yunhua's sense of guilt towards both her and Qiu Ling. All right, you decide. He agreed and then strode towards Yaoguang Pavilion. Before entering Yaoguang Pavilion, he sternly instructed everyone not to tell Xing Dairong that he had met Lu Lingyun. Even though they barely spoke and kept a distance, Chang Yunhua still feared Xing Dairong's misunderstanding. His actions were observed by Lu Lingyun and Shuang Hong. Young mistress, the prince truly treats that woman excessively well, said Shuang Hong. Indeed, the prince is a rare and deeply affectionate man. Chuanqing's tone was tinged with jealousy and envy. They had been in the mansion for some time now. Day by day, it must be said that from another perspective, Chang Yunxua was truly an excellent man. Unfortunately, not for their mistress. In Lu Lingyun's eyes, there was a serene and carefree demeanor. Ask about the cause and effect of orchid seeds in floating willows. Flowers bloom and fall in their own time. In this world, falling in love is easy, but living together is hard. Countless deep affections drown in the trivialities of daily life, and countless deep affections are consumed by fundamentally different worldviews. At the end of the day, love comes down to how people interact with each other. Beyond the initial dazzling heartbeats, once all the core aspects are revealed, most relationships end up being described as orchid seeds and floating willows. Lu Lingyun watched calmly. After the concubine matter was settled, the next day, she drank the concubine tea. Xiao Ling presented the tea to Lu Lingyun with utmost respect, looking at her as if she were a reborn parent. Your kindness I shall never forget. In the future I will serve you wholeheartedly, doing anything for you. Xiao Ling said, moved. As long as you serve the prince well and bear him a son soon. Lu Lingyun smiled as she accepted the tea, giving Shuang Hong a nod to hand over a large red envelope. Xiao Ling happily accepted the red envelope. Not only did Lu Lingyun elevate her to a concubine, but she also gave her a separate courtyard. The courtyard was close to Yaoguang Pavilion. You don't have anyone to serve you yet, so let me assign Chuanqing from my courtyard to assist you. If you see any suitable maidservants in the future, let me know and I'll arrange them for you. Yes, thank you, mistress, Xiao Ling said, deeply moved. From today onward she would have a maidservant. No longer just a servant girl. Chuanqing exchanged a glance with Lu Lingyun, showing no objections, and walked to Xiao Ling's side. Lu Lingyun also bestowed 2 sets of clothes and some jewelry on her, ensuring they left her courtyard with grandeur. As soon as they stepped out of Lu Lingyun's courtyard, Chuanqing spoke to Xiao Ling. Aunt Xiao, remember, to establish yourself in this mansion, you need to please not the young mistress, but the prince. Chapter 16, Aunt Xiao confronts Xing Dairong. Chapter 16, Aunt Xiao confronts Xing Dairong. After listening to Chuanqing, Xiao Ling clenched her handkerchief and said, I know that. With that, she raised her head and headed towards Yaoguang Pavilion. Xiao Ling was now 20, a year older than Chang Yunxua. She was born into the marquis household and had been by Chang Yunxua's side since childhood, taking care of him. Her father served the old marquis while her mother attended to the late matriarch. When the matriarch was alive, their family held significant influence in the household. Even Lady Qin treated them with respect. As an elder servant, Xiao Ling used to be the top maid in Yaoguang Pavilion. She grew up with Chang Yunxua and they were considered childhood sweethearts. Since childhood, Chang Yunxua called her Sister Xiao Ling and she personally sewed his undergarments and socks. Whenever he got something new and interesting, he would think of giving it to her first. As they grew older, it was natural for her to become Chang Yunxua's only bedmate. Xiao Ling knew her status was low, but once the future lady of the house entered, she could at least become a noble concubine. With her past relationship with Chang Yunxua, no new lady would dare touch her easily. But what was Xing Dairong? On the very first day Xing Dairong entered Yaoguang Pavilion, she expelled Xiao Ling and forbade her from returning to Lady Qin. She made Chang Yunxua send her to the prayer hall where she was grouped with the old marquis praying concubines. Xing Dairong said that was where someone like her belonged. Xiao Ling had long harbored resentment, but she had no choice but to endure in the prayer hall as the old marquis and Lady Qin could not handle Chang Yunxua and Xing Dairong. She never expected to be released one day, let alone be elevated to the rank of concubine. Now that she finally saw the light, she did not need Chuanqing to remind her. She had long wanted revenge. Lu Lingyun allowed her to choose her own courtyard, and she immediately picked the one closest to Yaoguang Pavilion. Just to deal with Xing Dairong. Let's go. It was early autumn and the afternoon sun was bright. The garden pond shimmered with ripples. A few pairs of colorful mandarin ducks swam on the lake, and the willow branches reflected in the clear water. A woman in a pink robe led by 2 maids strolled along the lakeside, enjoying the scenery when she encountered a woman dressed in a slightly red formal attire. Red was a color with significance in this era. Women wore red only on important occasions, such as weddings, major festivals, or children's weddings. Only the main wife could wear true red. Concubines and secondary wives could only wear slightly red. From a distance, Xing Dairong immediately noticed the woman in slightly red formal attire. She wore a silver hairpin and a gold-plated hair ornament. Having lived in this era for a few months, Xing Dairong could tell at a glance that she was not a maid. Just as she wondered who it was, Xiao Ling approached her with a fierce demeanor. Xing Dairong recognized her face but couldn't recall where she had seen her. The 2 maids behind her exclaimed in surprise. Xiao Ling! Xiao Ling! Xing Dairong repeated the name, her expression suddenly changing as she remembered. Who let you out? You still remember me, Xiao Ling said sarcastically. I thought all the women in Yaoguang Pavilion had been forgotten by you. Xing Dairong's face turned stern. Why aren't you in the prayer hall with those lowly concubines? What are you doing here? Lowly? Xiao Ling sneered. We are lowly concubines, but what about you? You're not even a concubine in this household. Living with our young master without marriage, without any status, aren't you even lower than us? I'm different from you. Yes, you are indeed different. We are not as lowly as you. At least we are decent commoners. You, on the other hand, are just a cheap courtesan who sells herself to men. Who knows how many men have slept with you? You're filthy. I haven't. In the brothel I sold my art, not my body. Oh, selling your art in a brothel, how novel. Who would believe that? Do you think you're a fairy or a princess? In the end, you're just better at seducing men. Xing Dairong trembled with rage. I'll tear your mouth apart. At that moment, Xiaoling caught sight of several people hurrying towards them. As Xing Dairong lunged at her, Xiaoling did not dodge. Just as Xing Dairong's hand touched her face, Xiaoling cried out, "My lady, I was wrong. Please forgive me." In the next instant, splash. Xiaoling fell into the pond. Xing Dairong was momentarily stunned, and then a voice roared from behind her, "Stop." Zhang Yunxua rushed over with his entourage. Xing Dairong saw him come and instinctively called out, "Yunxua. Prince, save me." In the not-so-deep pool, Xiaoling flailed about, desperately pleading for help from Zhang Yunxua. Zhang Yunxua did not look at Xing Dairong but immediately ordered someone to pull Xiaoling out of the water. As she was lifted out, wet and pitiful, Xiaoling threw herself into Zhang Yunxua's arms and sobbed, "Prince, Prince, I almost didn't see you again." Xiaoling cried with tears like pear blossoms in the rain. Her hair, disheveled and sticking to her face, made her appear even more fragile and pitiable. At this moment, Xing Dairong finally realized that she had been set up. She looked at Xiaoling, who was crying and complaining in Cheng Yunxua's arms, anger surging within her. "Cheng Yunxua. She is framing me." Cheng Yunxua, holding Xiaoling, glanced at her. "I saw it with my own eyes. What else do you have to argue about?" "You." "Prince, don't be angry. Miss Xing must have been shocked to learn that I was raised to the position of concubine." Xiaoling reached out with her delicate hand, clutching Cheng Yunxua's robe pitifully. Hearing this, Xing Dairong's eyes widened in shock. "You promoted her to be your concubine?" Cheng Yunxua had originally planned to explain the matter of promoting Xiaoling to concubine to Xing Dairong. But today he did not want to say a single word to her. After all, he was a man, the heir to the marquisate, and in this era, having multiple wives and concubines was not uncommon. There was no need to explain everything to everyone. He had promised Xing Dairong a lifetime of devotion and he intended to keep that promise. But giving his former woman a title, what was so unreasonable about that? Xing Dairong became jealous and caused a scene over him granting Xiaoling a position. Such jealousy only made him tired of her. He had fought against so many people for her sake and endured so much pressure. Why couldn't she show any understanding? Was he the only one making efforts and compromises for her? Couldn't she make a single concession? Yes. Cheng Yunxua picked Xiaoling up and spoke to Xing Dairong in a harsh tone for the first time. "I have decided to promote Xiaoling as my concubine. Whether you like it or not, I don't need your approval." Chapter 17 Testing Each Other. Chapter 17 Testing Each Other. Cheng Yunxua finished speaking and then carried the soaked Xiaoling away from there. Only Xing Dairong was left standing there in a daze, looking at Cheng Yunxua as he coldly and heartlessly carried someone away. She trembled with anger. Hee, how could he treat her like this? This man had clearly promised to love her for all eternity. That night, Cheng Yunxua did not return to Yaoguang Pavilion. He stayed at Aunt Xiao's autumn fragrance courtyard. That night, Xing Dairong smashed a pile of things in Yaoguang Pavilion. She cried and made a fuss until late into the night. When Lu Lingyun found out, it was already the next day. "Madam, last night, His Highness stayed at Aunt Xiao's place, but no matter what tricks Aunt Xiao used, His Highness only slept in a separate room," Chuanxing reported back to Lu Lingyun. "Why is that?" Chuanha asked in confusion. Logically, didn't His Highness break ties with her? Lu Lingyun swayed in her small chair in the courtyard, smiling faintly. "There's no real break. They're testing each other." "Testing each other?" "Testing who will give in first." Lu Lingyun smiled. Between men and women, if there isn't a common enemy to fight together against, the rest of the time is spent battling within the marriage. Either one will overpower the other, or the other will overpower one. Previously, Cheng Yunxua indulged Xing Dairong in everything. He loved her so much that he would disregard rules and propriety, far more than she loved him, which meant Xing Dairong had the upper hand. But now, when they encountered a significant boundary test, Cheng Yunxua no longer wanted to give in. He wanted Xing Dairong to give in. Last night, he stayed at Aunt Xiao's place but refused to share a room with her, which explained everything. As for Xing Dairong, Lu Lingyun had noticed during their interactions that she had an inexplicable arrogance, not knowing where her pride came from. Her words and demeanor were filled with disdain and contempt for everyone. She looked down on everyone, even Cheng Yunxua. So she kept pushing Cheng Yunxua to give in, making him accommodate her in every way. The two were locked in a standoff. "Madam, who do you think will give in?" "It has to be her," Chuanha said disdainfully. Last night, she smashed things in Yaoguang Pavilion and went to sleep. According to her usual temper, shouldn't she have gone to make a scene? Lu Lingyun smiled gently. "No, it will still be Cheng Yunxua." "Why?" everyone asked in unison. "Why?" "Because Cheng Yunxua still loves her deeply. It is always the one who loves more who gives in. But in this world, there is no one who will always give in. If only one person keeps retreating, eventually the feelings will fade." Lu Lingyun smiled without saying anything. Soon after, Little Wei ran in to report, "Madam, His Highness has returned to Yaoguang Pavilion." Everyone present looked at Lu Lingyun. For a moment, everyone felt that Lu Lingyun was truly divine. Their madam seemed to grasp everything effortlessly. Lu Lingyun simply smiled at their gazes. She wasn't that capable, she just had more experience and had seen more, living a lifetime more than them. Send Anchio some fabric and some ginger tea with brown sugar. She fell into the water yesterday, it must have been hard on her, Lu Lingyun instructed calmly. Yes, Chuanxing acknowledged. After Chuanxing brought the items back to Autumn Fragrance courtyard, Xiaoling was sitting in the courtyard cursing. What tricks does that vixen have to bewitch His Highness? She came from a brothel, so naturally she's good at seducing people. Hearing these words, Chuanxing smiled. Anchio, don't be angry. Madam sent me here with some things for you. Xiaoling looked at the items in Chuanxing's hands. There was ginger tea with brown sugar and a fine piece of fabric. Madam said you suffered yesterday when you fell into the water. It must have been hard on you. Xiaoling's expression immediately improved. Still, the mistress is kind. Who would say otherwise? Our young mistress is a kind-hearted person, but that one always talks nonsense in front of our young mistress and has never been punished. Hearing this, Xiaoling felt even more frustrated. Such an ungrateful and arrogant vixen relying on a bit of favor to offend everyone. Just wait and see how I'll deal with her. Chuanxing looked at Xiaoling and smiled slightly. What other tricks does Aunt Chio have up her sleeve? Xiaoling thought seriously for a moment. Right. The prince loves the osmanthus cakes I make. Now that the osmanthus flowers are in bloom, let's make some osmanthus cakes for the prince. Chuanxing's eyes lit up. Good idea. Meanwhile, Cheng Yunxua returned to Yaoguang Pavilion, already extending a significant olive branch. But Xing Dairong had no intention of accepting it. She locked herself in her room, refusing to eat or drink. Cheng Yunxua sent food several times, but Xing Dairong threw everything away. After seeing this happen repeatedly, Cheng Yunxua lost his patience. Eat if you want, don't if you don't. He was deeply troubled. She had done something wrong, yet she still had such a temper. Every time, he had to coax her, and even his affection couldn't withstand such treatment. He stayed in Yaoguang Pavilion until the afternoon, feeling suffocated, and finally left. Just as he stepped out, he saw two women shaking osmanthus trees to collect the flowers. Seeing this, Chang Yunxua was reminded of his childhood, when he and Xiaoling, along with others in the courtyard, used to shake osmanthus trees together. He loved osmanthus cakes, and Xiaoling would always make them for him with the collected flowers. Thinking about this, he spotted Xiaoling among the women shaking the trees. Xiaoling. Prince, you came just in time. I've collected many osmanthus flowers and will make osmanthus cakes for you later. Xiaoling gave him a sweet smile. This immediately evoked memories from the past. You fell into the water yesterday and haven't fully recovered from your cold. Take good care of yourself, Cheng Yunxua said. I'm not that important. Now that I can leave the prayer hall and see the prince again, I cherish every moment. Xiaoling held the osmanthus flowers and approached Cheng Yunxua with gentle care. Hearing this, Cheng Yunxua compared her to Xing Dairong, who only knew how to throw tantrums and refused to be consoled. He immediately saw the difference and recalling how he had expelled Xiaoling for Xing Dairong said, Sister Qiu, don't be angry with me. Moved by this title, Xiaoling's eyes welled up with tears. How could I be angry with the prince? As long as the prince still cares about me, I am content. I have no one else to rely on in this world except the prince. That night, Cheng Yunxua rested in the Autumn Fragrance courtyard. Xing Dairong finally panicked. The prince hasn't come back again. Yes, the prince stayed with Sister Qiu last night. Smack. Xing Dairong slapped Shogu harshly. Who is your sister? You traitorous thing. Who is your master? Shogu looked at Xing Dairong in shock. Was this the same Xing Dairong who, upon their first meeting, held her hand and told her that everyone was equal and that she wasn't anyone's slave? What are you still doing here? Go and bring the prince back. Xing Dairong said angrily. Chapter 18, Venting Frustration. Chapter 18, Venting Frustration. In the Autumn Fragrance courtyard. Xiaoling served Cheng Yunxua dinner with joy and enthusiasm. The small courtyard was lit by flickering lamps, and Xiaoling kept telling Cheng Yunxua amusing stories from the past. As they talked, Cheng Yunxua, who had initially maintained some distance from Xiaoling, gradually relaxed. After all, the weight of old friends in one's heart is different. At first, Cheng Yunxua had driven Xiaoling away out of sheer passion. He had just spent 10,000 taels of gold at the Fragrant Drift courtyard, competing with a group of aristocratic sons to redeem Xing Dairong forcefully. At that moment, he truly felt ready to defy the world for her sake. When Xing Dairong said she wanted to be his only love forever, he immediately sent Xiaoling away upon returning home. Without any hesitation or consideration. Now that Xiaoling had returned to his side, their past affection slowly resurfaced, and he couldn't help but feel that he had indeed been too passionate about Xing Dairong back then. There is no lasting fiery passion in this world. If there isn't shared adversity, the initial fervor will eventually fade. Would you like to stay here tonight, Your Highness? Xiaoling asked gently. Cheng Yunxua responded indifferently, Xiaoling couldn't hide her delight. Just as she was about to serve him more food, she heard Xiao Kuai's voice from outside. Your Highness. Xiao Kuai entered with her head bowed low. lowering it even further when she saw Qiuling. She spoke softly, "Sister Qiuling." Qiuling noticed the slap mark on her face. "What happened to your face?" Cheng Yunxua also looked at Qiu Kuai's face. Qiu Kuai hurriedly covered her face. "Nothing, I accidentally bumped into something." "Sure. You can't bump into something and get a slap mark. Did the person in your room do this?" Qiuling saw through her lie instantly. Qiu Kuai dared not say more. No, it was just an accident. Don't speak for her anymore. We're all our own people here. The prince should know what kind of person she is. Sister Qiuling, please stop. Miss Xing was just upset when she heard the prince wasn't coming back, Qiu Kuai said, covering her face in embarrassment. Hearing this, Cheng Yunxua threw down his chopsticks. With that temper, she wants me to go back. Tell her I won't go back. If she dares to make things difficult for you again, she'll never see me again. Qiuling's joy was evident once more. That night, the prince indeed did not return and stayed in the autumn fragrance courtyard. However, he still did not share a room with Qiuling. It was as if he was sulking with Xing Dairong, both of them in a huff. Finally, on the third day, Xing Dairong could no longer bear it. She left Yaoguang Pavilion and rushed to the autumn fragrance courtyard. Cheng Yunxua. Xing Dairong shouted outside the gate of the autumn fragrance courtyard. Soon, the door opened. But only Qiuling came out, fanning herself with a round fan. "Oh, who's this?" "You bitch." Xing Dairong's anger flared up at the sight of Qiuling, and she lunged at her. Qiuling stood tall, presenting her face. "Hit me, hit my face. Hit me so the prince can see clearly." Xing Dairong's rage subsided at these words. Damn, this bitch used the same trick last time to frame her. Fortunately, Qiu Kuai intervened from behind, and Xing Dairong stopped, pointing at Qiuling and cursing, "You bitch, framing me twice. How dare you be so cheap? Cheap, cheap, cheap. You're dead cheap." "Haha, really, someone so cheap doesn't even realize it. I may be cheap, but I'm not as cheap as you. When you can't win, you resort to violence. Do you really think you're the mistress? Take a good look at yourself. The prince used to pamper you, making you arrogant. Everyone in the mansion sees you as a joke." Xing Dairong couldn't argue with Qiuling, her chest heaving with anger. "How dare you talk to me like this? I'll have Cheng Yunxua kill you." "Oh, go ahead, go ahead. Oh wait, I almost forgot to tell you, the prince left early this morning." He left so early. It's clear he didn't want to see certain people who think too highly of themselves. Certain people should really reflect on whether their favor has run out. "You're lying. Cheng Yunxua promised me he would only have me for life. He's mine. No matter how much you talk, you can't hide the fact that you stole my man. You're a cheap mistress. A cheap mistress. Stop acting crazy in front of me." Qiuling shoved her aside, glaring and pointing at her nose. "You keep saying the prince is yours as if you were the real mistress of the mansion. You're nothing but a bed warmer, not even a concubine. If you can't see your place, I'll show you myself." Qiuling went back inside, grabbed her chamber pot, and threw its contents at Xing Dairong. Xing Dairong dodged just in time. The stench filled the air, and she trembled with rage. Just as she was about to rush at Qiuling slammed the door shut. "What kind of thing are you? Thinking you're the mistress coming to my room to show off?" Xing Dairong trembled with anger, her mind blank. She kicked the closed door fiercely. But the kicks only hurt her feet. Filled with anger and resentment, she ran back to Yaoguang Pavilion. Just as she ran back, the last two sentences from Qiuling suddenly enlightened her. "The mistress of the household? Lingyun." At this moment, the autumn wind rustled and the sun was just right. In the small parlor where the through breeze felt comfortable, Lu Lingyun was looking at the account books. Relieving, truly relieving. Just now, Aunt Qiu took the chamber pot from the room and splashed it out, drenching Xing Dairong so thoroughly that she couldn't even let out a single word. Chuanhe and Shuanghong were both laughing uncontrollably, and Little Wei, who came to deliver the message, was laughing so hard that tears flew from her eyes. "Young lady, people like her deserve this treatment. Let her go mad in front of us every day." Lu Lingyun, flipping through the account books, smiled faintly. She hadn't expected Aunt Qiu's ability to infuriate others to be so great. In just a couple of days, she had made Xing Dairong so agitated that she couldn't sit still and had tormented her severely. "All right, Shuanghong, you should go out of the estate later and tell Jiran to start stockpiling charcoal extensively during this period. It's just the beginning of autumn, so the acquisition price is better." "Yes." Shuanghong stopped laughing and responded while holding her stomach. After becoming familiar with the affairs of the estate, Lu Lingyun was about to start managing the manors and properties under her name. As a reborn person, she had to seize some crucial time points. She clearly remembered that this winter would be particularly cold, causing the price of charcoal to skyrocket, making it difficult to buy even with a lot of money later on. In her previous life, she was in the Li family estate at that time, and the Li family didn't have enough charcoal, prioritizing the head of the household and the eldest brother's family. She suffered greatly from the cold following the heir, and her health deteriorated then. This life, she would take the initiative early and stockpile charcoal first. Just as she arranged these tasks, another report came in. "Young lady, the one from Yaoguang Pavilion has come again." Chapter 19, Who is the third wheel? Chapter 19, Who is the third wheel? The one from Yaoguang Pavilion? Xing Dairong is here again? Lu Lingyun closed the ledger and smiled faintly. She's not too foolish. Let her in. The ledger was just removed from the table when Xing Dairong barged in with an entourage. Before anyone could speak, she demanded, "It's you. It must be you, deliberately elevating a concubine to upset me." Miss Xing takes herself too seriously. Little Wei said coldly. How dare you interrupt when your mistress is speaking? Xing Dairong glared at Little Wei. Little Wei stood firm. Miss, you know our mistress well. She has never said a word about this. What right do you have to speak? Hearing this, Xing Dairong looked furious but ignored Little Wei, turning to Lu Lingyun. Are you going to say this has nothing to do with you? Lu Lingyun sat on a bamboo stool, smiling lightly. Miss Xing, I remember hearing from the servants that you don't care about titles or vanity. If that's true, why do you mind Xiaoling being elevated to concubine? How can it be the same? That wretched woman is stealing my man. You as a third wheel are not enough. Now you're arranging a fourth. Lu Lingyun listened to these new terms, knowing they were meant to insult. She shook her head gently. Miss Xing, you're wrong again. Where am I wrong? As soon as she appeared, she stole the prince. Isn't that stealing my man? Lingyun looked at her. You call me a third wheel because Cheng Yunshua and you are together, right? Of course. We are together, so you are the third wheel. Brazen. Arrogant. Little Wei and the others exclaimed angrily. Lu Lingyun waved her hand, still looking calm. If you say that anyone who comes after you is a third wheel, then Xiaoling arrived before you. By your logic, you are the third wheel between her and the prince. Lu Lingyun spoke softly but firmly, and everyone cheered. That's right. Xing Dairong always claimed she was first with Cheng Yunshua, so she boldly called Lu Lingyun a third wheel. But by her own logic, she was also a third wheel. And a third wheel who came first. How dare she keep shouting at Lu Lingyun? You. It's not like that. If not, then what is it? Lu Lingyun smiled at her. She would use Xing Dairong's own logic against her. Xing Dairong bit her lip, feeling both embarrassed and angry, and shouted, the one not loved is the third wheel. Lu Lingyun was slightly taken aback, then laughed. You previously said that the one who comes after a couple is a third wheel, and now you say the one not loved is a third wheel. I understand, no matter what, you are not a third wheel and everyone else is, right? Xing Dairong couldn't refute this and stubbornly said, anyway, Cheng Yunshua promised me he would love only me for life. Very good. Lu Lingyun nodded. So, back to the beginning, if you only want his love, why are you questioning others becoming concubines? Xing Dairong was left speechless. Indeed, if she only wanted Cheng Yunshua's love, she should focus on him. She had said herself that she didn't care about titles, only their genuine love. Now coming to argue with Lu Lingyun made her look hypocritical and unreasonable. Xing Dairong took deep breaths. Then control that wretched Xiaoling. Make her stop stealing my man. Lu Lingyun smiled again. No, according to your logic, you should make sure the prince always loves you. If he stops loving you, you become the third wheel. Xing Dairong couldn't utter another word and stormed out of Lu Lingyun's presence. Xing Dairong's hasty retreat made many in the room feel relieved, but they also thought Lu Lingyun was too lenient. Madam, you're too kind. In other households, someone like her would be directly punished. Exactly. In stricter families, someone so unaware of her place and so arrogant would have been beaten to death. Lu Lingyun listened to Chuanha and Little Wei and said calmly. Compared to killing, I prefer to break the spirit. Killing is meaningless, breaking someone's spirit is far more satisfying. After returning from Lu Lingyun, Xing Dairong locked herself in her room. Xiaoling worried she would throw a tantrum and anxiously waited outside, fearing she might offend her again. By nightfall, the door opened from the outside. As the door opened, Xing Dairong, dressed in white, appeared before her. Miss Xing. Where's the prince? Xing Dairong asked in a gentle voice. This soft tone only left Xiaoku surprised, and she replied cautiously, the prince has gone to the autumn fragrance courtyard again. As she spoke, she kept her back stiff, fearing another slap. But in the next moment, she heard the same gentle voice, oh, then accompany me there and bring him back. With that, Xing Dairong strode out. Xiaoku looked at the transformed Xing Dairong in disbelief. In her memory, Xing Dairong was a bold woman who dared to say anything and do anything, even argue and throw tantrums with the prince. She had many words and ideas that Xiaoku did not dare to agree with, but sometimes she couldn't help but admire her. If she were a man, she would be attracted to her too. But now, this didn't seem like the lively and spirited Xing Dairong anymore. Xiaoku didn't say more and followed Xing Dairong to the autumn fragrance courtyard. This time, Xing Dairong didn't cause a scene. Upon entering the autumn fragrance courtyard, she stared straight at Cheng Yunshua. Within 3 breaths, Cheng Yunshua stood up from the dining table. How did you come here? Xing Dairong said nothing, still looking at him with watery eyes. After another breath, Cheng Yunshua left behind Xiaoling, who was patiently serving him, and carried Xing Dairong away in his arms. Xiaoku watched the scene in shock throughout. It wasn't until she saw Xing Dairong give Xiaoling a victorious, taunting look when Cheng Yunshua wasn't looking that she found a bit of the old Xing Dairong in her eyes. She did it on purpose. And used tricks to win the man over. And succeeded. Xing Dairong had truly changed. After Cheng Yunshua carried Xing Dairong back to Yaoguang Pavilion, she didn't throw any more tantrums. It was as if all the anger from before had vanished. The two reconciled overnight, and that night they were disgustingly affectionate. Xiao Ling was furious and cursed the entire night, calling her a vixen. The next day, the refreshed Xing Dairong deliberately held Cheng Yunshua's hand and wandered in front of Xiao Ling. This infuriated Xiao Ling so much that she ran to Lu Lingyun to complain. Chapter 20, Swift and Decisive. Chapter 20, Swift and Decisive. In the small reception hall, many people were waiting. Several senior housekeepers had come as usual to report household affairs to Lu Lingyun, while Aunt Xiao sat beside her, sobbing. Lingyun listened to the crying while calculating accounts on an abacus. Her fingers paused, stopping at one account book. 100 taels for repairing a wall? Yes, young lady. It's based on the previous repair cost for this wall. Lingyun became even more alert. She hurriedly waved at Aunt Xiao beside her, asking her to stop crying. This wall was repaired before? Today she received a report from the housekeeper that a wall on the west side of the estate had collapsed. The housekeeper came to report about the wall repairs. Originally, such matters were reported to Lady Qin, but now that Lady Qin was resting, all matters except the most significant were handled by Lingyun. She immediately sensed something fishy about the wall repair. 3 months ago, during heavy rain, it was damaged and repaired once, costing 100 taels, the housekeeper replied. Lingyun heard this and said, "Bring me the person responsible for the previous repair along with the original account book." Yes. The senior housekeeper left, and Lingyun instructed Shuang Hong, "Go to the west side and take a look at the broken wall, then bring back a few pieces of broken bricks." Yes. Soon, the senior housekeeper brought the housekeeper in charge of the previous repair and the account book. The housekeeper's surname was Cui, and he was a born servant of the estate. His parents used to serve the old Lord Marquis but now lived in retirement on the estate's farm. He was responsible for purchasing within the estate, and everyone called him Cui Da. Cui Da walked over with a smile, greeting Lingyun, "Good fortune to you, young lady. May you live long and prosper." "Don't flatter me, Cui Da. Let me ask you, did you handle the repair of the wall on the west side 3 months ago?" Lingyun asked gently. Lingyun's voice was very gentle, making her seem easy to talk to. Moreover, she had been in the estate for almost a month and always maintained a good temper. Even when the dancer from the prince's quarters came to her, she never punished her, which made Cui to lower his guard. "Yes, young lady. Rest assured, I will ensure the wall is repaired well this time to your satisfaction." Lingyun continued in a soft tone. "Show me the account book from the previous repair." Unaware of any issue, Cui Da handed over the account book. Lingyun flipped through the messy handwriting and read aloud, "5 cash per piece of blue and white brick. You bought 10,000 pieces?" "Yes, young lady, these blue and white bricks are the best quality, sturdy and durable. 10 workers hired for a month, 30 taels in wages?" "Yes, that wall is several dozen feet long. It takes time to do a good job. 20 taels spent on mixing mortar and other miscellaneous expenses?" "Yes, these materials are quite expensive." Cui Da looked sincere, smiling with a glint of cunning in his eyes, lying without any hesitation. Even someone experienced like Lady Qin would not have noticed the discrepancies. How could Lingyun, a young lady raised in seclusion, know the prices of bricks and walls? For those handling purchases, special funds were the easiest to embezzle. As long as there were legitimate entries, they could be approved. He tried to deflect with his smile, but the next moment, the account book was slapped in his face. "You really have some nerve." Lingyun suddenly stood up, her usually gentle demeanor changing instantly. She stared sharply at the kneeling Cui Da below her. "I'll give you one chance. How much did you embezzle last time you repaired the wall?" Seeing this, Cui Da immediately felt guilty. But he still couldn't gauge how much Lingyun knew. "Young lady, I didn't embezzle anything." With a loud clatter, a few broken bricks were thrown at him. Lingyun looked down at him from above. "Tell me, are these the best blue and white bricks? They look like ordinary clay bricks to me." "Young lady." Cui Da's face turned pale. Lingyun continued, "On the market, these ordinary clay bricks cost half a cash each. Even blue and white bricks only cost 3 cash each. With bulk purchases, there should be discounts. How much did you embezzle on the bricks? And the labor costs, 30 taels for 10 workers for a month? That's enough to build an entire courtyard, yet you only repaired a short wall. You even dared to exaggerate the cost of mixing mortar. If you paid 30 taels for labor, no foreman would ask for extra money for mixing mortar. 100 taels for such a shoddy wall repair. Cui Da, you really have some nerve. You must have embezzled at least 80 taels." He had no idea that Lingyun not only knew the basic prices but also had extensive life experience. In her past life, she worked with Li Heir to govern the region, rising through the ranks. She had personally handled everything related to the people's livelihoods, knowing not just brick prices and labor costs but also the prices of various crops in the processes of different industries. Trying to deceive her with such trivial matters was laughable. Hearing Lingyun pinpoint every discrepancy in the wall repair and accurately calculate how much he had embezzled, Cui Da broke out in cold sweat. "Young lady, this servant really didn't." "Didn't?" Lingyun sneered. "Are you trying to tell me you didn't embezzle or were deceived?" "I've been deceived. They tricked me. Our family has served the estate for generations. How could I dare to deceive the masters? They must have profited from it themselves." Cui Da sobbed uncontrollably, his emotions genuine. How could Lu Lingyun be so easily fooled? She looked at Cui Da and said, "Fine, go and bring every shopkeeper who sold bricks for the wall repairs and every worker who did the job here. I'll give you a chance to confront them face to face. If there's even the slightest discrepancy, don't blame me for being ruthless. If he is to die, let him die with a clear conscience. Hearing this, Chueda could no longer pretend. He knelt down and confessed, "Young lady, Chueda was wrong and I won't dare do it again. Please consider our family's dedicated service to the marquisate and forgive me this time. I will repay the money." Lu Lingyun looked coldly at Chueda. "Repay the money? That's not all. Guards, drag Chueda out and give him 20 strokes of the cane. Remove him from all duties and within 3 days return every penny of the embezzled funds. If you're short by even a single coin, you'll regret it." As she spoke, Chueda wailed pitifully and the servants in the courtyard immediately dragged him away. Lu Lingyun's swift and decisive handling of Chueda intimidated everyone else in the courtyard. She had always been gentle and unassuming, but after this everyone knew that their new mistress was far from a sheltered young lady. Trying to deceive her would get them nowhere. The others immediately became more respectful toward Lu Lingyun. Chapter 21, The Buffet Restaurant. Chapter 21, The Buffet Restaurant. Lu Lingyun finished dealing with Chueda and looked at the others with both kindness and authority. Everyone should take Chueda as an example. However, rest assured that as long as you do your work clearly and honestly, I will not treat you unfairly. "Yes, young lady." The various managers and stewards responded. Lu Lingyun sat back down, and only one ledger remained in front of her. After flipping through a couple of pages, she frowned. This time, before she could ask, the steward responsible for this ledger stepped forward cautiously. "Young lady, this is the revenue ledger for our restaurant on East Street. Why is there such a significant loss this month?" "The prince ordered us to renovate the restaurant," the steward said, observing Lu Lingyun's expression. "He wants to turn it into a buffet restaurant." "A buffet restaurant?" Aunt Chiu, who had been listening all along, spoke up. "Mistress, I know what it is. On the day that little vixen entered the residence, she pestered the prince to open a buffet restaurant, saying it would definitely make money. It was all her doing." "What is a buffet restaurant?" "It basically means that all the food in the restaurant is free for consumption. You just pay an entrance fee. Meat and vegetables aren't separated," Xiaoling said, pursing her lips. "I don't know what she's thinking. Without separating meat and vegetables, everyone will just eat meat, and we'll lose a fortune." Lu Lingyun raised an eyebrow after hearing this. She flipped back a few pages to review the previous revenues of the restaurant. This restaurant was still a profitable business for the marquisate, bringing in 500 or 600 taels of silver every month, with steady earnings. It had not reopened since the renovation. "Young lady, the restaurant is ready to open," the steward asked in a low voice. Given the current situation of the marquisate, he wasn't sure whom to report to directly. Although the prince had directly instructed him to renovate it, it was still a business of the marquisate, and the mistress needed to be informed. Otherwise, he would be the one to suffer. Xiaoling watched Lu Lingyun closely, hoping she would suppress the matter and then call Xing Dairong over to deal with her. Instead, she saw Lu Lingyun close the ledger. "I understand." She looked approvingly at the steward. "What is your name?" "This servant is Kong Ping." "Good, Kong Ping. From now on, bring the ledgers of this buffet restaurant to me, but you should consult the prince about its operations." "Yes." After finishing the day's tasks, Lu Lingyun dismissed the stewards and maids. Now she had time to listen to Aunt Chiu's grievances. Being the head of the household, there were rarely any idle moments. With the entire family's affairs inside and outside the house, everything needed Lu Lingyun's attention. Fortunately, the household was small. If there were more relatives in social events, she would have even more to manage. "I've heard your story. What do you want me to do?" Lu Lingyun asked Aunt Chiu. Xiaoling's eyes flickered. "Mistress, compared to your responsibilities, my issues are trivial. I won't trouble you further. You're quite understanding." Xiaoling looked at Lu Lingyun. "Mistress, you must be bored staying in the residence all day. How about we go see the buffet restaurant when it opens?" Lu Lingyun tapped her head lightly. "You certainly have a lot of ideas." "Mistress, I'm truly on your side. That little vixen will surely ruin our marquisate. We must go and see it for ourselves." Lu Lingyun smiled faintly. "All right, let's go when it opens." "Great." Xiaoling left Lu Lingyun's courtyard happily. As she walked back to her autumn fragrance courtyard, she ran into Xing Dairong, who was strolling with her maidservant. Today, Xing Dairong was radiant and in high spirits. Not only had she reconciled with Chang Yunxua recently, but he also told her that the promised buffet restaurant could finally open. Xing Dairong felt invigorated. As a time traveler, gaining a passionate love affair was one thing, but using modern innovations to astonish the ancients was equally important. She had long planned to open a buffet restaurant. Once the restaurant opened, it would undoubtedly amaze the entire imperial city. She could already imagine the restaurant bustling with customers, each amazed by the variety of dishes, and she would profit immensely. With the opening date set, Xing Dairong felt refreshed. Seeing Xiaoling approaching from afar, she deliberately blocked her path, strutting arrogantly. Xiaoling moved left, and Xing Dairong blocked her left. Xiaoling moved right, and Xing Dairong blocked her right. "What do you want?" Xiaoling stopped. "Aren't you quite skilled?" Xing Dairong sneered. "Why doesn't the prince visit you anymore? Who is more skilled than you? A vixen from a brothel. Can't you insult me without mentioning the brothel? Then what else have you learned besides the skills from the brothel?" Ah, this is just the point that Xing Dairong likes to show off. Xing Dairong immediately donned a look of arrogant disdain as she looked at Xiao Ling. Do you think I'm like you, someone who's only good at engaging in female competition and can't live without a man, a feudal woman? I have so many skills. I could scare you to death with just one. What's the matter? Xiao Ling raised her eyebrows. Xing Dairong's gaze turned sharp at this moment, feigning profundity as he declared, clothing, food, shelter, and transportation, I am transforming the entire world in every aspect. Ha 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 ha. Xiao Ling laughed uncontrollably. What's so funny? Xing Dairong looked at her as if she were a monkey. Just you wait and see. When I become renowned in the annals of history and you're so far beneath me that you can't even touch the tips of my toes with your admiration, you'll realize just how ridiculous you're being right now. Ha 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 ha. Xiao Ling was holding her stomach, laughing uncontrollably. Xing Dairong glanced at her as if she were a monkey and led the way forward. Come, let's go check out my buffet restaurant. Outside the mansion on Dongjie Street. When Xing Dairong arrived at the Gather Good Fortune building with her entourage, Kong Ping was already inside entertaining Cheng Yunxua. Yunxua. Dairong, you're here, Cheng Yunxua said with a smile upon seeing her. Do you see if it's done according to your thoughts? Xing Dairong walked in cheerfully, and upon entering, she immediately saw the dessert area, which was set up with various fruits and snacks as she had requested. Why are there so few fruits? Xing Dairong only saw some watermelons, peaches, pears, red dates, dried fruits, and some handmade pastries. Are there no bananas, pineapples, or durians? Both Cheng Yunxua and Kong Ping were puzzled. Xing Dairong muttered to herself at this moment, right? This era doesn't have it yet. Forget it, then just put more snacks. Fill this place with snacks, it won't look good if there's too little. Kong Ping furrowed his brows upon hearing this. Oh, my great aunt, does she have any idea how expensive the dim sum is? Chapter 22 Cost Calculation. Chapter 22 Cost Calculation. What's with that look on your face? Xing Dairong was displeased when she saw him frowning. Miss, the cost of the pastries isn't low. The price of brown sugar is still rising, and the cost for one caddy of pastries is over 30 copper coins, Kong Ping answered honestly. In this era, pastries were rare treats. The brown sugar needed for them came from the south, and its price fluctuated greatly, ranging from 10 to 20 copper coins per caddy. In Imperial City, the wealthiest place in the country, ordinary waiters at restaurants earned only 2 to 3 taels of silver per month, which equates to 200 to 300 copper coins. Not many people could afford pastries. To be asked to fill the place with such expensive pastries upon entry would surely lead to massive losses. Do you know anything? Who eats just pastries at a buffet? Xing Dairong frowned, looking as if she found him petty. Beside her, Cheng Yunxua smiled at her spirited appearance and indulgently said, Let's listen to Dairong. Kong Ping remained silent, nodding and noting down the instructions. Meanwhile, Xing Dairong continued walking inside and soon reached the cold dish area she had requested. There were 12 large porcelain basins prepared, each labeled with its name. They included boiled fennel beans, boiled mung beans, boiled peanuts, boiled kidney beans, cold mixed eggplant, cold mixed bean sprouts, cold mixed tofu, boiled radish, cold mixed lettuce, cold mixed spinach, cold mixed cabbage, and cold mixed winter purslane. Next to these were various staple foods, steamed sweet potatoes, steamed pumpkins, steamed buns, and steamed coarse rice. Seeing so many cold dishes and staples, Xing Dairong nodded in satisfaction. You said the pastries are expensive, but wouldn't the cost of these cold dishes balance it out? At a buffet, people eat a little bit of everything, not just the expensive items. Your perspective is too narrow. Kong Ping. His perspective was narrow, but he didn't mention that the cost of these cold dishes wasn't low either. If people were allowed to eat without limit, they would naturally gravitate towards the more expensive options. Who would choose the cheaper ones? How many people in this era could even afford to eat properly? Soon, they arrived at the meat dish area. According to Xing Dairong's requirements, besides the usual braised pork belly, pig knuckles, stir-fried meat, roasted chicken, and roasted duck, there should also be a new addition, barbecue. Skewers of marinated lamb and pork were grilled over an open flame until they sizzled with oil, then seasoned with chili sauce and the rare western spice, cumin, creating an irresistible aroma. This barbecue indeed broadened Kong Ping's horizons. When he first heard about it, he thought their restaurant could introduce it as a signature dish, refining the taste and targeting high-end customers. But who knew Xing Dairong wanted a complete overhaul, making barbecue a category which doubled their costs. Meat prices were already high, and their unlimited buffet style would surely lead to significant losses. You must ensure a steady supply of meat. If it runs low, replenish it immediately, especially the barbecue. It's a major draw. Kong Ping looked at Cheng Yunxua, who was focused on Xing Dairong, and replied, yes. By the way, what about drinks? Miss Xing, drinks are too expensive. We plan to sell them separately at 15 copper coins per cup. No. This is a buffet restaurant. Drinks are included. But the cost of drinks is really high. Without limits, our restaurant will be drained dry. Yunxua, look at this. Xing Dairong tugged at Cheng Yunshua's sleeve, pouting. All right, let's do as Dairong says, Kong Ping. Include the drinks. Hearing this, Xing Dairong immediately looked triumphant at Kong Ping. Did you hear that? Yes. Don't give me that long face. You short-sighted people only see small profits. Just wait and see how I'll take Imperial City by storm and make a fortune. And don't forget the watermelon juice and fruit drinks. Got it? Yes. Kang Ping lowered his head, not daring to say more. He watched Xing Dairong walk through the entire restaurant, satisfied with her rough, low-budget version of a buffet. After pointing out a few flaws, she finally finished. Afterward, Kong Ping cautiously asked Prince Miss Xing what will be the price for this buffet? Price? That stumped Xing Dairong. She turned to Kong Ping asking, what do you think the price should be? Kong Ping's expression grew serious. It can't be less than 100 copper coins per person. The unlimited buffet she created was suitable only for the wealthy. Not only were the costs high, but the poor would consume more. 100 copper coins was a crucial threshold, ensuring that only those with some savings could enter. Even then, Kong Ping worried that after the novelty wore off, few wealthy patrons would be willing to pay. Upon hearing this, Xing Dairong widened her eyes. How can you be so greedy? She understood the value of money in this era. Back at the brothel, a pot of flower wine cost only 100 copper coins. How could Kong Ping charge so much for the buffet? Who could afford it? Miss Xing, this is already the lowest price. Do you know how much pork and mutton costs per caddy, or how much chickens and ducks cost per bird? Stop talking nonsense. My buffet should be affordable for everyone. How much do you earn as a servant like you? Miss, I earn 4 taels per month, which is 400 copper coins. Then set the price at 40 copper coins. Half price for children and the elderly. On opening day, everyone gets half price. Ah. Kang Ping drew in a sharp breath. At this moment, even Cheng Yunchua couldn't help but frown and look at Xing Dairong. It wasn't that he had a concept of money, but he knew that 40 coins were absolutely not enough to eat meat and drink wine in the Imperial City. Yunchua, you have to understand that my model is about volume. The more people, the more profit. Besides, didn't you tell me that I'm in full charge of the buffet restaurant? I promised to build you a unique business empire. Kong Ping. Under her cajoling, Xing Yunchua said, all right, it's all up to you. Kong Ping. Xing Dairong looked expectantly, then let's officially open tomorrow. I guarantee it will be an instant hit. Upon receiving the news that the buffet restaurant was opening tomorrow, Lu Lingyun gave a faint smile. This buffet restaurant is indeed something new. In the blink of an eye, the next day arrived. On East Street, drums were beaten, gongs were struck, and firecrackers were set off. After over a month of renovation, the Gather Good Fortune building reopened, drawing a crowd to gather and watch. After the noisy firecrackers finished, Kong Ping came out from the Gather Good Fortune building, unveiling a brand new red sign, revealing several large characters before everyone. Gather Good Fortune Buffet. For a moment, the surrounding crowd buzzed with excitement. Gather Good Fortune Buffet? What is a buffet? Chapter 23 Grand Opening. Chapter 23 Grand Opening. Amidst the excited chatter, Kong Ping bowed to everyone. Thank you, esteemed guests. Our Gather Good Fortune building has been renovated and is now a buffet restaurant. That means everything here is all you can eat and all you can drink. Wow. The scene erupted like a boiling pot. Everyone was buzzing with excitement. All you can eat and all you can drink. Is this for real? What's included? Absolutely true. We have fruits, pastries, various cold dishes, steamed foods, roasted chicken, roasted pork, barbecued duck, barbecued meat. Even the drinks are free. Everyone around them became even more excited. There's roasted chicken and pork, barbecued duck and meat. All meats unlimited. Mom, I can smell the meat. It's really fragrant. Manager King, how much is it? Thanks to your support, our new establishment offers a special opening price. Originally 40 cash per person, but now it's half off at 20 cash per person. For children under 10 and seniors over 50, it's another half off. Kong Ping's tongue started to tie up as he spoke. My dear aunt and uncle, this isn't a restaurant, it's a charity hall. Even a charity hall wouldn't do this. My goodness. Unlimited meat and so cheap. Is this a scam? Gather Good Fortune building has been around for over a decade. It's a property of Lingyun Marquis' residence. Why would they scam you? But this price feels too good to be true. What are you waiting for? Hurry in and grab some. After Kong Ping announced the prices, most of the onlookers rushed inside. The remaining half couldn't afford the 20 cash per person as money was hard to come by these days. Even having a few dozen cash coins was enough for the family's food for several days, so they wouldn't dare spend it frivolously. They could only continue watching as those with savings burst into the Gather Good Fortune buffet, exclaiming in amazement. Oh my god. It's true. So many pastries, eat quickly. There's really meat. Grab it fast. Lingyun Marquis' residence is doing charity. The poor outside could only envy those inside who seemed to have entered paradise. The aroma of roasted meat wafted out, making them drool with envy. As a large crowd rushed into the buffet restaurant, a carriage arrived at the door. A well-dressed young couple stepped out of the carriage. The woman exclaimed excitedly, Yunchua, did you see that? I told you my buffet idea would make money. So many people were going to be famous. Xing Yunxua watched as the Gather Good Fortune buffet filled up, his brows slightly furrowed before he indulgently said, "You really have it in you." "Well, of course. I have plenty of ideas. Just keep loving me and spoiling me. If you upset me, you'll lose a gold mountain." Xing Yunxua smiled. All right, I won't let my gold mountain slip away." "Humph." Xing Dairong huffed proudly. At that moment, in a private room on the second floor of Gather Good Fortune building. The second floor of the buffet restaurant also had some private rooms. The best one was already occupied. Xiao Ling looked out the window at the playful couple below and pouted sourly. The prince consort must be bewitched. He's letting that vixen waste the family's money. Lu Lingyun glanced briefly at Xing Yunxua and then focused on the table full of dishes. There were cold dishes, hot dishes, pastries, main courses, grilled skewers, and freshly squeezed watermelon juice. It's indeed quite novel. Regardless of anything else, Xing Dairong's innovations truly impressed her. Especially the charcoal grilled skewers and the watermelon juice. Apart from that, these two items were indeed very innovative. The taste was also excellent. In her previous life, perhaps Lu Hanyi was too preoccupied with competing against Xing Dairong and being controlled by Qin Shi. She never heard about Xing Dairong's buffet restaurant. This time, she allowed the two of them to bring out their innovations. Regardless of the cost, it broadened her horizons. Lu Lingyun was not one to overlook others' strengths. She recognized both flaws and merits in people. If something was good, she was willing to learn from it. Just like these two novel dishes she tried, she also learned a new counting method from Kong Ping's ledger. "Mrs., this is called 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. Miss Xing said it's Arabic numerals which make our bookkeeping easier." Lu Lingyun took a sip of the sweet watermelon juice, while the shopkeeper Kong Ping presented her with the ledger to show the costs for the first day of business. Lu Lingyun quickly understood the meaning of these numbers and nodded. "So you spent 50 taels of silver today?" "Yes." "At this rate, how many more people would it take to break even?" "Mrs., we can't break even." Kang Ping looked at Lu Lingyun with a pained expression. Suddenly over 200 people came in, and all our ingredients were depleted. And today was half price. Now downstairs there was no longer any distinction between cheap and expensive. All the pastries, cold dishes, hot dishes, and roasted meats were snatched up. Even the boiled foods were devoured down to the last bit. Xing Dairong thought that one person could eat at most 2 or 3 caddies of food, but in reality, few people in this era had ever eaten their fill. With her low prices, the customers were mostly common folk who stuffed themselves as much as they could, not caring about overeating. Many ate 7 or 10 caddies of food in one sitting. Even worse, many of them had stomachs like cows capable of regurgitation. When faced with a feast, they would stuff themselves to the brim, leaving digestion for later. A group of women inside, eyes gleaming green, were stuffing themselves, planning to induce vomiting when they returned home to feed their children. With such generous charity, how could they not gorge themselves? There are quite a few elderly and children inside. I roughly estimated that today's revenue will barely reach 6 or 7 taels of silver, so we've lost 90%. Lu Lingyun blinked and waved him over, whispering a mysterious instruction. After receiving the order, Kong Ping replied, "Yes, Mrs." He went downstairs. Facing the loss, Lu Lingyun remained in high spirits. She thought that first, it could be considered doing some good deeds, and second, it would help Xing Yunxua and Xing Dairong, those otherworldly beings, see reality sooner rather than later. It was impossible to wake someone up who only saw passion and beauty. Mediocrity and reality would kill them, revealing their true selves. That true self she had prepared for them. Kang Ping went downstairs and quickly posted a closing sign outside Gather Good Fortune building. Seeing him close so early, Xing Dairong hurriedly pulled Xing Yunxua over. "Why are you closing so early?" "Miss, everything has been eaten. We have nothing left to serve." Hearing this, Xing Dairong proudly raised her head. "I told you to prepare more. My business is so good, we don't have enough to sell." Chapter 24 Who will fill the hole? Chapter 24 Who will fill the hole? "Miss, the cost of ingredients and alcohol is really high," Kong Ping said after some thought. "Your way of selling does attract people, but those who come don't bring in any profit. We could lose 90% today." Xing Dairong was a college student before she crossed over. In her time, it was the era of encouraging entrepreneurship. Shared bicycles, shared economy, ride-hailing platforms, and food delivery apps were all emerging one after another. Big capital was pouring money recklessly, burning cash, and the entire society was thriving and prosperous. Hearing about these losses, she only saw Kong Ping as short-sighted. "What do you know? This is called cultivating the market, creating momentum, and expanding our pie. Who doesn't burn money when they're first acquiring customers?" Kong Ping didn't understand a single word Xing Dairong was saying. Xing Dairong continued to cling to Cheng Yunxua's arm. "Yunxua, this is about capturing an untapped market. Initial losses are inevitable, but we need to see that the market is more important than anything. If we capture it first, others will have to pay a much higher cost to compete." Kong Ping. Who would be foolish enough to spend so much money to compete for the poor market? Seeing how happy Xing Dairong was, even though he didn't understand, Cheng Yunxua still smiled along. "Yes, I'll follow your lead." Half a month passed quickly. Xing Dairong's buffet did indeed become increasingly popular. It became so popular that no one in the imperial city was unaware of it. The new dining experience, abundant food, and cheap meal prices made Jifu buffet packed every day. By midday, they had to hang up a closed sign. All the ingredients brought in daily were consumed completely. Many people came with their children to queue for meals before dawn. With this, Xing Dairong's name once again swept through the entire imperial city. Everyone knew that Jifu buffet was opened by the Lingyun marquis son for Xing Dairong. For a while, the title of a remarkable woman echoed throughout the streets. Storytellers embellished the tale of Qing Yunxua and Xing Dairong, portraying them as a perfect match. Even within noble circles, despite disapproving of Xing Dairong's background, they had to admit she had truly shone this time. Some of Qing Yunxua's friends teased him, saying he had married a remarkable treasure. During this period, Xing Dairong truly basked in glory. Even when Xiao Ling encountered her in the mansion, she had to step aside. After reviewing the accounts in her courtyard, Lu Lingyun unexpectedly received a visiting card. Where is it from? It's from General Wang's residence. Qilua? Lu Lingyun immediately became delighted. Quickly invite her in. Yes. Ever since her marriage, she hadn't been in touch with Wang Qilua. One reason was the busy management of the marquisate after marriage. The other was that she was now married while Wang Qilua was not, making it inappropriate for her to visit as freely as before. Upon hearing Wang Qilua's visit, Lu Lingyun hurriedly instructed the servants to tidy up the courtyard and present the best snacks and drinks. When Wang Qilua, dressed in a light yellow gauze dress, entered the courtyard, Lu Lingyun eagerly greeted her. Qilua. Lingyun, how have you been? Very well. Lu Lingyun led her to sit in the small garden. How are you and Aunt doing? My mother has been worried about you. She keeps telling me at home that the rules of the marquisate are strict, imagining your life here must be tough. Wang Qilua looked serious. You're quite stubborn, never telling us anything. Lu Lingyun chuckled. I haven't had any issues. The elders are kind, the servants are obedient, and managing the household is far more enjoyable than being at the Lu residence. Wang Qilua stared at her. You're still hiding things from me. Now everyone in the streets is praising that Xing girl, calling her a perfect match with the Lingyun marquis son, leaving you, the legitimate wife, in the shadows. What does it matter? Lu Lingyun smiled faintly, handing Wang Qilua a glass of red watermelon juice. Have some drink. Oh, isn't this that watermelon juice? Wang Qilua recognized it. After all, Xing Dairong's buffet was known to almost everyone, and her new items had sparked new trends. The taste is quite nice, more interesting than eating watermelon directly, Lu Lingyun said. You're really carefree. That woman is riding on your head, and you're drinking something she invented. How are people talking about her? Lu Lingyun asked with a smile. They praise her as a fairy from heaven, a kind-hearted heroine, a shining example of benevolence, a living bodhisattva saving the world. They praise her as if she's the only one in the world. Wang Qilua rolled her eyes. Lu Lingyun sipped the sweet watermelon juice. It's quite fitting. Are you really that naive? That woman is using your family's money to build her reputation, and you can tolerate it. Who said it's the marquisate's money? Lu Lingyun released the cup, her eyes filled with cunning. Wang Qilua was surprised at this moment. If it's not the money from the marquis's residence, who else could fill such a big hole? The name that's being spread outside is the one who filled it. Lu Lingyun approached Wang Qilua and whispered in her ear. All the material costs were deferred. Wang Qilua's eyes gradually widened. After a moment of shock, she suddenly understood. You're brilliant. Losing 40 to 50 taels a day amounts to over 1,000 taels in 20 days. Which family could afford to defer so much money to Xing Dairong? If the marquis's residence doesn't step in, these people will surely sue. When the time comes, whoever's name is shouted the loudest will have to pay up. Wang Qilua was completely reassured about Lu Lingyun. She spent the entire afternoon drinking tea with her in her courtyard, chatting about various trivial matters, and even mentioned quite a bit about Lu Hanyi. She heard that Lu Hanyi had not been getting along well with her sister-in-law at the Li family recently. Her sister-in-law managed the household and had been withholding resources from Li heir's courtyard. Lu Hanyi had suffered several silent losses, and when she complained to her mother-in-law, the latter was even less supportive than Qin Shi, who at least sided with her and was generous. Her mother-in-law was a crafty person, always deflecting her complaints with smooth talk, leaving Lu Hanyi frustrated and unable to vent her anger. However, Lu Hanyi doesn't dare to find fault with her husband. It's strange, how come someone like Lu Hanyi, who usually bullies those close to her, doesn't pressure her husband to argue on her behalf? Instead, she speaks to him softly and serves him well, Wang Qilua gossiped. Lu Lingyun smiled lightly, realizing that her sister still had her sights set on the top scholar next year. The two continued their private conversation until dusk began to fall. As an unmarried woman, Wang Qilua couldn't stay too late at the marquis's residence, so after her nanny reminded her for the third time, they stopped talking. Lu Lingyun made plans with her to go shopping on the street 3 days later and then escorted her out of the residence. As they passed through the garden of the marquis's residence, they encountered Qing Yunxua and Xing Dairong, both looking cheerful, along with a few of Qing Yunshua's friends. Prince. Lu Lingyun stopped to bow. Wang Qilua, wearing a hat, followed behind and bowed to greet them. Chapter 25, The Buffet Fiasco. Chapter 25, The Buffet Fiasco. Qing Yunxua and Lu Lingyun had always treated each other with mutual respect, maintaining a clear boundary between them. He nodded at her, his gaze falling on the woman behind her wearing a bamboo hat. Without waiting for a question, Lu Lingyun said, "She is my close friend, here to visit me." With several men still around Cheng Yunxua, Lu Lingyun did not even mention Wang Qilua's name. Cheng Yunxua nodded and led Xing Dairong, who was engaged in lively conversation with others, toward the banquet hall. One of the two men behind him spoke up, "This young lady looks like General Wang's daughter." Lu Lingyun frowned slightly as he mentioned her name. At this moment, Cheng Yunxua introduced them, "These two are my friends. This one is Lu Hanyi, son of the new chief judge of the Supreme Court." Upon hearing that he was the son of the chief judge of the Supreme Court, Lu Lingyun's palms tightened. On the other side, Lu Hanyi spoke in a familiar tone, "Are you Miss Wang?" "I am Lu Hanyi. 3 months ago, I met you and General Wang with my father in the outskirts." Lu Hanyi was gentle and polite, making people feel good just by talking to him. Lu Lingyun felt a surge of tension. It must be him, it has to be him. In her previous life, he married Wang Qilua but abused her to death. "Since we've met, why don't we have dinner together here with Yunxua?" he continued. At this point, Cheng Yunxua added, "Do you all know each other? Since you do, let's eat together." Wang Qilua, standing behind Lu Lingyun, did not rush to speak. Lu Lingyun quickly declined, "No, it's getting late. My aunt instructed me to send my sister back early. She is not yet married, so it's not appropriate for her to dine here." Lu Lingyun refused politely, gesturing for Wang Qilua to remain silent. Xing Dairong scoffed, "You old-fashioned people, always fussing over rules. What's so inconvenient about having a meal together? Don't you find it tiresome?" If it were any other day, Lu Lingyun would have let it go, but today it was for Wang Qilua, so she retorted, "Miss Xing, unmarried women should avoid meeting strangers. You may not care about such things, but you can't expect others to be the same." Her words implied that if Xing Dairong wanted to be shameless, she could do so herself, but not drag others down with her. "What do you mean?" "All right," Cheng Yunxua quickly intervened, "it's indeed inconvenient. Let's go have our meal." For Lu Lingyun, he naturally showed respect. After all, people were truly different. Their initial status determined their weight. Lu Lingyun was his nominal wife, and a formal wife deserved respect. He led Xing Dairong and his two friends toward the banquet hall. As they passed by, Lu Hanyi smiled faintly at Wang Qilua, but Lu Lingyun casually blocked his view. After they left, Xing Dairong remained indignant. "Wasn't what I said true? Life is about freedom. Why bother with so many rules? Look at me, I never feel uncomfortable dining with you all. We're all friends." "I agree with Miss Xing," Lu Hanyi echoed. "Some people are just stubborn and old-fashioned." As they walked away, Wang Qilua frowned and held Lu Lingyun's hand. "Lingyun, is that the remarkable woman?" "Yes." Wang Qilua whispered in her ear, "I think she's really annoying." Lu Lingyun chuckled, tightening her grip on Wang Qilua's hand, thinking about Lu Hanyi's interest in Wang Qilua. "Do you really know that Lu Hanyi?" "We only met once, it doesn't count as knowing him." Wang Qilua shook her head, which was why she had remained silent earlier. Hearing this, Lu Lingyun said, "Stay away from him and don't pay him any attention." "Why?" Lu Lingyun thought for a moment. "Just look at how he responded to Xing Dairong. Is he really a good person?" Wang Qilua nodded seriously, "You're right." Seeing her reaction, Lu Lingyun felt relieved. It seemed she had nipped this budding issue in the bud, but she couldn't let her guard down. She needed to keep an eye on things in the future. They chatted and laughed as Lu Lingyun personally saw Wang Qilua off, arranging for 2 servants from the marquisate to accompany the Wang family carriage back home. Once the news of Wang Qilua's safe arrival reached them, the meal in the banquet hall was almost finished. The servants reported that Cheng Yunxua's 2 friends were chatting happily with Xing Dairong, leaving Cheng Yunxua barely able to join in. The 2 friends praised Xing Dairong's buffet idea highly, and she proposed several new projects. She talked about opening a milk tea shop and an underwear store in front of them. While a beverage shop was acceptable, her description of the underwear store changed Cheng Yunxua's expression. Finally, Cheng Yunxua declared Xing Dairong drunk and forcibly took her away, ending the banquet. His 2 friends laughed heartily, praising Xing Dairong as a remarkable woman. Lu Lingyun called for all the servants who had heard and ordered them to keep their mouths shut. But unexpectedly, Xing Dairong's desire to open an underwear shop was genuine. She thought that ancient women did not have undergarments, so her modern underwear would be revolutionary and highly attractive to women of this era. She envisioned that once her shop opened, money would surely pour in. Modern underwear shops were also highly profitable. This industry had low entry barriers, was easy to operate, and would definitely be a hit. For several days, she pestered Cheng Yunxua, earnestly explaining her plan. Just as she was about to convince him, the Jufu buffet she had set up was shut down by the authorities. Kong Ping rushed over to find Cheng Yunxua. "Prince, something terrible has happened. Our buffet restaurant has been closed down." Upon hearing this, both Cheng Yunxua and Xing Dairong turned around. "What happened?" Kang Ping looked troubled. "It's those suppliers of ours. They've reported our buffet to the authorities." "Why would they report us?" "Because we can't pay them." Kong Ping handed over a thick ledger. "Since opening, the buffet has been losing money every day. We've been delaying payment for supplies, and now we owe them 1,150 taels. Xing Dairong snatched the ledger. The numbers were the Arabic numerals she had taught, but she still couldn't make sense of the accounts. Cheng Yunxua took the ledger and glanced at the figures. Page after page, he saw a shocking number jump out at him. 1,150 taels? Yes, Kong Ping nodded. Our daily cost for supplies is around 40 to 50 taels, but the highest daily profit we've made is only 10 taels and the lowest is just 5. Every day we lose more than 80%. Now we owe the suppliers 1,150 taels. How could we owe so much? Xing Dairong frowned. How did you manage it? Miss Xing, we followed your instructions exactly. Even at the original price of 41 per person, we still lost money. You don't know how much these people can eat. Some customers come in and eat enough for their entire family. We often see people eating dozens of pounds of food, then go home and induce vomiting to feed their whole family. How is this possible? Chapter 26. Confronting Xing Dairong and Cheng Yunxua. Chapter 26. Confronting Xing Dairong and Cheng Yunxua. Xing Dairong wore an expression of disbelief. How could anyone eat like this? So disgusting. Of course it's possible. This pricing attracts the poor. Nowadays, meat costs 30 to 40 copper coins per pound, and they can barely afford it once a year. They fight over scraps and lick the plates. Each person consumes at least 7 or 8 pounds of meat. She might not know that even in her era, ordinary people had only recently escaped widespread hunger. People who have been hungry for long would eat anything, let alone food dug out from their stomachs. The stunning buffet she experienced was not only due to significant advancements in productivity but also because of the international context of joining the World Trade Organization. After 2001, when the country joined the WTO, a large amount of cheap frozen meat, zombie meat, and bone fragments flooded the market, bringing down the prices of buffets and pushing them to new heights of splendor. None of these facts were known to Xing Dairong. She only saw the most beautiful side of the splendid era she lived in. She never imagined that such splendid fireworks required substantial backing to sustain. Her buffet restaurant lost money every day, with no hope of ever breaking even. Enough. Cheng Yunxua, seeing the real numbers, frowned tightly. Where are those people now? They are at the government office. Hurry and get money from the household treasury to send them away, Cheng Yunxua said. Kang Ping stood there, even more troubled. Young master, the household keys are with young lady. Without her instructions, we cannot withdraw money from the treasury. Cheng Yunxua clenched the ledger and frowned, then after a moment said, Bring young lady here. Yes. This was Lu Lingyun's first visit to Cheng Yunxua's Yaoguang pavilion. When she entered, Cheng Yunxua and Xing Dairong sat on opposite sides. The usually confident and self-assured Xing Dairong now looked like a defeated rooster, sitting dejectedly with a gloomy face, unable to regain her usual pride. Lu Lingyun observed this scene and smiled faintly. Young master, you called for me? She asked, looking at Cheng Yunxua. Yes, Lu. Lingyun. Cheng Yunxua found it difficult to speak directly, feeling embarrassed. He and his beloved had squandered so much money outside, and now he had to ask his wife for money. It was humiliating. If Cheng Yunxua had any private funds left, he wouldn't have called Lu Lingyun. But he had spent all his savings to redeem Xing Dairong and still owed friends money. Moreover, because of Xing Dairong, he had offended the Qin family and lost any chance of financial support, leaving him unable to ask his mother for money. With this urgent need for funds, he had no choice but to call Lu Lingyun and ask her for help. It was truly embarrassing. Seeing Cheng Yunshua's repeated difficulty in speaking, Lu Lingyun felt like laughing. Seeing that he was struggling enough, she sat beside him and offered a way out. Young master, we are family. What is there to be embarrassed about? Relieved, Cheng Yunxua took a deep breath and handed the ledger to Lu Lingyun. Take a look. Lu Lingyun accepted it calmly. What do these numbers mean? Lu Lingyun knew the meaning of Arabic numerals, but she wanted Cheng Yunxua to explain. Now that Cheng Yunxua had given her the ledger, he had already put aside his pride and could no longer maintain his composure. He explained each number to her. This is 1, 2, 3, 4. After he finished explaining, Lu Lingyun looked at the final tally and sighed deeply. Oh, so it's a loss of 1,130 taels. How could there be such a huge loss? These words were like another step to Cheng Yunxua and Xing Dairong. Xing Dairong, sitting on the other side, lifted her head briefly before lowering it again, her face now tinged with shame and anger. She hadn't expected such a huge loss. It was our mismanagement. Cheng Yunxua glanced at Xing Dairong and took full responsibility. Is it the buffet restaurant on East Street that everyone in the Imperial City has been talking about? Lu Lingyun asked again. Yes. I remember everyone saying it was Miss Xing who opened it, so I didn't even bother checking the accounts. Cheng Yunxua wanted to protect Xing Dairong, but Lu Lingyun insisted on exposing her. At first, I was thinking of making money. Xing Dairong exploded like a pufferfish. Oh? Miss Xing has the skills to run a business. Lu Lingyun looked at her coolly, ready to confront her. I have many ideas to make money. Enough. Cheng Yunxua coldly interrupted Xing Dairong. Xing Dairong felt rebuffed, but she knew this was her doing, so she couldn't muster the courage to argue with Cheng Yunxua. She closed her mouth sullenly, her face even more sullen. Lu Lingyun took in her expression and turned to look at Cheng Yunxua, saying appropriately, what does the prince plan to do? Take money from the account first and send them away. Lu Lingyun tapped her fingertips on the table. Paying them isn't a problem, but where will we get the funds? All expenses in the household have been accounted for, and over 1,000 taels of silver must be reported to mother. Chang Yunxua responded, don't report it to mother. Deduct it from my monthly allowance. Hearing this, Lu Lingyun's eyes showed satisfaction. Chang Yunshua's monthly allowance was 100 taels. A shortfall of over 1,000 taels would cover his entire year's allowance. Without any additional support from the Qin family, how would he survive this year? Money is truly essential for living. Without money, there can be no romance or luxury. Without money, one lacks the confidence to speak up. Without money, poverty brings endless sorrow to a couple. Since the prince has spoken, let it be done this way. Lu Lingyun looked at Nanny and accompany manager Kong to the accounting office and settled the payment quickly to resolve the matter. Yes, young lady. Yes, young lady. The two left together, and Lu Lingyun also rose. I guess there's nothing else for me here, so I'll take my leave. Chang Yunxua watched as Lu Lingyun left. Opening his mouth, Lingyun, thank you for your trouble. After all, she had helped him resolve today's issue and kept it from the Qin family. Lu Lingyun had been so considerate, and Chang Yunxua felt grateful to her. You and I are one, why mention any trouble? Lu Lingyun smiled faintly. With that, she left with her entourage. Once she had left, Xing Dairong snorted in discontent. What, you and I are one? Who is one with her? Chang Yunxua didn't want to talk to her or pay her any attention at this moment. Comparing people really showed the difference. Lu Lingyun was gentle and gracious, helping him solve problems, while Xing Dairong, who caused the trouble, was still being petty and jealous. But strangely, although Chang Yunxua used to think Xing Dairong was unique whenever compared to others, he now found her less remarkable and increasingly mundane. Chang Yunxua. Xing Dairong pouted and looked at him. Chapter 27 No New Clothes. Chapter 27 No New Clothes. Kong Ping took the money from the marquisate's account and went to the government office to settle the matter. Although the issue was resolved, today's closure of Jifu Buffet had already become common knowledge, with a group of peddlers and suppliers suing Jifu Buffet in court. This was all because Xing Dairong, who was once praised throughout the streets, was now accused of owing money, and this news spread just as quickly. Within a day, Xing Dairong's reputation plummeted. From being known as a kind-hearted and generous woman, she became labeled as someone who owed innocent peddlers their dues, used others' goods to build her own reputation, and ultimately forced the marquis to pay off her debts. Meanwhile, rumors began circulating that Xing Dairong planned to open an underwear shop, which was considered scandalous. Given her past in a brothel, people added more fuel to the fire, spreading malicious gossip. They said she came from a brothel, bullied innocent peddlers, used others' flowers to make herself look good, borrowed others' money to boost her own reputation, and was full of dirty ideas, only knowing how to seduce men and deceive the marquisate's heir. All her previous praise vanished. Those who had previously spoken highly of Chang Yunxua marrying such a wonderful woman now turned their tone, ridiculing him. As a result, Chang Yunxua did not dare to go out for some time and stayed in his Yaoguang pavilion. Although his monthly allowance was cut off, his meals were still provided. However, he could no longer add extra dishes to his meals as before, as those were now discontinued with the cessation of his monthly stipend. Anything beyond the standard required payment. Soon, Mid-Autumn Festival approached. Xiao Ling received a new set of clothes. The marquisate was large, and ordinary maids and servants received 2 sets of new clothes each year, while concubines and mistresses had new clothes allocated for each season. Concubines received 1 set per quarter, and during festivals they would receive an additional set. Xiao Ling happily wandered around the courtyard in her new embroidered autumn jacket, which had just been delivered from the storeroom. From a distance, she saw Xing Dairong still wearing her summer clothes. Oh sister, you're still wearing summer clothes? Aren't you cold? Xiao Ling waved her fan as she approached. The tables had turned. When she was in power, Xiao Ling had avoided her. Now that Xing Dairong had fallen from grace, she couldn't help but step on her. Xing Dairong glanced at Xiao Ling in her new clothes and snorted, walking away. What's the rush? Can't we chat for a bit? What do I have to talk about with you? Xiao Ling directly flaunted her new clothes. Look at my new outfit. Isn't it nice? Where are your new clothes? Everyone has been given clothes for the Mid-Autumn Festival. Oh sorry, I forgot. You're not a concubine yet, so you don't get any. Xing Dairong. She gritted her teeth, looking at the smug Xiao Ling. Damn it, this wench always knows how to rub salt in the wound. Ever since Chang Yunshua's allowance was cut off, she had no money either. She had no official status in the marquisate and thus no monthly allowance or stipend. Her food and clothing all depended on Chang Yunshua's money. She came from a brothel and brought no autumn clothes with her. Now that Chang Yunxua had no money, she couldn't afford new clothes. By mid-August, she was still wearing her summer clothes. Not a single piece of autumn clothing. What do you have to show off? It's just a set of old clothes. Old clothes? Do you even have any? Xiao Ling paused, fanning herself and blinking at her. Lufa, let's go back. Xing Dairong didn't want to argue anymore. She was in a low position and didn't want to fight with her. Sister, don't be in such a hurry to leave. If you really don't have any autumn clothes, tell me. I have a couple of old ones you can wear. Xiao Ling smiled. If that doesn't work, offer a cup of tea to the young mistress. She's kind and will definitely give you new clothes. Xing Dairong stormed off faster, enraged. Back at Yaoguang Pavilion, Jing Yunxua was reading in the study. Since the buffet incident was settled, they had been in a silent feud for several days, neither speaking to the other. Xing Dairong was angry that Jing Yunxua didn't stand by her side, didn't support her, and didn't understand her. Her business failure was already painful enough, and she didn't do it on purpose. Why did everyone blame her? Jing Yunxua thought Xing Dairong was becoming increasingly unreasonable. Even though she made mistakes, he tried his best to help her, but she still acted high and mighty, expecting others to placate her. After all, they were just ordinary people. Ordinary people with average abilities and plenty of flaws. They continued their silent feud, neither acknowledging the other. Xing Dairong, having just endured Qiuling's taunts, kicked open Chang Yunshua's door in frustration. What are you doing? Chang Yunxua looked at her unhappily. Xing Dairong put her hands on her hips, biting her lower lip as she glared at him. This is how you treat your wife. Chang Yunxua turned his head away, too lazy to bother with her, and continued reading. Chang Yunxua. Seeing that he was ignoring her, Xing Dairong rushed forward to snatch his book. Xing Dairong, what's wrong with you now? You say I'm crazy? At this, Xing Dairong's eyes welled up with tears, feeling both angry and wronged. She had come to this world alone. At the height of her love, she had entrusted everything to this one man, and now he called her crazy. You're a liar. You said you would be good to me for life, and look how long it took for you to call me crazy. You liar, liar, liar. Xing Dairong tore Chang Yunshua's book in a frenzy. Seeing his book being torn, Chang Yunxua became annoyed. He grabbed her hand. Where have I ever lied to you? Where have I not been good to you? Then where are my new clothes? It's already autumn, and I'm still wearing summer clothes. Do you know how that wench Qiuling mocked me just now? When a woman marries, she should have food and clothing, but you don't even give me new clothes. Is this how you treat me? Xing Dairong felt wronged, and so did Chang Yunxua. Hearing her complaints, Chang Yunxua bluntly replied, I've been filling your holes. I've spent all my monthly allowance on you. Where do I have money to buy you new clothes? Humph. So it's all my fault then. Isn't it because you insist on doing things your way without any business sense? Chang Yunxua, you have no heart. Xing Dairong cried out in frustration. Just then, Qifeng came to report. Prince, Madam requests your presence. Hearing this, Chang Yunxua let go of Xing Dairong. Seeing he was about to leave, Xing Dairong clung to him like an octopus. I won't let you go. Where are you going? You can't go anywhere. Once or twice was fine, but the third time was too much. Chang Yunxua pushed Xing Dairong away. Qiukue, lock her in the room. Chang Yunxua. Xing Dairong, held back by someone, screamed hysterically and threw things inside the room. In Lu Lingyun's courtyard, Chang Yunxua arrived with an unhappy face. Chapter 28, Need Money. Chapter 28, Need Money. Lu Lingyun could tell from his expression that he had been arguing again. Indeed, love is one thing, but life is another. Love alone cannot shield one from the trivialities of daily life. Arguments still happen. Prince, Lu Lingyun pretended not to notice and looked at Chang Yunxua with a cheerful smile. What is it? The Mid-Autumn Festival is approaching, and I've prepared a gift list based on our usual exchanges. Is there anything you want to add? Chang Yunxua glanced at it casually. These should be enough. All right. Lu Lingyun put the list away. Besides the relatives and friends the marquisate usually exchanged gifts with, this year she added the Lu family and the Wang family. Among noble families, even if they didn't visit each other during festivals, they still exchanged gifts. Also, father's health isn't great, so it's inconvenient for him to travel. I was thinking we could go to the secondary residence to celebrate the Mid-Autumn Festival with our parents. What do you think? Chang Yunxua had no objections. You can arrange it. I'll make the arrangements then. Lu Lingyun said no more and instructed someone to take care of it. After finishing her work, she noticed Chang Yunxua still sitting there, sipping tea, unlike before when he would leave immediately after talking. Is there something else, Prince? Lu Lingyun asked. Chang Yunxua had nothing else. He simply did not want to go back. Having just argued with Xing Dairong, he felt reluctant to return to Yaoguang Pavilion. Sitting here with Lu Lingyun, who always remained calm and never argued with him, brought him a sense of peace as he drank his tea. There's nothing much. Chang Yunxua looked at Lu Lingyun, trying to make small talk. I see you're quite busy managing the household. Lu Lingyun could see through his intentions but chose not to point it out. She sat beside him, sipping tea. It's fine. There aren't many worries in the household. My parents have gone to the secondary residence for recuperation, and with fewer people around, there's less to worry about. Do you have many relatives? Chang Yunxua found an opening to continue the conversation. Yes, Lu Lingyun nodded. I have 3 brothers and 6 sisters, and there are also many uncles and aunts. During festivals, the house is always bustling with activity. Are they the ones you saw last time? Yes. There are quite a few. Chang Yunxua hadn't paid much attention to who was there, only remembering the crowded room full of women. Don't you find them annoying? Lu Lingyun held up her teacup and gave him a rare smile. Prince, do you want the truth or a lie? Chang Yunxua was taken aback by her smile and laughed along. He chatted with Lu Lingyun, feeling lighter after their conversation. Talking with her was different from talking with Qiuling or Xing Dairong. Talking with Qiuling, she always tried to please him, saying exactly what he wanted to hear. Xing Dairong, on the other hand, was sweet sometimes but bitter most of the time, often requiring him to accommodate her. With Lu Lingyun, there was no need to force accommodation, nor did she flatter him. Her calm demeanor made him feel like old friends, bringing him a rare comfort. He stayed until dinner time approached, when Chunha came in to remind him, "Prince, will you be having dinner here tonight?" Qing Yunxua lifted his teacup. "No, thank you." He still needed to go back. At this moment, he looked at Lu Lingyun and hesitated for a moment before asking, "Xiaojun, could you lend me some money? Consider it in advance." He was still thinking about Xing Dairong needing new clothes. He needed to find some money to buy clothes for Xing Dairong. Lu Lingyun looked at him, guessing his intention. "How much do you need?" 10 taels should be enough." Lu Lingyun did not ask why he needed the money, only giving Shuang Hong a nod. Shuang Hong immediately handed over a purse containing 10 taels of silver. "If it's not enough, let me know." Lu Lingyun handed the money to Cheng Yunxua. The feeling of giving and receiving money was entirely different. It was different from the usual financial support from Qin Shi. Qing Yunxua looked at Lu Lingyun with a newfound appreciation. She had given him both dignity and face without asking questions. "I'll be going now," he said to her. After Qing Yunxua left, Chunha couldn't help but say, "Young lady, the prince probably wants the money for that vixen." "No problem. After all, it's the marquisate's money and it's still within his allowance. Lu Lingyun hasn't lost anything." "Madam, this time you could have taken advantage of the situation and made that vixen an attendant," Chuanqing said, her eyes darting around. "Yaoguang Pavilion doesn't provide for her and the crown prince has no money to support her. This would have been a good opportunity to control her." "It's too early." Lingyun smiled. "Even if Xing Dairong becomes an attendant and she offers her tea as a junior consort, they need to bring it up first. Why should she be in a hurry?" She looked at Chuanqing. "Go back to Aunt Chiu. Tonight, she'll have another chance." Qing Yunxua returned to Yaoguang Pavilion with satisfaction after getting the money. As soon as he entered the courtyard, he asked, "Where is Dairong?" "Miss Xing is in the room. Crying." "She's not crying anymore." Qiuhua looked at her own crown prince. She actually wanted to say that not crying now was scarier than crying. She didn't know what Dairong was doing, but she trembled whenever she approached her room. "Go get the seamstress and let Dairong choose her own fabric for clothes." He tossed the bag of silver to Qiuhua. "Yes." Qing Yunxua was in a good mood. Having money made a difference. He went to knock on Xing Dairong's door and gently coaxed, "Dairong, open the door. I was wrong this afternoon. I came to apologize." The room was silent. Qing Yunxua continued knocking. "Let's talk things out calmly." The room remained silent. Qing Yunxua lost patience and, imitating Xing Dairong from earlier, kicked the door open. As soon as it opened, a basin of cold water was thrown over him. Xing Dairong, with disheveled hair and red eyes, held the basin and glared at him angrily. She had been locked in the room all afternoon, crying and raging until only a deep hatred remained in her heart. She felt wronged and hated. Qing Yunxua was all she had in this world, yet he locked her up and went to see another woman by himself for the whole afternoon. He was a scumbag. All his promises to her were lies, all deceit. He was a complete liar and scumbag. She must take revenge, she must. This wasn't just water, it was all the tears she had shed. The icy water dripped down Qing Yunxua's head, and in that moment, Xing Dairong felt an unprecedented sense of relief and satisfaction. She laughed aloud. And Qing Yunxua, standing opposite her, turned cold after a few breaths and said, "You've really gone mad." Chapter 29, On Duty. Chapter 29, On Duty. Qing Yunxua finished speaking and turned to leave. He did not look back as he departed from Yaoguang Pavilion. Qi Feng and everyone in Yaoguang Pavilion were shocked, staring wide-eyed at Xing Dairong, who had caused the scene. "Miss Xing, have you gone mad?" Qi Feng could not help but say. Xing Dairong glared at him fiercely. "I'm just returning the hurt he inflicted on me. He started it by bullying me. He deserves this." No one in the courtyard dared to speak until Aunt Chiu returned with the seamstress, bringing an eerie silence. "What's going on here?" The little maid in the courtyard quickly explained what happened after she left to fetch the seamstress. Aunt Chiu exclaimed, "Miss Xing, you've made a grave mistake." "Shut up too. It was Qing Yunxua who betrayed me first. He promised me that he would dote on me for life, but in the end he gave me nothing. Not even a single autumn robe." Aunt Chiu was so angry she didn't know what to say, gasping for breath as she pointed at Xing Dairong. After a while she said, "As soon as the prince came back, he gave me money to hire a seamstress to make new clothes for you." Xing Dairong, who thought she had won, suddenly froze upon hearing this. Aunt Chiu shook her head repeatedly, unable to find words to describe Xing Dairong. "It's over, Miss Xing, it's truly over." That night, Qing Yunxua stayed at Aunt Chiu's place. The next morning, when Xing Dairong planned to visit him at Autumn Fragrance Courtyard, she heard from the servants that Chang Yunxua had already left early with Lu Lingyun to celebrate Mid-Autumn Festival at another residence. He had gone out. Days passed, and the entire Mid-Autumn Festival went by. Lu Lingyun and Chang Yunxua stayed at the other residence for several days. This time it wasn't her initiative, it was Qing Yunxua who wanted to stay longer. Lady Qin was very pleased with these subtle changes in her son. Ever since he met Xing Dairong, he had become distant from his parents, no longer close to them. During this Mid-Autumn Festival, he not only joined them for the reunion but also spent several quiet days with them at the other residence, talking about matters during the day and playing chess. The old Lord Marquis arranged a position for Qing Yunhua in the Imperial Guards, which he accepted without any objections, just like the harmonious family they once were. This made Lady Qin even more satisfied with Lu Lingyun. All thanks to having a good daughter-in-law. Since Lu Lingyun entered their home, the once chaotic Lingyun marquisate had gradually settled down, undoubtedly due to her efforts. Lady Qin and the old Lord Marquis saw all of this and grew increasingly fond of Lu Lingyun. They also learned about how she handled the wall repairs and the gather good fortune building issue, further admiring her abilities. The family happily celebrated the Mid-Autumn Festival at the other residence, and Lu Lingyun received many gifts from the elderly couple before returning home with Chang Yunhua. Upon returning, Chang Yunhua immediately reported to the position arranged by the old Lord Marquis. The Imperial Guards were the prefectural commandant of the Imperial City, responsible for guarding both the Imperial City and the Imperial Palace. As the son of a noble family, Chang Yunhua started as a prefectural commandant, tasked with patrolling the Imperial City, eventually being promoted to serve as a personal guard to the emperor. This position was a leisurely job reserved for noble sons, often just a nominal title without actual duties. Of course, those who took their duties seriously would be gradually promoted. Qing Yunhua used to refuse even the nominal title, but now he had no complaints and went to work every day. During the day he had his job, and at night, he rested at Autumn Fragrance Courtyard, never stepping foot into Yaoguang Pavilion again. After not seeing Qing Yunhua for nearly 2 weeks, Xing Dairong truly panicked. She tried to repeat her previous tactics and went to Autumn Fragrance Courtyard to bring him back, but this time, she couldn't even enter the courtyard. Qing Yunhua genuinely did not want to see her. Several days of failure left her extremely anxious. The next day, Xing Dairong found Qing Yunhua at his workplace. Qing Yunhua was on duty at the Prefectural Commandant Manor in the Imperial City, where he had reconnected with many friends after taking up his new job. His old drinking buddies and playmates had faded away. After all, the Imperial Guards, despite being a leisurely job, attracted serious young nobles with ambitions. Those who only cared about pleasure would never take up such a position. After making many new friends, he felt his social circle had improved significantly. Today, after finishing a patrol, someone came to inform him outside the Prefectural Commandant Manor. "Commandant Qing, your family member is waiting in the front yard." When these words fell, Chang Yunhua immediately thought of Lu Lingyun, wondering if she needed something. He promptly replied, "I'll go right away." His companions asked, "Is your wife here? Let's go see her together." Qing Yunhua did not refuse, and they all went to the front yard, where they saw Xing Dairong, dressed in a light pink autumn robe and styled in a maiden's hairdo, sitting with Anqiu in the corridor. The moment he saw her, Cheng Yunhua immediately stopped in his tracks. At that moment, Xing Dairong also spotted Cheng Yunhua, and she excitedly rushed towards him. Cheng Yunhua. Her enthusiasm made Cheng Yunhua extremely uncomfortable now. In the past, no matter how intimate they were in public, he didn't mind it, and he even felt proud in front of their friends at the time. But now in front of his new colleagues, Xing Dairong still acted this way, openly hugging him, making him feel it was frivolous and unbecoming, embarrassing him in front of his colleagues. He immediately grabbed Xing Dairong and hurriedly led her into an empty room nearby. After closing the door, he said unhappily, "Why are you here?" "I came to see you." Xing Dairong met his gaze, softening her stance. "Look, do you like my new dress?" "Humph." Qing Yunhua let out a cold snort. "Are you still angry with me?" Seeing his expression and tone, Xing Dairong grabbed his arm and gently pouted. Qing Yunhua shook off her hand and said coldly, "Do you know what kind of place this is? Why are you here?" "It's because you wouldn't see me." Xing Dairong frowned, feeling wronged. During this period, to please and win back Qing Yunhua, she had been ridiculed by Qiu Ling for a long time. The people in Yaoguang Pavilion had also gradually become colder towards her, giving her many disapproving looks behind her back. Most importantly, she genuinely missed Qing Yunhua. "Go back first." Qing Yunhua's tone remained indifferent. Xing Dairong pouted, wanting to kiss him, but Qing Yunhua pushed her away. Xing Dairong felt even more wronged. "Will you come back tonight?" "Go back first." Qing Yunhua's tone became even colder and firmer. Not giving her any room for negotiation, Xing Dairong looked at him for a long moment before sighing, "All right, I'll wait for you at home." She opened the door and left with Qiu Ling, who had been guarding outside. As they went out, Qing Yunhua's colleagues were still standing in the corridor looking at her curiously. Once Qing Yunhua came out, everyone asked, "Yunhua, was that your wife?" Chapter 30 Xiangji Temple. Chapter 30 Xiangji Temple. Where was Lu Lingyun? But Xing Dairong's background made it difficult for Qing Yunhua to speak. For the first time, he felt that Xing Dairong's origins were indeed shameful, making it hard for him to mention her to others. Before he could speak, a colleague slapped his forehead and said, "I remember now. I've seen that girl before. She's the one who was sued over a buffet recently. Wasn't her name something like Xing Dairong?" Yes, that's right. I've heard of her too. She's the Xing Dairong everyone talks about in the streets. Isn't she the same woman Brother Yunhua spent 10,000 taels on, the one everyone knows about?" The colleagues around him chimed in, but at this moment, Cheng Yunhua felt incredibly embarrassed. In the past, he had spent lavishly to redeem Xing Dairong from servitude, defied his parents to bring her into the mansion, and done many earth-shattering things for her. Now all those actions only brought a sense of shame. His youthful impulsiveness had faded, and the once passionate love affair now seemed like a mess. For the first time, Chang Yunhua felt that what he had done back then was quite foolish. He didn't know how he got through the rest of the day at the Imperial City garrison. He didn't speak to anyone else and, when it was time to leave, ignored their invitations to drink together, heading straight back to the Marquis mansion. Xing Dairong waited in Yaoguang Pavilion all afternoon. When she heard that Chang Yunhua had returned and gone to Autumn Fragrance Courtyard, she sat there in a daze. After Qiuling called out to her several times, she snapped back to reality and stormed out of Yaoguang Pavilion, heading straight for Autumn Fragrance Courtyard. "Get out of my way!" Xing Dairong shouted at the door. Qing Feng, along with 2 servants, guarded the entrance. "Miss, please don't make things difficult for us. The prince really doesn't want to see you. Move aside, move aside." Xing Dairong lashed out at Qing Feng with punches and kicks. A cold voice sounded above Xing Dairong, "Have you had enough of your tantrum?" Xing Dairong paused in her attack on Qing Feng and looked up to see Chang Yunhua coming out. "Yunhua." As soon as she spoke, tears welled up in her eyes. She was truly hurt, not just acting. But Chang Yunhua, who used to comfort her immediately when she showed her hurt, now had an icy expression. He frowned. "What do you want now?" "I just miss you. Do you know how I've been living? I've been alone in Yaoguang Pavilion, with no one to talk to. I've been waiting for you every day and night, but even when you return you won't see me. What more do you want from me?" Xing Dairong cried as she spoke. In the end, she was just a young girl who, because of her transmigration, had a bit more pride than ordinary people. But now realizing that transmigration didn't revolve entirely around her, she began to let go of that pride. When she let go of her pride, the hurt was even greater. Her humble plea softened Chang Yunhua's expression slightly, but not much. He looked at her. "Go back first. Will you come with me? I'm staying here with Qiuling tonight." Chang Yunhua. Xing Dairong burst into tears. She covered her face and ran away, completely broken. In the past, whenever she argued with Chang Yunhua and ran off in anger, it was just because she was upset. But today, at this moment, she was truly heartbroken. She had tried to be nice and had come to reconcile with Chang Yunhua multiple times, doing everything she could. But he wouldn't even give her a chance. She had poured a basin of water on Chang Yunhua, hurting his feelings, but his repeated coldness wasn't piercing her heart with ice shards. They had promised to be good to each other forever, but how long had it been? Xing Dairong's heart felt like it was being wrung dry as she ran back, sobbing. Seeing her distraught and crying run made Chang Yunhua feel terrible too. Looking at her like that, his heart ached as if it were being squeezed. But in the end, he did not chase after her, turning around with a grim face and returning to Qiuling's room. He didn't know what to do or how to handle it, but he knew he couldn't go back to giving in every time Xing Dairong cried and threw a tantrum. All of their emotional turmoil reached Lu Lingyun's ears. After finishing dinner, she listened to Chuanqing recount the events animatedly. After hearing it all, Lu Lingyun lazily got up. "Madam, don't you feel relieved? Seeing them like this, that vixen must have lost favor." Lu Lingyun shook her head, not wanting to comment on their affairs. "Have you arranged with Qilua? We're going to Xiangji Temple tomorrow to offer incense." "Madam, it's already arranged," Shuang Hong replied. "Then get some rest early." Lu Lingyun, who had been dealing with the affairs of the Marquis mansion daily, found it somewhat boring. She had arranged to meet Wang Qilua tomorrow to offer incense and enjoy the autumn scenery. Now that the maple leaves are at their reddest, taking a stroll in autumn is truly a leisurely pleasure. The next morning, Lu Lingyun left the manor by carriage. She was accompanied by Shuang Hong, Chunhe, and 2 male servants from the household. The carriage swayed gently as it arrived at Xiangji Temple just as the sun was at its peak. As soon as she stopped, a young girl dressed in pale yellow and wearing a hat ran towards her. "Lingyun." "Qilua." Lu Lingyun, being a married woman, did not need to wear a veil when going out. Wang Qilua, on the other hand, was unmarried and thus less inclined to show herself in public. The two met at the foot of the mountain and Wang Qilua happily linked arms with Lu Lingyun, leading her up the hill. The entire mountain was ablaze with red, and the autumn wind rustled through the maple leaves, creating a breathtaking scene. Many devout men and women were climbing the steps up and down the mountain. "How have you been?" Wang Qilua asked. "Very well. I heard that your prince recently reported to the prefectural commandant manor. My father said he's changed his ways and now looks up to him. My mother says it's all thanks to you, Lingyun. Whoever marries you will have a prosperous household." Lu Lingyun smiled. "How is Aunt General?" "They're all doing well, but my mother has been quite annoying these days." "How so?" Wang Qilua leaned close to Lu Lingyun's ear and whispered, "She's trying to arrange a marriage for me." Hearing this, Lu Lingyun became interested. "Do you have any prospects yet?" "Don't mention it." Wang Qilua quickly shook her head. "Tell me, I can help you evaluate them." "They're all my father's disciples," Wang Qilua said with dissatisfaction. "Big and rough, and just looking at them is annoying." "So, what kind do you like?" Lu Lingyun teased her with a mischievous smile. Wang Qilua turned her head. "I like someone scholarly." Just then, they reached the top of Xiangji Temple and a group of men dressed as scholars walked out of the temple. The sunlight fell perfectly on the red leaves before the temple hall, making them glow like fire, enhancing the youthful vigor of the young men. Lu Lingyun immediately noticed the man in white robes walking at the center of the group. He had a face like jade, exuding warmth and humility with a gentle smile that made one feel at ease. When he saw her, he was slightly taken aback but quickly regained his composure. He paused before Lu Lingyun and bowed respectfully. "Its sister-in-law, may you be well." The one speaking was Lu Lingyun's former husband from her previous life, Li Wenxuan. Chapter 31 Lu Hanyi's Pregnancy. Chapter 31 Lu Hanyi's Pregnancy. Lu Lingyun hadn't expected to run into Li Wenxuan at Xiangji Temple. She politely took a half-step back and returned the bow. "Brother-in-law, there's no need for such formality. Did sister come here to pray today?" "Yes, isn't Hanyi with you?" Lu Lingyun maintained a polite and distant smile. When Li Wenxuan heard Lu Hanyi's name, a hint of a smile appeared in his eyes. "Hanyi is pregnant." "Oh." Lu Lingyun really didn't know that Lu Hanyi was pregnant. "Sister, please don't be upset. Hanyi just found out about the pregnancy and hasn't even told her parents yet," Li Wenxuan said considerately. "We were thinking of waiting a bit longer before telling the family." Lu Lingyun responded, "Congratulations, congratulations." Thank you." Li Wenxuan looked at Lu Lingyun, hesitated for a moment, and continued, "If sister has time, perhaps you could invite Hanyi out more often. I see her alone at home all the time and it must be quite boring for her." Lu Lingyun nodded. "All right. In that case, we won't disturb sister. Enjoy your visit." After a few simple pleasantries, Li Wenxuan tactfully stepped aside. Lu Lingyun nodded slightly. "I wish brother-in-law success in the exams next year." After saying this, she led Wang Qilua away. She had been married to Li Wenxuan for a lifetime, but their relationship wasn't particularly deep. Li Wenxuan was gentle and modest, but he was actually a cold and unfeeling person. He grew up in the shadow of his elder brother, Li Wenza, and most of the family resources were poured into his brother. His presence in the family was minimal and he received very little support. This made him extremely eager to stand out. However, his abilities were not particularly outstanding. In her previous life, it was Lu Lingyun who supported him and helped him reach the highest position step by step. From a certain perspective, they were good partners. They never quarreled and treated each other with respect. But Lu Lingyun knew one thing well. If she became useless, Li Wenxuan would kick her aside without hesitation. She had damaged her health giving birth to his child, and Li Wenxuan's attitude towards her turned cold. If not for her exceptional abilities and her ability to maintain her position as the main wife, Li Wenxuan would have divorced her. In their lifetime together, Lu Lingyun understood him well. Li Wenxuan was someone who valued benefits above all else and was extremely cold-blooded. In this regard, he was completely different from Cheng Yunxua. Cheng Yunxua might appear rebellious and irresponsible, but deep down, he was very emotional. Lu Lingyun walked deeper into Xiangji Temple with her thoughts. When Wang Qilua's voice reached her ears, "I still think your good marriage was taken by your sister. That Mr. Li heir is like jade, and he would be a perfect match for you." As soon as she finished speaking, the hood of her hat was poked. "Ouch, what was that for?" "Cheng Yunxua is much better than him," Lu Lingyun chided. Wang Qilua. "But didn't you see how Mr. Li heir was concerned about his pregnant wife and asked you to keep Hanyi company? Isn't that good?" "Ha!" Lu Lingyun gave a fake laugh. The righteous often come from the lowliest, while the heartless are often scholars. Could Li Wenxuan really be thinking only of Lu Hanyi? He was clearly thinking of Ningyan Marquis Manor. By having Lu Hanyi visit more often, he hoped to build a closer relationship as in-laws, which would bring him some benefits and resources. Li Wenxuan was very shrewd. He knew that reaching the highest position didn't rely on true talent but on the power behind him. Who stood behind him, whose representative he was, and whose interests he aligned with determined how far he could go. He was just the second son of the Li family, married to the daughter of a fifth-rank scholar. With such weak family support, who could he rely on? In her previous life, she had truly exhausted herself trying to help Li Wenxuan rise to prominence. Fortunately, in this life, she didn't have to suffer through that again. Her dear sister had worked hard to snatch her marriage, so let her enjoy that blessing. Thinking about it, Lu Lingyun felt a sense of relief and comfort. Rebirth made life so much easier. She pulled Wang Qilua along and sincerely offered incense to the Buddha, donated some money, and had a vegetarian lunch at Xiangji Temple before returning leisurely. Upon returning to the Marquis Manor, she received news from the Li family. "Madam, the Li family has invited you to visit if you have time recently. The second miss just found out she's pregnant and wants to chat with you," Nursen said. Lu Lingyun smiled. Li Wenxuan was indeed quick. "All right, I'll go tomorrow." How could Lu Lingyun refuse when they had come to her door? After all, she was her nominal younger sister by blood. The next day, she had someone prepare gifts and went to the Li residence in a carriage to take a look. Li residence. The Li family scale was similar to the Lu family's, but since Master Li was a legitimate 6th-rank censor of the Ministry of Rights with real power and prospects. For promotion, while the Lu family's 5th-rank Hanlin Academy compiler held no actual authority as a civil servant, the two families were not comparable. Moreover, the eldest son of the Li family had married Wei Huifeng, the only daughter of a 4th-rank official in the capital, which gave the Li family considerable status in Imperial City. Many believed that the Li family would rise in the future, and Li Wenza had a promising career ahead. Seeing the familiar gate, Lu Lingyun got off the carriage and two gatekeepers approached. "Who are you? What do you want?" This was improper etiquette. When inviting someone over, one would inform the guards in advance to be courteous and not offend the guests. However, since Lu Lingyun, the consort of the Lingyun marquis, was questioned, it could only mean one thing. Heir and Lu Hanyi had invited her without informing the higher-ups in the Li family. This was undoubtedly their cunning plan, hoping to use Lu Lingyun's status to pressure the current head of the household, Lady Wei Huifeng, to make her take the blame and admit fault. Lu Lingyun saw through their schemes at once, but having suffered at the hands of Wei Huifeng in her previous life, she decided to play along. She gave a nod to Nurse Wan, who accompanied her. Nurse Wan immediately shouted, "Blinded by your dog eyes. You don't recognize the second lady's elder sister, the consort of the Lingyun marquis." The second lady's elder sister was not important. The key was the consort of the Lingyun marquis. A genuine noble lady from an aristocratic family. Even if the Li family was on the rise, they could not afford to slight her. "My eyes are poor, please quickly go and invite the first lady out." The gatekeepers immediately bowed and scurried away. Soon, a young lady in her early 20s wearing a dark blue gown hurried out. Upon seeing Lu Lingyun, dressed in a dark gold robe embroidered with auspicious clouds and a simple yet truly valuable jade hairpin, she immediately put on a warm and apologetic smile. "It is the consort of the Lingyun marquis visiting. Please forgive me, I was truly busy today." Wei Huifeng smiled. She accepted the slight, knowing that even if she told Lu Lingyun she was unaware beforehand, Lu Lingyun would never believe her and would accuse the Li family of being disrespectful. If Lu Lingyun formed this impression, then when Lu Hanyi came to complain later, there would be no way to explain it. Chapter 32, Sister-in-Law Wei. Chapter 32, Sister-in-Law Wei. Was it because you were too busy, or do you simply not take our Lingyun marquis manner seriously? Grandma Wan snorted, taking advantage of the situation. Wei Huifeng gave her own maid a look, and the maid immediately greeted them with a smile. "How could that be? Our mistress was truly busy today. It's an honor to have such esteemed guests. Please come in." Wei Huifeng also warmly approached Lu Lingyun. "I apologize for my abruptness today. I'm sure second sister has been waiting anxiously in the manor. Since I am older than your sister-in-law, I'll shamelessly call myself your sister-in-law. I will apologize to both of you later." Wei Huifeng's words were quite eloquent. She first mentioned Lu Hanyi, saying she was waiting inside, quickly shifting attention. In just a few sentences, she established a connection, calling herself a sister-in-law, making it seem like they were family. If family members still insisted on such matters, it would make Lu Lingyun appear overly aggressive. With this smooth talk, the issue was resolved without any visible conflict. However, Lu Lingyun had brought Grandma Wan along. This cunning old servant immediately picked up on the flaw in her words and responded, "If this is how you treat us, who knows how you might treat our second Mississippi." Sure enough, Wei Huifeng's smile faltered. Her eyes flickered as she immediately linked arms with Lu Lingyun. "How could that be? Second sister is pregnant now, and we all treat her like a precious gem. If anything were to make her uncomfortable, I would be the first to blame. Dear sister, you are also a head of household. Any mistake in the manner would reflect poorly on us both. We are in a difficult position." Wei Huifeng smoothly avoided the accusation and drew closer to Lu Lingyun. First, she mentioned Lu Hanyi's pregnancy, implying that Lu Lingyun should stop arguing and go see her. Then she emphasized their shared role as heads of households, seeking empathy from Lu Lingyun. By finding common ground, she hoped to gain understanding and set the stage for Lu Hanyi to complain about her treatment if needed. Finding common ground helps mutual understanding. As Lu Lingyun was also a head of household, she knew she couldn't please everyone. Grandma Wan, hearing this, snorted again, ready to retort, "Our second miss." Lu Lingyun interrupted her, gently patting Wei Huifeng's hand. "Sister-in-law is right. Let's not stand at the door. We should go see my sister." Lu Lingyun gave Wei Huifeng a way out. Putting the matter aside, she didn't really care much about Lu Hanyi. If Lu Hanyi were her biological sister, she would have sought justice and harshly dealt with Wei Huifeng. But Lu Hanyi was just that. She only wanted to assert her authority and teach Wei Huifeng a lesson. There was no core conflict of interest between them, so Lu Lingyun didn't bother standing up for Lu Hanyi. Seeing Lu Lingyun's understanding, Wei Huifeng smiled broadly and led her into the Li manor. Seeing the familiar residence, Lu Lingyun felt a sense of change. Especially when Wei Huifeng, who used to torment her, now enthusiastically introduced everything, it was an indescribable feeling. In her past life, even after earning a high rank, Wei Huifeng still maintained her sister-in-law's demeanor. But in this life, she put away all pretenses and even tried to please her. The eternal truth is that conflicts of interest define relationships. There are no permanent friends, only permanent interests. They arrived at the courtyard where Lu Hanyi lived. It was the same room as before, but the decorations and furnishings were all according to Lu Hanyi's standards, clearly better than before. The curtains were made of moonlight silk. Clearly, the Lu family valued their daughter more than before. In her past life, she never had such fine silk. Of course, in this life, marrying into the marquis manor meant a higher standard of living than Lu Hanyi could ever achieve. Before entering the room, Wei Huifeng called out, "Second sister, look who's here." The door was already open. Wei Huifeng's maid lifted the curtain, and Lu Lingyun stepped inside, seeing Lu Hanyi lazily seated in a chair, wearing an orange autumn robe and a woman's hairstyle. Her pregnancy was still early, but she was already caressing her belly, showing some signs of pregnancy. Upon seeing Lu Lingyun, Lu Hanyi merely raised an eyelid. You're here. For a sister to visit her pregnant sibling, this attitude was rather dismissive. Especially since Lu Lingyun had married into a much higher status, coming here was a significant gesture. Lu Hanyi's lack of respect was evident. Wei Huifeng, seeing Lu Hanyi's attitude, laughed awkwardly to smooth things over. Second sister must be tired from the pregnancy. I remember being even lazier during my pregnancy with Ming'er. I had no energy for anyone. Wei Huifeng gave Lu Hanyi plenty of face. Lu Hanyi glanced at her and scoffed, Humph, sister-in-law is too modest. With your energy you could carry 10 pregnancies and still have eyes as bright as a cow's. Wei Huifeng. Lu Lingyun genuinely thought her sister was hopeless. Why hadn't she improved at all after reincarnation? Wei Huifeng blushed, second sister. All right, sister-in-law, let me speak with my sister alone, Lu Lingyun said, gently patting her hand. Mrs. Wei immediately smiled and glanced at her. All right, we'll leave first. You two sisters can have a good reunion. Mrs. Wei left Lu Hanyi's room with her people. Lu Hanyi didn't move an inch until she was gone. After Mrs. Wei left, Mama Wan approached with great concern. Second miss, have you been wronged here? Do you even need to ask if you already know? Mama Wan could tell that Mrs. Wei wasn't someone easy to deal with. You grew up pampered in Madame's courtyard, how could you be a match for her? You must have suffered a lot. Mama Wan looked heartbroken. After all, she had been one of Madame Lu's trusted servants and had watched Lu Hanyi grow up, truly caring for her. Seeing her like this, Lu Hanyi felt her anger rise. Then why were you smiling and chatting with her just now? You're supposed to be my family, yet you don't stand up for me. Rest assured, second miss, we will definitely stand up for you this time. Right, young lady? Mama Wan turned her head and said. She saw Lu Lingyun sitting on a stool, calmly drinking tea and looking at them. Mama Wan is indeed devoted to your cause, always ready to protect her mistress. Mama Wan felt guilty, knowing she was still under Lu Lingyun's authority. Young lady, second miss is your own sister. I thought you would definitely stand up for her, so I spoke on your behalf. Lu Lingyun smiled faintly. I didn't realize that a nanny could now make decisions for the mistress. Chapter 33. A reminder of pregnancy. Chapter 33. A reminder of pregnancy. Enough, Lu Hanyi sneered. You just don't want to help, do you? No one was counting on you in the first place. Second miss, please don't be angry. Young lady came here specifically to see you, Mama Wan coaxed gently. If you're upset, she definitely won't ignore it. Forget it. She should take care of her own affairs first. Lu Hanyi mocked, looking at Lu Lingyun. You must have suffered a lot in the Marquis manor, right? That surname Xing wench must have driven you crazy, right? I heard you even raised a concubine. Lu Lingyun, you're such a pushover. Lu Lingyun. Mama Wan continued, second miss, we came here to see how you are doing. You are now pregnant, so you mustn't lack anything or suffer any harm. Don't worry about other things. My affairs are none of your business. Lu Hanyi sneered. She hadn't expected anything from Lu Lingyun anyway. What she counted on was Li Wenchuan. Seeing her arrogant and determined look, Lu Lingyun knew what she was thinking. She sipped her tea, judging by your appearance, you seem to be doing well. Of course, I'm not like you. Lu Hanyi couldn't help but feel a sense of anticipation gently touching her belly. In her previous life, she had no children. In this life, with her excellent husband and perfect life, she would also have her own offspring. The thought made her content. As for Lu Lingyun, who had taken her place, the idea that she would never win Cheng Yunshua's heart, be oppressed by that hateful concubine, and never have her own child, truly delighted Lu Hanyi. Don't blame her, Lu Lingyun never deserved these things. All the best things should belong to her, Lu Hanyi. Looking at Lu Hanyi's smug expression, Lu Lingyun said, since you're fine, I'll leave. Go ahead, go. Lu Hanyi waved her hand, dismissing her. As Lu Lingyun was about to leave, she suddenly called out, by the way, be careful recently. Be careful about what? Be careful that the surname Xing wench might get pregnant. Lu Hanyi looked at her with an air of foreknowledge, a meaningful smile playing on her lips. That wench is likely to get pregnant around this time. In her previous life, Lu Hanyi and Xing Dairong fought fiercely. Several times, due to her antics, the Qin family intervened to discipline Xing Dairong. Once, when the fight was particularly intense, she forced Xing Dairong to kneel in the snow, causing her to bleed. It was only later discovered that Xing Dairong was pregnant. That incident threw the entire Marquis manor into chaos. Cheng Yunshua almost killed her, and the Qin family only saved her life, asking her to hide to avoid trouble. After that, her status in the Marquis manor plummeted. When Xing Dairong recovered the following year, Cheng Yunshua eloped with her. Calculating the dates, Xing Dairong should be pregnant around this time. Lu Hanyi felt compelled to give Lu Lingyun a heads up. Firstly, because she had stolen her perfect life, she felt a twinge of guilt and wanted to repay her with this warning. Secondly, she had ulterior motives, wanting to see how Lu Lingyun would react upon learning of Xing Dairong's pregnancy. If she got furious, it would be even better. Lu Lingyun was surprised by Lu Hanyi's reminder. She stood by the door, looking at the proud and arrogant Lu Hanyi. Winter is coming. Since you are pregnant, prepare some extra charcoal early this year to stay warm. She understood the intention behind Lu Hanyi's warning but appreciated the important information. Lu Lingyun always repaid both debts and kindness. Since Lu Hanyi had warned her, she would remind her to prepare extra charcoal. In her previous life, she fell ill during this winter while pregnant, making it difficult for her to carry the child to term. Truly, Lu Lingyun was cold-hearted but genuinely loved children. If Lu Hanyi could give birth smoothly, it would be a good thing. She returned the favor with an important reminder. TCH. Lu Hanyi sneered dismissively, completely uncaring. Lu Lingyun then remembered that Lu Hanyi was also reborn and had experienced the harsh winter. However, living in the Marquis manor, she never lacked charcoal and thus didn't understand the significance of the reminder. So, let's go. Lu Lingyun said no more. Back at the Marquis manor, Lu Lingyun immediately asked about Xing Dairong and Cheng Yunxua. How is Miss Xing doing? She stayed in Yaoguang Pavilion all day. And the prince? He went to Prefectural Commandant Manor early in the morning for his duties. Haven't they reconciled yet? No. Hearing this, Lu Lingyun frowned slightly. Not yet reconciled. It makes sense, this time they had a major falling out. Usually, with some minor squabbles, a bit of cajoling from Xing Dairong would smooth things over. This time, it truly hurt Cheng Yunshua's heart. Cheng Yunxua doesn't want to placate her as he used to. They're bound to be in a cold war for a while. But what about the child? The marquisate has few heirs, and Lu Lingyun has studied this issue for a long time. She can confirm that it's difficult for the old marquis lineage to produce offspring, which is why none of his many concubines have given birth. Having been reborn, she believes in fate now. If fate dictates that a child should come during this period, there's a high chance it will happen. For example, Lu Hanyi was also conceived around this time in her previous life. If Cheng Yunxua continues to cold war with Xing Dairong, what will happen to the child? The marquisate must have an heir regardless of who bears it. After all, they would still be her children. Lu Lingyun thought for a long time before saying, "Call Aunt Xiu over." Soon Aunt Xiu walked over with grace and poise. After a brief exchange of pleasantries, Lu Lingyun asked, "How have you been feeling lately?" "Very well," Aunt Xiu said with a radiant smile. Ever since Xing Dairong faced setbacks, she has been happier each day. The other day, I went to Xiangji Temple and drew a fortune-telling stick. It said that our household will soon welcome a fortunate son, Lu Lingyun said, gently hinting at her. Really? Aunt Xiu's eyes lit up. You need to act quickly, Lu Lingyun said meaningfully. Aunt Xiu looked delighted. I understand. Before leaving, Lu Lingyun gave Aunt Xiu all the fertility aids that Lady Qin had given her. That night, Cheng Yunxua returned to Aunt Xiu's autumn fragrance courtyard. Aunt Xiu changed into her former maid's attire, and every gesture reminded Cheng Yunxua of the past, evoking even more nostalgia. Just as Aunt Xiu was about to take advantage of the situation to keep Cheng Yunxua, a loud knocking came from outside the courtyard. Prince! Prince! Something terrible has happened. Qiu Ling heard Qiu Ku's voice and felt her teeth grind in frustration. For the first time, she regretted choosing a courtyard next to Yaoguang Pavilion. What's going on? Miss Xing has fallen ill. Chapter 34, Being a concubine isn't so bad after all. Chapter 34, Being a concubine isn't so bad after all. Xing Dairong fell ill, and the two, who had been in a cold war, immediately reconciled. Cheng Yunxua took care of her tirelessly throughout the night and even took leave from his duties with the Imperial Guards the next day to attend to her wholeheartedly at home. After the previous outburst, Xing Dairong's personality had changed significantly. She no longer acted as arrogantly or recklessly, refraining from throwing tantrums at him and becoming much gentler toward Cheng Yunxua. This made Cheng Yunxua feel heartbroken. He felt guilty for his past coldness towards her and treated her even more tenderly. However, there was still something unspoken between them. They chose not to address it directly, pretending it was all behind them. This reconciliation brought their relationship to an unprecedented level of closeness. People from Yaoguang Pavilion said that Cheng Yunxua now cherished Xing Dairong like a precious gem. No one was allowed to mistreat her. Lu Lingyun, however, was indifferent to this. It didn't matter to her who bore the child. After all, the child would be recorded under her name and raised by her. Xing Dairong was different from other women, but she lived in the same era as everyone else, unable to change the grand scheme of things. Lu Lingyun believed that if Xing Dairong could find her place, she wouldn't mind having a cup of tea with her as a concubine and giving her a dignified treatment as a concubine. After all, what she and Xing Dairong were fighting for was different. She wanted control over the entire marquisate household while they were competing for the man. Whether it was Xing Dairong or Aunt Xiu, they were all the same in her eyes. They were never her enemies, merely pawns. Hearing that Xing Dairong was ill, she sent a doctor and medicine to her. She wasn't in a hurry, but Aunt Xiu was desperate. The mistress said that a fortunate child would soon be born. It mattered greatly whether the child came from her womb or Xing Dairong's. She was just a concubine without the master's favor, and without a child, she couldn't establish herself in the marquisate for long. Every day, she watched the activities at Yaoguang Pavilion, wishing she could snatch the man away directly, but she knew it was futile. She wasn't Xing Dairong, able to lure a man with just a glance. 3 days passed, and Yaoguang Pavilion was as sweet as honey, while Aunt Xiu was burning with anxiety. Today, she finally found Cheng Yunxua taking a stroll with Xing Dairong in the courtyard and hurriedly approached them. Your Highness. Sister Qiu Ling, Cheng Yunxua acknowledged her with a nod. Qiu Ling had been by his side recently, and their relationship had grown closer. Even though Chang Yunxua hadn't shared a bed with her, he no longer deliberately distanced himself from her as before. After all, she had once served him intimately, and living together harmoniously was the best outcome for him. Chang Yunshua's attitude toward her brightened Qiuling's spirits. What surprised her even more was Xing Dairong's reaction to Chang Yunshua's behavior, which didn't flare up as it used to. Xing Dairong only frowned slightly, not engaging in any jealousy with Qiuling. Seeing this, Qiuling boldly approached her. Sister Xing, how is your health? Who's your sister? Xing Dairong glanced at her irritably. Though she wasn't causing trouble, she certainly wasn't going to give Qiuling a pleasant face. Qiuling realized that Xing Dairong was still jealous deep down, despite her changed demeanor. She had an idea and continued to provoke her. We both serve His Highness in the marquisate. Even if you don't have a formal status here, we are still sisters. Sure enough, Xing Dairong felt as if she had swallowed a fly upon hearing this. Will you stop it? Xing Dairong suppressed her anger. Qiuling's eyes filled with grievance. Your Highness, I didn't mean it that way. I meant that Sister Xing should have a formal status in the marquisate so that we can take care of each other. A formal status? Wasn't this putting Xing Dairong in her place? Again, and now this. Enough was enough. I've discovered you're nothing but a green tea bitch. You come looking for trouble when others are minding their own business. I'm not even bothering with you, yet you still act so low. Do you enjoy being despised? Xing Dairong unleashed a torrent of angry words, but then she heard Chang Yunxua gently call her name, Dairong. Xing Dairong felt wronged and was about to cry. Afraid that Chang Yunxua might not understand Qiuling's insinuations, she grabbed his hand and stomped her foot anxiously. Yunxua, did you hear what she said? She wants me to be a concubine like her. She's such a green tea slut. How can she be so despicable, tormenting me every day? But Chang Yunxua understood. And he thought about it seriously. Dairong, you cannot remain without a formal status in the marquisate. Xing Dairong stopped her tirade in disbelief, staring at Chang Yunxua in shock. What did Chang Yunxua mean? Did he also want her to become a concubine? Yes. That was exactly what Chang Yunxua thought. He was no longer the impulsive young man who believed that love alone could surpass everything in the world. The repeated arguments had gradually dulled the passion, and now that he had official duties, Chang Yunxua, who was increasingly entering the secular world, realized that Xing Dairong's current position by his side was no longer appropriate. Xing Dairong could not remain with him without a proper title for her entire life. He needed to give Xing Dairong a legitimate status. This was not only for his own peace of mind but also for hers. Of course, Xing Dairong could only become a concubine. For he already had a nominal wife. Xing Dairong could only be a concubine. Are you asking me to be your concubine? Xing Dairong looked at him with shock and anger. Chang Yunxua stared at her seriously and said, Dairong, being a concubine isn't bad. In the future you can move around openly in the marquisate, and everything in the marquisate will have a share for you. You won't be upset because Qiuling gets new clothes while you don't. Lingyun is kind and benevolent. She will treat you well. Chang Yunxua. You beast. Xing Dairong pushed Chang Yunxua away and ran off in anger. Seeing Xing Dairong storm off again, the instigator Qiuling quickly added, Your Highness, Miss Xing's temper. Before she could finish her provocative words, Chang Yunxua immediately chased after her. Dairong! Dairong! Seeing Chang Yunshua's devoted behavior, Qiuling stomped her feet in frustration. Why does he still need to placate her? Someone who doesn't understand their place should be left alone for a while. How could Chang Yunxua bear to leave Xing Dairong? He still cared deeply for her. He knew that Xing Dairong would not accept this directly today, so he needed to comfort her properly. Dairong, listen to me carefully. I won't listen. Go away, go away. Go to the autumn fragrance courtyard, go to Lu Lingyun, go wherever you want. It's all lies, everything you said is a lie. The two started arguing again, separated by the door of the room, and everyone else in Yaoguang Pavilion rushed out. Qingfeng asked the accompanying Qiu Kuei. What happened again? Sai, don't ask. Qiu Kuei looked exasperated. Just now I met Sister Qiuling in the courtyard. She suggested that Miss Xing become a concubine. Qiu Kuei recounted what had happened in the courtyard to the others. Chapter 35 Living without a man is impossible. Chapter 35 Living without a man is impossible. Qingfeng frowned after hearing this. Sister Qiuling and the prince were not wrong in what they said. Yes, being a concubine is better than how Miss Xing is now. What does she think every day? Does she really think she can be the main wife? A first-class servant boy said, and everyone looked at him. But everyone felt he was right. Does Xing Dairong, if not becoming a concubine, really think she can become the main wife? Does she deserve it? Sigh. Qiu Kuei sighed wearily. How could something so obvious to everyone be incomprehensible to Xing Dairong? Daydreaming about love all day long, can love feed her? Chang Yunxua coaxed for a long time at the door. When he heard no more sounds inside, he prepared himself to be splashed with water and kicked the door open. As soon as he entered, he saw Xing Dairong crying under the covers. Unlike before when she would scream and fight. Seeing this, his heart softened. Chang Yunxua walked to the window and spoke gently. Dairong, get out. Let me explain properly. Chang Yunxua forcibly pulled back the covers, holding her tightly despite her kicking and punching. I have thought this through. Your current status in the mansion really isn't good. Do you look down on me too? I don't look down on you. Don't you want to walk out with me openly and hear others introduce you seriously? So you want me to be your concubine? Xing Dairong glared at him with red eyes. Qing Yunxua, are you a bastard or not? Dairong, Qing Yunxua sighed deeply. I still promise you that I will only love you in this life. Ha 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 ha. Xing Dairong laughed coldly at his promise, then divorce Lu Lingyun and marry me officially. Her words made Qing Yunshua's face turn dark. Divorcing Lu Lingyun is absolutely impossible. Not to mention that Lu Lingyun has not committed any of the 7 grounds for divorce, making it impossible for him to divorce her. Even if he divorced Lu Lingyun, Xing Dairong's status would never allow her to become the princess consort of the marquisate. Moreover, Qing Yunxua genuinely respected Lu Lingyun. Everything Lu Lingyun did, he believed in. If there was a main wife position, it could only be her. Why aren't you speaking? Why aren't you saying anything? Divorce her and marry me, then everything would be proper. Go and divorce Lu Lingyun right now. Qing Yunshua's face turned cold and he frowned. Dairong, didn't you tell me that you don't care about titles when you're with me? So you want me to be a concubine? Xing Dairong laughed in anger, and you say you're not a liar. Dairong, why do you insist on this? Qing Yunxua continued to coax her patiently. Unless you divorce her now, I won't listen to anything else. Xing Dairong covered her ears, pulled the covers over herself, and hid back in bed. Seeing her stubbornness, Qing Yunxua sighed deeply and left the room. That night, he did not go to the autumn fragrance courtyard but slept in the study of Yaoguang Pavilion. The next day he went to see Xing Dairong again but received the same response. After some thought, he left for his duties. After he left the marquisate, Xing Dairong came out of her room. Miss Xing, you're up? Xiao Kuai breathed a sigh of relief upon seeing her. Just as she was about to ask how she was doing, she saw Xing Dairong stride out. Miss Xing, where are you going? To Lu Lingyun's place. Xing Dairong stormed off to Lu Lingyun's courtyard. Hearing this, Xiao Kuai broke out in a cold sweat. My dear, what is she doing at the main wife's courtyard? Lu Lingyun was watering flowers in the courtyard. She had recently cultivated a large pot of various types of flowers, each with its own beauty. Just as she was watering the newly found night-blooming flower, Xing Dairong barged in. Miss Xing, what are you doing? We haven't announced our arrival yet. Little Wei and the others followed Xing Dairong in. Seeing her, Lu Lingyun put down the watering can. Miss Xing is here. Stop pretending. Xing Dairong glared at Lu Lingyun with fury. You are the most despicable person in this entire mansion. How have I offended you? Lu Lingyun looked at her calmly, a faint smile on her face. Why did you have to marry into this family? Lu Lingyun looked at her with amusement. Miss Xing, you've asked me this question several times already. Let me answer it again. It was my parents' wish and the matchmaker's word. I entered the marquis through proper channels with a grand procession of red wedding decorations. You don't even love Qing Yunxua. Why do you insist on doing this? I don't understand what you're talking about. Are you saying you can't live without a man? Xing Dairong screamed hysterically. After a night of contemplation, she realized that her true enemy wasn't Xiuling but Lu Lingyun. If not for her occupying the position of the main wife, how could Qing Yunxua have made her his concubine? Since Qing Yunxua refused to divorce his wife, she would come here and make her leave. You are truly outrageous. Someone take her away. Shuang Hong, having gained some experience, called for people to apprehend Xing Dairong. At this point, there was no need to indulge her any further. At this moment, Lu Lingyun gently waved her hand, dismissing everyone else. She looked at the furious Xing Dairong and continued to smile calmly. Miss Xing, you said I can't live without a man? Isn't that the truth? Since you don't love Qing Yunxua, why do you insist on keeping this position? Can't women of your era have some dignity? Lu Lingyun continued to smile at her. From the tone of your words, it seems like you are not from our time. I'm not. Xing Dairong blurted out, unconcerned at this point. Let me tell you, I come from a world of freedom and equality where everyone can pursue true love without being controlled by anyone. Have some dignity and stop clinging to Qing Yunxua, occupying the position that should be mine. After hearing her words, Lu Lingyun's eyes sparkled and she nodded. The world you describe sounds truly beautiful. Then why won't you step aside? A fleeting look of satisfaction crossed Xing Dairong's eyes, but in the next second, she heard Lu Lingyun say, However, I am certain that in any world, only those with power can talk about dignity, freedom, and love. Xing Dairong was stunned. My father is a 5th-rank scholar official and many of my clan members hold official positions. When I married into this family, I brought a dowry of 140 sedan chairs, containing everything from food and clothing to a coffin, covering all my needs from birth to death. Even the water I drink in the marquis comes from a well that my father had dug for me, ensuring that I can live well without relying on a single thread or drop of water from the marquisate. Lu Lingyun smiled as she looked at Xing Dairong. But Miss Xing, what do you have? Do you have money, power, or influence? Everything you eat, drink, and wear depends on the crown prince. Even the clothes you wear were bought with money he took from me to buy them for you. You say I can't live without a man, but I think it's you who can't live without one. You have nothing. What right do you have to ask me to fulfill your dreams of freedom, love, and dignity? Do you think just because you believe this world should be like your old one it will be so? Chapter 36 Let's run away together. Chapter 36. Let's run away together. Lu Lingyun spoke word by word, unhurriedly, yet her words cut straight to the heart like knives, leaving Xing Dairong speechless. She felt that all her pride as a time traveler was utterly worthless in front of Lu Lingyun. With a grim face, she left without uttering a word. Upon returning, she locked herself in Yaoguang Pavilion. When Chang Yunxua came back from his duties, he immediately asked Xiao Ling about Xing Dairong. Xiao Ling told him that Xing Dairong had confronted Lu Lingyun today and then locked herself in her room upon returning. Hearing this, Chang Yunxua frowned deeply. He was unhappy. Very unhappy. He had offered to make her a concubine, yet she dared to go to Lu Lingyun and demand her position. This was sheer nonsense. Why did she go to Lu Lingyun? When had Lu Lingyun ever provoked her? How could she be so unaware of her own status? Seeing her lock herself in her room, looking ready to throw another tantrum, Chang Yunxua felt both anger and frustration. He truly had married a handful. Just as he was unsure whether to placate or scold Xing Dairong, she opened her door from inside. Xing Dairong stood calmly at the doorway, greeting him warmly. "Yunxua, you're back." She showed no signs of temper, leaving Chang Yunxua momentarily bewildered. "Did you go to see Lu Lingyun today?" Chang Yunxua asked directly. "Yes," Xing Dairong replied, still standing at the doorway. "I want to have a serious talk with you." Her calm demeanor was unusual, even hinting at a rare vulnerability. Like a young bird drenched by a storm, she lacked her usual chatter and vitality. Chang Yunshua's heart softened. After all, it was he who first made her unhappy. It was he who first suggested making her a concubine. Given how indulgent he had been with Xing Dairong, her anger was understandable. Chang Yunxua decided to have a proper conversation with her and clear the air. He walked into the room and said, "Dairong, being a concubine is not the same as being an ordinary mistress. I will discuss with Lingyun to elevate you to a noble concubine. In this era, there is only one main wife. Below her, there are 3 levels of concubines: noble concubine, virtuous concubine, and lowly concubine. Xiao Ling is currently a virtuous concubine. Generally, a concubine's status reflects her background. A noble concubine comes from a family with some social standing, often a secondary daughter from a minor official's household or daughter from a wealthy merchant's family. A virtuous concubine is typically a chaste daughter from a decent family or a trusted servant with a background, such as Xiao Ling. A lowly concubine is the lowest rank, usually a courtesan, a woman from a brothel, or an orphan with no support, who can only become a lowly concubine. Given Xing Dairong's status, she would not easily be admitted as a lowly concubine. However, Chang Yunxua adored her and was willing to fight for her, ensuring she would be elevated to a noble concubine. A noble concubine? Xing Dairong repeated, her tone tinged with mockery. Chang Yunxua held her hand and continued, "Dairong, titles don't matter. With me, no one in this house will dare to mistreat you. I will provide you with the best food and clothing." "As good as Lu Lingyun?" Xing Dairong countered. Chang Yunxua was taken aback and frowned. "Why do you need to compare yourself to Lingyun?" Ultimately, Chang Yunxua knew his limits. He could give Xing Dairong the best within his means but never surpass Lu Lingyun. Lu Lingyun is the main wife. She cannot be treated like a concubine. "Ha!" Xing Dairong laughed coldly. Chang Yunxua tightened his grip on her hand, coaxing, "Dairong, a noble concubine is second only to the main wife. In the marquisate, you will be the highest ranking among others. I promise you I will have only you for the rest of my life. Believe me, okay? As long as she doesn't compare herself to Lu Lingyun, she will undoubtedly be the happiest woman in the marquisate. And she will have his lifelong affection. This is something countless people would envy." After saying this, Xing Dairong suddenly looked up at him, her gaze intense. "Chang Yunxua, let's run away together." "What? Run away? Let's escape from the marquisate." Xing Dairong's eyes sparkled as she stared intently at Chang Yunxua. "If you love me, come away with me. I don't want to stay here anymore." The blow she received from Lu Lingyun today was too great. Lu Lingyun's words had awakened her. She now realized that as long as she remained in the marquisate, she could never surpass Lu Lingyun. Lu Lingyun, on that day, she would be the legitimate and rightful mistress here, and she could only seek survival under her control. She couldn't accept it. She wanted to escape. Chang Yunxua would take money, take her, and they would go outside together, find a good place to buy a house and land to live freely, and wouldn't she then be Chang Yunshua's legitimate wife? Was it worth being suppressed by Lu Lingyun here? Her words made Chang Yunxua frown deeply. Times were different now. This was not the past life. In the past life, Lu Hanyi foolishly treated Xing Dairong as her enemy, constantly pressuring and targeting her, tightening their relationship even more. And because of the crucial trigger of making Xing Dairong lose her child, Chang Yunxua decided to abandon everything and elope with Xing Dairong. But in this life, why should Chang Yunxua elope with Xing Dairong? Wasn't he living well as the young lord of the marquisate in the imperial city? Wasn't serving in the imperial guards good enough? He had taken Xing Dairong into his household, pampering her, and no one in the entire household criticized him. Even Lady Qin, under Lu Lingyun's mediation, now left him free to do as he pleased. Everyone gave him enough freedom and space. Why should he leave the marquisate and elope with Xing Dairong? Once they eloped, they would bear the stigma of disloyalty, dishonor, and disrespect. In the past life, loving Xing Dairong intensely was one thing, but in this life, their relationship was not strong enough for him to choose such an extreme way. Chang Yunhua frowned deeply. Yunhua. Xing Dairong hugged him tightly. I really don't want to live in the marquisate anymore. We'll take the money, leave the imperial city, and buy a house and shops wherever we go. Then we can open a shop, do business, collect rents, and I'll be your legitimate wife. We'll be happy for the rest of our lives with no one bullying us. Xing Dairong's vision made Chang Yunhua frown even more. Putting aside the fact that everything would be his effort while Xing Dairong only contributed herself, just one point, how can you do business? Xing Dairong's last attempt at opening a buffet restaurant made him realize one thing. Xing Dairong was only suited for romance and leisure. She was not practical. Yunhua. Xing Dairong looked up. Apart from the buffet, I have many other ideas. One failure doesn't mean all failures. Trust me, I will make you famous outside. Xing Dairong still had a secret weapon. Chapter 37 Xing Dairong Escapes. Chapter 37 Xing Dairong Escapes. Enough. Chang Yunhua directly refused Xing Dairong. Chang Yunhua, this is what you call loving me. Xing Dairong's face changed. You promised me a lifetime together, but in the end you want me to be your concubine. I asked you to run away with me and be my husband, but you said no. In the end you were just deceiving me. Can you stop being unreasonable? Chang Yunhua, I'll ask you one last time, will you run away with me? Xing Dairong, can't you be more sensible? If we run away, how will we survive? The money we carry will eventually run out. What will we rely on then? Your business ideas? Without the marquisate, who will clean up after you? Xing Dairong stood up, clenching her fists, feeling extremely determined. I told you, I have a secret recipe that will make you famous and powerful. Show me your secret recipe now. If you run away with me, I'll tell you. It will definitely make you famous. Haha, if you have such a recipe, why do you need to run away with me to tell me? Chang Yunhua, in the end, you just don't believe me. Xing Dairong, what makes you worthy of my trust? The two argued until their faces turned red, and Xing Dairong looked at the man in front of her with heaving chest. After calming down for a moment, her eyes filled with tears and hatred, she gritted her teeth and said, just tell me, will you run away with me or not? No. Chang Yunhua firmly rejected her. Fine, don't regret it. Xing Dairong pushed Chang Yunhua away. In anger, Chang Yunhua did not want to stay there any longer. With a flick of his sleeve, he went straight to the neighboring autumn fragrance courtyard. Seeing him disbelieve her so completely, Xing Dairong was filled with rage. I will make you regret this. I will. In terms of making money through business, she had indeed come to realize the reality. Modern business practices were simply not applicable in ancient times due to the lack of productivity. Moreover, she truly lacked the skills to conduct business. Even if some ideas might work in ancient times, she could not think of them or control them. But while she was not good at business, she still possessed modern knowledge. After being humiliated by Lu Lingyun, she spent an entire day thinking about what else she could offer that would astonish everyone. She, a proud time traveler, could not be defeated by the natives of this era. After going through all the knowledge she remembered from elementary school to high school, she came up with a few completely feasible ideas. One was the saponification reaction for making soap, and another was the formula for gunpowder. Sulfur, potassium nitrate, and charcoal. This was a formula memorized by anyone who took junior high chemistry. She had the formula for gunpowder, which was something that could shake the entire ancient dynasty. If Chang Yunhua ran away with her, she would tell him the gunpowder formula. Then he would definitely become famous and powerful. But now? This scumbag. She would make him regret it. Make him regret everything. Xing Dairong locked the door and packed all her belongings. She was going to escape the marquisate. Lu Lingyun knew that Chang Yunhua had argued with Xing Dairong again. After hearing the content of their argument, she shook her head. Tell Aunt Xiao to hurry up, she said to Chuanxing. Yes, young lady. That Xing Dairong was ultimately hopeless. It was time to find someone else. The next day, Chang Yunhua went to work early as usual. Before leaving, he instructed the servants at Yaoguang Pavilion to keep an eye on Xing Dairong, worried that she might take drastic actions after their argument. The servants agreed promptly. Not long after he left, Luo Heng came to the marquisate looking for Chang Yunhua. As soon as Lu Lingyun heard that Luo Heng had arrived, her brows furrowed deeply. Luo Heng was the son of the Supreme Court's lesser minister, the same man Wang Qilua had married in her previous life, a wolf in sheep's clothing. Without even showing her face, she instructed the steward to inform Luo Heng that Chang Yunhua had gone to serve at the prefectural commandant manor and no one was home. Despite hearing this from the servant, Luo Heng still stayed to have a cup of tea at the marquisate before leisurely leaving. Lu Lingyun truly had no good impression of Luo Heng. After this incident, her impression of him worsened significantly. In the afternoon, Lu Lingyun received an invitation from Lady Jiang of General Wang's residence. 3 days from now, I would like to invite you for a small gathering at our residence. Wang Jiang. Lady Jiang was Wang Qilua's mother. Upon seeing this invitation, Lu Lingyun's mood improved considerably. She immediately sent a reply, confirming her attendance at the small gathering 3 days later. Leisurely passing the afternoon, Lu Lingyun found these few days surprisingly free of worries. She was comfortably enjoying the flowers in the courtyard, contemplating the upcoming winter preparations, when someone from Yaoguang Pavilion rushed over with urgent news. "Second madam. Something terrible has happened." "What is it? Why are you so flustered?" Shuang Hong, already bearing the demeanor of a senior maid, scolded the young servant who had run over from Yaoguang Pavilion. "It's really serious," the servant panted. "What happened?" Lu Lingyun turned to look at him. "Xing Dairong, she's gone." Everyone in the Ningyang marquisate waited for Cheng Yunhua to return, searching for Xing Dairong. Xiaoqua cried as she recounted that Xing Dairong's door had been closed all day, but it had opened briefly in the morning when food was delivered. She didn't eat lunch, and the room was quiet. Xiaoqua remembered that she had a habit of sleeping during the day, so she didn't push too hard, as it had been like this recently. By the afternoon, Xiaoqua felt something was wrong after repeatedly urging her to eat. When they finally broke down the door, Xing Dairong was nowhere to be found. She had run away. Strangely, no one saw her leave through either the front or back gates. Upon learning that she had escaped, Cheng Yunhua immediately contacted the Imperial Guards to search the entire city. Lu Lingyun, after repeatedly questioning the servants and confirming that no one had seen Xing Dairong leave through the gates, and considering that the walls of the marquisate had been reinforced, realized she couldn't have climbed out alone. Suddenly, Lu Lingyun thought of someone. Luo Heng. Today Luo Heng, an outsider, had visited the marquisate. "Don't make a fuss. Send someone to find Jiran and ask her to send trustworthy people to inquire around the residence of the Supreme Court's lesser minister." Focusing on Luo Heng, Lu Lingyun instructed Shuang Hong. If Xing Dairong had indeed left with Luo Heng, it wouldn't be convenient for the Ningyang marquisate to directly investigate. Lu Lingyun thought of Jiran, who managed her shops outside, and asked her to send some trustworthy people to inquire about Luo Heng. Sure enough, early the next morning, Jiran sent word. Her people had discovered traces of Xing Dairong at one of Luo Heng's private residences. Yesterday he brought a young woman there. Upon hearing this news, Lu Lingyun furrowed her brow deeply. Chapter 38. Be the main wife or nothing. Chapter 38. Be the main wife or nothing. Cheng Yunhua had been searching for Xing Dairong for a day and a night. With no news, he was pacing anxiously. At this moment, Lu Lingyun found him. "Prince, on the day Miss Xing disappeared, Master Luo from the Supreme Court came to the residence looking for you. Perhaps you should ask him if he saw Miss Xing." Lu Lingyun did not directly say that she had already investigated where Xing Dairong was. She only gave Cheng Yunhua direction, leaving it to him to find the person himself. After all, Xing Dairong was not someone important in the household, so there was no need for her to personally intervene. She told Cheng Yunhua roughly where Xing Dairong could be found and left it to him to handle the situation. Of course, she genuinely couldn't understand why Xing Dairong would run away with Luo Heng, nor why Luo Heng would take her in. By telling Cheng Yunhua, she also wanted to know what Xing Dairong was up to. Cheng Yunhua, upon being reminded by Lu Lingyun, immediately realized something and rushed out to find Luo Heng. Lu Lingyun gave a meaningful glance to Qi Feng, who was with Cheng Yunhua, and Qi Feng promptly followed his master closely. Luo Heng was a new friend Cheng Yunhua had made this year, the one who first introduced him to the extraordinary woman at the fragrant pavilion, Xing Dairong. They fell deeply in love at first sight. Later, when redeeming Xing Dairong, Luo Heng assured him that he would not interfere and even lent him a considerable sum of money to help him win her over with a grand gesture. Cheng Yunhua always considered Luo Heng a good friend, and they often traveled together. Thinking about it, it was quite possible that Xing Dairong had run away with Luo Heng, as they had known each other for a long time. With this thought, Cheng Yunhua hurriedly went to find Luo Heng. Qi Feng followed Cheng Yunhua to several of Luo Heng's residences and finally found him at one of his private homes. Not only did they find Luo Heng, but they also saw the escaped Xing Dairong. Dairong. Cheng Yunhua immediately spotted Xing Dairong, dressed differently, sitting in the courtyard cracking pine nuts. Seeing Cheng Yunhua, Xing Dairong showed no surprise. She merely snorted and turned her head away, pretending not to recognize him. "Have you had enough of your tantrum?" Cheng Yunhua rushed to her, but before he could touch Xing Dairong, an elderly maid intervened. "Young master, please show some respect. This is our lady." "Lady?" Cheng Yunhua looked at Xing Dairong in disbelief. Meanwhile, Luo Heng emerged from the house. "Brother Yunhua, you came quickly," Luo Heng said with a smile. "What is going on here?" Cheng Yunhua glared angrily at both of them. Xing Dairong slowly rose from her rattan chair, giving Cheng Yunhua a disdainful look. "If you won't marry me, there are plenty of others who will. I will never be a concubine. I'll only be a main wife." "Xing Dairong." Cheng Yunhua was furious. "Do you know what you're saying?" "Humph." Xing Dairong sneered. "Cheng Yunhua, you can have your main wife and concubines, but I won't be anyone's concubine. If I'm going to marry, it will be as a main wife." Cheng Yunhua couldn't believe it. He turned to Luo Heng. "Are you going to marry Xing Dairong?" Luo Heng smiled charmingly and put his arm around Xing Dairong's waist. "Dairong is an extraordinary woman. I've long admired her. If she hadn't been interested in you, I wouldn't have given her up. Now that you don't cherish her, I am willing to marry her as my main wife and never regret it." Cheng Yunhua was beside himself with rage. How could this be happening? Xing Dairong, I'll give you one last chance. Come back and we'll pretend nothing happened. Xing Dairong couldn't help but sneer. What are you thinking? Go back with you? Do you really think I can't live without you? Let me tell you, if you don't value me, there are plenty who do. When I asked you to marry me, you said it couldn't be done. When I asked you to divorce your wife, you refused. When I suggested we elope, you didn't agree. In the end, you never took me seriously. Since you were unkind, don't blame me for being unrighteous. I'm marrying Lu Hong, and you can regret it all you want. The more Xing Dairong spoke, the more relieved she felt, especially seeing Cheng Yunchua's shocked expression, which brought her immense satisfaction. Finally, she had vented her anger. Cheng Yunchua, red-eyed and seething, stared at Xing Dairong for a long time. Do you really think he'll marry you as his main wife? Use your brain. Of course. Xing Dairong replied firmly, her face full of confidence and pride. Cheng Yunchua, I've told you before, I have secrets that can bring fame and fortune. You didn't recognize their worth, but there are others who do. Shoo! At this moment, Lu Hanyi gently shushed her, his tone filled with affection. Seeing their interaction, Cheng Yunchua could no longer contain his fury. Xing Dairong, don't regret this. You're the one who will regret it. Xing Dairong saw Cheng Yunchua leave in a fit of anger, feeling immensely satisfied. She turned to Lu Hong beside her and asked, Lu Hong, you will really marry me, won't you? Of course, as long as you successfully create the gunpowder formula, I will marry you as my official wife with a grand ceremony. Lu Hong lifted her chin, speaking tenderly. His eyes were filled with a calculating gleam. Hearing this, Xing Dairong's eyes sparkled with satisfaction and intense anticipation. Cheng Yunchua had repeatedly said he couldn't marry her as his official wife, and she was determined to prove him wrong. She would make him regret it. She would make Cheng Yunchua regret it so deeply that he would be green with envy. Cheng Yunchua returned to the marquisate with a face full of resentment. Lingyun learned from Qifeng about their encounter today. The more she heard, the more furrowed her brows became. Does Xing Dairong have a secret method to bring fame and fortune? That's what I heard, but I don't know exactly what it is, Qifeng replied truthfully. Lingyun furrowed her brows in deep thought. Xing Dairong's behavior was erratic, but she did have a head full of novel ideas and had created many things that caught people's attention, such as Arabic numerals, watermelon juice, and barbecues. She had once blurted out that she came from another world. As someone who had been reborn, Lingyun believed anything was possible. Perhaps Xing Dairong really did come from a more extraordinary world. However, in her previous life, Lingyun lived for over a decade and received an imperial title without ever hearing about Xing Dairong or Cheng Yunchua achieving fame and fortune. They bickered and quarreled in Jiang'an for years, and eventually, they both grew tired of each other and never returned to the marquisate, indicating they had no backing or face to return. If she truly had a trump card, why would her later life be so impoverished and miserable? Thinking about it, Lingyun concluded that it was likely just a big hype with nothing substantial behind it. Xing Dairong probably tricked Cheng Yunchua, only to end up with nothing. Like the buffet she had introduced. Chapter 39, Wang Qilua discusses marriage. Chapter 39, Wang Qilua discusses marriage. After figuring it out, Lingyun no longer dwelled on these matters. Moreover, even if Xing Dairong did manage to stir up something, there was no way she could allow her to marry into the Cheng family as the main wife and make Cheng Yunchua regret it for life. Because the person she had chosen was Lu Hong. Lu Hong's father was a deputy minister of the Supreme Court, a high-ranking official in the current dynasty. How could the Luo family possibly marry a woman from a brothel as their main wife? Furthermore, Xing Dairong had been with Cheng Yunchua. It was clear that Lu Hong was deceiving her, luring her with the promise of becoming the main wife to obtain her secret methods. She really believed him. Even if she managed to somehow shake the Luo family and successfully marry in, Lu Hong's nature was cruel and cunning. At this moment, Lingyun felt that Xing Dairong had truly ruined a good hand, unable to see her own identity or understand anyone around her. Originally, with Cheng Yunchua's exclusive affection, if she had just a bit more insight, she would have thrived in the marquis's residence. But today's actions had left her with no way out. Have Aunt Qiu comfort the prince these past few days? Lingyun said after taking a sip of tea. Yes. After his great anger, Cheng Yunchua fell into a deep depression and became seriously ill that night. During this time, Aunt Qiu took care of him tirelessly. The next day, Lingyun went to visit Cheng Yunchua. His face was full of despair, and he asked her not to tell Lady Qin and the old marquis about these matters. Lingyun sympathetically agreed. She instructed everyone in the household not to discuss the matter and to take good care of Cheng Yunchua, keeping news of Xing Dairong's escape under wraps. The following day was the agreed-upon meeting with the General Wang's residence. Despite her busy schedule, Lingyun set aside her affairs, prepared gifts, and went to Wang Qilua's home. As soon as her carriage arrived at the General Wang's residence, the front gate opened wide, and Lady Jiang, accompanied by Wang Qilua and several other ladies, greeted her warmly at the entrance. Yun. Lady Jiang saw Lingyun get out of the carriage and excitedly approached, holding her hands tightly. Auntie, Lingyun smiled sweetly, her expression genuinely warm. Lady Jiang bore a striking resemblance to Wang Qilua, but appeared even more elegant and gentle. She held Lu Lingyun and scrutinized her. I think you've lost weight. Not at all. I feel like I've gained weight recently. Since marrying into the marquis' residence, she had enjoyed good food and care. The issue with Xing Dairong was merely a source of amusement for Lu Lingyun. With such a comfortable life, how could she not gain weight? Don't deceive me. You must tell your auntie how things are going. This was your mother's last wish before she passed away. Don't let her scold me from beyond the grave. Mother, let's go inside. If you keep talking here, my aunt will come looking for you, Wang Qilua teased. You silly girl, saying such nonsense. Lady Jiang glanced at her, realizing they were still at the door, and then warmly led Lu Lingyun inside. Along the way, they exchanged pleasantries. After several assurances from Lu Lingyun, Lady Jiang finally believed that she was indeed doing well. Once inside, Lady Jiang looked at Wang Qilua, who was chattering away with Lu Lingyun. Didn't you learn how to make some new pastries to serve Yunyan? Yes, my dough should be ready now. Lingyun, wait a moment. I'll go make them for you. Lu Lingyun glanced at Lady Jiang and nodded at Wang Qilua. Take your time, no rush. Okay. After Wang Qilua left the room, Lu Lingyun looked at Lady Jiang, who was smiling, and directly asked, Auntie, did you call me here to discuss Qilua's marriage? Seeing Lu Lingyun guess correctly, Lady Jiang laughed. You've always been too clever since childhood. Lu Lingyun had guessed it long ago. When she and Wang Qilua visited Xiangji Temple during autumn, Wang Qilua mentioned that her mother was looking for a suitable match for her. The invitation a few days ago was also from Lady Jiang, so it was likely about discussing this matter. Sending Wang Qilua away probably meant Lady Jiang had someone in mind and wanted to discuss it without her. Auntie, which young master do you favor? Lu Lingyun asked with a smile. Why do you think I favor him? If you didn't favor him, why would you set a time to meet? Hasn't someone already come to discuss the marriage? Lu Lingyun smiled. You can't be fooled, can you? Lady Jiang sighed. If your sister had half your wit, I'd be at ease no matter whom she married. Qilua is fine, she's definitely blessed. Lu Lingyun looked at the name inquiry card presented to her, curious, who is it? Lady Jiang's eyes sparkled with anticipation as she slowly said, the son of the Deputy Minister of the Supreme Court, Luo Tai, Luo Hang. The name inquiry card unfolded, revealing the name Luo Hang. Lu Lingyun's eyebrows twitched instantly. So, Wang Qilua's marriage was being discussed at this very moment. In her previous life, she was pregnant and busy with Li Wenxuan, leaving no time to connect with the Wang family. They probably didn't want to disturb her when they saw she was pregnant. Thus, she never noticed. This Supreme Court under-prefect Luo Tai was transferred to the capital just this year. When they arrived, their carriage broke down and they happened to meet Sheng'an, who gave them a ride. Later on, I encountered his wife, Lady Yang, several times while shopping. It's quite a coincidence that we share many similar interests. The other day, Lady Yang told me that her son, Luo Heng, has had his eye on Qilua for a long time, and she herself has been fond of Qilua for quite some time. Fake. Lu Lingyun's voice suddenly rose. Jiang, who was in high spirits, paused and looked at the agitated Lu Lingyun in surprise. Lu Lingyun stared at Jiang, her eyes flickering, and said directly, Auntie, I can't hide our family's shame any longer. Do you know about my prince's beloved concubine, a courtesan? I do, Jiang nodded. Lu Lingyun leaned close to her ear and whispered about Xing Dairong running away with Luo Heng. Jiang's face turned pale. What? That vixen has seduced Luo Heng again? I must tell Lady Yang about this. She surely doesn't know. Lu Lingyun wasn't trying to inform her about Luo Heng and Xing Dairong being together. She wanted to convey that Luo Heng wasn't a good person either. Auntie, don't rush. It takes two to tango. At least Xing Dairong and my prince redeemed her from the brothel. But for him to take her away like that, what kind of character does that show? Putting aside whether Luo Heng was bewitched or not, just by what he said to my husband that day, he has already taken another man's wife, which is unjust. To keep it hidden from his parents is unfilial. Moreover, he boasted about marrying Xing Dairong as his main wife, which is unwise. How can one entrust themselves to such an unrighteous, unfilial, and unwise person? The more Jiang listened, the calmer she became, but her face grew increasingly worried. Lady Yang and I are good friends. How could her son be like this too? Lu Lingyun thought for a moment. Auntie, you should talk to her, but don't make it too public. After all, it also involves our marquisate's disgrace. Jiang nodded understandingly. I understand. Chapter 40, Meeting Lady Yang. Chapter 40, Meeting Lady Yang. Lu Lingyun and Lady Jiang conversed for quite some time, completely dispelling her idea of marrying Wang Qilua to Luo Heng. To be fair, the Wang family had always wanted to marry Wang Qilua to one of their military disciples, but Wang Qilua had no interest in those rough men. Lady Jiang had recently become close friends with Lady Yang, and General Wang's interactions with the Luo family had increased. After much deliberation, she thought the Luo family would be a suitable match, so she entertained the idea. Now that Lu Lingyun had revealed Luo Heng's true nature to her, she immediately removed him from the list of potential grooms. She had only this one daughter, and choosing a son-in-law required careful consideration. Even after Lu Lingyun shared those secrets with her, she hesitated about whether to tell Lady Yang about her son keeping someone in his private residence. After all, it involved the Lingyun Marquis mansion, and if it became public, it wouldn't look good. Moreover, telling Lady Yang might create more friction and even tarnish her own daughter's reputation. The best course of action was to keep quiet and simply say it wasn't appropriate. Lingyun, you're a person with good judgment. How about this, tomorrow when I go to see Lady Yang you come with me? Lady Jiang said after pondering for a while. Sure. Lu Lingyun readily agreed. At this moment, Wang Qilua entered with honey-flavored layered pastries. Lu Lingyun and Lady Jiang stopped talking and Lady Jiang discreetly had her trusted maidservant withdraw the name card. The two smiled warmly at Wang Qilua. Are the pastries ready? They smell delicious, they must taste great. You're praising me before even tasting them. Wang Qilua raised her eyebrows looking at them suspiciously. Did you two talk behind my back? Nonsense. Lu Lingyun smiled and pulled Wang Qilua to sit down. They chatted and laughed together, savoring the honey-flavored layered pastries made by Wang Qilua. Wang Qilua felt as though they were hiding something from her. Why do I feel like you two are more like mother and daughter? I've always treated Auntie as my godmother. Yes, Lingyun has always been like my daughter. The two exchanged a smile, saying nothing else. The next day, Lu Lingyun first visited Cheng Yunchua early in the morning. Under Qiu Ling's care, Cheng Yunchua had improved significantly. No one in the mansion mentioned Xing Dairong anymore, as if she never existed. As she left Yaoguang Pavilion, Aunt Qiu excitedly whispered to Lu Lingyun, Mistress, His Highness accepted me last night. Xing Dairong had dealt a severe blow to Cheng Yunchua. Her occasional tantrums were fine, but she had never crossed his core boundaries. Now that she had run away with someone else, Cheng Yunchua's heart turned cold. Last night, Aunt Qiu filled the void in his heart during his most vulnerable moment. The past affection and deep feelings returned instantly. Cheng Yunchua abandoned the line he had held for Xing Dairong. Since she didn't want him, there was no need for him to keep his promise. Even if Xing Dairong was acting, it was unforgivable. Some things, even if meant as jokes, were not funny once done, leaving no room for redemption. Hearing this, Lu Lingyun smiled at Aunt Qiu. Congratulations, Aunt Qiu. You should seize the opportunity and bear an heir for the household soon. It's all thanks to your blessings, mistress. I will cherish this chance. Lu Lingyun instructed old lady to give Aunt Qiu some gifts, asked the doctor to prescribe medicine for Cheng Yunchua, and sent a message to the prefectural commandant manor requesting a few more days off for him. She then arranged for the carriage to leave the mansion. Today, Lady Jiang had arranged for her to meet Lady Yang, Luo Heng's mother. Wangjiang Tower, a famous restaurant in the imperial city. When Lu Lingyun arrived, Lady Jiang and Lady Yang were already there. Following the servant's guidance, she went up to the private room on the second floor where Lady Yang and Lady Jiang were chatting animatedly. Winter is approaching. Hasn't your household started preparing winter clothes yet? We have started, but this year the silk from Jiangnan is incredibly expensive. My husband told me not to be extravagant and just buy some cloth for making clothes, Lady Jiang said. Qilua also said she has plenty of clothes and doesn't need silk ones. That won't do. Your Qilua is a precious daughter. I'll send over some fine silk for her winter clothes. We can't let her suffer, especially since she's our future daughter-in-law. As Lady Yang spoke, Lady Jiang's smile froze, and at that moment, Lu Lingyun walked in. There's no need to trouble Lady Luo. Just the other day, I found some suitable silk for Qilua and plan to surprise her with new winter clothes. You two started discussing it before I could mention it. Lu Lingyun entered gracefully, her tone measured and poised. Lady Yang's eyes brightened upon seeing Lu Lingyun, who wore simple yet elegant attire. Lu Lingyun's appearance was dignified and refined, her features well-proportioned. She wore a light blue autumn dress, a fringed jacket, and jade hairpins and bracelets, exuding an indescribable aura of nobility. Even among official families, there was a clear distinction. Noble-born ladies from prestigious families carried a distinct air of elegance, such as Lu Lingyun's mother-in-law, Lady Qin, who was a marquis's wife with an imperial title. Of course, Lu Lingyun doesn't have it now, but if there's a flower appreciation event or banquet in the palace, Lady Qin can take her along. Once Cheng Yunchua inherits his title in the future as the head of the household, Lu Lingyun will naturally become a lady of the imperial order. Unlike the wives of typical civil officials who must achieve a certain rank or make significant contributions to be granted the title of Lady of the Imperial Order. This barrier clearly distinguishes the aristocracy from the civil officials. The Yang family, with only a fourth-rank position as a deputy judge in the Supreme Court, holds a respectable rank, but it cannot compare to the aristocratic families. Oh, and this is Lu, the consort of the Ningyang Marquis heir, whom I told you about. She is also my goddaughter and Qilua's godsister, Lingyun. No wonder she is the consort of the Marquis heir. She stands out from the rest. Lady Yang praised Lu Lingyun effusively, her words as sweet as honey. Lady Luo, you are the one with exceptional grace. I often hear my godmother speak of you and have long wished to visit. Now that I see you, you are indeed as remarkable as I've heard, warm and straightforward. The Luo family is fortunate to have you. You really do have a way with words. I speak the truth, no need for flattery. Lady Yang laughed heartily, her eyes fixed on Lu Lingyun. No wonder they say the ladies of the imperial city are all exceptionally talented. We truly came too late and missed out on a fine lady like Lingyun. Indeed, said Lady Jiang. If I had a son or if my younger sons were older, I would have been the first to snatch her up. At least I was lucky enough to secure the daughter of General Wang, even though I missed out on the Ningyang Marquis heir's consort. Chapter 41 Xing Dairong's Ace in the Hole. Chapter 41 Xing Dairong's Ace in the Hole. When Lady Yang said that, the lively private room fell silent. Lady Jiang hadn't told her about that matter yet. At this moment, Lu Lingyun spoke up, Madame Luo, it's quite a coincidence. Our prince and your son, Master Luo, are old friends. Really? That rascal hasn't mentioned anything to me. But somehow they've had a falling out recently. Lu Lingyun sipped her tea slowly. Immediately Lady Yang's face changed, her eyes filled with anger as she exclaimed, what nonsense has that brat done now? I don't know, Lu Lingyun feigned confusion. A few days ago, someone went missing from our residence. Our prince found him at Master Luo's place and they had an unpleasant encounter. When he returned he fell seriously ill. It seems there was some conflict. Hearing this, Lady Yang frowned deeply and asked, who went missing from your residence? Well, technically it wasn't really someone from our residence. They weren't bound by a contract or given any position. To be honest, it was just a friend of our prince and the trouble was between friends. Lady Yang grew more puzzled as she listened. This involved a third friend? Who could it be? Lady Yang. At this point, Lady Jiang spoke up. The nanny beside her took out Luo Heng's name inquiry card, and Lady Jiang pushed it back. The day you sent the name inquiry card, my general scolded me. He said we shouldn't rush with Qilua being our only daughter. After discussing it, we decided to keep Qilua for a couple more years so we won't delay Master Luo. Seeing the name inquiry card returned, Lady Yang's eyes showed dissatisfaction. She was about to speak when Lu Lingyun added, Madame Luo, you should go back and ask Master Luo if he has someone else in mind. When Lu Lingyun said this, even if Lady Yang didn't understand before, she did now. Lu Lingyun was telling her that her good-for-nothing son had taken someone away from her, and it was a woman. It seemed that for this woman he had offended many people. That good-for-nothing actually did something so outrageous. Just wait until I get my hands on him. Lady Yang stood up abruptly, glancing at the name inquiry card on the table. Sister Jiang, I'm sorry about this. Once I find out what happened, I'll give you an explanation. There's no need. We were just having a casual conversation. It doesn't count as anything serious. With these words, Lady Jiang dismissed the formal step of sending the name inquiry card as mere private talk, effectively clearing Wang Qilua and Luo Heng of any engagement. No rumors would spread after this. Hearing this, Lady Yang's eyes flashed with a dark light. Finally, she forced a smile on her face. I truly apologize. Let me treat you to dinner tomorrow to make amends. I'll leave now. Go ahead. Take care. Lady Yang instructed the nanny to put away the name card and left the room in a hurry. After they left, Lady Jiang looked at Lu Lingyun. Lingyun, it seems Lady Yang really didn't know about this. Whether she knew or not, let's see what she does next. Lu Lingyun winked at Lady Jiang. Lady Jiang nodded in agreement. You're right. Regardless, I will never allow Qilua to marry her son. Lu Lingyun chuckled at this. She hadn't expected Xing Dairong to help her in this life. If not for Xing Dairong's actions, she wouldn't have known how to reveal Luo Heng's true nature to Lady Jiang and prevent Wang Qilua from marrying him. Now Xing Dairong and Luo Heng were together. Regardless of whether Xing Dairong had any real skills or if Luo Heng truly intended to marry her, things would soon come to a head. Two people with hidden agendas together, only time would tell who would outsmart whom. Returning to the marquisate, she sent a message to Jiran, asking her to continue watching Luo Heng's residence. By evening, she received news. In the afternoon, indeed, Luo Heng's mother, Lady Yang, led a group of servants to surround his residence. Luo Heng wasn't there, but Xing Dairong and those serving her were all dragged out. Upon seeing Xing Dairong and learning her identity, Lady Yang slapped her repeatedly without asking any questions, immediately swelling her face. Xing Dairong jumped and cursed, but before she could utter a full string of profanity, several maids and servants stuffed a cloth into her mouth and shoved her into a carriage. According to the spies, the carriage initially headed towards Lingyun Marquisate but was intercepted halfway by Luo Heng on horseback. After a brief exchange, Lady Yang turned the carriage around and returned to the Luo residence. Young lady's sister Jiran said that the person she sent followed Luo Heng's servant to a place outside the city. There they smelled gunpowder and heard mentions of explosives. However, when they tried to gather more information, they were almost caught. Hearing Shuang Hong's report, Lu Lingyun's eyes lit up. Jiran's spy was quite clever. To think they could gather such information. But, gunpowder? What did Xing Dairong have to do with gunpowder? Could she actually make it? It was important to note that while gunpowder existed in their era, like fireworks and firecrackers used during festivals, its power was limited. It's just for the sound, for the excitement. The Imperial Court does have a department that researches firearms, but what they come up with is merely rudimentary gunpowder of average potency. It's not as widely spread as fireworks and firecrackers among the common folk. Lu Lingyun didn't immediately see the connection between Xing Dairong and gunpowder, but she made a mental note of it. Once Qing Yunxua recovers, she'll give him a heads up and have him look into it. The next day, Lu Lingyun continued to manage the affairs of the manor as usual when someone from Lady Jiang came to deliver a message. She expressed her gratitude for the reminder about Luo Heng. She also knew that Lady Yang had brought him back to the Luo residence yesterday, but what surprised her was that Lady Yang did not punish Xing Dairong. Instead, she kept her there. With the gates closed, all information about Xing Dairong was sealed off. This action made Lady Jiang see the true colors of the Luo family. There must be something wrong with them. Their son keeps a mistress outside without any explanation, and when he left, he promised to invite her to dinner to apologize, yet there's been no word since. This means they intend to accept that woman into their household. How outrageous. Regardless of what happens next, Lady Jiang will not associate with them anymore, let alone consider an engagement. Hearing all this, Lu Lingyun became even more certain that Xing Dairong must have some leverage to make the Luo family accept her. Those people are like addicted gamblers hooked on it. With this in mind, Lu Lingyun grew even more curious about what Xing Dairong was up to. Madam, Sister Jiran sent me a message today saying that everything is set with the charcoal fire. Would you like to go take a look? Lu Lingyun stretched lazily, sure. Chapter 42, Dongxing and Xiamei. Chapter 42, Dongxing and Xiamei. West Street, West City. Shikalai Grocery Store. The Imperial City was bustling, with the east side home to the nobility, the north side housing the Imperial City, and the south and west sides where ordinary people lived. Shikalai Grocery Store was located on the main street in the west of the city, bustling with customers every day, making it a very successful business. Miss. Lu Lingyun's carriage entered the back courtyard of Shikalai Grocery Store discreetly. As soon as she stepped out, a girl dressed in an apron and sleeves, looking neat and capable, rushed over excitedly. It was Jiran, Lu Lingyun's trusted maid. How are you adapting to life outside? Lu Lingyun looked at Jiran, feeling genuinely pleased. Everything is fine except I miss seeing you, Mississippi. Jiran said, her voice filled with excitement. Seeing her rosy complexion and vibrant spirit, Lu Lingyun was delighted. Jiran's demeanor had changed significantly since leaving the mansion. She was more capable, energetic, and composed. This was the capable manager she had been grooming. In this lifetime, she did not need to pave the way for Li Wenxuan as she had done in her previous life, sacrificing herself to nurture his growth. This time, she married into the marquisate, entering a vast and prosperous new world. In such a place, she no longer needed to sacrifice herself to climb up. She could simply stretch out and absorb ample sunlight to grow stronger. Internally, she would firmly establish her roots in the marquisate, controlling it completely. Externally, she could leverage all available resources to expand her own enterprises. Everything that could be hers would be hers. Currently, Lu Lingyun owned 3 shops, a restaurant, a silk and cloth store, and Shikalai Grocery Store. Each shop generated a monthly revenue of over 300 taels, totaling nearly 1,000 taels per month. Additionally, she had 5 estates with over 20 tenant farmers, yielding an annual income of around 3,000 taels. These were all private earnings, separate from the marquisate's finances. Miss, we used all our available funds to purchase charcoal. We bought 10,000 carts of charcoal for a total of 9,170 taels, filling 4 warehouses here. Jiran reported excitedly to Lu Lingyun. It was now almost November and the price of charcoal was rising rapidly. Fortunately, they had purchased early at less than 1 tael per cart, which had now risen to 1.5 taels. Very good. Lu Lingyun inspected the 4 warehouses. In the cold winter months, the price of charcoal could rise to 2 taels per cart, and this year it might even reach 5 taels per cart, with a shortage. Her stockpile of 10,000 carts would ensure a significant profit. After reviewing the accounts and verifying the numbers, she instructed Jiran about the necessary measures for preventing dampness and fire in the warehouses. To her surprise, Jiran had already taken care of everything. The charcoal was neatly stacked and all precautions against dampness and fire were in place. You've really improved a lot, little one. Lu Lingyun pinched Jiran's face affectionately. Blushing with pride, Jiran said, of course I can't let you down, Mississippi. I'll have to give you a good reward during the new year. Jiran was thrilled. Being praised by Lu Lingyun and making her proud was enough to satisfy her. She then thought of something and said, by the way, miss, there's someone I want to introduce to you. Who? Dongxing. Xiamei. Come here. Jiran called out to the front yard. Soon, a 13-year-old lean boy led an 8-year-old girl out. Both were young and thin but looked spirited, wearing rough clothes with bright eyes. Do you recognize them, miss? Jiran asked mysteriously. Now that you mention it, they do look familiar. Lu Lingyun observed them, and they looked at her with gratitude in their eyes. Where have I seen them before? It was the day you returned from your visit to the in-laws. You saw them selling themselves to bury their mother. Jiran explained. Lu Lingyun immediately remembered. On that day, she had given them some money when returning with Cheng Yunchua. Ah, it's you. Thank you, kind Mississippi. Thank you, kind Mississippi. The 2 children knelt down before Lu Lingyun. Miss, it was quite a coincidence. When I went to buy charcoal for you, I met them again. Dongxing helped me negotiate the price. Normally 1 cart of charcoal costs 1 tael, but he got it down to almost 1 tael less. They're both very capable. Lu Lingyun smiled gently. Stand up, both of you. Dongxing helped Xiamei stand up, and Jiran continued. Also, miss, the surveillance on the Luo family was done by Dongxing. He followed the Luo family servant to the location outside the city. So it was you. Lu Lingyun exclaimed, surprised and impressed by the 13-year-old Dongxing. You did an excellent job. Thank you for your praise, it's nothing much. Dongxing spoke calmly, showing no particular excitement. For someone so young, he was remarkably composed and reserved. Lu Lingyun was even more pleased with him. Her gaze fell on the little girl beside Dong Xing. Do you go by Xiamei? Yes, Mississippi. How old are you this year? 8. Xiamei was still quite young, and her voice carried a hint of shyness, but her eyes were clear and she did not flinch when looking at Lu Lingyun. Lu Lingyun reached out to touch her head. I want to take you with me. Would you be willing to come back to the marquisate with me and serve by my side? Upon hearing this, both Zhuran and Dong Xing next to her were pleasantly surprised. Especially Zhuran returning to serve by the mistress's side was an incredible opportunity. Xiamei looked at her brother who nodded earnestly at her. Lu Lingyun was the consort of the marquisate's heir. Her sister was just an orphan, their parents were gone, and it wasn't easy for him to take care of her. If Xiamei could follow Lu Lingyun, it would be a great fortune for her. In the future, at the very least, she would become a senior maid in the marquisate. Whether she continued serving there or if Lu Lingyun arranged a good marriage for her, these were opportunities they could never have dreamed of. Under her brother's encouraging gaze, Xiamei hesitated for a moment before saying, I am willing. Very good. Lu Lingyun smiled warmly, deciding to keep Xiamei by her side. She then gave Dong Xing some additional rewards and asked him to continue monitoring the Luo family's activities. Dong Xing readily agreed. This time it was different from before. He would work even harder for Lu Lingyun because his sister was now by her side, making them truly part of Lu Lingyun's household. Lu Lingyun then walked around the grocery shop a bit more, gave some other instructions, and left with her entourage. Chapter 43, Lu Shui. Chapter 43, Lu Shui. Lu Lingyun brought Xiamei back to the mansion. Upon returning, she first handed her over to Shuang Hong to bathe, change clothes, and be assigned a room. Lu Lingyun asked Shuang Hong to take care of her for now. There were 3 senior maids in her courtyard, each pair sharing a room. Shuang Hong previously shared with Zhuran. Now that Zhuran was away, Xiamei would stay with Shuang Hong. Xiamei was young, so Lu Lingyun instructed her to stay close by and handle lighter tasks. After settling Xiamei, Lu Lingyun had some free time. Under Lady Qin's management, apart from the servants occasionally skimming off the accounts, everything else was handled diligently. Now that Lu Lingyun took over, her stern handling of the wall repair incident served as a warning. Since then, the accounts submitted had been much more honest. In the marquisate, Nursen had secured a position as a senior housekeeper, and Cui Da's purchasing duties were taken over by Little Wei. On the surface, she had gained considerable influence within the marquisate. Of course, Lu Lingyun knew that compared to the entire marquisate, the power she currently held was less than 1/10. She needed to cultivate more trusted confidants in key positions. Lying idly on a soft chair, a housekeeper came in to report. Madam, there is a lawsuit seeking our help. A lawsuit? Lu Lingyun perked up. Noble families wielded great power and influence, often resolving matters with a single word. Thus, smaller households often sought their assistance when faced with injustices. For example, peasants in rural areas would seek justice from local gentry, while in larger cities, they would turn to prominent families. Although Ningyang Marquisate wasn't among the top powers in Imperial City, its strength was enough to attract many seeking aid. Lu Lingyun had dealt with such lawsuits before in Jiangnan. It's also an elderly person from our household's nephew, the housekeeper explained. Their family runs an inn in the western part of the city. With the imperial examinations approaching next year, many scholars have arrived, making their business thrive. However, a fatal incident occurred at their inn, and the manager was arrested. They've come to us, hoping Madam can help release him. Lu Lingyun frowned. What kind of fatal incident? Apparently, a few scholars got into an argument, which escalated into a physical altercation. The railing on the second floor was old and rotten, leading to the unfortunate death. The manager was arrested. Lu Lingyun listened and said, from what I hear, he's not unlucky. As the manager, failing to maintain the premises properly leading to a fatality warrants imprisonment. The housekeeper continued, true, but it wasn't intentional. Madam, the manager's name is Zhao, and his uncle was the late old master's chief steward. He once took a blow for the old master, losing his ability to have children. He has only one nephew to support him in his old age. Now at his advanced age, he's come to us, willing to pay any amount to secure his nephew's release. Lu Lingyun straightened up. Is the old steward still outside? Yes, kneeling. Tell him to go home. I'll visit tomorrow. All right. The housekeeper left excitedly. Lu Lingyun noted this matter and called Xiamei over. Xiamei, you used to live in the western part of the city? Yes, madam. After entering the mansion, the perceptive Xiamei quickly adjusted her address. The accident at the western inn, have you heard about it? Xiamei nodded vigorously. 3 days ago, there was a fatal incident at an inn. Several people argued, and one fell from the second floor. Lu Lingyun confirmed the details, ensuring the old steward and the housekeeper hadn't misled her. Go out later and ask your brother to find out the detailed circumstances and how many people were involved. Yes, madam. Lu Lingyun decided to help, but first she needed clarity. The next day, Lu Lingyun went to Yaoguang Pavilion to check on Cheng Yunxua as usual. Cheng Yunxua was recovering well both physically and mentally. It seemed he would fully recover in a couple of days. Leaving Yaoguang Pavilion, she headed straight to Zhaojian in the western part of the city. With the fatality at the end, the front entrance was sealed, and many guests had moved elsewhere, leaving only a few who entered and exited through the back door. Miss. As soon as she arrived, Dongxing emerged from the crowd. I'll lead you inside the inn. All right. Lu Lingyun wore a hat and followed Dongxing through the back door into the inn. Inside, things were scattered haphazardly. Pots, pans, laundry, preserved meats, dried fish, and vegetables, along with unpleasant odors. Miss, the inn is now unattended. The manager has been arrested, and the workers have all gone home. Everyone here has to take care of their own food and lodging. This place is indeed filthy. No matter. Lu Lingyun found a spot amidst the clutter and followed Dongxing into the inn. The inside of the inn was even messier. On the first floor, there was a large dried bloodstain, and several tables had leftover dishes that hadn't been cleared. Fortunately, the weather had turned colder, so there weren't as many flies, but it was still quite dirty. Lu Lingyun carefully examined the area around the bloodstain. Was there something here before? Yes, there used to be a flower pot here. That unlucky fellow was killed instantly when he hit the pot, Dongxing said. As soon as he finished speaking, they heard a righteous and indignant voice. Who are you calling unlucky? Lu Lingyun looked up and saw a young man in coarse clothing with patches on his shoulders and sleeves standing on the stairs, glaring at them angrily. May I ask who you are? Dongxing asked. The man descended from the second floor and declared with righteousness, I am Lu Shuhui. Lu Shuhui? At the sound of this name, Lu Lingyun was momentarily stunned. The Lu Shuhui from the previous life, the third-place winner in the imperial exams. Hearing this name, Dongxing, beside her, groaned and said to Lu Lingyun, Miss, it's him. He's the one whose fellow villager died. He refuses to accept any compensation and insists on having the manager pay with his life. He claims that under the emperor's rule, justice must prevail, and if the Supreme Court doesn't execute the murderer for his fellow villager, he will appeal directly to the emperor. Lu Lingyun. Indeed, it was that stubborn Lu Shuhui. She had far too vivid a memory of him. This was the same Lu Shuhui who spent his entire life opposing Li Wenchuan in the previous life, never backing down, and eventually became the governor overseeing the Jiang and canal system. He was stubborn to the core, always fighting against injustice. Such a person wasn't suited for the political arena, but his exceptional talent could not be overlooked. The current emperor, a wise ruler skilled at utilizing people's strengths, placed him in the position of canal governor, where he held his ground against all opposition. One could say that Li Wenchuan's high-ranking position was paved by Lu Lingyun, while Lu Shuhui's role as the canal governor was entirely earned through his own tenacity. He was a top-tier talent and a top-tier stubborn individual. Chapter 44 Negotiating with Lu Shuhui. Chapter 44 Negotiating with Lu Shuhui. Who are you? Lu Shuhui sized up Lu Lingyun, noticing her attire in the presence of a servant, immediately deducing she wasn't from the shop. His face was filled with suspicion. Lu Lingyun didn't hide it anymore and spoke directly, I am the owner of this shop. So you're the owner here. I thought you looked suspicious and were here to destroy evidence to get your people out. Come with me to see the magistrate. Lu Shuhui moved forward to grab Lu Lingyun and take her to the magistrate. Before he could touch her, Dongxing stepped in front of Lu Lingyun. You reckless fool, who do you think you're dragging off to see the magistrate? Do you know who our young miss is? Touch her and you'll regret it for life. Humph. I, Lu, am not afraid of you. Under the heavens and within the imperial capital, there must be justice. Lu Lingyun. A born stubborn mule indeed. She waved Dongxing away and spoke calmly, Young Master Lu, I'm not here to destroy evidence. I want to investigate this matter thoroughly. The authorities have already investigated everything clearly. I was present when the incident happened and saw my fellow townsman fall from the second floor. The rotten staircase is clear evidence. What else is there to investigate? Since it happened in my establishment, I naturally need to understand it myself, don't I? Lu Lingyun's reasonable argument made Lu Shuhui's aggressive demeanor soften slightly. He wasn't unreasonable, but he never believed that someone like Lu Lingyun would come to reason with him. Lu Lingyun, a noble lady from the imperial city, seemed to him like someone who wouldn't engage in rational discourse with an impoverished scholar like himself, who had come to the capital alone for the exams. People like her could suppress others simply by wielding their power. Lu Shuhui had seen too many such people, so he harbored intense hostility towards Lu Lingyun from the start. If she acted forcefully, he would respond even more forcefully. His family was a minor aristocratic clan from Jiangnan. His father, a former county magistrate, died of illness when Lu Shuhui was young, leaving his mother to support the family. She was a gentle soul, often bullied by the clan elders, nearly driving them to ruin. As the eldest son, Lu Shuhui knew that being weak and yielding was useless. Only by being as sharp and fierce as a blade could one carve out a path in such a harsh environment. Even if the other party wielded immense power, as long as one held the truth and had a strong will, they could stand firm. Of course, Lu Shuhui wasn't unreasonable. His firmness was based on facts. He valued the truth more than anyone else. After hearing Lu Lingyun's explanation, he stepped back. Miss, please go upstairs and take a look. All right. Lu Lingyun nodded at him and walked upstairs. The second floor was even dirtier and messier than the first. Perhaps due to the shop being closed for several days without cleaning, the hallway was cluttered with various items and chamber pots were openly placed outside some rooms. The smell was truly unbearable. Lu Lingyun merely frowned but didn't comment on these unrelated matters. She navigated through the clutter and stopped at the broken railing. Lu Shuhui watched her reaction closely. Although Lu Lingyun wore a hat obscuring her expression, her willingness to walk through such a place impressed him. Seeing her carefully examining the broken railing, he was genuinely surprised. This woman was surprisingly meticulous and thorough. It seemed she was genuinely interested in finding the truth. Well, is it naturally rotted? Lu Lingyun stood up, dusted off her hands and nodded yes. The staircase railing was indeed damaged, not tampered with. In her previous life, she had worked alongside Li Wenchuan as a local official in Jiangnan for over a decade, gaining considerable experience and investigative skills. So what do you have to say now? Lu Shui scoffed as if proving his point. At this moment, Lu Lingyun spoke calmly, the railing being naturally rotted is fine, but whether the fall was accidental is another question. I saw it happen. My fellow townsman touched the railing and fell. What else could it be? I heard he was arguing with someone at the time. That's right, it was a normal debate. Debates among scholars were common. Perhaps someone noticed the rotten staircase beforehand and deliberately lured him there. Then while he was agitated he touched the railing and fell. Or perhaps he knew about it all along, got into an argument, became enraged, and under the pressure of the exams, broke the railing and jumped to his death. Lu Lingyun presented each possibility. She wasn't intentionally covering for her own people. After years of experience, she understood that one should always assume the worst of human behavior, as the truth behind events can be unimaginably evil. Anything is possible. But to Lu Shuhui, her words infuriated him. You're talking nonsense. Do you have evidence to prove that my assumptions are wrong? What evidence do you have to prove your claims? That's right. Lu Lingyun looked at him calmly from under her straw hat. Young Master Lu, I am also saddened by the news of your friend's passing. However, the truth of this matter is elusive and none of us can prove exactly what happened. Why don't we settle this privately? I am willing to offer the utmost compensation in good faith. Humph. You're here just to protect yourself. Let me tell you, it's out of the question. What you say cannot be proven, but the negligence of your people is undeniable. He should be held responsible. You are right, but in this world, any action should only bear corresponding responsibility. A thief should be punished for theft, not executed. If you break a box containing valuable pearls, you cannot be asked to compensate for the entire value of the pearls. Everything has its limits. Lingyun spoke calmly and steadily. My manager was indeed negligent for not repairing the stairs promptly and ensuring safety, but he did not intentionally kill anyone. Therefore, he should only bear the responsibility that corresponds to his actions, not give up his life. We are willing to compensate for his negligence. Hearing Lu Lingyun's words, Lu Shui felt frustrated, yet he could not deny the logic. After a moment of stubborn contemplation, he insisted, I don't want money, he's dead. No amount of compensation can bring him back. When someone dies, someone else must pay with their life. Upon hearing this, Lu Lingyun's tone turned firm. As he said, you have no evidence to disprove my conjectures. If you insist on taking a life as compensation, please provide evidence to refute all my assumptions before you condemn my manager. Otherwise, even if you take this to the court, I will not accept it. With that, Lu Lingyun walked away, leading Dongxing, leaving Lu Shui alone in the spot. Chapter 45 Resolution of the Lawsuit. Chapter 45 Resolution of the Lawsuit. Lu Lingyun walked away decisively, not giving Lu Shui any chance to argue back. She had already explained the reasoning and shown sincerity. If Lu Shui still insisted on his own way, then she would let him debate it in court. She had seen the situation. Zhao De was at fault, but he certainly did not deserve death. An accident should be treated as an accident and intentional acts should be punished accordingly. Dongsheng, come here again tomorrow and tell him that we are willing to send his fellow villagers' remains back to Jiangnan and provide them with 500 taels in compensation. Additionally, if his wife and children cannot live in Jiangnan, we are willing to bring them to the imperial city, arrange housing and employment for them, and help their children with education. Lastly, Lu Lingyun thought for a moment. We are also willing to provide Lu Shuhui with a good room and free meals until the imperial examinations are over. Lu Lingyun listed her compensation conditions and asked Dongxing to convey them to Lu Shui. If they could resolve the matter through negotiation, it would be best. But if Lu Shui refused to accept, she would take it all the way to the Golden Hall. She was not afraid of him. He had his reasons and Lu Lingyun had hers. Yes, Mississippi. Dongxing nodded and agreed smartly. The next day, Lu Shui, who had been depressed all night, heard a knock on his door from Dongxing. Dongxing relayed Lu Lingyun's proposal to him. After hearing Dongxing's words, Lu Shui became furious, cursing Lu Lingyun for being heartless and demanding to see her in person to discuss the matter. Dongxing ignored him, dismissed him with a few words, and told him to consider it himself. On the third day, Lu Shui withdrew his lawsuit, agreeing to the terms. However, he did not accept the final compensation offered by Lu Lingyun, nor did he want the room or meals she provided. He only asked Dongxing to transport his friend's remains back to Jiangnan quickly and ensure that the promised silver was not reduced. If Lu Lingyun played tricks, he would fight her to the end. Upon hearing this response, Lu Lingyun gave a faint smile. Although Lu Shui was stubborn, he was also a man of principle. Despite his harsh words, he ultimately acknowledged her reasoning. Zhao De did not deserve death. With Lu Lingyun's sincerity, the compensation she offered was enough to justify it. Lu Shui withdrew his lawsuit while still ranting about wanting to see Lu Lingyun again. Dong Xing did not give him the chance and left after concluding the matter. That same day, the authorities released Zhao Da. In the afternoon, Zhao Da, his uncle, and his entire family came to the marquis' residence to kneel and express their gratitude. Thank you, young lady. Young lady, you are our family savior. Lu Lingyun looked at the scattered group kneeling on the ground. Get up, what does this look like? She then instructed Shuang Hong to get a chair for the old steward who used to serve the late grandfather, so he could sit down. Zhao Da's family was deeply grateful. Young lady, we have decided, Zhao Da said slowly, looking at his elderly uncle. We will entrust the inn to the marquis' residence and work for the marquis' residence from now on. Lu Lingyun had helped them so much, they were determined to repay her. Moreover, after this incident, they realized how difficult it was for ordinary people to survive without the support of power. When Zhao Da's uncle worked as a steward in the marquis' residence, no one dared to provoke them. But once they left the marquis' residence, they faced countless hardships. They had to endure the bullying of local ruffians at their inn. When a major incident occurred like this one, they risked losing everything. In this era, it was better to join forces and follow powerful figures for survival. Zhao Da's family decided to entrust the inn to Lu Lingyun and receive the protection of the marquis' residence. Are you sure? Lu Lingyun asked, not surprised by their decision. Yes. Zhao Da's family nodded together and the old Zhao was about to kneel again. Young lady, I can still serve you for a few more years. Old steward, please get up. Lu Lingyun gave a signal to a servant who immediately helped him up. Looking at the family before her, she said, since you all feel this way, then it shall be so. However, you do not need to sell yourselves to the marquis' residence. You will remain free individuals. Consider it as me hiring you to manage the inn. In addition to your monthly wages, you will receive a 30% share. Hearing this, Zhao Da's family was once again deeply moved. They had come prepared to offer themselves anew, but Lu Lingyun's generosity in employing them while preserving their freedom was truly remarkable. The difference between being a free individual and a slave was immense. Even though slaves generally lived better than commoners, they were still slaves. Lu Lingyun's arrangement, providing both protection and freedom, was truly like a bodhisattva. Everyone presented Lu Lingyun with the property deeds and left the marquisate with endless gratitude. Lingyun looked at the deeds and instructed Shuang Hong to put them in her dowry chest. This was her private property, not an asset of the marquisate. After this, Lu Lingyun now owned 4 shops. The inn would still be managed by Zhao Da's family. She just needed to inform Jiran and collect the account books. After catching her breath, Xia Mei brought another piece of news from her brother. Madam, my brother said he heard explosions coming from the Luo family's land outside the city these past few days. She almost forgot. There was also the matter with Xing Dairong. How big were the explosions? It sounded like fireworks going off every day, Xia Mei described vividly. I see. What exactly is Xing Dairong up to? The next morning, Lu Lingyun met Chang Yunchua, who had changed into his Imperial Guard uniform. He had been ill for some time, but now he was fully recovered. Not only was he better, but he also seemed different from before. Previously full of youthful vigor, after this incident he had become much more composed, even carrying a hint of maturity in his eyes. Prince. Xiaojun, you came. Qing Yunchua had become more familiar with Lu Lingyun, though unlike with Aunt Xiao, he remained courteous with her. Even when alone together, they didn't act like a married couple but rather like old friends. Prince, it's good that you're well. Lu Lingyun gave him a faint smile. It's getting cold, remember to add more clothes. Qing Yunchua smiled back at her. Lu Lingyun accompanied Chang Yunchua out, chatting casually along the way. He enjoyed being with her because it never felt tiring and they could talk about anything. After sending Chang Yunchua off, Lu Lingyun turned back to the manor. Xia Mei, has your brother set out? He has already gone to report to the prefectural commandant manor. Lu Lingyun smiled calmly upon hearing this. She had asked Dong Xing to report Luo Heng's daily fireworks to the prefectural commandant manor. As an imperial guard, Chang Yunchua would have to handle this. Chapter 46, Re-encounter with Xing Dairong. Chapter 46, Re-encounter with Xing Dairong. Lu Lingyun, enjoying her leisure time, was walking back when she encountered Xiaoling coming out. Madam, Xiaoling greeted her with a beaming smile, approaching eagerly. Where are you headed? Lu Lingyun asked. Out for a stroll, Xiaoling said, looking pleadingly. Madam, I heard there's a new thing on the street called soap. It's much better than our household soap nuts and leaves clothes fragrant. Shall we go see it together? Sure. Lu Lingyun had nothing else to do, so checking out the new item sounded good. She instructed the Ningyang Marquis' residence to prepare a carriage and went out with Xiaoling. Soon, the carriage arrived at Dong Street. Dong Street was known for having the most expensive and best goods in the entire imperial city. The usual visitors here were the noble ladies of the capital. Lu Lingyun and Xiaoling got off the carriage, and a newly opened, crowded general store caught her attention. Yes, that's the place. Xiaoling pointed excitedly. New Continent Department Store? Lu Lingyun read the sign aloud. This name was refreshingly unique. Most shops in this era were named after their proprietors or locations, like Zhaojian or Liuji Cloth Shop, or after places, such as Lake Yo Dumplings or Liuzhou Vermicelli. More refined shops might use names like Jai, Gu, Lu or Tang, followed by what they sold, like Baozi Tang or Yasha Shai. Others commonly used auspicious terms like Jufu, Jubin, or Shika paired with their restaurants or inns. But the New Continent department store stood out to Lu Lingyun. It was a name she had never seen before. And the combination of words reminded her somewhat of the self-service restaurant Xing Dairong had set up previously. Intriguing. She smiled, leading Qiu Ling and two maids into the store. Upon entering, they were greeted by a faint floral fragrance. The sales attendant was enthusiastically discussing something with several brightly dressed women. This is the soap everyone's talking about. All the noble ladies in the city are using it now. A light rub and the stains come right off. Unlike those old soap powders that take multiple washes, this is perfect for our expensive soap brocades. Is it really that good? Qiu Ling asked, stepping closer. The attendant glanced at Qiu Ling, noticing her embroidered satin coat, gold hairpin and gold bracelet. This attire indicated she was from a wealthy family. Even moderately well-off households couldn't afford such clothing. Wearing gold and silver was not just a phrase but a sign of significant wealth. Some families of lesser means, or even the wives of officials from the literati, might not have such elaborate accessories and clothing. Qiu Ling clearly came from a wealthy household. Immediately, he turned his attention to her, grinning. Yes, sister. Your satin coat needs gentle handling. With this soap, one rinse and a light rub will do the trick. You should get the scented one. It leaves a lingering fragrance. 1 tael per piece. Qiu Ling turned to Lu Lingyun, delighted. Madam, this is it. Lu Lingyun smiled gently. Let's buy it. It was a bit pricey, but Lu Lingyun was willing to try new things. With her approval, Qiu Ling exclaimed loudly, Attendant, wrap 10 pieces of this soap for us. Right away. Before he could finish, a sharp, mocking voice interrupted from behind the counter. We don't sell to you. As the voice faded, a young woman in a pale pink dress and a peach-colored vest emerged from the inner room. Her hair was styled in an unmarried girl's bun, adorned with a single pearl silver hairpin, and she wore a jade bracelet. However, the quality was mediocre, making it appear cheap. Not particularly expensive. Yet, she seemed to hold a high position in the store. The attendant, who was about to lose a big sale, immediately fell silent. He couldn't afford to offend her. Under everyone's gaze, the young woman stopped in front of Qiu Ling and Lu Lingyun, smiling mockingly. Well, if it isn't the madam and Aunt Qiu from the Ningyang Marquis residence. Saying this was Xing Dairong. Xing Dairong's tone was unfriendly, and Qiu Ling retorted without hesitation. Well, if it isn't the former Miss Xing from the Floating Fragrance Pavilion? Hearing the words Floating Fragrance Pavilion, Xing Dairong's anger flared again. She gritted her teeth, glaring fiercely. Aunt Qiu, it's been a while, but you're still acting like a servant. Likewise, you shameless runaway courtesan, you haven't improved much either. Xing Dairong was livid. Ha! That foul mouth of yours deserves a good beating, Lu Lingyun. You'd better control your dog or I'll beat it without regard for its master. Ah, you're the one who... Qiu Ling raised her hand in anger. At this moment, Lu Lingyun called out, Enough, Aunt Qiu. As soon as she spoke, Qiu Ling reluctantly lowered her hand. Seeing her humiliated, Xing Dairong was delighted. Humph, a dog is still a dog, claiming not to be a servant. Seeing Qiu Ling about to flare up again, Lu Lingyun grew slightly impatient. Miss Xing, what do you want? I don't want anything. This is my shop and I can sell it to whoever I want. This is your shop? Of course, this shop is mine. My business is thriving. The soap I developed is selling like hotcakes all over the imperial city. Xing Dairong looked smug, clearly showing off that she could live well without them. She also hoped to see shock and regret in their eyes. Unfortunately, Lu Lingyun remained with a faint smile. Then congratulations to you. With no reaction from her, Xing Dairong glared at her with envy. I'm nothing like some people who are just parasites, lacking any talent. At this moment, Qiu Ling's voice came, I know, some people rely on their talents in bed, moving from one man to another. You're asking for it. Xing Dairong couldn't hold back anymore and raised her hand to strike Qiu Ling. Just then, a hand firmly grabbed her wrist. Lu Lingyun held her tightly and looked at her coldly. What are you doing? Did you hear what she said? She insulted me. It's not your place to discipline her. Lu Lingyun coldly threw her hand away. Xing Dairong, enraged, glared at Lu Lingyun. Do you know who I am now? Who? Lu Lingyun looked at her calmly. A young lady or madam of which household? Or perhaps a concubine? Luo Heng promised to marry me as his main wife, with an 8-person sedan chair and proper marriage arrangements. Xing Dairong became more excited and proud as she spoke. When that happens, my status will be the same as yours. We'll both be the mistresses of our households. Lu Lingyun, you can keep that scoundrel Cheng Yunxua. Lu Lingyun looked at her and smiled faintly, waving to her servants. Let's go. Chapter 47, This is clearly a heap of firecrackers. Chapter 47, This is clearly a heap of firecrackers. Lu Lingyun left, and after getting into the carriage, Qiu Ling's eyes were still red with grievance. Lu Lingyun couldn't help but comfort her. All right, don't be upset anymore. I'll find you some soap tomorrow. I don't want anything from that woman. Qiu Ling snorted coldly. I just can't stand her. She's a courtesan from a brothel, yet both His Highness and you treat her so well, and she still acts so arrogantly. She really deserves a beating. Alright, life is long, we'll see how things unfold. Lu Lingyun pinched her face. Shall I take you to buy some cosmetics to cheer you up? Hearing this, Xiao Ling's grievances vanished instantly. Then young lady must buy me more. Sure, whatever you want, Lu Lingyun said with patience. She took Xiao Ling to visit a cosmetics shop and bought her quite a few new products, adding a few boxes for herself as well. After they both had a good time shopping, they returned to the mansion. Upon returning, she proactively told Cheng Yunxua about encountering Xing Dairong today. Cheng Yunxua remained expressionless upon hearing that Xing Dairong had reopened her shop. She didn't mention their argument about becoming Luo Hang's main wife, as she was sure he had already heard about it. Cheng Yunxua only told her not to tell him such things in the future before returning to his own courtyard. Seeing this, Lu Lingyun felt that Cheng Yunxua seemed to be starting to let go of Xing Dairong. She didn't ask him about the investigation today. The next day, however, Dong Xing brought news from the Luo family. Xing Dairong had been sent back to the same side residence where Luo Hang used to live. Lu Lingyun heard this and gave a light sneer. Some people really don't know how to use their eyes properly, being so high and mighty. She openly challenged her at the department store yesterday, declaring she would become Luo Hang's main wife. How could the Luo family view her now? Not to mention her low status and her not being a virtuous woman. Even if she hadn't been with Cheng Yunxua and wasn't from a brothel, the Luo family's door isn't that easy to enter. By publicly proclaiming this, she was simply inviting ridicule for the Luo family. The Yang family wouldn't indulge her, sending her to the side residence was already lenient. Tell your brother to keep a close watch on the Luo family side residence and the outskirts over the next few days. Yes. 2 more days passed. Cheng Yunxua had been increasingly busy recently. Dong Sheng also brought her a significant piece of news. Young lady, my brother said that His Highness led people to seal off the area outside the city today. Oh. Hearing this, Lu Lingyun knew something major must have happened. At this moment, outside the Luo family's property, Cheng Yunxua led a large group of imperial guards surrounding the place. The steward came out trembling. Sir, what's going on? There's been a report that dangerous items are being manufactured here. In this era, gunpowder exists. If used for firecrackers, it can be processed privately, but weapons made with gunpowder are strictly controlled by the government, and private manufacturing is punishable by death. Cheng Yunxua had investigated for several days and confirmed that this place was not making firecrackers. They did not sell firecrackers or tell anyone what they were doing. As Cheng Yunxua delved deeper, he found it strange and applied for an inspection warrant to investigate and seal the place. We make firecrackers, the steward stammered. Search. Cheng Yunxua waved his hand, and the imperial guards immediately broke through their gates and rushed into the courtyard. Seeing this, the steward frowned tightly and quickly signaled to his subordinate, who whispered, "The young master has been notified. Is the stuff hidden?" "It's hidden." Just as the servant finished speaking, a team of imperial guards ran out shouting, "We found the stuff." The servant was speechless. The steward wanted to strangle him. This is what you call hiding it? How was I supposed to know they'd be so efficient? The steward was furious, glaring at him fiercely before running forward with a forced smile. Sir. What is this?" Cheng Yunxua frowned deeply, looking at fist-sized black lumps. "These are our new firecrackers." "You call this a firecracker?" Another imperial guard sneered at him. "Sir, this really is a firecracker." Cheng Yunxua carefully examined the object and tossed out a black lump. "If it's a firecracker, light it up for us to see." "This." "Hurry up." Cheng Yunxua and his men were not easily fooled. All the imperial guards watched him with stern faces. The steward, forced into a corner, could only grit his teeth. "Fine." Holding the gunpowder, the steward's heart raced with anxiety, panicking terribly. Oh no, their secret gunpowder experiments were about to be discovered. What should they do? Although he hadn't tested the actual power of this iron lump yet, the woman their master brought had confidently claimed that this was the strongest gunpowder ever made. Once revealed, it would certainly bring Luo Hang fame across the land. But if Luo Hang gained fame before the discovery, what would happen? If they found out they were secretly researching gunpowder, they would surely be executed. "Hurry up." Cheng Yunxua led his men to spread out, urging harshly from the side. "If you don't hurry, I'll have all of you thrown in jail." With a swift sound, a group of imperial guards drew their cold blades. In the glint of the knives, the steward clenched his teeth. Whether he hesitated or not, the result would be the same. He lit the fire starter and ignited the gunpowder in front of everyone. Bang! An explosion rang out. After a short while, all the imperial guards withdrew from the area. Not long after they left, Luo Hang galloped over on horseback. Upon arriving, he saw the almost unchanged gunpowder site and was slightly taken aback. Weren't the imperial guards supposed to have come? Where are they? The steward who had just ignited the gunpowder stepped forward. They left. Luo Hang was puzzled. Did they not discover my things? They did. Then why did they leave? The steward looked up, equally shocked. Because, young master, this is clearly just a pile of firecrackers. Frustrated, the steward threw the object away. Luo Hang. Another short while later, the steward, in front of Luo Hang, personally ignited the gunpowder made according to the formula taught by Xing Dairong. After the explosion, Luo Hang stared in shock at the smoke-filled sky, but there were barely any craters on the ground. The power was less than that of firecrackers, and many even failed to ignite. This is the legendary powerful gunpowder that can easily destroy city walls. What is this? It's not even good enough to be a firecracker. Luo Hang spat angrily. That bitch lied to me. He turned around, mounted his horse in fury, and set off to find Xing Dairong. Chapter 48 Xing Dairong Gets Slapped. Chapter 48 Xing Dairong Gets Slapped. Lu Lingyun perked up immediately upon hearing from Dong Xing that Qing Yunxua had cordoned off the outskirts. Did you find anything? Nothing. Lu Lingyun was puzzled. Miss, my brother said that after His Highness and the others surrounded the area and searched it, they found a pile of black lumps. The steward said they were firecrackers, but His Highness didn't believe it and ordered them to light them. Guess what happened? Stop teasing me, just tell me. Lu Lingyun poked Xia Mei's head. Xia Mei giggled. My brother said those black lumps popped and fizzled like weak firecrackers. Just smoke, barely any sound. Lu Lingyun. I don't know what those people are up to, always so mysterious, only to end up with something that isn't even proper firecrackers. Xia Mei laughed uncontrollably. Lu Lingyun watched her laughing and couldn't help but chuckle too. She had always been good at judging people, and the loudmouthed Xing Dairong hadn't disappointed her. When she called her shallow, it wasn't out of malice. The girl probably had some fresh ideas, but they were only skin deep, never explored in depth. This is the divine weapon you gave me which would bring me fame and glory. In the Luo family's private residence, a black lump was thrown in front of Xing Dairong. Xing Dairong, who was having afternoon tea in the courtyard, was stunned for a moment before quickly realizing, did you make the explosives? Ha! Explosives? Who do you think you can fool? Luo Hang looked at Xing Dairong's clueless face. I really must be crazy to believe a woman like you. Impossible. Xing Dairong stood up firmly. Did you follow my recipe exactly? Luo Hang sneered. 1 part sulfur, 2 parts nitrate, 3 parts charcoal, right? That's right. Xing Dairong was utterly convinced. 1 part sulfur, 2 parts nitrate, 3 parts charcoal. She was certain she hadn't gotten it wrong. This was the best formula for gunpowder. Anyone who studied chemistry in middle school knew this. Seeing Xing Dairong still so confident, Luo Hang felt he was the fool, not her. How could he have believed a woman like Xing Dairong full of nonsense, just like that fool Qing Yunxua? Because of one sentence from her. He had smuggled her out and been tricked into making these explosives, making himself look ridiculous. Xing Dairong, seeing Luo Hang's agitated and betrayed expression, picked up the iron lump again and said seriously, as long as we follow my ratio, there's no way it can go wrong. Then try it yourself. Luo Hang pulled out a flint and steel and handed it to her. Xing Dairong, determined to prove herself, lit the fuse and tossed the iron lump away. Quick, hide! Ha! Hide! Luo Hang grabbed Xing Dairong, preventing her from hiding inside the house. What are you doing? It's dangerous. Just a bit of smoke, no sound at all. Where are you going to hide? As Luo Hang spoke, the ignited iron lump sizzled and emitted thick smoke, but there was no explosion as Xing Dairong had expected. Xing Dairong stared in disbelief at the smoking lump, which only produced small popping sounds like weak firecrackers before fizzling out. How could this happen? Do you still have the nerve to ask how this could happen? Luo Hang was furious. We followed your recipe exactly, using the ratio of 1 part sulfur, 2 parts nitrate, 3 parts charcoal. To ensure accuracy, I had each component weighed dozens of times. Xing Dairong, hearing this, stared blankly at the burned-out gunpowder, confused. It can't be. It can't be. The book clearly states this is the formula for gunpowder. Xing Dairong indeed hadn't gotten it wrong. But she had memorized the chemical formula. 1 part sulfur, 2 parts nitrate, 3 parts charcoal is the molecular formula for gunpowder. S plus 2KNO3 plus 3C equals K2S plus N2 plus 3CO2. However, the actual formula requires recalculating based on the molecular weights, which means the true ratio is approximately 75% potassium nitrate, 10% sulfur, and 15% carbon. Since the invention of gunpowder, its ratios have been refined countless times. By the Ming Dynasty, the closest approximation to the chemical formula had already been achieved. Even if Xing Dairong had memorized the black powder formula, it wouldn't be the optimal one. Europeans later discovered that nitrate was the primary explosive component and adjusted the ratio to 78% or higher, creating more powerful explosives. Of course, Xing Dairong truly didn't know this. She didn't realize she had memorized only the chemical formula and overlooked practical details, making it impossible to create gunpowder. She had knowledge but only theoretical. In practice, it was far-fetched, much like her idea of making money through a buffet. Shocked by the failure of her confidence-filled creation, she desperately sought reasons. Was the nitrate not purified? Was there too much impurity in the sulfur? Did you use too little charcoal? Smack! A slap landed on Xing Dairong's face. Xing Dairong, doubting everything, gradually returned to reality. You're still putting on an act. Luo Hang. Xing Dairong, not angry but more panicked, clutched Luo Hang, pleading, try again, please. I'm not lying to you. Please try again. Humans are indeed strange creatures. In front of Qing Yunxua, she would never act like this. Even when the buffet went bankrupt and she splashed water on him, she could still throw tantrums at Chang Yunhua as she pleased, taking it for granted that he should still try to placate her. But now in front of Luo Hong she had to be as humble as possible, fearing that he would no longer give her another chance. Do you think I believe you again? Luo Hong shoved Xing Dairong away. Ever since bringing her back, he had faced one mishap after another, falling out with Chang Yunhua, damaging his carefully maintained social relationships, being scolded by his parents, and enduring countless sneers behind his back. He felt like a fool, deceived by Xing Dairong. For her sake, he had boasted to his parents, and his mother had looked at him with strange eyes more than once, telling him how much of an embarrassment Xing Dairong was to the Luo family and mocking him for being blind and foolish to believe in her. Now everything was true. The truth stung like fire, infuriating Luo Hong so much that he no longer pretended to be a gentle gentleman, revealing his cruel nature. Looking at Xing Dairong, who was still stubbornly insisting he give her another chance, he grabbed the tray from the table and struck her viciously. Chapter 49 Xing Dairong Returns. Chapter 49 Xing Dairong Returns. Lu Lingyun heard about Xing Dairong being beaten late that night. Dong Xing brought news from the Luo family's secondary residence. That afternoon, a piercing scream echoed from the Luo family's secondary residence. Xing Dairong was beaten by Luo Hang for an entire afternoon. It was only because her cries were too loud and pitiful, attracting all the neighbors to knock on the door, that Luo Hang finally stopped. In his rage, Luo Hang didn't care about Xing Dairong at all. After beating her, he left her in the secondary residence and went back himself. Once he left, he never returned. Not only that, he took all the servants in the courtyard with him. He acted as if Xing Dairong's life or death didn't matter to him. Since Xing Dairong had run away secretly, she was still free and did not have a slave contract. When she ran to Luo Hang, she also broke ties with Chang Yunhua, so Luo Hang didn't care what happened to her. No one cared about her. Yang could beat her without restraint, and even though Luo Hang protected her, he still treated her coldly every day. The entire Luo family despised her. Everyone knew that Xing Dairong had nowhere else to go and no one to rely on. The moment she fled Lingyun Marquis' residence, there was no one who could stand up for her or support her. But she didn't realize this. She caused a scene, made a fuss, and under Luo Hang's brutal beating, she finally saw the true nature of this era. It wasn't the romantic world she imagined where she, as a time traveler, could do whatever she wanted and live a carefree life. She finally understood what reality was and that she was just as insignificant in this world as she was in her previous one, with nothing special about her. The next morning, Lu Lingyun was awakened by a servant's urgent report. Madam, something terrible has happened. The sky was just beginning to lighten and Lu Lingyun had just woken up from bed. Shuang Hong stood at the door. What are you doing? It's early in the morning and our mistress is still sleeping. Miss Shuang Hong, something really bad has happened. The servant from the Marquis' residence pointed urgently outside. At that moment, the door opened. Lu Lingyun came out, wearing her robe. It was already October and the autumn frost was heavy. The weather was getting colder. What happened? Madam, she's back. The servant pointed to the door. Who? The former Miss Xing from Yaoguang Pavilion. She's lying injured at our gate. The gatekeeper said he didn't know when she arrived. He only saw her when he opened the small gate this morning. The servant, catching his breath, spoke quickly. Why are you telling our madam about this? She's not one of us, just a runaway slave. Send her away. Chunqing came out of the adjacent room, displeased. That's right. It would be best if that woman died outside. What she did brought shame to our Marquis' residence. Little Wei also expressed her dissatisfaction. Lu Lingyun listened to these words and simply asked, enough, I'll go take a look. When Lu Lingyun was fully dressed and reached the main gate, she saw Chang Yunhua was already there. It seemed the servants had gone to him first. Xing Dairong, lying at the gate, cried and rushed towards Chang Yunhua upon seeing him. Yunhua. Her appearance was truly pitiful and miserable. Her face was swollen from the beating, her hair disheveled, and there were several bloodstains on her mouth and sleeve. With red, swollen eyes, she clung to Chang Yunhua's pants like a lifeline. Chang Yunhua didn't move. He looked down at her and coldly asked, Did Luo Hong beat you? Yes. A sob escaped her lips and Xing Dairong cried harder, tears and snot streaming down her face. Yunhua. I know I was wrong. That Luo Hong hit me with a wooden tray, smashed my head. He's not human, he's a beast. I know I was wrong. I know you're the only one who cares about me in the whole world. I won't run away again, I know I was wrong. Amidst her sobs, Chang Yunhua coldly pulled away and walked towards the gate. Yunhua. Yunhua. Xing Dairong clung tightly to his leg, but all she received was a merciless kick. Chang Yunhua mounted his horse and left. Those who had gathered at the gate felt vindicated. Well done, Prince. You should have treated her like this long ago. This time, Prince is truly heartbroken and will no longer care about her. She deserves it. Lu Lingyun listened to these words and watched Chang Yunhua ride away. Her eyes remained calm. If she guessed correctly, Chang Yunhua was likely going to settle accounts with Luo Hong. Yunhua, don't you love me anymore? Xing Dairong screamed from the ground. Love? There probably isn't much left of it. Even if Chang Yunhua went to settle accounts with Luo Hang and beat him up, it wouldn't have much to do with love. Hey! Isn't this the future Mrs. Luo? What brings you here? At this moment, Xiaoling also arrived with her entourage. Seeing Xing Dairong in such a pitiful state, Xiaoling's face lit up with glee. I distinctly remember that just a few days ago you were bragging to us about becoming the legitimate wife of the Luo family. So what happened? Were you abandoned by the Luos? Oh, what a shame. What's going on with the Luos? And why are you crying and shouting here again? Were you just now calling out to our prince? Did you still have the nerve to ask if he loves you? Oh my, how could you even ask such a question? You should go find your little master Luo. Didn't he say he loved you so much that he didn't care about your status and would carry you in on an 8-liter sedan chair with a grand wedding procession? With each word from Xiaoling, the already battered and tormented Xing Dairong spat out a mouthful of blood and fainted, her head tilting to one side. Oh, I didn't touch her. Everyone saw it. Don't let her blame me, Xiaoling exclaimed upon seeing her faint. Lu Lingyun, who had been watching from the side, smiled faintly and shook her head. All right, stop it. Madam. Lu Lingyun glanced at the unconscious Xing Dairong. Take her back first. Yes. Xing Dairong was carried back to the Marquis Manor. But this time she wasn't taken to Yaoguang Pavilion. Lu Lingyun arranged for her to stay in the guest quarters of the Marquis Manor. She called in a doctor to examine Xing Dairong. Sitting in her courtyard, Xiaoling chattered away. Madam, why are you still bothering with her? The prince doesn't want her anymore. He didn't even look at her before leaving. Doesn't that show his stance clearly? With all the terrible things she did, how can she still be allowed into our manor? Just as Xiaoling was extremely displeased with Xing Dairong being brought in and having a doctor examine her, the doctor came in to report. Madam, how is she? The young lady has mostly superficial wounds, but her head injury is quite severe. However, with proper rest, she will recover. Since she is not in any danger, we should send her away quickly, Xiaoling muttered. The next moment, the doctor added, however, there is another matter with the patient. What is it? The patient is 1.5 months pregnant. Chapter 50 Xing Dairong's Pregnancy. Chapter 50 Xing Dairong's Pregnancy. What? Xiaoling stood up abruptly upon hearing that Xing Dairong was pregnant, her eyes wide as she stared at the doctor. Xing Dairong, she was pregnant. Not only was Xiaoling shocked, but Lu Lingyun also couldn't help but be startled. She's pregnant. Yes, madam. From the pulse, the fetus in that lady's belly is less than 2 months old, but it has been at least 1 month. So I estimate it to be about 1.5 months. 1.5 months. Xing Dairong had only been away for less than a month. According to the timeline, it must be Changyun Shua's child. Quickly, take me to see her. Lu Lingyun led the way to the guest room where Xing Dairong was staying. She had just woken up and Xiaoqua had come over to change her clothes and feed her some medicine. Now she lay weakly on the bed. Hearing someone enter, she turned her head expectantly. Seeing Lu Lingyun come in with others, the light in her eyes dimmed instantly. After a moment of complex emotions, she bit her chapped, pale lips and called out to Lu Lingyun, young mistress. Now you know how to call her young mistress, Xiaoling remarked. Faced with Xiaoling's provocation, Xing Dairong did not retaliate. After all her escapades outside, she no longer had the fearless and invincible spirit she once had. Compared to those outside, Xiaoling's few taunts were nothing. Now that she had returned in such a sorry state, she had to stay in the marquisate. She could not be driven out again. Since she was going to stay here, she had to humble herself. Seeing Xing Dairong's submissive demeanor, Lu Lingyun's expression remained calm. She had known this would happen. Reality truly was the best teacher. After being beaten down by reality, people grow up. Without saying much more, she instructed the doctors who had been summoned again. Examine her again. Yes. Yes. 4 or 5 doctors stepped forward to take Xing Dairong's pulse on the spot. Xing Dairong was a bit panicked but didn't dare to contradict anyone. She watched nervously as the 4 or 5 doctors finished taking her pulse and then went to report their findings in hushed tones to Lu Lingyun. After hearing the consistent diagnosis from all the doctors, a hint of joy appeared between Lu Lingyun's brows. She was pregnant. Truly pregnant. More than a month along. Definitely Changyun Shua's child. She glanced at Xing Dairong, who was lying on the bed, clutching the blanket with one hand and gripping the bed frame with the other, her face filled with tension and fear. With a faint smile she spoke. Xiaoling, starting today you will continue to attend to Miss Xing personally. Find another servant girl from the maid quarters to assist her well. Later, select a proper courtyard for Miss Xing to move into. If anything is lacking, come directly to me. Do not let Miss Xing suffer. Yes. With that, Lu Lingyun left the guest room. Xing Dairong was bewildered, listening in disbelief to what Lu Lingyun had said. Why? Why was Lu Lingyun being so kind to her? At this moment, Xiaoling cast a resentful and jealous gaze at her. Humph. You sure are lucky. Xing Dairong was puzzled and tried to get out of bed to ask, but Xiaoling immediately rushed to her side, guarding her anxiously. Miss, you are now pregnant. Don't move around carelessly. What? Humph. Behave yourself from now on. Don't think having a child means anything. Xiaoling glared at her viciously before turning to follow Lu Lingyun, leaving the room. Xing Dairong, still in shock, gradually came to understand after everyone had left. She was pregnant. She had Changyun Shua's child. In other words, she now had leverage to stay here. Realizing this, Xing Dairong couldn't help but burst into uncontrollable laughter. Her laughter reached the ears of those walking outside. Hearing her grating laughter, Xiao Ling felt a sharp pang of jealousy. She twisted her handkerchief. Young lady, listen to that smug laughter. That wretched woman doesn't deserve to carry our prince's child. Shut up. Lu Lingyun rarely showed such coldness, but now she stopped and scanned Xiao Ling and everyone else. Regardless of what Miss Xing has done in the past, she is carrying the first child of our marquisate. I will ensure that this child is born safely. Anyone who dares to sabotage this behind my back will face 1,000 cuts. Lu Lingyun had never been so serious before. Even when publicly dealing with Cui Da, she only ordered 20 strokes of the cane. But this time she spoke of 1,000 cuts. She was dead serious. Lu Lingyun wanted the child, no matter who bore it. Any child of the marquis was her child. Due to her health and family circumstances, it was difficult for her to have children of her own. She did not want to risk her life again to give birth to someone else's child. Living in this era, she needed a child by her side to secure her position. A woman's fertility was a major requirement in this society. She could not let anyone discover her condition. In her previous life, she suffered a difficult childbirth and couldn't bear children. She took Li Heir's concubines under her wing and raised their children as her own, which helped her establish her footing. To Lu Lingyun's pleasant surprise, she found that non-biological children had their advantages. Each child knew they were not her biological offspring, so they competed to win her favor and show filial piety. They understood that their interests were tied to hers, and only by gaining her affection could they ensure a better future. They cared about her more than biological children would. Thus, whether the children were biologically hers made no difference to her. She just needed one child to secure her position, grasp power, and bind their interests tightly together. She was determined to protect Xing Dairong's child. After warning everyone about this matter, she returned to her courtyard. Upon returning, her first action was not to inform Qing Yunxua, but to send a message to Lady Qin. Notifying the head of the household was essential. She informed Lady Qin about Xing Dairong's pregnancy and her intention to elevate her to a concubine. Since Xing Dairong's escape had been kept quiet, and the Luo family was also embarrassed and kept it hushed up, the news had spread only within a small circle. Elevating Xing Dairong to a concubine would not be a grand affair, it would be handled quietly within the household. That same evening, Lady Qin replied with her message. She praised Lu Lingyun's virtue, consoled her for any perceived slight, and entrusted all the arrangements to her. Most of the letter was filled with compliments. Lu Lingyun's lack of concern over the birth order of the children and her personal involvement in the affairs of the concubine and child were seen as exemplary of a virtuous matron. The Chung family felt incredibly fortunate to have such a wonderful daughter-in-law. Of course, besides the verbal praise, Lady Qin also bestowed a generous gift upon Lu Lingyun. 10 bolts of fine silk, 2 bolts of shoe brocade, a cloak made from peacock fur, a white fox fur muffler, 5 bundles of ginseng, 10 bundles of deer antlers, a box of bird's nest, a chest full of exquisite jewelry, and 2 large estates, each yielding an annual income of 5,000 taels as compensation to soothe Lu Lingyun's supposed distress and magnanimity. Yet, Lady Qin had no idea that Lu Lingyun actually preferred others to bear the children. Chapter 51 Tea with Xing Dairong. Chapter 51 Tea with Xing Dairong. Lu Lingyun looked at the gifts of genuine silver and gold sent by Qin's family and smiled once again. Her mother-in-law was truly a perceptive and generous person. She did not just talk, she genuinely provided support. Working with such a mother-in-law made life much easier. Lingyun picked through the items, selecting 3 bolts of silk, half the ginseng and deer antlers, along with some less valuable pearl and jade jewelry from her dowry box that her aunts and maternal relatives had given her. She packed these into a box to send to Xing Dairong. She instructed Shuang Hong to put away the rest of the items. Meanwhile, in the Hofu's backyard in the new courtyard, Yuerong Pavilion. In the afternoon, Xing Dairong eagerly chose a courtyard. Initially, she wanted to return directly to Yaoguang Pavilion, but Xiao Kuei persuaded her. Xing Dairong, now more sensible, understood that to stay in the Hofu, she needed a legitimate identity, even if it was a position she previously despised as a concubine. Only by becoming a concubine with her own courtyard and stipend could she truly live in this era. After considering this, she quickly found the second closest courtyard to Yaoguang Pavilion. The closest one was Autumn Fragrance Courtyard, where Qiu Ling resided. This was actually better, allowing her to intercept him before he reached Yaoguang Pavilion. After moving in, she immediately asked, "Has the prince returned yet?" "Not yet. I'll go greet him at the gate." "Miss Xing, you're pregnant now, don't move around carelessly." Xiao Kuei chased after her, frowning. Just as she reached the gate, Xing Dairong saw Cheng Yunxua returning. Like a butterfly fluttering among flowers, she rushed to Cheng Yunxua and threw herself onto him. "Yunxua." Cheng Yunxua, who had just returned from his mission, frowned upon seeing Xing Dairong still there. "Who allowed you to be here?" "Yunxua." Xing Dairong pouted, tears streaming down her face before she could speak. "I didn't really do anything with Lu Hanyi. I didn't sleep with him, I'm still clean. I just wanted to upset you. Now I know I was wrong. Can you forgive me?" "Haha." Cheng Yunxua couldn't help but sneer, pushing Xing Dairong away and striding inside. Miss Xing. Qiu Kuei quickly supported Xing Dairong. You're pregnant, be careful. Upon hearing pregnant, Chang Yunxua stopped abruptly. Xing Dairong took the opportunity to push Qiu Kuei aside, her eyes red, and clung to Chang Yunshua's arm. Hit me, hit our child too. Chang Yunxua looked at Xing Dairong in disbelief. You're pregnant? Yes. At that moment, a light and calm voice sounded. Lu Lingyun, leading the people delivering the gifts, approached and greeted Chang Yunxua with a smile. Prince, I was about to inform you about this matter. She is really pregnant? Yes. Lu Lingyun nodded. Over a month, but less than 2 months. Calculating the time, it happened within the Hofu. Yunxua, we have our child now. Xing Dairong tightened her grip on his arm. Can we start over? In the next instant, she was pushed away again. I don't want this child. Chang Yunxua said coldly. No man, regardless of the era, can easily tolerate betrayal. When love was deep, the pain of betrayal was equally profound. Xing Dairong had left without hesitation, even embracing Luo Hang in front of him, humiliating and provoking him. Who could bear such an act? Chang Yunxua still cared for her, still loved her, but precisely because of this love, he could not overcome the hurt. Yunxua. Seeing that Chang Yunxua truly ignored her, Xing Dairong panicked, her head injury worsening. With a sob, she closed her eyes and fainted again. Miss Xing. Qiu Kuei hurriedly supported Xing Dairong, but she couldn't hold her. In the critical moment, Chang Yunxua grabbed her arm and caught her. Dairong. Watching the chaotic scene, Lu Lingyun remained calm. Quick, fetch the doctor. Soon, the doctor arrived to examine Xing Dairong again. The patient fainted due to sudden emotional distress. She will recover soon, but with her injuries and pregnancy, excessive emotional agitation must be avoided. She needs complete rest, or there is a risk of miscarriage. Upon hearing miscarriage, both Lu Lingyun and Chang Yunxua furrowed their brows tightly. We understand. Lu Lingyun glanced at the silent Chang Yunxua and asked the doctor to prescribe an herbal medicine for stabilizing the pregnancy, instructing Shuang Hong to fetch the medicine. After everyone left, she said to Chang Yunxua, Prince, I know you're angry, but after all, Miss Xing is carrying the Chang family's child. I think it's best for her to give birth safely. She spoke softly, but Chang Yunxua remained silent. Let me handle Miss Xing's affairs. I'll elevate her to a concubine, Lu Lingyun continued. Chang Yunxua stood by the bed and looked at Xing Dairong, who was still unconscious and murmuring his name. He turned to Lu Lingyun. Lingyun, if she had even a fraction of your understanding, things wouldn't have come to this. Hearing this, Lu Lingyun's lips curved slightly. Prince, you must be tired. Go back and rest. I'll take care of everything here. Chang Yunxua nodded and left without another word. After he left, Lu Lingyun looked at the woman lying on the bed. Stop pretending. Open your eyes. As she spoke, Xing Dairong, who had been feigning unconsciousness, opened her eyes with trembling lashes. She met Lu Lingyun's calm and composed gaze as if everything had already been seen through. Xing Dairong felt a sudden pang of guilt. She clutched the quilt and said, I'm pregnant. What do you want? Lu Lingyun looked at her with a hint of understanding. Enough. Tomorrow morning, come to my place and offer me a cup of tea. Xing Dairong immediately lifted her head. Lu Lingyun glanced at her. Take good care of yourself and the baby. This child is your only hope for survival in the mansion. If anything happens to the child, no one can protect you. With that, she turned and left. Xing Dairong bit her lip, watching her back, her eyes filled with confusion and complexity. The next morning, Xing Dairong arrived at Lu Lingyun's courtyard. For the first time, she properly knocked on the door, waited for an announcement, and stood respectfully in the courtyard for a while before entering Lu Lingyun's quarters. Have you learned the proper etiquette? Lu Lingyun asked, looking at Xing Dairong offering tea. Xing Dairong nodded. At this moment, there was no trace of her previous arrogance and pride on her face. I offer tea to the mistress. Kneeling on a cushion, Xing Dairong respectfully presented a cup of tea to Lu Lingyun. Seeing this, Lu Lingyun did not prolong the moment. She took the teacup, looked at the changed Xing Dairong, and sipped the tea. She then instructed, in the future, serve the prince well and behave properly in the household, and I will ensure the safety of you and your child. A last flicker of reluctance flashed in Xing Dairong's eyes, but she bowed her head and said, Yes, mistress. Chapter 52, Two Concubines Clash. Chapter 52, Two Concubines Clash. Xing Dairong, having just paid her respects to the concubine in Lu Lingyun's courtyard, emerged from it. Lu Lingyun had bestowed upon her numerous gifts, including a 20-tael silver ingot as a concubine's red envelope. She had now officially become Aunt Xing. Concubine Xing, please walk slowly, said Qiu Kuei, carrying things behind her. Don't call me concubine. Hearing the title, Concubine Xing, Xing Dairong felt uncomfortable all over. Deep down, she still clung to that sliver of modern pride, and now that she had fallen to the status of a concubine, she could no longer bear to hear it. Oh, isn't this Concubine Xing? At that moment, a familiar, sarcastic voice rang out. Xiao Ling approached with a seductive demeanor. Seeing her, Xing Dairong felt a surge of anger. Let's go. What's the rush, Concubine Xing? Now that both of us are concubines in the household, we're sisters from now on. Xing Dairong was about to explode with rage. Xiao Ling seemed born to antagonize her. Now that she no longer had any conflict of interest with Lu Lingyun since she could never compare to her anyway, why did Xiaoling keep provoking her with her passive-aggressive tactics? She wouldn't be a proper time traveler if she didn't defeat Xiaoling. She stopped and suppressed her anger. Concubine Xiao, do you need something? Of course I came to congratulate Concubine Xing. You must have received many gifts after paying your respects, right? Xing Dairong's eyes flickered, and she immediately beckoned Xiao Kuei and the maidservant carrying the items to come forward. Oh, not much really. The young lady gave me 3 batches of fine silk, ginseng, deer antlers, oh, and almost forgot, this box of jewelry. How could there be so much? I can't possibly wear it all. Imitating Xiaoling's tone, she opened the jewelry box Lu Lingyun had given her, revealing a plethora of gold and silver pieces. Xiaoling's eyes widened in astonishment. Xiaoling had only a few decent pieces of jewelry. Concubines in the household received 1 piece of jewelry per year, and the rest depended on the mistress's generosity. As a houseborn servant, Xiaoling had no dowry when she entered the household, and she had accumulated only a few pieces over the years. Her most presentable items were the gold hairpin and large gold bracelet she wore daily. How could she have seen so much jewelry? Seeing Xiaoling's reaction, Xing Dairong felt a great sense of satisfaction. Oh sister, you paid your respects earlier than me. The mistress must have given you even more. Xing Dairong knew exactly how poor Xiaoling was. She always wore the same few pieces, and this would surely infuriate her. Xiaoling's eyes turned red with envy. How could I compare to Concubine Xing? You carry the precious heir of the marquisate, so the mistress has to favor the child, even if not the mother. Her words implied that Xing Dairong had used her pregnancy to gain favor, and also hinted at her having conceived before being formally accepted into the household. In the past, Xing Dairong would have fought back, but now, well, who can blame my fortunate womb? I remember the prince first shared a room with you. With such a good opportunity you couldn't hold on to it. Maybe you should think about whether it's you who's lacking. Saying this, Xing Dairong patted her still flat belly proudly. Xiaoling. Chuanxing, let's go. This round, Xiaoling lost. Fuming, Xiaoling led her people to Lu Lingyun's courtyard. Xing Dairong, feeling elated after her rare victory, watched Xiaoling's retreating figure and scoffed. Just wait. If she couldn't beat Lu Lingyun, she could certainly beat Xiaoling. Since she had become a concubine, she intended to be the most favored one in the household. If she bore Qing Yunxua their first son, she might even climb higher. Xiao Kuei, let's go. She needed to win back Qing Yunshua's affection. In the main courtyard, Lu Lingyun listened to Xiaoling's tearful complaints while reviewing the accounts, occasionally offering soothing words. Once the account review was complete, Xiaoling had finished crying. All right, later I'll send you 2 bolts of cloth to make some new winter clothes, Lu Lingyun said, putting down the abacus. Hearing the promise of gifts, Xiaoling sniffled, young lady, I just can't stand her attitude. Concubine Xing is now a concubine in the household. You are sisters and should get along well. Besides, she is pregnant, so be understanding. I understand your grievances. Lu Lingyun smiled at her. The new jewelry hasn't arrived in the treasury yet for this winter, but when it does, you'll be the first to choose, and I'll give you an extra piece. She gave another piece of jewelry to Xiaoling, and with this gesture, how could Xiaoling not take the hint? Thank you, young mistress. I know you care for me, so I won't feel wronged anymore. Lu Lingyun smiled at this, comforted her by wiping away her tears, exchanged a few more pleasantries, and sent her back. She watched Xiaoling leave with the gifts and smiled contentedly. She bestowed these favors on Xiaoling partly to soothe her emotions and balance the scales between her and Xing Dairong. Although Xing Dairong had done plenty of mischief in the past, she now had a son, making her significant. But there were only 2 concubines in the household, and she couldn't let Xing Dairong bully Xiaoling all the time. She needed to show favoritism towards Xiaoling to ensure they remained evenly matched. Additionally, it was also a subtle warning to Xiaoling not to make any moves against Xing Dairong. If Xiaoling felt wronged, Lingyun could resolve it for her. She wouldn't lack for clothes or jewelry. If she still harbored other thoughts after receiving these gifts, it would be unforgivable. After settling the minor conflict between the two, Lu Lingyun stretched lazily. Any other trivial matters? Oh, young mistress, Miss Wang sent word that a new troupe has arrived on West Street, performing some very novel plays. If you have time, you should go see them together. Lu Lingyun thought for a moment. Sure, let's go tomorrow. All right, I'll send someone to reply. In the evening, Qing Yunxua finished his shift. Ever since he joined the Imperial Guards, he found the work increasingly smooth. In the past, Qing Yunxua had been lazy about his duties, spending years riding horses and wandering the streets with friends, looking down on those who worked diligently. But somehow, perhaps due to his age, he began to find genuine pleasure in doing proper work. The more he did, the better he became at it. He had just finished handling a case of petty theft, earning praise from his superiors, who promised to promote him. Qing Yunshua's steps were light as he returned home. As soon as he entered the inner courtyard, he encountered Xing Dairong waiting in the cold wind. Yunxua. Xing Dairong, seeing him, spoke in a sing-song voice, fluttering towards him like a flower butterfly. Qing Yunxua immediately turned cold. Stop. Chapter 53 Going to watch a play. Chapter 53 Going to watch a play. Yunxua. Xing Dairong pouted, feeling wronged. She had to jog, but Qing Yunshua's cold glare stopped her. Don't you know you're pregnant? Why are you running around like this? Qing Yunshua looked at her coldly. His gaze filled with increasing dissatisfaction. In the past, he loved Xing Dairong, and no matter how rebellious she was, it was endearing. But now all he saw was how immature she was. Being pregnant and still doing such strange things. Hearing him say this, Xing Dairong blinked back tears. You do care about me, don't you? Humph, don't talk nonsense. Qing Yunshua walked into the house coldly. At that moment, Xing Dairong grabbed him from behind. Yunshua, stop pretending. I know you went to settle accounts with Lu Hanyi that day. She had put in considerable effort yesterday to find out Chang Yunshua's whereabouts from Qingfeng. She learned that when she came begging that day, Chang Yunshua didn't leave her. Instead, he went to confront Lu Hanyi. Suddenly she understood. Chang Yunshua still cared for her. She clung tightly to Chang Yunshua's waist, knowing deeply after all these trials that in this era, only Chang Yunshua truly cared for her. Yunshua, you said you would love me forever. Now I know I will never leave you again. She whispered plaintively as she clung to his back, recalling their initial sweet and loving moments. Unfortunately, her hands were slowly pried away. Finally, with great force. Lingyun is kind-hearted to keep you here, it wasn't my idea. Chang Yunshua pushed her away and strode forward. Hearing this, Xing Dairong bit her lower lip, her eyes red as she watched Chang Yunshua's back. Chang Yunshua, I will make you fall in love with me again. That night, Chang Yunshua didn't go anywhere. He bypassed the autumn fragrance courtyard and headed straight to Yaoguang Pavilion. Xiao Ling, who had been waiting in the courtyard, was furious when she found out Chang Yunshua hadn't come and had been blocked by Xing Dairong. That vixen really has some tricks up her sleeve. No wonder she came from a brothel luring men right outside. Xiao Ling grew angrier as she cursed, repeatedly calling her shameless. She chose a courtyard closer to the outside, always luring people away. At the same time, she thought to herself that she couldn't just sit idly by. She needed to take the initiative. She had to intercept him before Xing Dairong did. In the backyard, the two women engaged in covert battles, which Lu Lingyun observed. Seeing that their tactics were nothing special and neither gained an upper hand, she decided not to take sides. The next day, she took the opportunity to watch a play with Wang Qilua. They could fight their own battles while she enjoyed her music. In the western part of the city, Lu Lingyun visited her family's shop on the way to the west side of the city. Dong Xin greeted her with a smile upon seeing her. Madam, how have things been these past few days? The weather is getting colder and business at the general store is better every day. Lu Lingyun nodded. What brings you here, madam? I'm here to watch a play in West Street. Is it the new Lu family troupe at Yadingsh? You know about them too? Yes, I even know one of their lead actresses. Lu Lingyun realized that Dong Xing was not only efficient but also adept at gathering information and building connections. Then come with me. Sure thing. Dong Sheng accompanied Lu Lingyun to Yadingsh. Their carriage drove directly into the backyard of Yadingsh. She had just arrived when she saw the Wang family's carriage had already reached. Madam Chung, is that right? A young attendant from the theater approached. In this era, married women were generally addressed by their husband's surname, though if the woman's family was more prestigious than her husband's, she could use her maiden name. It's me, Lu Lingyun nodded. Miss Wang is already in the private room on the second floor. All right. Lu Lingyun nodded at him and followed him upstairs. Passing through the backyard, she saw the theater troupe moving props and setting up for the performance. Dong Sheng, seeing the cluttered items, spread his arms to shield them, ensuring Lu Lingyun passed safely. Upon reaching the second floor, Wang Qilua was already seated inside, munching on nuts while waiting for the show to begin. Lingyun. Qilua. Lu Lingyun sat opposite her. As soon as she settled down, Wang Qilua began chattering away. Do you remember Luo Hang? The one we met at your place last time. What about him? Do you know? His family recently proposed marriage to the daughter of Li the Censor. Oh, what happened? As it turns out, Li the Censor's wife knows my mother. When she mentioned this, my mother urged her to reject the proposal. Lu Lingyun breathed a slight sigh of relief. You wouldn't believe how messy their family is. I heard that Luo Hang actually keeps a concubine, not just any concubine, but one he houses outside in a separate courtyard. Wang Qilua gossiped. My mother told Mrs. Li to turn him down immediately, no matter what. Lu Lingyun couldn't help but smile faintly. The news of Luo Hang keeping Xing Dairong had indeed spread. However, both she and the Luo family had managed to keep the identity of the concubine under wraps. Everyone knew there was someone, but not who it was. Guess what? What happened? Now almost everyone in the imperial city knows about his son's character. Families with daughters are all avoiding him. Who would dare marry into such a family? I heard from my mother that Luo Hang's mother, Lady Yang, is furious at home, throwing tantrums every day, cursing her son for being foolish, making it impossible for anyone to marry him. Lu Lingyun chuckled at this. In those days, marriages were heavily influenced by the family's reputation and character. The Luo family, newcomers to the capital, had yet to establish themselves properly. No one knew much about them until Xing Dairong caused a stir, revealing the true nature of the Luo family. Luo Hang, that fool, never expected that his attempt to gain something would backfire so badly. He had hoped Xing Dairong would bring him some surprise, but now, no one in the imperial city would dare marry their daughter to him. It was karma. They got what they deserved for their ill intentions. After finishing their gossip, the sounds of lively drums and cymbals from the stage outside signaled the start of the performance. All right, let's watch the show. Wang Qilua excitedly looked at the beautiful female lead entering the stage. I heard this is a new play about a woman disguising herself as a man in the military camp. It's going to be fun. Lu Lingyun looked at the handsome male lead on stage and noticed that the female lead seemed somewhat familiar. Hey, did they change the female lead today? Dong Sheng, who had been following Lu Lingyun, couldn't help but ask, isn't it Xiao Jie? Lu Lingyun turned to look at Dong Xing, who keenly observed they really did change the actress. She looks somewhat familiar. Chapter 54 Re-encounter with Lu Shuwei. Chapter 54 Re-encounter with Lu Shuwei. Hearing Dong Xing say so, Lu Lingyun found the person even more familiar. But for the moment, she focused on enjoying the performance. This was a new play about a woman disguising herself as a man to join the military camp, breaking the enemy forces and retiring in glory. The play was excellently staged, and the female lead was unrecognizable as a man, exuding heroic charm, performing exceptionally well. At the end, the audience burst into applause, and even Lu Lingyun couldn't help cheering several times. Wang Qilua was so excited that she wanted to see the female lead in person, but unfortunately, the troop leader informed everyone that the actress would not be seeing visitors today. Wang Qilua immediately became disappointed. Miss, what's the big deal? If you want to meet her, I can take you directly to the backyard, Dong Xing said, noticing her disappointment. Wang Qilua perked up instantly. Sure, let's go see her. Since Lu Lingyun had nothing else to do, she allowed Wang Qilua to lead them to the backyard. Dong Sheng went ahead into the Lu troop alone. After he left, the troop members started moving their props back, carrying things away. Lu Lingyun and Wang Qilua stood by the edge of the courtyard when one of the helpers slipped, causing a box full of weapons to tumble over. Coincidentally, it fell towards Lu Lingyun and Wang Qilua. Wang Qilua, being brave, having practiced martial arts since childhood, immediately shielded Lu Lingyun behind her, trying to catch the falling weapons. She swiftly caught a couple of them, but then a massive green dragon crescent blade fell straight towards Wang Qilua. The troops' weapons were not entirely fake, and this large blade could still cause serious injury if it hit someone. In a split second, a man wearing a patched blue robe rushed forward. Bang! A muffled groan echoed. All the weapons heading towards Wang Qilua and Lu Lingyun were blocked. Wang Qilua opened her eyes in surprise, seeing a tall figure holding a spear, deflecting all the weapons. Qilua. Lu Lingyun regained her composure and immediately pulled Wang Qilua back several steps, looking at her anxiously. How are you? Are you hurt anywhere? As she spoke, the man turned around. Seeing Lu Lingyun and Wang Qilua, his eyes showed confusion. What are you doing here? This is no place for people like you. Hearing this, Lu Lingyun's anger flared after the shock. She was usually calm and reasonable, but when someone almost harmed her most important person, she could be unreasonable too. Do you think saying that makes everything okay? If my sister had been injured today, your entire troop would be finished. Her words made the man stare at Lu Lingyun and scoff coldly. So it really is you. You're as unreasonable as ever. Lu Lingyun glanced at him, recognizing the patched blue-robed man as Lu Shuwei, whom she had met once before. Suddenly, she realized why the actress on stage looked so familiar. It was him in disguise. For a moment, she was speechless. Then, Wang Qilua spoke up. Lingyun, I'm fine. Wang Qilua turned to Lu Shuwei and thanked him politely. Thank you, sir, for saving us. Humph, you're more reasonable than your sister, Lu Shuwei grumbled. Lu Lingyun. Sir, please don't blame her. She was just worried about me. May I ask your name so we can thank you properly? No need. It's a trivial matter. Just don't cause trouble and then blame others. Lu Shuwei turned and walked away without another glance at Lu Lingyun and Wang Qilua. Lu Lingyun. Encountering this stubborn mule ruined her good days. Really unlucky to run into him, Lu Lingyun muttered aloud. Lingyun, do you know that gentleman? Wang Qilua asked, still watching him. Yes, his name is Lu Shuwei, a scholar who came to the capital for the imperial exams. Oh, so he's a learned man, Wang Qilua murmured. At that moment, Dong Sheng let out a young woman. Miss Wang, I've brought the actress Xiao Jie. The girl looked pale and sickly, clearly unwell, and it was evident that she wasn't the main actress today. You're not today's lead actress, right? Wang Qilua asked her. Yes, Mississippi. I caught a cold yesterday, so someone else took my place today, Xiao Jie replied softly. Dong Sheng added, Miss, guess who replaced Xiao Jie today? Lu Lingyun. She knew. She had already seen. Who was it? It's that Lu Shuwei from the inn last time. It's him. Wang Qilua exclaimed. Yes, big brother Lu from the Lu family is my brother's good friend. My brother passed away suddenly not long ago, and it was he who helped with the arrangements. I've been ill with a cold these past few days, and when big brother Lu came to visit me, the troop leader insisted I perform. So he took my place for a day. Xiao Jie looked at Lu Lingyun and Wang Qilua. I hope you ladies won't spread this around. Big brother Lu has the spring examinations next year, and I don't want to affect him. As she finished speaking, Dong Xing whispered to Lu Lingyun. Miss Jiaojia is the sister of the scholar who fell at the inn. She's also had a hard life. To help her brother come to the capital for the exams, she sold herself to the theater troupe to raise the travel fees. Hearing this, Lu Lingyun said, "We won't talk about it." "I didn't expect that young master to have such a chivalrous heart," Wang Qilua remarked, giving Jiaojia a large red envelope. "Take care of yourself. I'll come watch your troupe's performances often in the future." "Thank you, Mississippi." Jiaojia gratefully accepted the money. Lu Lingyun also gave her a tip before leaving the back courtyard with Wang Qilua. Along the way, Wang Qilua kept saying, "Lingyun, isn't it interesting? That young master Lu actually knows how to sing opera." Lu Lingyun knew some of Lu Shuhui's background. His father died early and his mother used to be an opera singer. When he was young, his mother had to perform to make ends meet. "All right, don't spread this around. He still has to take the examinations." "Of course I wouldn't tell anyone." Wang Qilua's eyes sparkled, "But I did meet an interesting person." Lu Lingyun. Interesting Lu Shui? If she knew how stubborn and difficult he could be, would she still find him interesting? Lu Lingyun remained silent and continued shopping with Wang Qilua until dusk approached, then they returned to their respective residences. As soon as she stepped into the marquis's mansion, a servant reported to her. "Young lady, you're back." "What is it?" "A message came from your family. Your mother hasn't been feeling well these past few days. If you have time, please go and see her." Chapter 55 Xing Dairong gains favor again. Chapter 55 Xing Dairong gains favor again. Lady Lu is sick? In her previous life, Lu Lingyun didn't hear much about this at the time. Perhaps it was because she married the heir in her previous life and wasn't a biological daughter, so Lady Lu's illness didn't affect her much, and thus she wasn't notified. This life, however, she is the lady of the marquisate. "I understand. I'll visit her tomorrow." "Yes." She sent someone to convey the message back and stepped into the courtyard. As soon as she entered the inner courtyard, she saw two people arguing. "You're shameless. You're the one who's shameless. Why don't you go back to your own quarters? What are you doing here? And what about you? You keep running out, trying to seduce the heir with your charms." Lu Lingyun. Xing Dairong and Xiaoling were arguing when Cheng Yunxua returned. Seeing Cheng Yunxua come back, both of them rushed forward. "Heir, you're finally back." "Yunxua, I've been waiting for you for so long." "Heir, I made your favorite vinegar fish for you." "Yunxua, come to my place, the child wants to have dinner with you." Seeing the two women vying for his attention, Cheng Yunxua felt a headache coming on. He looked left and right, and finally, his gaze fell on Lu Lingyun. "Lingyun, I'll have dinner at your place." Hearing him say this, the two quarreling women fell silent. They exchanged a resentful glance but ultimately said nothing as they watched Cheng Yunxua leave with Lu Lingyun. "It's all your fault. If you hadn't gone so far out, would Yunxua have gone to her place?" "How dare you say that? It's all your fault. You always use your charms to seduce people on the way. If you hadn't lured him first, I wouldn't have followed." The two women blamed each other and started arguing again. Cheng Yunxua had a relaxed dinner with Lu Lingyun. During the meal, he talked about some matters from the prefectural commandant manor, and Lu Lingyun listened quietly. When he finished, she responded. "Your prefectural commandant manor is promoting a new commander? Do you want to be selected?" Cheng Yunxua thought for a moment. Let it be. There were many colleagues of his rank and their seniority was higher than his. Cheng Yunxua wasn't particularly eager for promotion. If it happened, he'd be happy, and if not, then not. Cheng Yunshua's thoughts were still quite simple. Lu Lingyun smiled faintly. The heir will get what he wishes." Hearing Lu Lingyun say this, Cheng Yunxua once again felt very comfortable talking to her. He wouldn't talk about these things with Qin. Even if he knew that telling Qin would ensure his promotion to the new commander, it wasn't the kind of outcome he wanted. He wouldn't talk about these things with Xiaoling either. She wouldn't understand or care. And Xing Dairong, under their previous relationship, he might have shared a bit with her, but he knew she couldn't help with anything. Only with Lu Lingyun could he naturally discuss his work, feeling relaxed and at ease. After dinner with Lu Lingyun, he left feeling refreshed. "I'll come here for dinner again tomorrow." "All right." Lu Lingyun nodded with a smile. After seeing him off, Chuanhe couldn't help but say, "Young lady, you should have kept the heir here." Nanian, watching from the courtyard, added, "What a good opportunity. You should have seized it." Lu Lingyun glanced at them calmly, and everyone fell silent. "Prepare for rest." Lu Lingyun turned and went back into the house. Over here, Cheng Yunxua left Lu Lingyun, and on the way Qifeng said, "Young master, why didn't you stay overnight with young lady?" Qingfeng's words caused Cheng Yunxua to pause slightly. But soon he shook his head. He hadn't even considered it. His relationship with Lu Lingyun wasn't like that of Xiaoling and Xing Dairong, rooted in romantic feelings. This lack of romantic feelings made him respect and trust her even more. If Lu Lingyun had suggested he stay overnight, it would have made him uncomfortable, affecting their pure friendship. Determined to return to his own courtyard, he encountered Xing Dairong still guarding the entrance. Xing Dairong saw Cheng Yunxua returning. "Yunxua." She approached him once again. Seeing she hadn't returned to her courtyard and was still guarding the path, he asked, "What are you doing here?" "I knew you wouldn't stay overnight with Lu Lingyun," Xing Dairong said confidently. Because she truly understood Cheng Yunxua. She had loved him passionately, far more than Xiaoling ever could. When Xiaoling saw Qing Yunxua leave with Lu Lingyun, she thought there was no need to wait for him anymore. She could go to Xing Dairong's courtyard to seek comfort but not to Lu Lingyun's. But Xing Dairong knew that Qing Yunxua was very devoted and wouldn't easily be unfaithful. After she spoke, Qing Yunxua visibly paused. The feeling of being understood struck him again. Xing Dairong truly understood him. Yunxua. Xing Dairong clung to his arm and leaned against his shoulder. I really have nothing with Lu Hang. I am clean. At that time I was just angry. You asked me to be your concubine and it hurt me deeply. I understand you so well, don't you understand me too? Her tone softened and her gentle demeanor melted Qing Yunshua's heart. With Lu Lingyun's mediation over the past few days, his resentment had diminished significantly. Now hearing Xing Dairong speak this way, how could he not be moved? Looking at his former love under the moonlight, he hesitated, then said firmly, go back and rest. It's late. No. Xing Dairong pouted at him. Until you forgive me, I won't rest. I'm too upset to sleep. Go back, you have a child. Hearing him mention the child, Xing Dairong's eyes lit up with victory. She knew that Qing Yunxua still cared for her. Mentioning the child meant he could accept and acknowledge her. Yunxua, I became a concubine for you. I'd do anything for you. For the sake of our child, let's start anew. She pressed her advantage. This strike left Qing Yunxua with no escape. She had changed completely, whether for him or herself. She was no longer the same person. Qing Yunxua looked at her and simply said, go back to bed. I want you to accompany me. That night, Qing Yunxua stayed in Xing Dairong's courtyard. However, he did not share a room with her. Xing Dairong was pregnant and at risk of miscarriage, so no matter what she said or did, Qing Yunxua did not touch her. The next day, everyone in the household knew that Xing Dairong was regaining favor. The maid sighed, believing that Xing Dairong's change would bring her back into favor. But Lu Lingyun was not worried, as she knew that if Xing Dairong ceased to be herself, she would not regain her previous love. Chapter 56 She wanted to harm our child. Chapter 56 She wanted to harm our child. Lu Lingyun went to her maternal home early in the morning. Xiaoling had intended to find Lu Lingyun and pour out her grievances but found no one there. In the marquisate, Xing Dairong relied on Qing Yunxua, so she could only rely on Lu Lingyun. Depressed, Xiaoling walked back and ran into Xing Dairong. Oh, isn't this Aunt Xiao? The wheel of fortune turns. Today it's Xing Dairong's turn. Yesterday, with her gentle and considerate demeanor, she managed to keep Qing Yunxua by her side. Regardless of whether they shared a bed or if he forgave her, she had already made significant progress. As long as she maintained this pace, Qing Yunxua would eventually fall in love with her again. With a man's support, Xing Dairong felt emboldened once more. Are you looking for the young mistress? She raised an eyebrow and said to Aunt Xiao. Today was the perfect opportunity to take care of Xiaoling while Lu Lingyun was away. Yes, I came to greet the young mistress. Lu Lingyun didn't enforce many rules, not requiring the concubines to stand in attendance daily. However, to please Lu Lingyun, Xiaoling almost always came over every day to show her face. You're really good at groveling, aren't you? You must put a lot of effort into pleasing the young mistress. Xiaoling's brows immediately furrowed. What do you mean by groveling? Can't you speak properly? The young mistress never asked you to come and greet her, yet you show up every day. What is that if not groveling? No wonder you're a servant. Acting like a servant. Xiaoling was so angry that steam seemed to be coming out of her ears. I may be a servant, but I know my place. What do you know about propriety? Even when His Highness went to the young mistress, you still tried to seduce him away. You have no sense of propriety whatsoever. No wonder you're a lowly courtesan from a brothel. Do you think I won't tell Yunxua what you said? Go ahead and tell him. Do you really think His Highness cares about your background? Xiaoling straightened her neck, like a goose ready to attack, and pecked at Xing Dairong. A courtesan from a brothel, which man would take you seriously? You shamelessly try to seduce every man you see. His Highness regrets his decision long ago. Do you know how happy everyone in the household was after you left? Everyone behind your back spits and curses you. His Highness had to tell everyone to shut up and not mention you, a worthless wretch. If it weren't for your persistent clinging and the child in your belly, who would let you through this door? Hearing Xiaoling's relentless barrage, Xing Dairong's face turned green with anger. She panted heavily, glaring at Xiaoling, then quickly clutched her stomach. Ouch, ouch, my stomach hurts, my stomach hurts. Aunt Xing. Xiaoquang hurried forward. Xing Dairong dramatically cried out, my stomach hurts so much. The child might be harmed by her anger. Quickly call His Highness back. Seeing this, Xiaoling's face turned pale. She tried to help Xing Dairong, but Xing Dairong pushed her away. You want to harm me? Xiaoling, nearly stumbling, looked anxiously at Xing Dairong. Don't talk nonsense, I didn't harm you. You can't escape. Go call His Highness. Qing Yunxua on duty was urgently summoned back to the residence. Upon arriving at Yuerong Pavilion, he heard wails of pain inside. My child. My child. Dairong. Qing Yunxua rushed into the room and saw Xing Dairong lying on the bed. The doctor was attending to her. What happened? Seeing Qing Yunxua return, Xing Dairong acted even more dramatically, complaining in a soft voice, Yunxua. You finally came back. What happened to you? Qing Yunxua rushed to her side. The doctor beside them said the concubine seems to have been agitated, causing fetal distress. The doctor, hired permanently by the marquisate, knew Xing Dairong was fine, but seeing Qing Yunxua's concern, he had to say something. In those days, doctors not only treated illnesses but also catered to the wishes of their masters. Hearing the doctor's words, Qing Yunxua's face darkened with anger. How did this happen? She angered me. Xing Dairong pointed at Xiaoling, who stood in the corner, looking both resentful and terrified. She provoked me today and even tried to push me. Yunxua, she wanted to harm our child. Hearing such baseless accusations, Xiaoling hastily defended herself. Your Highness, I didn't. She started the argument, calling me a servant. I only responded. At this moment, Qing Yunxua was too agitated to listen to reason. Aren't you a servant? What is Dairong's status compared to yours? Why provoke her when you know she's pregnant? Tears streamed down Xiaoling's face, her eyes filled with grievance. Your Highness. Go back to your quarters. Confined for half a month, no leaving. Qing Yunxua angrily commanded. Xiaoling, hearing this, covered her face and ran out, sobbing. Watching her retreat, Xing Dairong felt immensely satisfied. How dare Xiaoling think she could compete with her, as if watching palace dramas was for nothing. Her triumphant gaze met Qing Yunxua's eyes. Xing Dairong immediately let out a whimper and collapsed into Qing Yunxua's arms. Yunxua, you're finally back. I was so angry just now, it's a good thing you're here. Qing Yunxua looked at Xing Dairong's delicate appearance and felt something was off. She seemed different from the straightforward girl she used to be. But given that Xing Dairong was pregnant, he felt a certain bias towards her and gently comforted her. Don't get upset so easily. Your health is fragile and the child needs to be taken care of properly. Xing Dairong nodded meekly. I'll listen to you, but you need to protect me and the child in the future. I know. In the end, Qing Yunxua couldn't resist the allure of his ex-girlfriend, and his heart leaned more towards her. When Lu Lingyun returned from her mother's house, she heard about the commotion in the mansion. Is Aunt Qiu under house arrest? Yes. Lu Lingyun furrowed her brows. Gather everyone who witnessed the incident today. Yes. Soon, all those who had seen the argument came before Lu Lingyun to recount what had happened. Through their accounts, Lu Lingyun pieced together the events. She asked, was it Xing Dairong who started the trouble and insulted others? Yes, Aunt Xing first insulted Aunt Qiu's servants and even said that Aunt Qiu was groveling to you. Lu Lingyun's frown deepened and she continued, did Xiaoling push Xing Dairong? Not at all, Aunt Qiu seemed to want to help Aunt Xing. The speakers were all servants in the mansion. Xing Dairong had a poor reputation and no popularity among them, so no one bothered to cover for her. After understanding the situation clearly, Lu Lingyun's expression grew even more serious. She reprimanded Xiaoling, telling her not to resort to violence, but that troublemaker Xing Dairong was no saint either. Even if Xiaoling didn't provoke her, Xing Dairong would still cause trouble. And then there was Qing Yunxua, the biased man who didn't even bother to ask about the details of the incident. Chapter 56, Jump High, Get Slapped. Chapter 56, Jump High, Get Slapped. Lu Lingyun knew that Qing Yunxua was biased. He was reasonable and discerning, but when it came to certain matters, he was utterly blind. Without even asking about the situation, he directly placed Xiaoling under house arrest. In the end, it all boiled down to his favoritism towards Xing Dairong. That Xing Dairong, she needed to be taught a lesson. She had been more lenient because of her pregnancy, but this courtyard was hers. Whoever jumped high would get slapped. Come with me to Yuerong Pavilion. Yes. Lu Lingyun led the way to Yuerong Pavilion. After returning in the afternoon, Qing Yunxua didn't go back to work and spent the entire afternoon with Xing Dairong. Tonight, you must stay with me too. Dairong. No, the child needs you. Xing Dairong pouted. At that moment, a voice came from the courtyard, what's wrong with the child? Hearing Lu Lingyun's voice, Xing Dairong's face immediately changed, and even Qing Yunxua's expression became serious. Both of them looked towards the door where they saw Lu Lingyun leading someone in. Lingyun, you're back. Madam, Xing Dairong hid half her body behind Qing Yunxua and spoke weakly. I heard you almost miscarried again today? Lu Lingyun approached with a concerned look. In front of Qing Yunxua, Xing Dairong could freely twist the truth, but in front of Lu Lingyun, she dared not make up stories. Madam, I'm fine now. Lu Lingyun sat down on her own and continued with a faint smile. I heard it was Aunt Qiu who pushed you? Xing Dairong's eyes flickered. She probably didn't do it on purpose. Lingyun, I've already handled the matter. I put Xiaoling under house arrest. Qing Yunxua interjected. Hearing these biased words, Lu Lingyun didn't bother arguing further. Since the prince has already dealt with it, I won't say more. Let's follow your decision. She gave Qing Yunxua enough face. Listening to this, Xing Dairong felt more confident, thinking that holding onto Qing Yunxua was right. Whatever he said, Lu Lingyun couldn't object. Just as she was feeling smug, she heard Lu Lingyun continue, Aunt Qiu has been dealt with, so Aunt Xing will be under my care. Prince, please leave now. Xing Dairong was startled and instinctively clutched Qing Yunxua's arm. Qing Yunxua also looked at Lu Lingyun. Lingyun, what else needs to be done for Dairong? Lu Lingyun glanced at him. Aunt Xing's pregnancy is unstable, which is unacceptable. From today onwards, Aunt Xing will be under my full care until her condition stabilizes. Her words left no room for argument, making Xing Dairong stiffen. She clung tightly to Cheng Yunxua, shaking her head and pleading, Yunxua, I don't want to. Aunt Xing, Lu Lingyun said, don't be unreasonable. If it happens once or twice, it's our oversight, but if it keeps happening, it's your fault as a mother. This stern reprimand made even the muddled Cheng Yunxua come to his senses. Dairong, you can't act like a child anymore. If you can't take care of yourself, Lingyun will have to watch over you. Xing Dairong, Yunxua, then you take care of me. Aunt Xing, the prince is busy with official duties and cannot be here constantly, Lu Lingyun said calmly, turning to Cheng Yunxua. Prince, please leave. Aunt Xing is pregnant, and your presence might lead to complications. For Aunt Xing and the child's safety, you should not spend the night in Yuerong Pavilion during this period. Xing Dairong had urged Cheng Yunxua to place Xiaoling under house arrest for half a month, so Lu Lingyun would ensure he didn't come at night. Little miss, if I don't teach you a lesson, you won't know your place. Hearing Lu Lingyun's firm words, Xing Dairong looked even more helpless at Cheng Yunxua. Unfortunately, Cheng Yunxua agreed with Lu Lingyun and did not want to spend the night with Xing Dairong recently. He still harbored resentment and wasn't ready to forgive her quickly. That sounds good. I am quite busy lately and I trust Lingyun to take care of you. Hearing this, Xing Dairong's heart sank. Xing Dairong wanted to cry in protest, but seeing the distant look in Cheng Yunshua's eyes, she held back and watched him leave. After Cheng Yunxua left, Lu Lingyun looked at the sulking woman on the bed and coldly hummed, you really don't remember what I told you. Didn't I tell you to behave? Xing Dairong turned to look at her, not knowing whether it was because Cheng Yunxua didn't help her or because she knew she had a child to rely on. Lu Lingyun said this and she glared angrily. It was Xiaoling who provoked me first. Really? Should I bring everyone out to confront you face to face? I'm not Cheng Yunxua. I don't blindly favor anyone. Hearing this, Xing Dairong felt a surge of anger in her chest. What do you want then? Do you want to kill me? How could I kill you? I promised the prince to take care of you, so I will take care of you. Bring the medicine. Lu Lingyun waved her hand. Shuang Hong brought up a large bowl of prepared pregnancy-preserving medicine. What is this? Aren't you feeling unwell today? I asked the doctor to prescribe pregnancy-preserving medicine for you. From now on, you must drink this medicine 3 times a day before every meal. This was the special pregnancy-preserving medicine that Lu Lingyun had prepared for Xing Dairong, with extra doses and no sweetening agents to make it more palatable. Seeing the large bowl of dark, bitter medicine, Xing Dairong refused repeatedly, but she had no say in the matter. The maidservants by Lu Lingyun's side held her down firmly, pried open her mouth, and poured the medicine in. After swallowing the full bowl of bitter medicine, Xing Dairong finally calmed down. Lu Lingyun looked at Xing Dairong, who was vomiting by the bed with a bitter expression, and got up. I am fair. It takes 2 to quarrel. While Xiaoling isn't innocent, she has already been confined. For each day she is confined, you must drink this medicine for that many days. Chuanhe, stay here these few days to ensure Aunt Xing drinks her medicine. Yes. After saying this, Lu Lingyun left with her entourage. After she left, she sent someone to the confined autumn fragrance courtyard. She didn't go herself but sent a message to Xiaoling, telling her that Xing Dairong would be drinking medicine for as many days as she was confined. She didn't need to personally comfort Xiaoling. Disciplining Xing Dairong was the best comfort. Besides, Xiaoling also had her faults in the argument and needed to learn her lesson. At the very least, she needed to understand clearly that Cheng Yunxua was biased. Provoking Xing Dairong wouldn't bring her any benefits. To compete with others, one must assess their own resources. Without favor or support, always confronting others head-on is foolish. After Lu Lingyun disciplined her, Xing Dairong remained quiet for several days. In a blink, half a month passed. Chapter 58 Aunt Xiao sees through men. Chapter 58 Aunt Xiao sees through men. Xiaoling's confinement was lifted and Xing Dairong could stop taking her pregnancy-stabilizing medicine. After Lu Lingyun's reprimand, both of them behaved themselves much better. After leaving the autumn fragrance courtyard, Xiaoling went to Lu Lingyun's place to pay her respects right away. Madam, Xiaoling stood before Lu Lingyun. Lu Lingyun said nothing, silently drinking a cup of tea. Xiaoling stood there properly, not daring to speak, the look of grievance in her eyes growing stronger. Seeing her like that, Lu Lingyun put down her teacup. Are you still resentful towards me? Xiaoling lowered her head. This servant doesn't dare. To be honest, as the head of the household, Lu Lingyun was already one of the most tolerant in wealthy families. In which family did the mistress treat the concubines with such leniency? Leaving aside those who were overly jealous and harsh, most mistresses required their concubines to stand in attendance every day, serve meals, and even wash their feet at night. They would have the concubines do tasks normally reserved for maids and servants, constantly finding ways to torment and oppress them. Those who dared to cause trouble would face severe punishment. Lu Lingyun was truly kind and lenient towards her concubines. She rarely set strict rules for them, never skimped on their allowances, and often gave them gifts. There was no need to compare her with other mistresses. Just comparing her to her mother-in-law, Lady Qin, Lu Lingyun's benevolence was evident. The concubines of the old Lord Marquis never had it as good as Xiaoling and Xing Dairong. How could Xiaoling not know she had a good mistress? Cheng Yunxua punished her, and when Lu Lingyun returned, she took up for her. How could she resent Lu Lingyun? But. Enough, the prince consort was indeed biased this time, Lu Lingyun spoke, revealing Qiu Ling's grievance. She spent half of her 2-week confinement feeling wronged by Chang Yunshua's bias. She had given her whole heart to Chang Yunshua, with over a decade of affection, only to be treated so poorly. She was a servant, true, but did Chang Yunshua really have no feelings for her? Madam, Qiu Ling sobbed, I've served the prince consort for over a decade, yet I'm not even as valued as a woman who betrayed him. I might as well be dead. All right. Lu Lingyun saw her crying uncontrollably and quickly asked her to sit down. We all know you've been wronged. I've already dealt with Xing Dairong. In the future, don't argue with her. If anything happens, come to me. Qiu Ling continued crying. I won't argue with her anymore. It's pointless. She has a child in the prince consort's favor. She is stronger than me. Let her do what she wants. I won't say a word, no matter how angry I am. She looked utterly defeated. Lu Lingyun sighed. I'll ask the prince consort to visit you. You don't have to feel so wronged. Qiu Ling shook her head while sobbing, looking at her with tearful eyes. No, madam. I've seen through everything. Relying on the prince consort is useless. I don't want to rely on him anymore. From now on I will follow you, serve you for life, and grow old with you. Lu Lingyun. Qiu Ling had seen through Chang Yunshua. What use were men or love compared to the madam? Rather than fighting with Xing Dairong for a little bit of favor, it was better to stay with Lu Lingyun. Following Lu Lingyun meant no more suffering or sadness, having food and clothes, living a peaceful life, better than any man. Seeing Qiu Ling's newfound clarity, Lu Lingyun felt this wasn't the outcome she wanted. Just then, the storeroom brought up new jewelry for the year. Lu Lingyun asked Qiu Ling to pick first, giving her an extra piece beyond what she promised, and another from her own allowance. This fringed jade and gold hairpin is quite nice. Take this one too, don't be upset. Seeing the expensive hairpin, usually reserved for the mistress, being given to her, Qiu Ling felt her decision was right. What good were men? Had Chang Yunshua ever given her such a fine hairpin? No. She wouldn't rely on Chang Yunshua anymore, wouldn't fight for his favor. She would follow Lu Lingyun. Thank you, madam. From now on, I'll follow you. Whatever you say goes. I won't listen to the prince consort. Lu Lingyun. She didn't want to compete with Chang Yunshua for a concubine. She just wanted Qiu Ling to be obedient, not so loyal. After leaving Lu Lingyun's place, Qiu Ling ran into Xing Dairong again on her way back. This time, she remembered Lu Lingyun's advice and didn't argue with her at all. Xing Dairong hadn't had an easy time either, having been disciplined by Lu Lingyun. However, her relationship with Chang Yunshua had improved. She had planned to mock Qiu Ling but didn't even get a glance from her. Qiu Ling walked away directly. Xing Dairong watched her coldly retreating back. Being submissive is right. Let's see how she fights with me now. Xing Dairong also came to see Lu Lingyun. In the past half-month, she had learned some basic etiquette. Xing Dairong knew that in the marquis' residence it was best to be humble before Lu Lingyun. How's your pregnancy, and Xing? Tremendous. Xing Dairong shivered slightly. No more medicine then. All right, since your pregnancy is stable, let's hold off on the medicine for now. Thank you, young mistress. Lu Lingyun glanced at her belly. Sit down. All right. Xing Dairong sat beside her, feeling that the baby in her belly was indeed a precious burden. At least with the child, Lu Lingyun wouldn't do anything to her. Thinking this, she felt a bit more confident. These are the new pieces of jewelry from the storeroom this year. Choose one. Lu Lingyun wasn't being partial, she gave what was due to Xing Dairong. Of course, she and Qiu Ling had already picked through them, leaving behind only the simpler and less desirable pieces. Even so, Xing Dairong's eyes still lit up at the sight of these items. Having been in this era for so long, she gradually realized that money was eternal, she should grab as much as she could. Thinking about it, she should have agreed to become a concubine earlier, the monthly stipend and allowances were all rightfully hers. Young mistress, can I take an extra piece? Xing Dairong picked through the items, finding several she couldn't bear to part with. Hearing this, Lu Lingyun raised an eyebrow. Looking at Xing Dairong now, she was vastly different from when they first met. Back then, she was sitting with Chiu Kuei, eating pastries and talking about equality and true love. Now she understood the allure of worldly wealth. Why? Lu Lingyun didn't directly agree or refuse but asked instead. Xing Dairong's eyes flickered as she touched her belly. I'm pregnant. Lu Lingyun smiled faintly. When you first became pregnant, I gave you a box of jewels. You've done nothing else noteworthy, so there's no precedent for this. Chapter 59 Chang Yunshua's Promotion. Chapter 59 Chang Yunshua's Promotion. Xing Dairong's face immediately fell at Lu Lingyun's words, almost saying the words petty out loud. Seeing this, Lu Lingyun said calmly, however, if the prince were to ask for an increase in the monthly allowances for the concubines, that wouldn't be a problem. Upon hearing Lu Lingyun's words, Xing Dairong instantly perked up. I understand. She looked at the two pieces of jewelry she couldn't bear to part with, selecting for a while before saying, I'll take this one first. By saying first, she implied she would take the other piece later. After leaving Lu Lingyun, Xing Dairong returned to her courtyard with a radiant smile. Lu Lingyun watched and gently curled the corners of her lips. Xiamei, has your brother finished his task? It's done. Xiamei stepped forward. My brother said he delivered the clues about the stolen exam questions early this morning on the prince's usual route. Were they not discovered? Of course not. The prince must have already caught the culprits by now. Lu Lingyun put down her teacup and calmly glanced at the sky above. Qing Yunxua had told her some time ago that he wanted a promotion. For Lu Lingyun, this was as simple as it could be. In her previous life, she had helped Li Wenxuan throughout his entire career. She knew exactly what to do, when to do it, and whom to approach. She remembered that around this time in her past life, several household slaves had stolen the exam questions for the next year's spring imperial exams, but they were quickly discovered by the authorities, leading to a change in the exam questions. This achievement would be perfect for Qing Yunxua. That evening, Qing Yunxua returned home full of energy. As soon as he came back, he sought out Lu Lingyun. Lingyun, I got a promotion. Oh, Lu Lingyun feigned surprise. How did the prince manage it? Today we cracked a case involving leaked exam questions. It was quite a coincidence. I saw some suspicious individuals on my way to work. When they saw me, they dropped their things and ran. I sensed something was wrong and chased after them. Guess what? What happened? Lu Lingyun asked, pretending to be curious. Those people turned out to be household slaves of the chief examiner for next year's spring imperial exams. They were selling the exam questions, and I caught them red-handed. Qing Yunxua looked proud and elated, feeling accomplished after solving such a significant case. He never expected that at this crucial moment he would coincidentally make such a significant contribution. The prefectural commandant, upon learning of his success in cracking such a major case, immediately promoted him and requested commendation. Thus he smoothly received a promotion. Seeing Qing Yunshua's simple happiness, she smiled and praised him. The prince is truly impressive. I must tell father and mother about this. Hearing that she would inform Lady Qin and the old marquis, Qing Yunshua's joy overflowed even more. He had been a wastrel for so long, and this was the first time he had accomplished something significant, allowing him to stand tall before Lady Qin and the old marquis. He reigned in his pride. You arrange it. Tomorrow, I'll invite my colleagues over for dinner. Please help with the preparations. Sure, no problem. Lu Lingyun found Qing Yunxua to be a very simple and straightforward person. Unlike Li Wenxuan, who had abundant ambition and always aimed to climb higher, Qing Yunxua had a more moderate nature. He had a bit of rebelliousness and desire to achieve something to bring honor to his family and make his parents proud, but he didn't have such grand ambitions. If opportunities arose, he took them, if not, he let them go. He was a content and simple person. He also had his biases, hesitating in matters of emotion, easily swayed, and wanting to take responsibility for everyone, believing everyone to be good. In summary, he was just an ordinary, simple, and happy person without any ulterior motives. Apart from his youthful recklessness in pursuing Xing Dairong, which led him to extremes, he hadn't done anything outrageous. However, Lu Lingyun felt that such an ordinary person was more genuine and interesting. After sharing his joy of promotion with Lu Lingyun, Qing Yunxua, still brimming with excitement, headed straight to Xing Dairong's courtyard to share the news with her. Dairong. Yunxua, you're back. Xing Dairong rushed forward upon seeing him. She had waited all day for him to return, eager to discuss the matter of allowances. I actually had something to tell you. I have something to tell you too. Qing Yunshua's joy remained evident. I got a promotion. A promotion? Xing Dairong's eyes widened in excitement. Aren't you already the prince? What kind of promotion? Did you become a Lord Marquis? Her eyes grew wider with each word, filled with excitement. If Qing Yunxua became a Lord Marquis, she would be his concubine, and her allowance would surely increase. What nonsense. I got a promotion within the Imperial Guards. Qing Yunshua's joy was dampened by half due to her misunderstanding. Our marquisate title can only be inherited. With my father gone, I can succeed as the marquis. However, I am the last generation to inherit. The next generation will have a reduced title. Qing Yunxua was the last heir to inherit the Ningyan marquis title. His descendants would be earls, and the marquisate title would end with him. Ah! Xing Dairong's face immediately fell. What about our children? They won't be able to become Lord Marquises. Qing Yunxua frowned. The next generation will hold the title of Earl, followed by Light Chariot Commander, and then there will be no further inheritance. What about your position in the Imperial Guards? I am now the Chief Inspector of the Imperial Guards, equivalent to a Light Chariot Commander. Xing Dairong listened and said, Isn't that worse than being a prince? Qing Yunxua became unhappy. Such a joyful promotion for him means nothing to Xing Dairong. Indeed, he is now only the Chief Inspector of the Imperial Guards, a position far lower than that of a hereditary marquis, but this is a position he earned himself, not inherited. Then do you have any hope of being promoted to a marquis in the future? To leave something for our children to inherit? What nonsense are you spouting? A marquis title requires genuine merit and achievements. As an Imperial Guard, the highest I can achieve is becoming a personal guard to the Emperor, or at most, be assigned as a second or third rank official elsewhere. It cannot compare to a marquis title, and besides, I will never surpass my ancestors' accomplishments. Qing Yunxua is not delusional. His family's ancestors earned their marquis titles through real battles on the battlefield. With his abilities, serving as an Imperial Guard in the Imperial City and rising to the rank of Chief Inspector is already quite an achievement. What is Xing Dairong thinking? Hearing such lack of ambition from him, can't you strive harder? Work hard and achieve great things like your ancestors did. Xing Yunxua was completely speechless. What do you want from me this time? Xing Dairong, remembering the real reason she came, said, I want you to increase my allowance. I am just a concubine, so everything is given in such small amounts. This year, I only received one piece of jewelry, which is not enough. Listening to her, Xing Yunxua felt waves of frustration building up inside him. He stared at Xing Dairong, who kept nagging him for more. Is this really the person he once loved so deeply? Chapter 60, The Lu Family's Visit. Chapter 60, The Lu Family's Visit. Xing Dairong kept pulling Xing Yunxua and talking non-stop. One moment she wanted more jewelry as part of her allowance, the next she asked him to make more winter clothes for her. She also complained that since she had become his concubine, she had suffered in terms of status and needed material compensation. Before she could finish, Xing Yunxua turned around and walked straight out. Where are you going? Back to sleep. You should spend more time with me and the child. Xing Dairong stomped her feet. After leaving Xing Dairong, Xing Yunxua passed by the autumn fragrance courtyard on his way back to Yaoguang Pavilion. He thought about Qiuling, whom he hadn't seen in a long time. How is Qiuling doing? Aunt Qiu has been allowed to move freely again, Qifeng said at this moment. If you have time, Your Highness, you should visit Aunt Qiu. You can share the good news with her too. Lu Lingyun had suggested to Xing Yunxua that he should visit Qiuling more often. So Qifeng took the opportunity to remind him. Hearing this, Xing Yunxua paused for a moment, then headed towards the autumn fragrance courtyard. He found Qiuling inside, embroidering knee pads. The candlelight flickered as Qiuling meticulously embroidered thick rabbit fur knee pads. For a moment, Xing Yunxua was reminded of the past. Every year, Qiuling would make knee pads for him, and all his personal items were embroidered by her own hands. Thinking about this, he felt a twinge of guilt. Perhaps it was too harsh to confine Qiuling to her quarters for half a month last time. Sister Qiuling. Xing Yunxua spoke up. Qiuling heard his voice and glanced towards the door. Seeing Xing Yunxua, there was no trace of the warmth or eagerness she used to show. She didn't even bother to put away her embroidery tools. Why doesn't Your Highness go keep Aunt Xing company? What brings you here? Qiuling, I came to see how you are. I've seen you now. Please go back, Your Highness. Qiuling continued working on the knee pads, outright rejecting him. Xing Yunxua. Qiuling actually wanted him to leave. Was this still his sister Qiuling? Seeing Qiuling embroidering the knee pads, Xing Yunxua found an excuse to sit down. My knee pads just broke. These new ones you're making look very useful. Qiuling looked up at him. Your Highness must have misunderstood. These are for Madam Xing Yunxua. If you need knee pads, ask Aunt Xing. She is your favorite. Anything she makes you will surely like. Xing Yunxua. This really wasn't his sister Qiuling anymore. Qiuling chased Xing Yunxua out from her place. She had realized that no man was worth her effort. No matter how much she did for him, it would never match the allure of another woman's glance. Whenever he faced rejection from other women, he would think of her. Such a man was not worth her time. From now on, she would live for herself. Winning Lu Lingyun's favor meant she could still enjoy a comfortable life. After chasing Xing Yunxua away, Qiuling continued sewing the knee pads for Lu Lingyun. The next day, Lu Lingyun received notice from her in-laws. The Qin family and the old Lord Marquis would return to the marquisate from their residence by mid-month. Lu Lingyun immediately got busy. Apart from the year-end purchases, winter preparations, personnel arrangements, and reviewing the annual accounts, she also had to tidy up the courtyard and complete all tasks before presenting them to Lady Qin. Fortunately, both concubines in the household had settled down. Qiuling no longer cared about Xing Yunxua and Xing Dairong, while Xing Dairong spent her days pestering Xing Yunxua for favors. Thus, the household remained peaceful. Lu Lingyun had enough time to manage the household affairs and organize a grand promotion celebration for Xing Yunxua, while also finding time to handle her shop's matters. Madam, Sister Jiran says many people have been asking about charcoal. Should we start selling it now? Xia Mei relayed the message from the general store. Not yet. Wait until the 12th month. Charcoal was already being used, priced at 2 taels per cart. After the 12th month, the price would soar to 4 or 5 taels per cart. Yes. The sound of crackling charcoal filled Lu Lingyun's room. Now that the marquisate had started comprehensive heating, as the main lady of the house, she had the most abundant supply of charcoal, 3 full basins of smokeless charcoal, warming the room to a cozy temperature. It was rare for Lu Lingyun to experience such a comfortable winter. Life in a wealthy and influential household was indeed more pleasant. After Xia Mei left, Chuanhe entered the room again. Young lady, your family has sent a letter. What is it? Your mother mentioned she wants to come visit you. Lu's wife is coming? The last time Lu's wife fell ill, Lu Lingyun went back to see her, but it wasn't a serious matter. It was merely a social visit to maintain their relationship. Not even a month has passed and she wants to visit again. It seems that Lu's wife still harbors some hidden intentions, trying to become familiar with her. Sure, if mother wishes to come, I'll send a carriage to pick her up. Yes. That afternoon, Lu's wife arrived at Ningyang Marquisate with 2 concubines and several cousins by carriage. As soon as they entered Lu Lingyun's room, everyone's eyes lit up. The first thing they noticed was the warmth inside. It hadn't snowed yet, and smaller officials' homes didn't use charcoal fire. Even in the Lu family, only Lu's wife and Lu's father's rooms had one basin of charcoal fire, while the concubines and other children born of lesser status had none. Lu Lingyun's room had 3 full basins of smokeless charcoal. "Sister Lingyun, it's so warm here." One of Lu's wife's nieces spoke up. Lu Lingyun recognized her. Her name was Lu Qingping, and her mother was the aunt who had given her wedding gifts. "Qingping is here too. Sister Lingyun, you're truly extraordinary now." Lu Qingping approached Lu Lingyun with a smile, looking her up and down. Seeing Lu Lingyun adorned in gold and silver, with clothes embroidered with gold thread, she touched her coat and then her golden pendant. "These must be very expensive." Lu Qingping's father was just a 7th-rank examiner in the Hanlin Academy, the lowest position handling textual corrections. Such a scholar official had no real power, especially being at the bottom doing textual work, so there was little money at home. Lu Qingping wore a silk-lined robe for early winter with only the front panels made of silk. The most valuable item she had was a gilded hairpin, which was still inferior to what Aunt Chiu from Lu Lingyun's household wore. "Qingping, your sister is now the lady of the marquisate. Of course she's different," Lu's wife said with a smile, her eyes filled with admiration, envy, and a well-hidden jealousy and resentment. Originally, all these luxuries should have belonged to her own daughter, and this prosperous life in the marquisate should have been lived by Lu Hanyi. How could Lu Lingyun enjoy it instead? Her foolish daughter insisted on marrying that poor boy surnamed Li. She saw no potential in Li Wenchuan, only that Lu Lingyun's life in the Li family was getting worse day by day. She came here for Lu Hanyi's sake. Chapter 61 Lu Qingping seeks Lu Lingyun. Chapter 61 Lu Qingping seeks Lu Lingyun. "Lingyun, you've truly risen to become a phoenix now. I envy you so much." Lu Qingping didn't think much of it and continued along with her mother's words, staring at Lu Lingyun as if she wished she were her. "I also envy Sister Lingyun's life now. At home, we don't even have charcoal, only a few hot water bottles to warm our feet at night. If I could sleep in Sister Lingyun's room, I wouldn't get out of bed." The other cousin, Lu Qingshuang, said with a grin, clinging to her. "If you wish, you can stay here for a few days." "Yes, yes." Lu Qingping and Lu Qingshuang nodded eagerly. Lu Qingping's mother saw this and said, "You two shameless girls, not even married yet, wanting to stay in someone else's marquis mansion. What will others think? We're all family, what's there to fear?" The two of them often visited the Lu residence with their mother when they were young, always staying with Lu Hanyi, whom they had a good relationship with. Due to Lu Lingyun's quiet nature, they were merely acquaintances. Now that Lu Lingyun was married into the marquis mansion, they were more affectionate towards her than they were with their own sister, Lu Hanyi. "Mother, if they want to stay, let them stay for a few days. In a few days I'll personally send them back to the Lu family." Hearing this, Lu Qingping's mother's eyes flickered with a hidden light, but she couldn't help but chide, "You just spoil them." All these subtle expressions did not escape Lu Lingyun's notice, but she didn't say anything more and invited everyone to sit down. "Sit down and talk. Little Wei, little Tao, bring tea." "Yes." One by one, steaming cups of tea were served. Lu Qingping's mother took her cup and casually asked, "By the way, Lingyun, where is your aunt?" "They are all in their respective rooms." "What about the one surnamed Xing?" Lu Qingping's mother wanted to inquire about Xing Dairong. "Aunt Xing is resting." "She was made an aunt?" Lu Lingyun smiled faintly and nodded. The promotion of Xing Dairong to concubine was kept low-key. She hadn't even told her own family. Why would she be willing? Why wouldn't she? Lu Lingyun countered. Lu Qingping's mother's face turned quite strange. She had heard from her daughter that Xing Dairong was not someone to be trifled with, and Qing Yunxua loved her deeply. She would never accept being a concubine, and anyone who married Cheng Yunxua would be bullied by Xing Dairong. But Lu Lingyun seemed to handle it perfectly. Xing Dairong was made a concubine without causing any trouble and was well disciplined. This only intensified Lu Qingping's mother's jealousy, resentment, and regret. Her daughter must have been foolish to let such a good life go to Lu Lingyun. "Mother, did you come here for something specific?" Lu Lingyun cut straight to the chase, no longer bothering with pleasantries. "It's nothing, just wanted to see how you're doing." "Mother, rest assured. The marquis mansion treats me very well. Both my father-in-law and mother-in-law treat me like their own daughter, and there's nothing to worry about in the household." Lu Lingyun spoke each word deliberately, piercing Lu Qingping's mother's heart. Piercing her with jealousy. How could she live so well? "You're living well, but your sister isn't doing so great." Lu Qingping's mother couldn't help but speak sourly. "Oh? Is it Hanyi? You still remember your sister?" Lu Qingping's mother felt increasingly frustrated. She's pregnant now, and at the Li family, she's being bullied by her mother-in-law and sister-in-law. "Really?" Lu Lingyun feigned surprise. How could the Li family treat her like that? Who would have thought otherwise? Before the marriage, everyone thought the Li family was good, but it turns out they favor the eldest son's family. The household authority is given to Hanyi's sister-in-law, Wei, who is a smiling tiger. "Your sister is straightforward and simple, and Wei bullies her terribly." Lu Qingping's mother held her teacup tightly, looking indignant. She never expected the Li family to be like this, looking respectable on the outside but chaotic within. If she had known, she wouldn't have let Lu Hanyi marry into the Li family. Lu Lingyun found Lu Qingping's mother's anger amusing. so her mother could be angry too. In her previous life, when she married into the Li family and suffered, Lu Qingping's mother, hearing from the nanny, advised her to endure and understand, saying that any conflict was her fault and that she shouldn't argue with her sister-in-law or mother-in-law. Only when something happens to oneself does one truly feel the pain. Mother, please give me some specifics so I can address them, Lu Lingyun said lightly. Lu Qingping's mother's eyes immediately lit up. Your sister's belly is big now, but there's no charcoal in her room. Isn't that infuriating? Lu Lingyun nodded. Indeed, it's unacceptable. But I remember the Li family has always been frugal. Perhaps the entire household doesn't use charcoal. Even if the whole household doesn't use it, Hanyi is pregnant. How can she bear the cold? Lu Lingyun sneered inwardly. Mother must be worried and confused. I visited the Li family once before, and that sister-in-law Wei was quite proper in her manners. She is the eldest son's wife and has been in the family for a long time, so it's natural for her to manage the household. You also manage our home and know how difficult it can be, so there might be some oversights. It doesn't seem like they're deliberately bullying Hanyi. When she had no charcoal, Lady Lu kept quiet, but as soon as winter came and Lu Hanyi had no charcoal, she rushed over to complain. Was she going to indulge her? You. All right, mother, I'll send someone to bring some charcoal to Hanyi later. After all, she is pregnant and can't rely on her in-laws. As her family of origin, we should definitely help her out. Lu Lingyun directly silenced Lady Lu. And by using the word help, wasn't she slapping Lady Lu in the face? Her own daughter had no charcoal, and since she couldn't rely on her in-laws, shouldn't she have gone to help her immediately instead of coming to the married-off Lu Lingyun to complain? This was clearly relying on Lu Lingyun to step in. Lady Lu was thoroughly blocked by Lu Lingyun and could not refute her because she needed something from her. Only then did she realize that she didn't truly understand Lu Lingyun. She used to think Lu Lingyun was gentle and easy to manipulate, but now it was clear that she was far from a naive little rabbit. She was the one hiding the deepest. She had been biding her time, waiting for the right moment to turn the tables and gain control, never allowing anyone to manipulate her. You are sisters, so helping each other is only natural, Lady Lu said, suppressing her resentment. There's another matter you need to help your sister with. What is it? Your brother-in-law is taking the spring examinations next year, and he asked if you could help him find some connections. You know the exams are. Mother, please stop. Lu Lingyun abruptly interrupted her, speaking earnestly. Mother may not know this, but my prince recently uncovered a case involving a servant selling exam questions. They are currently investigating it. If your brother-in-law has any leads, I hope he will report them to my prince to avoid getting implicated. Your brother-in-law is well-versed and knowledgeable. He can surely pass the exams on his own merit. Don't take the wrong path. Lady Lu. She came to ask for favors, and Lu Lingyun told her to distance herself. And what was this about not taking the wrong path? If you won't help, just say so. Don't hide behind such pretenses. Lady Lu was extremely frustrated. Chapter 62, Lu Qingping and Lu Qingshuang. Chapter 62, Lu Qingping and Lu Qingshuang. The Lu matriarch didn't get any advantage over Lu Lingyun. She tried to manipulate her with family ties and interests, but Lingyun deftly dismissed her with even smoother words, not leaving the slightest gap for her to exploit. This infuriated the Lu matriarch, making her feel deeply aggrieved. At dinner time, Lingyun formally invited her to stay for dinner, but the Lu matriarch couldn't eat a thing. She immediately made an excuse about having matters at home and left with her entourage. Of course, Lu Qingping and Lu Qingshuang stayed behind with Lu Lingyun. As she was leaving, she glanced at the two of them meaningfully and said, "You two, don't cause trouble for your sister here. Make sure to get along well with your brother-in-law." Understood, aunt? The two girls responded in unison. Hearing this, the Lu matriarch suppressed the malice in her eyes. Looking around Lingyun's house filled with luxurious warmth and charm, she felt nothing but resentment. Why did this damn fate give such a good life to her own daughter instead of that dead girl, Lu Lingyun? How could Lu Lingyun be living so well, getting better every day? This made her hate her even more. Humph, I can't let Lu Lingyun have it all. I just need Lu Qingping and Lu Qingshuang to show some spirit. If one of them catches Qing Yunshua's eye, I can take half of Lu Lingyun's good fortune. After all, they were her nieces. Their happiness would be better than Lu Lingyun's. Lingyun noticed the glint in her stepmother's eyes and smiled without saying anything. After sending someone to escort her away, she looked back into the house. Inside, Lu Qingping and Lu Qingshuang were like tourists in a treasure shop, marveling at each ornament one by one. They exclaimed at every item they saw. Just then, Xiao Ling arrived. "Madam, Aunt Qiu is here." Lingyun smoothed out the sleeves of her peony-patterned robe. "Let her in." The Lu sisters, who were examining the ornaments, turned curiously toward the door. They saw Xiao Ling enter, dressed in orange-red silk embroidered with auspicious persimmons, adorned with gold hairpins and tassels. Everything she wore was given to her by Lingyun, all top-quality items. Raised in the marquisate as Cheng Yunshua's first-class maidservant, she was fair-skinned and radiant, looking every bit like a lady from a wealthy household. Her elegant appearance left the two girls staring in awe. Good heavens, who is this? Sister, is this a lady from your marquisate? Lu Qingping moved closer to Lingyun, unable to take her eyes off Xiao Ling. That's not right. I remember there are no ladies in the marquisate, Lu Qingshuang interjected. Mrs., this is Aunt Chio from our household, Chuanha reminded them with a smile. Upon hearing she was just an aunt, the two girls blushed. They were 15 and 14 years old, respectively, and their father's side consisted of minor officials. The largest relative they had was their aunt married into the Lu family. This was their first time entering such a grand residence. In their minds, concubines were only slightly better than maids, perhaps able to eat a bit more meat and wear clothes without patches, but still required to do household chores. They had never seen a concubine dressed as well as a proper lady. Aunt Chio smiled at their words and looked at Lingyun. Madam, these are my cousins from my maternal family. Ah, Mrs., may you both be blessed. Aunt Chio bowed to them. Xiao Ling's graceful bow left Lu Qingping and Lu Qingshuang flustered. They clumsily tried to mimic the demeanor of noble ladies, stammering, no need, no need. Everyone in the room laughed, making the two young girls blush even more. Lingyun intervened, all right, we're all family here, no need for formalities. She rescued Lu Qingping and Lu Qingshuang, and the two girls gravitated towards her like birds finding a branch to rest on. There weren't many mature and composed young girls at their age, especially from small households. They might be shrewd and calculating in familiar circles, impressing elders with their potential, but in unfamiliar grand settings, they became timid. Lingyun knew their worth just by looking at their embarrassed faces. It was laughable that the Lu matriarch thought sending these two young girls could compete with her. What brings Aunt Chiu here? I made a pair of knee warmers for the cold weather, fearing Madam might catch a chill. Aunt Chiu presented the rabbit fur knee warmers she had personally embroidered. Xiao Ling had gotten the materials through her parents. Previously, she made these for Qing Yunchua, but now please don't disdain them, Madam. Aunt Chiu looked at her with sparkling eyes. How could I dislike it? Lu Lingyun took it immediately and tried it on. The knee guards fit perfectly, warm and cozy inside, clearly made with care by Xiao Ling. I am very satisfied. She smiled at Xiao Ling. Receiving a smile from Lu Lingyun made Xiao Ling immensely happy. It's good that young lady is satisfied. Since you have guests, I'll take my leave now. Go ahead. Lu Lingyun nodded at Xiao Ling. After Xiao Ling left, Lu Qingping and Lu Qingshuang looked at the knee guards on Lu Lingyun and couldn't help but feel strange. Goodness, there's actually a concubine who makes things for the main wife. How rare is that? Of course it's rare, Lu Qingshuang added. Sister Yun, why do you treat the concubine so well? What else should I do? Shouldn't you make her stand in line and serve you? Lu Lingyun looked at them. In wealthy families, it's not common to mistreat concubines. Only small households behave that way. Hearing this, Lu Qingping and Lu Qingshuang were as if they had heard something new, their eyes wide with disbelief. Growing up, no one had ever taught them this. Their mother had always told them that concubines were lowly and should be harshly treated. Their aunt also treated concubines similarly. How could it be different in wealthy families? Their horizons were broadened by what they learned from Lu Lingyun. For a moment, they felt their behavior here was petty and their words sounded laughable. At that moment, someone came into their courtyard. Young lady, the prince has arrived. All right, let's have dinner. Qing Yunxua had been coming to Lu Lingyun's place for meals recently. Hearing that Qing Yunxua was coming, they both perked up. As Lu Lingyun spoke, a young man around 17 or 18 years old, dressed in the uniform of the Imperial Guards, with a handsome face and his hair tied back, walked in. Seeing Chang Yunxua, both of them couldn't help but turn red-eyed. Chapter 63, Lending Money Privately. Chapter 63, Lending Money Privately. Who are they? Qing Yunxua looked at the two new faces in Lu Lingyun's room. They are my cousins from my maternal side, here to keep me company for a few days. After the earlier embarrassment, Lu Qingping and Lu Qingshuang had both become more reserved, emulating Lu Lingyun's dignified demeanor, not daring to speak rashly. Qing Yunxua glanced at them and merely nodded. Let's eat then. All right. During the meal, Lu Qingping and Lu Qingshuang competed in their decorum. Coming from humble backgrounds, they were unfamiliar with proper etiquette. The abundance of delicacies on the table made them feel even more constrained. Fearing ridicule from Qing Yunxua, they ate quietly like quails. Once he left, Lu Qingping and Lu Qingshuang visibly relaxed. After the meal, Lu Lingyun smiled at them. What's wrong with you two? Feeling uncomfortable? Lu Qingping's eyes darted around. A little. Lu Qingshuang added, the rules in this household are really strict. Lu Lingyun chuckled. After all, they were just young girls who hadn't experienced much. Such a small scene had already made them nervous. If they were to visit an even grander household or even the presence of the emperor, they would likely be too frightened to lift their heads. Lu Lingyun spent 2 days with them, showing them around the marquisate. They saw the courtyard with its own large garden, the numerous servants outnumbering the masters, and a plethora of rare items, broadening their horizons significantly. They only saw Qing Yunxua on the first night. He didn't come over the second night knowing there were female guests. This made them feel even more at ease. They ate more heartily as well. After a couple of days, Lu Qingping and Lu Qingshuang were sent back, along with many gifts from Lu Lingyun. Upon their return, their aunt immediately asked how they fared. How was your stay at the marquisate? And it was wonderful. Lingyun's sister gave us so many gifts. Excitedly, Lu Qingping and Lu Qingshuang recounted their experiences at the marquisate and the gifts Lu Lingyun had given them. Look, this jade hairpin on my head is made of real jade. Aunt Lingyun's sister gave me a gold bracelet bigger than my mother's. Their aunt looked at them, focusing on the useless items they were showing off. Did you see the prince? Yes, we did. Lu Qingping and Lu Qingshuang nodded vigorously. Then what happened with the prince? Their aunt's eyes sparkled. Our brother-in-law is quite nice. When we left, Lingyun's sister gave us red envelopes, saying they were from our brother-in-law. Their aunt looked at the red envelopes they produced. Why do you want red envelopes? I asked if the prince took notice of you too. Hearing this, the enthusiasm on the faces of the Lu sisters faded. Aunt, what are you talking about? We didn't even talk to our brother-in-law. Why would he take notice of us? That's right. We were just guests. Why would we do something like that? Their aunt was speechless. Hearing that neither of them had spoken a single word to Cheng Yunxua and kept referring to themselves as guests, their aunt felt her heart ache with frustration. How could she have chosen these two simpletons? They seemed clever enough at home, always competing for favor, but once outside, they were utterly useless. Absolutely hopeless. Fuming with anger, their aunt berated them for being stupid and ordered them to return to their shabby home immediately. Useless things. After sending them away, Lu Lingyun didn't get any rest. She had accumulated accounts to review over the past 2 days. With the year-end approaching and Lady Qin returning to the household, she needed to clear up the accounts and report to Lady Qin. As she reviewed one account book, using the Arabic numerals she learned from Xing Dairong, she quickly noticed something. Why are the transactions in this account so frequent? Lu Lingyun frowned at the ledger with no clear entries, only records of debits and credits. Who brought this account book? Madam, it was delivered by Chief Steward Qian, Nurse N replied. Currently the marquisate had 4 chief stewards. Nurse Wen, Nurse Li, Chief Steward Qian, and Nurse N. Nanny Wen and Nanny Li are both people of the Qin family, while Nanny N is Lu Lingyun's person and Steward Qian is a household slave of the Ho mansion. Nanny Wen and Nanny N manage the inner quarters, while Nanny Li oversees some of the Qin family's private assets and part of the Ho mansion's private assets. As for Steward Qian, he specifically manages the Ho mansion's properties. Call Steward Qian here. Yes. In a short while, a middle-aged man in his 40s or 50s walked in. Madam, you called for me, Steward Qian said with a smile looking at Lu Lingyun. Steward Qian, where's this ledger from? Lu Lingyun asked politely. Facing the 4 major stewards of the household, Lu Lingyun was always very courteous. The head stewards, minor stewards, and those lowest-ranking servants were different. They were the pillars of the Ho mansion and confidants of the masters. None of them could be easily moved. For Lu Lingyun to truly take control of the household, she needed to gradually reclaim power from these major stewards. Steward Qian glanced at the ledger. Madam, this is the Ho mansion's gray market assets. Gray market assets? Lu Lingyun frowned as she looked at the numbers on the ledger, tentatively asking usury. Steward Qian's eyes immediately lit up, looking at Lu Lingyun with approval. Yes. Their young madam even knew about usury. It was no wonder she managed the household so well. Lu Lingyun, of course, knew about usury. Usury referred to lending money at high interest rates. Many wealthy households secretly engaged in usury to earn extra income. The interest rates were high, with 9 out of 10 loans being profitable and the returns were quick with minimal risk. One reason was the collateral and the other was that no one dared to default on debts owed to large households. Therefore, usury as a gray market asset was highly favored by some wealthy families. However, Lu Lingyun shook her head. We cannot continue with usury. Engaging in usury was against moral principles and involved despicable deeds. Those who borrowed the money were often gamblers, desperate individuals who would sell their children, wives, and even themselves when driven to extremes, leading to frequent lawsuits. Once there were lawsuits, they involved human lives. In her previous life, Lu Lingyun had accompanied Li Wenchuan in Jiangyan during his official duties and despised those who engaged in usury. Few were clean. She never expected that the Ho mansion also engaged in usury privately. Madam, but I will speak with father and mother. From today onwards, we will not engage in usury anymore. Lu Lingyun closed the ledger firmly. Seeing Lu Lingyun's attitude, Steward Qian did not say anything more and took the ledger on usury. All right, madam. I will settle the remaining accounts. Go ahead. Chapter 64, Lack of money makes everyone vulgar. Chapter 64, Lack of money makes everyone vulgar. Lu Lingyun had explicitly forbidden the marquisate from lending usury money. Firstly, because usury was dirty and earning such money was truly against heaven and conscience. Secondly, she knew that there would soon be a major scandal involving usury. This winter was extremely cold and the number of people borrowing money increased significantly. Many families could not make ends meet and turned to wealthy households for usury loans to survive the winter. The following year, they could not repay the loans, leading to numerous cases of selling children and causing tragedies. The matter caught the attention of those above, and the court thoroughly investigated it, discovering that it was usury that caused these problems. They harshly punished those who lent usury money, and at that time, all the households involved were penalized. Not only were they prohibited from collecting their debts, but their careers also suffered. Lu Lingyun did not know how the marquis was affected in her previous life, but she knew that the Li family was investigated then. Wei Shi secretly lent usury money which implicated her husband and father-in-law, resulting in the forfeiture of half a year's salary and damage to their careers. The entire Li family fell into a shadow. Fortunately, the spring imperial examinations were approaching, and Lu Lingyun helped Li Wenxuan rise to prominence. With his success in the exams, she indirectly aided the Li family, allowing them to recover. Without her support this time, the Li family's usury scandal would definitely not be so simple. She dismissed Manager Qian and did not rush to inform Lady Qin. Lady Qin would return in a few days and then she would discuss the issue of usury with her face-to-face. Lu Lingyun continued to review the accounts and manage household affairs. In the back courtyard, Xing Dairong had also been busy lately. Yunxua, the child has been kicking me these past 2 days. As soon as Qing Yunxua returned home, he was pestered by Xing Dairong. During this period, Lu Lingyun was too busy to pay attention to the 2 concubines, and Qiu Ling ignored Cheng Yunxua, leaving Xing Dairong without any competition. She clung to Cheng Yunxua every day. Under her constant coquettishness, Cheng Yunxua had to accommodate her quite a bit. Then you should rest well and don't come out so often, Cheng Yunxua said as he accompanied her into the room. Her room had 3 charcoal basins, the same standard as Lu Lingyun's. Normally, a concubine's room would have only 1 basin. But since she was pregnant, Lu Lingyun made an exception and gave her an extra basin. The 3rd basin was obtained through Cheng Yunxua's persuasion. Thankfully, Cheng Yunxua now held an official position and received a monthly salary from the court. Otherwise, without the monthly allowance from the marquisate, he wouldn't know where to get the money for the charcoal. It's not that. The child misses its father, Xing Dairong said coyly in Cheng Yunshua's ear. How old is the child? It can't have thoughts yet, Cheng Yunxua replied bluntly as he sat down. Mother and child share a heart. Feel here and see if you can sense anything. Xing Dairong grabbed his hand and placed it on her chest. Cheng Yunxua. All right, I heard it, Cheng Yunxua said dismissively. What else did you hear? Xing Dairong pressed further, still holding his hand. Cheng Yunxua, he said he's very happy. No. The child said he wants gold. Cheng Yunxua. A child barely 2 months old wanting gold. Seeing the gleam in Xing Dairong's eyes, he sighed helplessly. What do you want now? Immediately, Xing Dairong smiled broadly and pulled Cheng Yunxua to sit down. Yunxua, I want to make a gold hairpin. A gold hairpin? Yes, I saw that Qiu Ling. Aunt Qiu has a gold hairpin, but I don't. Xing Dairong had seen Qiu Ling wearing a gold hairpin several times. Its style and quality were beyond her reach, her own items were basic designs. Xing Dairong gradually realized this. Lu Lingyun rewarded her with the most ordinary and inconspicuous items. Anything better was never given to her. If she wanted something, she had to rely on herself. After saying this, Cheng Yunxua helplessly spread his hands. I have no money left. How can you not have money? Didn't you say you got promoted? You receive a salary from the court. Cheng Yunxua looked at Xing Dairong. You've asked me for charcoal, clothes, dried fruits and snacks from the East Street shop, and various delicacies from outside restaurants. My salary has long been spent on you. Xing Dairong immediately became unhappy. What do you mean? I'm carrying your child. This isn't spending money. 2 basins of charcoal aren't enough. Do you want to freeze the child? I'm pregnant and my appetite is poor. Look at what we eat in the marquisate. If you don't buy me some food I like, do you want to starve the child? Cheng Yunxua. He felt annoyed. Extremely annoyed. Every time he came to Xing Dairong's place recently, she would nag him for things. Whenever he couldn't satisfy her, she would use the child as an excuse. His meager salary was already spent on her, and she kept asking for more. He couldn't possibly ask Lu Lingyun for money. I'm not refusing you. I just don't have any money right now. You'll have to wait a few more months, Cheng Yunxua said, suppressing his impatience. He was prepared to save up his salary for a few months or see if Lady Qin would give him some extra money during the new year. Then he would make a gold hairpin for Xing Dairong. A few more months? Xing Dairong was quite dissatisfied. Why don't you say a few years? Men always make empty promises, putting off today until tomorrow, and tomorrow until later. There's never a real later. You're just a noble prince and you don't want to give it. Don't use the excuse of having no money. How much money I have you don't know. How much I've spent on you you don't know. I don't know. I knew you wouldn't buy it for me. You said you'd be with me forever and look how long that's lasted. I just want a gold hairpin, not those big jade and marble pieces that Lu Lingyun has. Why are you pretending? Xing Dairong didn't believe Cheng Yunxua was broke. He was the crown prince. The entire marquisate belonged to him. How could he be out of money? He just didn't want to spend it on her. Back when he loved her, he would spend lavishly. Now, after such a short time, he won't even buy her a gold hairpin. Cheng Yunxua is just putting on an act. When Cheng Yunxua heard Xing Dairong say this, he was so angry he could barely breathe, looking at her more strangely by the second. How did you become like this? I've always been like this. Xing Dairong huffed heavily, her face filled with undisguised resentment. Sure enough, all men are the same. No wonder her mother always told her from a young age, don't listen to what men say, watch what they do. Her father had always promised to buy her things later, but there was never a later. Now it seems Cheng Yunxua is no different. And Cheng Yunxua stared intently at the angry woman before him, feeling increasingly estranged. He clearly liked her initially because she was different, someone who treated wealth as dirt. How could she now seem like any other vulgar woman, endlessly demanding and only seeking material things from men? Is this really the Xing Dairong he once loved? How could she be so vulgar? He didn't know. Passionate love eventually returns to calmness, and after calmness comes the reality of the world, which is money. Without money, everyone becomes vulgar. Chapter 65, The Prince Still Cares for You. Chapter 65, The Prince Still Cares for You. Chang Yunxua left Yuerong Pavilion. This time was different from when he was usually driven away by Xing Dairong's anger. His face wasn't filled with rage, instead it showed suspicion and an unsettling calmness. It felt as if he had seen through everything and found it meaningless. Xing Dairong watched Chang Yunxua turn and walk away, and she shouted, "Ouch! My stomach hurts." Chang Yunxua didn't stop walking. Seeing his resolute departure, Xing Dairong felt a surge of frustration in her chest. Fuming, she smashed a porcelain bowl inside the room. "Miss Xing," Chiao Kuei sighed helplessly. In private, Chiao Kuei still called her Miss Xing because Xing Dairong only pretended to yield on the surface, submitting to Lu Lingyun and the marquisate, but not in her heart. She forbade Chiao Kuei from calling her Aunt Xing and did not want to feel any hint of being a concubine in Yuerong Pavilion. Relying on their past affection, she slowly lured Chang Yunxua back. With his renewed affection, her sense of dissatisfaction grew even stronger. She realized that she needed to find another way to turn things around. After all, Chang Yunxua treated her differently, he truly loved her, and she also had a child to rely on. With these two advantages, she was confident she could live well. "You're really going to drive the prince away," Chiao Kuei said, approaching Xing Dairong. "What do you know?" Xing Dairong glared at her fiercely. "I just asked him for a gold hairpin, and he kept making excuses, clearly lying to me. How could you not know how the prince treats you? If he had any money left, would he refuse you? The entire marquisate is his, how could he be broke? Indeed, the prince is the master of the marquisate, but now it's managed by the young lady. He has to ask her for money. Are you asking him to beg the young lady? He's a prince, a man, how can you expect him to do that?" Chiao Kuei looked at her with exasperation. Her words made the furious Xing Dairong calm down. Chiao Kuei continued, "How much money has the prince spent on you? He emptied his private treasury to redeem you and even owes some friends money. Last time, when you hosted a banquet, he covered your expenses and lost a year's monthly allowance. Now he only has his salary from the Imperial Guards. How much does he earn per month?" "Enough." Xing Dairong interrupted her, realizing belatedly that Chang Yunxua might truly be broke. "But he. Xing Dairong bit her lip, still feeling resentful. If he had no money, couldn't he find a way to earn more? Isn't it always the men who earn money for women to spend? Why should he be so angry with her? He dared to show her such disdain. Watching Chang Yunshua's departing figure, she finally settled down. "Fine, I'll placate him tomorrow." After leaving Yuerong Pavilion, Chang Yunxua passed by Qiu Ling's autumn fragrance courtyard on his way back to Yaoguang Pavilion. Qiu Ling had been cold towards him for a while, and he knew it was due to the punishment last time. At the time, he was too angry to care, but now, reflecting on it, he suddenly felt her grievance. He seemed to have shown favoritism. Without even questioning her, he had directly punished her. At this moment, the gate of Autumn Fragrance Courtyard opened, and a servant girl came out carrying a bucket of burnt charcoal. Upon seeing Chang Yunxua, she exclaimed joyfully, "Prince, are you here to see Aunt Qiu? Please come in, it's cold outside." Chang Yunxua thought for a moment. "No, I'm going back." Hearing this, disappointment flashed in the servant girl's eyes. She said, "Going back to Yaoguang Pavilion is fine. Our Autumn Fragrance Courtyard doesn't have much charcoal, unlike Yaoguang Pavilion." "How many pots of charcoal does Qiu Ling have?" "Aunt Qiu only has one pot," the servant girl answered honestly. Qiu Ling had no special status and could only receive one pot of charcoal according to the rules. Chang Yunxua's eyes flickered and he instructed Qingfeng, add one more pot of charcoal to Aunt Qiu's room this year. "Prince, this. Move one pot from Yaoguang Pavilion." "Yes." After giving the order, Chang Yunxua returned to his own room. Soon, the servant girl from Autumn Fragrance Courtyard excitedly brought the charcoal to Qiu Ling. "Aunt Qiu." Qiu Ling was still sewing when she heard a sound and turned to look. She saw the charcoal she had brought back and was shocked. "Where did you get this charcoal?" "Just now I met His Highness outside the door and he gave it to Auntie as a gift." "His Highness?" "Yes. His Highness said that he would add another pot of charcoal to your room for this winter. This is even from his own share." Qiu Ling was stunned for a moment upon hearing this. "Where is His Highness now?" "He went back." The young maid stoked the charcoal fire as she spoke. "If you ask me, His Highness still cares about you, Auntie." Qiu Ling, holding her needle and thread, pursed her lips lightly, finally letting out a pleased hum. The next day, as Qin's return to the mansion approached, a thorough cleaning began throughout the estate. Maids and servants were busy cleaning the courtyards and paths. Xing Dairong, seeing that the weather was particularly good today, dressed neatly and came out with a hot water bottle in hand. Just as she reached Yaoguang Pavilion, she saw Qiu Ling there with her maidservant. "Oh, isn't this Aunt Qiu?" Xing Dairong spoke with a sarcastic tone. Qiu Ling glanced at Xing Dairong but ignored her. She had learned her lesson and truly ignored Xing Dairong. She only instructed her maid, Xiaohe, take the used charcoal back. "Yes." In the mansion, one needed to return the used charcoal sticks for record keeping. Qiang Yunxua had allocated some of Yaoguang Pavilion's share, so he would need to exchange the used ones for new ones. Qiu Ling, familiar with the rules of the mansion, brought the used charcoal back. Seeing that Qiu Ling ignored her, Xing Dairong frowned slightly. Then, noticing that she was bringing something into Yaoguang Pavilion, she became puzzled. What are you doing? Qiu Ling continued to ignore her and even took a step back, putting some distance between them. Are you mute? Or are you afraid that speaking will get you scolded by Yunxua? Xing Dairong looked at her with disdain. Qiu Ling endured the insult, but her little maid Xiaohe could not. Xiaohe retorted, His Highness wouldn't scold Aunt Qiu. Last night he even added another pot of charcoal to our autumn fragrance courtyard, showing how much he cares for our auntie. Xiaohe. Qiu Ling tried to stop her, but it was too late. Upon learning that Qiang Yunxua had added another pot of charcoal for Qiu Ling, Xing Dairong flew into a rage. What did you say? Qiang Yunxua added charcoal for you. I have nothing to say to you. Qiu Ling glanced at Xing Dairong, collected the new charcoal from Yaoguang Pavilion, and left with Xiaohe. Seeing this, Xing Dairong could no longer contain her anger. How dare you, Qiang Yunxua? Yesterday you said you had no money, yet you give extra charcoal to another woman. Where did you get the money for the extra charcoal? She felt foolish for feeling sorry for him yesterday. A surge of intense anger rose within her, and as she watched Qiu Ling carrying the charcoal away, she felt that Qiu Ling was deliberately showing off. Immediately, she rushed forward. Chapter 66 Aunt Qiu is also pregnant. Chapter 66 Aunt Qiu is also pregnant. Lu Lingyun was checking the accounts in the courtyard when a servant rushed in to report. Madam, something terrible has happened. What now? Aunt Xing and Aunt Qiu got into a fight in front of Yaoguang Pavilion. Hearing this, Lu Lingyun angrily threw down the ledger. They still dare to cause trouble. She stood up and led her people towards Yaoguang Pavilion. Along the way, the maidservant hurriedly explained the situation. It turned out that Aunt Qiu had come to return the used charcoal to Yaoguang Pavilion and bumped into Aunt Xing. They exchanged a few heated words, but Aunt Qiu barely responded and left after collecting new charcoal. Xing Dairong then rushed forward and started tearing at Qiu Ling. The ground was slippery from cleaning, causing both of them to fall. Lu Lingyun quickly asked, Where is Xing Dairong? Is she hurt? Aunt Xing is fine, but Aunt Qiu seems to have bled. Hearing this, Lu Lingyun's face turned ashen. Has the doctor been called? The doctor has already been summoned. After hearing the whole story, Lu Lingyun arrived outside Yaoguang Pavilion. Several maidservants and servants were gathered there, and she could hear the commotion from afar. Aunt Xing, you should get up. I won't get up. Let everyone see this. Xing Dairong refused to get up. She had fallen and was lying on the ground, refusing to move until Qiu Ling did so as well. She would blame everything on Qiu Ling later. Aunt Xing, our aunt is bleeding. Xiaohe said anxiously. Humph, your aunt is an expert at this kind of act. Xing Dairong sneered. She thought Qiu Ling was even better at acting than herself. She must have known that pushing her would lead to punishment, so she was putting on a show. Although she had initiated the fight by pushing first, it didn't matter because she was pregnant with Qiang Yunxua's child. As long as she stayed on the ground, Qiu Ling would definitely be punished today. She smirked, thinking about the upcoming punishment for Qiu Ling. At that moment, a clear and cold voice rang out, Xing Dairong. Hearing Lu Lingyun's voice, Xing Dairong immediately toned down her attitude. She turned around and saw Lu Lingyun approaching with a group of people. Immediately she started moaning, ouch, ouch. Stop whining and get up. Lu Lingyun commanded coldly. With that, Xing Dairong stopped moaning and reluctantly stood up with the help of a maid. Lu Lingyun glared fiercely at Xing Dairong before turning to check on Qiu Ling, Aunt Qiu. Qiu Ling looked disheveled, her face pale, clutching her stomach, with a large pool of blood beneath her. How can there be so much blood? Xing Dairong, who had just gotten up, pouted. It has nothing to do with me. We both fell, she tripped herself. Lu Lingyun turned to look at her, meeting her eyes. Xing Dairong nervously looked away and, to avoid punishment, puffed out her belly. I also fell and my stomach still hurts. Lu Lingyun cursed inwardly but ignored Xing Dairong for the moment and ordered the servants, quickly carry Aunt Qiu inside. The pale-faced Aunt Qiu was carried back to Autumn Fragrance Courtyard. Soon, the doctor arrived. The doctor's expression grew increasingly grave. Lying on the bed, Qiu Ling's face remained terrifyingly pale, her brows furrowed tightly, indicating severe injuries. Seeing this, Xing Dairong suddenly panicked. Oh no, did I really hurt her badly? All I did was bump into her, pull her hair, and tear her clothes. Could she be that badly hurt? Besides, Qiu Ling, that wretched woman, is good at acting. She pretended to fall into the water before Qiang Yunxua to frame me. This time it's probably the same. Thinking this, Xing Dairong decided to take the initiative. Ouch, she cried out in pain. She had the protection of her unborn child. With the baby, Lu Lingyun wouldn't dare do anything to her. What's wrong with you now? Lu Lingyun, sitting nearby, turned to look at Xing Dairong. My stomach hurts, Xing Dairong said with a pained expression. She must have pushed me and disturbed my pregnancy. Lu Lingyun heard this and sneered. Tell me again, who pushed whom? Xing Dairong, upon hearing this, knew that Lu Lingyun was not Qiang Yunxua and thought she could easily fool her. She immediately clutched her stomach, but I really did fall. At the time, it wasn't just Qiu Ling who fell. At this moment, the doctor had finished examining Qiuling. Lu Lingyun directly said, "Dr. Zhang, please examine her as well." "Yes." Dr. Zhang came over to take Xing Dairong's pulse. Xing Dairong frowned and kept giving hints to the old man with a white beard and long eyebrows in front of her, while complaining about her stomach pain. She knew these old Chinese doctors well. Unlike Western medicine, which has advanced instruments to determine a patient's condition, all she needed to do was insist that her stomach felt uncomfortable, and he would surely say something about her losing her pregnancy energy. Sure enough, under Xing Dairong's complaints, Dr. Zhang frowned and said, "This lady seems to have lost her pregnancy energy." Upon hearing this, Xing Dairong became more agitated. "The child in my belly is Yunshua's only child. If anything happens to the child, what will Yunshua do?" Seeing Lu Lingyun's face turn colder, she knew she had hit the right spot. With a child involved, Lu Lingyun absolutely wouldn't dare touch her. Even if she caused the incident today, both Lu Lingyun and Qiuling would have to bear it. However, just as her scheming and smugness began to rise, she heard Dr. Zhang calmly say, "This lady has lost her pregnancy energy, but the other lady shows signs of miscarriage." Miscarriage? Xing Dairong's smugness abruptly stopped, and Lu Lingyun was instantly shocked. Qiuling is also pregnant. "Yes, young lady. The other lady is also expecting, around 2 months along." 2 months? That means she got pregnant around the same time as Xing Dairong. Lu Lingyun suddenly remembered the time when Lu Hanyi told her about her pregnancy. It turned out that, intentionally or unintentionally, she had brought another child into the marquisate. "Qiuling, how could you not know you were pregnant?" Lu Lingyun walked urgently to Qiuling's bedside, looking at her anxiously. Qiuling slowly woke up, listening to their conversation. "Young lady, am I also pregnant? You've been pregnant for 2 months. How could you be so careless?" Lu Lingyun scolded her gently. "My periods are irregular, so I didn't notice." Qiuling was both surprised and delighted, yet anxious. She was actually pregnant. Thinking back, Lu Lingyun had previously told her that the marquis would soon welcome a new child. Counting the days, it was indeed during that period. After hearing about Xing Dairong's pregnancy, she had lost hope, and later, she had given up on Cheng Yunshua. She never expected this. Her young lady truly was prophetic. She was also going to have a child. "From now on, you must take good care of yourself and ensure the safety of the child," Lu Lingyun said to Chuanxing, "Go pick 2 more maids from the household. From today onwards, no one is allowed to disturb Aunt Qiu." "Yes." Chapter 67 Cheng Yunshua Regrets. Chapter 67 Cheng Yunshua Regrets. After giving Qiuling detailed instructions, she called for Dr. Zhang and asked him to come every day for 7 days to check her pulse until it stabilized. The moment Dr. Zhang prescribed the medicine, she had someone fetch it immediately, determined not to let anything happen to Qiuling. Once everything was settled with Qiuling, she turned around and saw Xing Dairong still in Qiuling's room. She was sitting there, stunned, looking as if she had been struck by a blow she couldn't believe, her eyes empty. No one knew what she was thinking. Lu Lingyun didn't care what she was thinking. "Xing Dairong, come out here." Hearing Lu Lingyun's voice, Xing Dairong snapped back to reality. She looked at Qiuling, who was surrounded by people with a complex expression, then followed Lu Lingyun to the outer hall. "Is she really pregnant?" Xing Dairong asked, disbelieving after they went outside. Lu Lingyun gave a cold laugh. "What do you think?" Xing Dairong pursed her lips, her face showing a mix of disbelief and the frustration of having her only shield and armor shattered. Her disbelief stemmed from Qiuling's pregnancy. She couldn't believe that Cheng Yunshua, who once professed his love for her alone, had also made another woman pregnant. And the timing was almost the same, just half a month later. That was blatant infidelity. At the same time, she felt threatened. With Qiuling pregnant, she was no longer the only one in the residence, losing her absolute leverage. Even Lu Lingyun would no longer need to indulge her. Her greatest support was gone. "You should know that the child in your belly is far more important to you than to me or the entire marquisate. You should cherish and protect this child more than anyone else." Lu Lingyun's cold voice echoed. Xing Dairong looked up, meeting her clear and deep gaze. Lu Lingyun was right. Without the child, she was nothing. "From today on, if you dare to cause any trouble for the child or use it against me, don't blame me for being ruthless." Lu Lingyun issued her final warning. Before, she had no choice, but now if Xing Dairong behaved herself and took care of the child, it would be fine. Otherwise, she would be expelled. She still had Qiuling and her child. Xing Dairong lowered her head. She had never stood a chance against her. Xing Dairong was confined to Yuerong Pavilion for a month. In the evening, when Chang Yunshua returned to the residence, he learned about Qiuling's pregnancy and Xing Dairong's confinement. He immediately went to the Autumn Fragrance courtyard to see Qiuling. There were now 3 charcoal braziers in Qiuling's room, warming it up due to Lu Lingyun's additional provisions since she was also pregnant. Additionally, there were 3 maidservants attending to her, 1 more than those serving Xing Dairong. As for nourishing foods, medicines, jewelry, and fabrics, Lu Lingyun had given Qiuling the same allowances as Xing Dairong. Qiuling was currently drinking the ginseng soup sent by Lu Lingyun, her complexion improving after an afternoon of rest. "Qiuling, how are you feeling?" "Your Highness." Seeing Cheng Yunshua, Qiuling smiled and tried to get up, but he stopped her. "Don't move, rest well." I'm almost recovered, Your Highness. I didn't realize otherwise this wouldn't have happened. Xiao Ling gently touched her belly, smiling warmly at Chang Yunxua. Seeing her like this, Chang Yunshua's heart softened, and he felt guilty. Xiao Ling had always been understanding and never troubled him, even after such a major incident. He sat beside her and placed his hand on her belly. How's the child? Madam had Dr. Zhang check on me for 7 consecutive nights, and I felt much better by nightfall. Hearing that Lu Lingyun had taken care of everything, Chang Yunxua felt reassured. He stayed with Xiao Ling for a long time, talking to her until she needed to rest, then left. Exiting the autumn fragrance courtyard, he stood at the crossroads leading to Yaoguang Pavilion and Yuerong Pavilion, pondering for a moment before heading to Yuerong Pavilion. Despite everything, he still cared for Xing Dairong and wanted to see her. Entering Yuerong Pavilion, he found it unusually quiet tonight. Your Highness, you're here, said Xiaokue. How is she? Miss Xing has been confined to her room and didn't even have dinner. Chang Yunxua frowned upon hearing this. She hadn't eaten again. How can she be so unreasonable? Miss Xing isn't in a good mood today. Perhaps you should come another day. Xiao Ling saw Chang Yunxua about to enter and couldn't help but stop him. Having served Xing Dairong for so long, she knew her temper well. After the blow she received today, she would surely take it out on Chang Yunxua. Chang Yunxua thought for a moment. I'll still go see her. He pushed open the door, and as Xiao Ling had said, Xing Dairong was sulking under the covers. He sighed deeply. Dairong. Dairong. Xing Dairong. He called her 3 times, then walked to her bedside and pulled back her covers. Xing Dairong, with her swollen eyes from crying, started to thrash at the sight of him. You still have the nerve to show up. You pushed someone down, almost causing Xiao Ling to miscarry, and I didn't punish you. Why are you still making a scene? You dare to punish me? You heartless scoundrel. You've had enough. I haven't provoked you. If you haven't provoked me, how did that slut Xiao Ling get pregnant? She's 2 months along, just 10 days behind me. You promised to love only me, to have only one woman in your life. But now Xiao Ling is pregnant. What do you have to say for yourself? Xing Dairong felt so aggrieved. So incredibly aggrieved. No matter how much they argued normally, it was always over trivial matters, never principles. Even if Chang Yunxua had other women, she knew she was different to him compared to those other women. Lu Lingyun was his forced marriage, a choice he couldn't make. Xiao Ling was his former concubine, whom she begrudgingly accepted. Only she was his true love. Chang Yunxua truly loved her. But now Xiao Ling's pregnancy felt like a slap in the face, making her doubt everything. He promised to love only her, yet turned around and got another woman pregnant. Chang Yunxua was nothing but a scoundrel. Chang Yunxua furrowed his brow tightly. He did indeed sleep with Xiao Ling, but it was after Xing Dairong left the marquisate and went with Lu Hanyi that he accepted her. Suddenly, Chang Yunxua didn't want to explain. He looked at Xing Dairong coldly. What do you want to say? You still have the nerve to ask. Chang Yunxua, this is your undivided love. Your lifelong commitment to one person. Xing Dairong lashed out at him, hitting and punching fiercely. The blows hurt and annoyed Chang Yunxua, and he shoved her away. You're acting like a madwoman. How could I have ever liked you? Chang Yunxua. I'm the one who's blind, falling for a liar, a heartless scoundrel, a bastard, a villain, a rotten cucumber. Men are all scum. As Chang Yunxua listened to Xing Dairong's insults, the light in his eyes grew colder. For the first time, he truly regretted ever liking her. Chapter 68, Xing Dairong filled with hatred. Chapter 68, Xing Dairong filled with hatred. In Xing Dairong's verbal abuse, Chang Yunxua did not respond and left Yuerong Pavilion with a cold face. Seeing him leave, Xing Dairong cried even harder. She threw pillows and blankets, wailing loudly, but it did nothing to stop his departure or elicit any response from him. All she received was his increasingly cold demeanor and disdainful heart. Xiao Ling watched this scene, feeling utterly helpless. She entered the room to console Xing Dairong, Miss Mississippi. Xing Dairong, still sobbing uncontrollably, threw herself into Xiao Ling's arms, grabbing her robe and pointing at the man leaving outside, crying in anger and hurt. It's clearly his fault. He betrayed me. How could he treat me like this? For him, I gave up everything. For him, I made countless compromises. When he married his wife, I endured it. When he took Xiao Ling as a concubine, I endured it. Even when he wanted me as a concubine, I endured it. What more does he want from me? He promised to love only me, but he's a liar, a liar, a liar. He wronged me. Xing Dairong cried until her heart broke. Listening to these words, Xiao Ling sighed helplessly. She didn't know how to comfort her. When she first saw Chang Yunxua bring Xing Dairong here, he doted on her, even defying Lord Marquis Qin for her sake. With just one word, he sent Xiao Ling away, showing that he would stand against the world for her. Back then, their relationship was as sweet as honey. As a maid, Xiao Ling was moved by their touching love story and always felt envious of them. But now one harbored resentment, and the other despised. Xing Dairong was left with nothing but cries and complaints, filled with bitterness, while Chang Yunxua remained silent, his disgust growing. Everyone had lost their former selves. Days passed. Chang Yunxua never entered Yuerong Pavilion again. Xing Dairong was confined to her quarters, forbidden to leave. The cruelest thing between lovers is not confrontation but the cold treatment. Xing Dairong couldn't go out and see Chung Yunxua. She cried half the night on the first day, and then didn't see him the next day or the day after. She stopped crying, calling, and making a fuss, and calmed down. Where did His Highness go today? Xiaoling swept the courtyard, Autumn Fragrance Courtyard. Autumn Fragrance Courtyard again. Xing Dairong heard this name and quietly leaned against the door frame. Seeing her hollow eyes, Xiaoling felt an unprecedented sense of desolation and sorrow. Looking at her belly, she said sympathetically, Miss Xing, it's cold outside. Please come inside. I'll bring you some food soon. If you continue like this, you might harm your child. Xing Dairong, leaning against the door frame, placed her hand on her belly. The nails of her other hand, gripping the door frame, dug into the wood inch by inch. Her eyes suddenly sparkled with determination. Yes, I can't harm my child. I won't let those bitches gloat. My child will be the future Lord Marquis. Everyone must wait and see. Bring me some food quickly, I need to eat. As she said this, her eyes were filled with hidden hatred and desire, and her expression twisted. Seeing her like this, Xiaoling truly felt she no longer recognized her. She had lost all the liveliness and freshness she once had, like a celestial being who descended from heaven, untouched by worldly affairs, carefree and joyful. But now, Xing Dairong was full of hatred, as if everyone owed her, waiting for the day she would rise and make everyone repent. How did she become like this? Xiaoling no longer recognized the current Xing Dairong. Days passed again. Chang Yunxua really never went back to Yuerong Pavilion. He ignored everything happening there. Every night, he stayed in Autumn Fragrance Courtyard with Xiaoling. Xiaoling's pregnancy stabilized and their relationship improved significantly. She even sewed him a pair of knee protectors made of rabbit fur. Holding the knee protectors, Chang Yunxua couldn't help but think of Xing Dairong. He remembered that Xing Dairong had never given him a single gift. Nothing at all. All she ever did was ask him for things, whether during their passionate phase or their later arguments. It was always him giving, never receiving anything from her. When he held the knee protectors, he couldn't help but reflect on why he had fallen for such a woman. There were so many people around him who cared for him, yet he had chosen her. What was it about her that made her worth it? The next day, Lady Qin and Lord Marquis Qin returned to the mansion. Under Lu Lingyun's management, the entire mansion was beautifully arranged, welcoming Lady Qin and Lord Marquis Qin with warmth and joy. For this occasion, Chang Yunxua even took a day off to wait at home. Lady Qin and Lord Marquis Qin, who had been away for over half a year, were pleased to see the well-organized household. Seeing their son's transformation, they were even happier. Finally, Lu Lingyun told Lady Qin and the old Marquis about Xiaoling's pregnancy. Both were stunned for a moment before bursting into joy. Lingyun, you mean Xiaoling is also pregnant? Lady Qin's eyes sparkled with delight. Yes. Lu Lingyun stood before her, calmly reporting the achievements under her management. When she first married in, the marquisate was in chaos. Chang Yunxua was at odds with the family, and the scandal with Xing Dairong had become a laughingstock throughout the imperial city, putting the marquisate in jeopardy. In just half a year, Xing Dairong had settled down and been elevated to the rank of concubine, now quietly residing in her courtyard without being summoned out. Chang Yunxua had taken up an official post and even received a promotion. He seemed extremely satisfied with his work, completely changing his previous frivolous demeanor. The household affairs, both internal and external, were now well organized, and the accounts were crystal clear. What delighted them even more was that both concubines were pregnant, bringing 2 new lives to the marquisate. All of this was accomplished by Lu Lingyun. How many months along is she? Lady Qin could hardly contain her joy, standing up and calling over Xiaoling. 2 months, my lady. You must take good care of yourself and the baby. Lady Qin was overjoyed, giving her a reward from Nurse Wen and urging her to sit down so as not to strain herself. Aunt Xiao responded with utmost gentleness and compliance. With young lady here, this servant will surely take good care of the pregnancy. Hearing this, Lady Qin's smile grew even wider. She turned to Lu Lingyun, walked up to her, took her hand, and exclaimed 3 times, Lingyun, you truly, wonderful, wonderful, wonderful. Too excellent, too satisfying, too surprising. How fortunate they were to have married Lu Lingyun into the marquisate. This daughter-in-law exceeded all expectations. This is what your daughter-in-law should do, Lu Lingyun smiled. Award. Must be awarded. Lady Qin and the old marquis said in unison. Immediately, Lady Qin summoned Steward Qian. Yunxua Steward Qian is the chief steward of our marquisate. He oversees all expenditures and the income and expenses of all the marquisate's properties. Chapter 69 Lu Lingyun's Trophies. Chapter 69 Lu Lingyun's Trophies. Lu Lingyun saw that it was Steward Qian who had entered and smiled. Your daughter-in-law knows. Kneel to young lady, and from today onward, all the financial records will be handled by her. All arrangements should be made according to her instructions. This was the greatest reward that Lady Qin could give Lu Lingyun. Another delegation of authority. The first time she delegated authority, it was only to allow Lu Lingyun to place one of her trusted people in charge. But this time she handed over something significant, the most important financial matters of the estate. Of course, this did not mean that the marquisate was entirely given to Lu Lingyun. There were 4 major stewards in the marquisate, 3 of whom were loyal to old Lord Marquis Qin. Although Steward Qian would now report to Lu Lingyun, he was still ultimately old Lord Marquis Qin's man. Only when he was completely replaced by someone loyal to Lu Lingyun would the marquisate truly be under her control. Moreover, there was still Nurse Li who did not directly report to her, which meant that Lady Qin had not fully handed over management to Lu Lingyun. Nurse Li managed both internal and external household affairs. Even so, it was an immense amount of power. Lu Lingyun looked at Steward Qian, who was bowing on the ground, and gave him a faint smile. Steward Qian, please rise. You will have much hard work ahead. Young lady, what are you saying? This old servant will do everything possible to serve you and the marquisate. Lu Lingyun then casually mentioned to Lady Qin and Old Lord Marquis Qin about discontinuing usury. Both Lady Qin and Old Lord Marquis Qin were in high spirits and satisfied with Lu Lingyun's management, so they readily agreed without hesitation. Heir you as you say, if we don't lend, we won't lend. Steward Qian then said. Lady Lord Marquis, many families have been borrowing usurious loans recently. If we stop lending, others will quickly take our market share. Steward Qian, lending usurious loans is against heaven and reason, it invites disaster. We should avoid such things, Lu Lingyun said with a smile. Lady Qin clapped her hands. Heir you is right. Lending such money always harms the family's fortune. Our marquisate has finally welcomed 2 children, so we must accumulate virtue for them. Lady Qin believed in these principles to some extent. With the sudden arrival of children in the childless marquisate, it was seen as accumulating virtue for the marquisate. Hearing this, Steward Qian remained silent. Stopping usury would mean that competitors would quickly take their market share. Rich families were not kind-hearted. Any quick profit business was something they would engage in. Usurious loans were one of the key gray areas that wealthy families focused on. The annual profits from usurious loans were substantial, and they could also seize properties and shops, making it a highly profitable venture. Their Ningyang marquisate's exit from the market was immediately seized upon by others, causing Steward Qian considerable distress. It was all their hard work. But since Lady Qin and Old Lord Marquis Qin had agreed, there was nothing else to be done. At this moment, Lu Lingyun looked at Steward Qian and said, Steward Qian, rest assured, my choice will not be wrong. Steward Qian was slightly taken aback but then nodded and smiled, agreeing. After Steward Qian left the room, Lady Qin's rewards for Lu Lingyun were not limited to delegating authority. She also received a pile of gold and silver. Lady Qin bestowed upon Lu Lingyun a family heirloom jade pendant encrusted with emeralds, a top-grade Hetian jade necklace, 5 rolls of fine jiang and soft silk, a box of gold and silver ingots, a bag of exquisitely crafted gold leaves, deeds to a piece of farmland and a forest, and the profits from a pawn shop. Gold and silver, along with the real delegation of authority, were given to Lu Lingyun. Lu Lingyun accepted these items and thanked Lady Qin and Old Lord Marquis Qin repeatedly. Silly child, we're all family, why thank us? Lady Qin pulled Lu Lingyun to sit beside her. We only have Yunxua as our son. Your dedication to this family means that everything in the marquisate will eventually be yours. Her eyes curved into a smile, and Lu Lingyun understood. Your daughter-in-law will certainly manage the marquisate well. Lady Qin spoke very plainly. The marquisate had only Cheng Yunxua as an heir. As long as Lu Lingyun managed the marquisate well and aligned with its interests, it would be hers in the future. Marrying an only son had its advantages. Lady Qin, Old Lord Marquis Qin, Lu Lingyun, and Cheng Yunxua chatted for a long time. At dinner, they called Aunt Xiao to join them for the meal. Why didn't they call Xing Dairong? Of course, it was because Lady Qin and Old Lord Marquis Qin disliked her. If she were the only one pregnant, perhaps out of consideration for the child, Lady Qin and Old Lord Marquis Qin might have called her to meet and dine together. But now that Aunt Xiao was also pregnant, the child in her womb was no longer as precious. Moreover, considering Xing Dairong's past actions, which nearly destroyed the entire marquisate, it was fortunate that Lady Qin and Old Lord Marquis Qin did not make things difficult for her. Everyone enjoyed a lively dinner, thus concluding the first day back at the marquisate. After finishing the meal, Cheng Yunxua accompanied Xiaoling back to the autumn fragrance courtyard. Seeing her son leave with the concubine, Lady Qin pulled Lu Lingyun aside to whisper to her. Lingyun, now that Aunt Xiao and the other one are both expecting, you should also hurry up. Lady Qin's words were not just about urging her to have children, they carried a hint of genuine concern for Lingyun. Mother, Lu Lingyun smiled at her, having children is a matter of destiny, and it cannot be forced. Now that the Ningyang marquisate has 2 potential heirs, I already feel blessed. Ensuring their safe arrival is what matters most to me. Hearing this, Lady Qin looked slightly surprised, then sighed and looked at her approvingly. Having a good daughter-in-law like you is truly a blessing for our Ningyang marquisate. Lu Lingyun was telling her that having children in the marquisate had always been difficult, and it wasn't due to her lack of effort, a point Lady Qin understood well. Furthermore, she was assuring her that she would take good care of both children and treat them as her own. How could Lady Qin not be satisfied? Which main lady of the house could do any better? Immediately, Lady Qin secretly gave her a jade bracelet from her dowry box. Lu Lingyun smiled as she accepted it, bid farewell to Lady Qin, and returned to take stock of her spoils from the day. All the valuable items were locked in her dowry chest. Over the past half-year since her marriage into the marquisate, her dowry had not diminished but rather increased. Moreover, she had replaced many ordinary and inexpensive items with better ones. Now every piece in her dowry chest was of high quality. Lu Lingyun sorted out some lesser quality items to give away later, locked everything else up, and then fell asleep in her warm room. The next morning, when Lu Lingyun woke up, she went to pay respects to her in-laws since they were at home. "Lingyun, you've come at just the right time," Lady Qin said with a full smile upon seeing her. "What is it, mother?" "Today, I'm taking you out to meet some of my friends." Chapter 70 Duke Su's Mansion. Chapter 70 Duke Su's Mansion. Lu Lingyun put on the peacock fur cloak and the Hetian jade hairpin given to her by Lady Qin before leaving. Lady Qin came from a prestigious family, the House of Duke Zhao, one of the 4 major dukes in the dynasty. However, Lady Qin's father had backed the wrong side during the current emperor's ascension, leading to their downfall. After old Duke Qin passed away, the emperor delayed granting the title of duke to the new Duke Zhao and expelled him from the imperial city, assigning him to guard his fief. The current head of the House of Duke Zhao, the duke's heir, was already in his 40s but still held only the title of heir. Everyone knew that the House of Duke Zhao had fallen from grace. Due to this, Lady Qin, who could have married into the imperial family, ended up marrying into the Lingyun marquisate. Their family's decline continued, and they kept a low profile. On the way, Lu Lingyun listened quietly as Lady Qin spoke about her family. She had heard vague rumors about her mother-in-law's background. But because of Lady Qin's noble status, it wasn't easy for her to gather detailed information, so she didn't delve too deeply. She never imagined her mother-in-law came from such a prestigious family. No wonder Lady Qin was generous and had an air of elegance in managing the household. Lu Lingyun listened quietly, speaking only when Lady Qin wanted to hear her thoughts without asking or commenting further. Hearing Lu Lingyun's measured and considerate words, Lady Qin's approval grew even stronger. "You, my dear, are truly a pity, born only into a 5th-rank scholar's family. If you were from a duke's or marquisate's house, you could have married into the imperial family. Mother, please don't belittle your daughter-in-law. Being able to enter the marquisate and become your daughter-in-law is already a great blessing. You, my dear." Lady Qin affectionately poked her forehead. Just then, the carriage arrived. Lu Lingyun got off with Lady Qin and saw the grand sign Duke Su's mansion. The 4 major dukes in the dynasty were the houses of Duke Zhao, Duke Lu, Duke Su, and Duke Zhao. Originally, the houses of Duke Zhao and Duke Zhao were equally powerful, with Duke Su's mansion just below them and Duke Lu's mansion being the weakest. But after Duke Zhao's side won, they gained significant favor and remained influential. Duke Lu's mansion, once indecisive, eventually aligned with Duke Zhao and now thrives. Duke Su's mansion has always been low-key and reserved, not participating in any struggles. This neutrality neither harmed nor benefited them much, and they gradually lost favor with the emperor. Even so, the imposing gates of the Duke's mansion were not easily accessible to ordinary people. "Lady Qin, you're here." An elderly lady's maid in her 40s greeted Lady Qin warmly at the door. "Sister Jiang, how have you been?" Lady Qin smiled upon seeing her. "Thank you for your concern, my lady. I am doing well." Sister Jiang beamed, then looked at Lu Lingyun behind Lady Qin. "This must be the young lady." Lady Qin nodded, holding Lu Lingyun's hand. "Yes, this is my daughter-in-law, Lady Lu." Sister Jiang scrutinized Lu Lingyun closely, her kind eyes filled with admiration. The young lady truly exudes grace, reminiscent of Lady Qin's youth. Sister Jiang's compliment flattered both Lu Lingyun and Lady Qin. By noting Lady Qin's affectionate gesture of holding Lu Lingyun's hand, Sister Jiang accurately gauged Lu Lingyun's importance and praised her accordingly. Lady Qin couldn't stop smiling. "Indeed, I was immediately drawn to our Lingyun. She is smart, capable, and understanding. Now I treat her like my own daughter." Knowing she hit the right note, Sister Jiang added, "I can see why. The young lady is truly remarkable, with a face that signifies great fortune and blessings." "Maid, you flatter me too much. I cannot bear it," Lu Lingyun responded modestly. "You deserve it. Come, let's go inside. Our lady has been waiting." Sister Jiang led Lu Lingyun and Lady Qin into the mansion with a group of servants. The duke's mansion was twice as large as the marquisate's. Passing through several carved corridors and 2 courtyards with rockeries and ponds, they finally reached the inner courtyard. Farang Garden. The courtyard of the head lady of Duke Su's mansion. The courtyard gate was open and maids were already waiting outside the main room. Seeing the guests arrive, the maids quickly lifted the heavy curtains. As Lu Lingyun stepped onto the stairs, a wave of warm air greeted her. The temperature inside must be at least 5 brazier fires. Sure enough, as Lu Lingyun entered with Lady Qin, the warmth from the floor heating extended from the main hall to the inner chambers. It wasn't just braziers, it was floor heating. The warmth made Lu Lingyun and Lady Qin sweat, and the maids promptly helped them remove their outer garments. "Jingyu, you're finally here." The beaded curtain in the main hall was lifted, and a middle-aged woman, around Lady Qin's age, wearing a light and expensive silk gown, walked out. She wore few accessories, only an Hetian jade hairpin in her hair, cloisonne flowers with kingfisher feathers on her temples, a long string of red gemstone beads around her neck, and a single full jade bangle on her wrist. The decorations were not excessive, but they were immediately noticeable. They exuded opulence. Even though Lu Lingyun had been the young lady of the marquisate for some time and had previously held the rank of first-class dame, she rarely saw such ostentatious elegance. This Duke Su's mansion truly surpassed the marquisate by 10-fold, even 100-fold. "Ming Hui, When Qin saw someone approaching, her face lit up with a rare enthusiasm and she grabbed the hand of Lady Duxu who was coming to greet her. I've missed you so much. Good thing you returned before the year's end. Otherwise I would have surely come to your country residence to see you. We definitely had to return, how could we let you travel so far? By the way, how's your Lord Marquis? How's his health? After half a year of rest without any worries he has improved greatly. The two women conversed back and forth, holding hands as they entered the inner room. Lu Lingyun followed behind them and upon entering the room she saw a woman of about her own age inside. The young and beautiful woman smiled at her kindly and Lu Lingyun returned the smile. At this moment, Lady Duxu spoke, is this the good daughter-in-law you mentioned? Lu Lingyun turned her head and met the smiling eyes of Lady Cui from Duxu's mansion. Cui Ninghue looked at Lu Lingyun with bright eyes, her gaze different from Nurse Zhang's. It was not one of flattery or calculation but rather curiosity and a hint of pressure. Yes, her name is Lingyun. She is the daughter of the scholar Lu from the Hanlin Academy and she is indeed my fortunate daughter-in-law. Qin looked at Lu Lingyun along with her, praising her without reservation. Chapter 71, Household Matters. Chapter 71, Household Matters. Qin's praise of Lu Lingyun was on an astronomical level. It made everyone in the room brighten up. Especially Cui and the young woman who had just smiled at Lu Lingyun. She looked at Lu Lingyun with sparkling eyes. Mother always praises her daughter-in-law. If you keep it up, my face will turn as red as a monkey's bottom, Lu Lingyun said. You still no shame? I thought even if I praised you to the heavens, your face wouldn't show a hint of red, Qin laughed heartily. Anyone could tell from their conversation that they had an extremely close relationship. It was far from the typical formal mother-in-law and daughter-in-law dynamic. Qin genuinely liked Lu Lingyun from the bottom of her heart, her character, the things she did, everything pleased her. She was composed, rational, and balanced. Such a woman truly satisfied her every expectation and now she regarded Lu Lingyun as her own daughter. Hearing her best friend speak so highly, Cui also developed a favorable impression of Lu Lingyun. Alright, stop showing off your daughter-in-law to me as if no one else has one. As she spoke, she looked at the young woman standing nearby. Niyue, come here. The young woman named Niyue stepped forward gracefully and bowed to Cui and Qin. Lady Li greets Lady Qin. Niyue, you're such a good girl. How's your health these days? Thank you for your concern, Lady Qin. Niyue is much better now. A woman must take good care of herself after childbirth. Mama Wan, bring the items, Qin said. Yes. Mama Wan brought forward a box containing top-grade ginseng that was over 100 years old. I collected this while staying at another residence, thinking it would be perfect for you since you are still recovering. Li Niyue didn't dare accept it without looking at her mother-in-law first. Seeing Cui nod, she then said, thank you, Lady Qin. Don't mention it. At this moment, Qin remembered the child. Where is your little Qiner? As soon as she spoke, the sound of a baby crying came from the inner room. Cui laughed. He must have sensed his godmother coming to see him. A wet nurse from the inner room carried out a half-year-old boy, and both Cui and Qin immediately surrounded him, cooing and smiling. Standing to the side, Li Niyue watched the child with longing in her eyes but didn't dare to hold him. Sister-in-law, is this the young master? Lu Lingyun asked at this moment. Yes, he's my child, Su Zhangtian. Cui sure held the child and called for Lu Lingyun to come closer. Lingyun, come here too, hold our little master. Yes, Aunt, Lu Lingyun called affectionately. She stepped forward carefully and held the half-year-old child, her movements somewhat stiff. She couldn't help but ask sister-in-law, is it like this? Seeing this, Li Niyue hurriedly came over to help adjust her hands. Place your hand here, supporting the child's back. With Li Niyue's assistance, Lu Lingyun adjusted her position and managed to hold the child steadily. Why is holding a child so difficult? Her words made Cui Shi and Qin Shi laugh. After all, you haven't given birth yet. Lingyun, you need to hold more often. Hold a child and soon you'll have one. Cui Shi joked. Qin Shi then said mysteriously, indeed, we're about to have a child in our family. Oh? Is it Lingyun? Xiao Jun's fortune is a bit lacking. She has given all her good luck to our family. Both of Yunshua's concubines are expecting. Qin Shi explained. Hearing this, Cui Shi quickly pulled Qin Shi to sit down. Such a big matter, and you didn't tell me. I wanted to surprise you today. You really did surprise me. Cui Shi glanced at Lu Lingyun and Li Niyue standing inside the room. You two are young. Go into the inner room with the child and chat. I'll talk with your aunt. Yes, mother. Yes, aunt. Lu Lingyun, still holding the child awkwardly, bowed and entered the inner room with Li Niyue. Once inside, she handed the child back to Li Niyue. Li Niyue was taken aback. Sister-in-law, aren't you going to take him? Do you want me to hold him until my arms ache? Upon hearing this, Li Niyue, after her initial shock, immediately felt touched and hugged the child tightly. Qianer, it's Mama. Lu Lingyun looked at her and knew she had guessed correctly. Li Niyue was not allowed to hold the child. Indeed, Li Niyue was not allowed to hold the child. She had a difficult childbirth, suffering from postpartum hemorrhage and nearly losing her life. It took her several months to recover from her weakened state. As soon as the child was born, her mother-in-law, Cui Shi, took the baby to raise. One time when she held the child, her hands and feet were weak, almost dropping the baby. Since then, her mother-in-law strictly forbade her from holding the child again. Li Niyue held the child tenderly, sitting by the bed and soothing it gently. Soon, the child fell asleep. Even after the child was asleep, she refused to let go. Lu Lingyun did not mind. She sat quietly nearby, sipping her tea. As the warm tea settled in her stomach, she heard Li Niyue speak, "Thank you." Lu Lingyun looked up. "What do you mean, sister-in-law?" "You actually know how to hold a child," Li Niyue said, looking at Lu Lingyun. Her eyes were clear, revealing Lu Lingyun's little trick just now. Lu Lingyun had pretended to be awkward to deceive Cui Shi and Qin Shi, but Li Niyue noticed that she held the child very steadily when she took over. Yet, she said nothing about it. She simply coaxed Cui Shi into letting her hold the child. "Sister-in-law, don't think too much. I just find Shanna adorable," Lu Lingyun smiled calmly. Li Niyue looked at her smile. "Now I understand why Lady Qin speaks so highly of you. You truly are someone likable. If sister-in-law likes me, then I like sister-in-law too." Li Niyue chuckled, instantly bridging the gap between them. She held the child and asked Lu Lingyun to sit beside her. They chatted for a while, quickly finding common ground. They were around the same age and both married into wealthy families, which gave them plenty to talk about. As they chatted, the conversation turned to household management. "Is the marquisate now under your management?" "Yes, my mother-in-law has entrusted all household affairs to me," Lu Lingyun replied. Li Niyue looked at her with envy. "In our duke's residence, my mother-in-law still manages everything. She mentioned wanting someone to share the burden, but I have a sister-in-law who is her niece. She wants both of us to manage together." "How do you manage together?" "She wants us to compete to see who can manage the household better until the end of the year. Whoever does well will take over." Li Niyue sighed. Having two sons in the family made things complicated. Although the eldest son usually inherits the title and the eldest daughter-in-law is groomed as the future matriarch, Cui Shi favored the younger son and his wife, who was also her niece. If Li Niyue hadn't given birth to a son first, the balance in the duke's residence would have tipped towards the younger branch. Hearing Li Niyue's troubles, Lu Lingyun held her hand. "Sister-in-law, don't worry. If you encounter any problems managing the household, come to me. I'll help you come up with ideas." Li Niyue's eyes immediately lit up. She had heard about how well Lu Lingyun managed her household. Chapter 72, The Snowy Pine Painting. Chapter 72, The Snowy Pine Painting. Lu Lingyun had made a new friend. She spent a considerable amount of time at Duke Su's mansion and enjoyed a sumptuous lunch with Lady Qin. The standard of the meal at the mansion opened her eyes, second only to the imperial banquets she had experienced in her previous life. Dishes like steamed lamb with milk, bear paw, mutton soup, venison ham slices, wine-brewed steamed duck, sour bamboo shoot chicken skin soup, and stir-fried seasonal vegetables were served. Even the side dishes, dumplings with tofu skin, sugar-filled rose buns, laba porridge, and chicken oil rolls were exquisite. A household of Duke Su's status would not serve out-of-season dishes. For instance, now that winter had arrived, there were no crabs or fresh fish. It wasn't that they couldn't get them, it was simply that they preferred to eat what was fresh and in season. They ate the best when it was at its peak. Outside, snowflakes were gently falling while Lu Lingyun and the ladies of Duke Su's mansion enjoyed their meal in a warm room. The maids and elderly servants attended to every detail meticulously, ensuring no discomfort. Lu Lingyun, having been through grand occasions and trained in palace etiquette, showed no signs of awkwardness or impropriety during the feast, behaving just as gracefully as the other noblewomen. Lady Cui, who observed her several times, looked pleased and surprised. Initially, Li Niyue had sat next to Lu Lingyun, intending to assist her if needed, but soon realized it was unnecessary. After the meal, the family chatted for a while longer. Under the reluctant farewells of Lady Qin and Lady Cui, Lu Lingyun finally left the mansion with Lady Qin. As they were leaving, Lady Cui held onto Lady Qin. "Dear sister, do visit me more often." Of course, Lady Qin smiled. Lady Cui then turned to Lu Lingyun, extending her hand. Lu Lingyun, understanding the gesture, reached out. Lady Cui laughed heartily. "Your daughter-in-law comes from a scholarly family and is graceful and poised. She truly is delightful." "It's all thanks to your kindness, Auntie." Lady Cui clasped Lu Lingyun's hand and signaled to Nurse Jiang. "Since this is your first visit, I must give you a gift. I recently acquired a painting by the great artist Ning Song from the previous dynasty. We are all uncultured folk and can't appreciate it properly, so it's better suited for someone like you to keep." "Ning Song, the painter from the previous dynasty?" Lu Lingyun's eyes lit up. "Is it the snowy pine painting? Look at that. As expected of someone from a scholarly family. You knew right away. This painting should indeed be in the hands of someone like Lingyun." Lady Cui laughed. Everyone else in the room also chuckled. Lu Lingyun's heart raced. She knew too well about Ning Song's snowy pine painting. In her previous life, she had missed an opportunity to bring Li Wenxuan back to the capital because of it. At that time, Grand Tutor Zhao Ju had a nomination for a position in the capital. If he recommended someone to the emperor, they would almost certainly be selected. Zhao Ju loved Ning Song's paintings, especially the snowy pine painting. After learning about the opportunity, Lu Lingyun had tried hard to find it but failed. Other artworks she sent were returned, causing Li Wenxuan to miss his chance to return early. He had to spend years accumulating merit in Jiangnan before finally returning. Never did she imagine that the treasure she had sought in vain in her previous life would be found at Duke Zhu's mansion. And it was being given to her. Nurse Jiang brought out the snowy pine painting, and Lu Lingyun received it with great joy, repeatedly thanking Lady Cui. Lady Cui laughed heartily. If you enjoy these things, come visit often. I have many such treasures here for you to admire. Lingyun will definitely come often. Lu Lingyun glanced at Lady Qin and Li Niyue, holding the painting tightly as she spoke. Lady Cui and Lady Li saw Lady Qin and Lu Lingyun off, bidding them farewell with reluctance. Lady Qin noticed Lu Lingyun still clutching the painting in the carriage. So you like these things? I love the jewelry and silk robes mother gave me as well, Lu Lingyun smiled. Lady Qin tapped her forehead. How did I not realize you're a money grubber? Lu Lingyun smiled without a word. Indeed, she was a money grubber. What could compare to wealth and glory in this world? In the fleeting decades of life, Lu Lingyun wanted nothing more than to live each day in increasing prosperity and splendor. After death, everything is empty. Living each day to the fullest is what matters. Back at the marquisate, life continued comfortably. Old Lord Qin did not impose any pressure on Lu Lingyun within the household. Every evening, Qin Yunxua would join her and Old Lord Qin for dinner. After dinner, Cheng Yunxua would retire to Autumn Fragrance Courtyard or Yaoguang Pavilion. During the day, Lu Lingyun would chat with Lady Qin, discuss household matters, and review ledgers, which strengthened their relationship. By December, preparations for the new year were in full swing, and Xing Dairong's confinement was lifted. Lu Lingyun was aware of Xing Dairong's recent situation. After imposing the confinement, Chang Yunxua visited once, and according to Lady Autumn, Xing Dairong cried half the night but settled down the next day, eating her meals properly thereafter. Lu Lingyun had never been harsh to Xing Dairong in private. When she heard that Dairong had become honest, she even sighed with emotion. After all, she was a simple young girl whose eyes only saw love, devoid of any other complexities. When this love faced setbacks, it felt like the end of the world. Hopefully she would grow up a little. While Lu Lingyun was chatting and embroidering with Lady Qin, Nanny Wen spoke up. Madam, young madam, Aunt Xing is here. Aunt Xing? Which Aunt Xing from our household? Lady Qin couldn't recall at first. Indeed, everyone usually avoided mentioning Xing Dairong, finding her unworthy of discussion. After she was confined, she became even more inconspicuous. This sudden visit from Xing Dairong left Lady Qin bewildered. The one who used to be in the prince's chambers. Oh her. Lady Qin put down her embroidery which she had been using to pass the time, and her face turned stern. What does she want? She came to pay respects to madam and young madam. Lady Qin's expression darkened further, her disdain evident. Yet, remembering that Xing Dairong was pregnant with the family's heir, and now elevated to the position of aunt, she coldly said, let her in. Yes. Soon, Xing Dairong entered Lady Qin's room with Chiu Kuei. In just a month, Xing Dairong had gained a bit of weight, and her 3-month belly showed a slight curve. Seeing her belly, Lady Qin's expression softened somewhat. Dairong greets mother and young madam. Xing Dairong behaved more obediently than usual. Don't call me mother, Lady Qin interrupted coldly. Don't you know your own status? Chapter 73, Xing Dairong's strategy against Lady Qin. Chapter 73, Xing Dairong's strategy against Lady Qin. Just the sight of Xing Dairong is annoying. Back then, because of her, Lady Qin had several confrontations with Cheng Yunxua. How could she possibly have a good attitude? If Xing Dairong didn't have a child, she would have long since been kicked out, no, directly killed. Someone who can't see their own status and position. Hearing Lady Qin's harsh tone, a trace of hatred flashed in Xing Dairong's eyes, and her lowered face became even more respectful. Lady Qin is right, it's Dairong's fault. Since you're wrong, stand for half an hour as punishment. Lady Qin gave her no way out and continued to tidy up. She wasn't treating Xing Dairong like Lu Lingyun, she was truly treating her as she should be treated. She picked up her embroidery again, pretending that Xing Dairong wasn't even in the room, and continued chatting and embroidering with Lu Lingyun. Lingyun, your embroidery skills are truly remarkable. In the past, I used to embroider to pass the time. I can't learn it. Even when I was a young lady at home and they hired someone to teach me, I couldn't learn it. Lady Qin could only manage the simplest patterns, anything more complex was beyond her. However, Lady Qin was the daughter of a national duke and would eventually become the mistress of a household. Embroidery was merely a pastime for her. There was no need to put much effort into it. If she could easily embroider something, it would make her sufficiently happy. Her words reached Xing Dairong's ears, and a glint flashed in her eyes. After about the time it takes to drink a cup of tea, Xing Dairong let out an ouch, and her body swayed slightly. Chiu Kuei hurriedly went to support her. Their commotion caught Lady Qin's attention, and she looked up with dissatisfaction. Before she could speak, Xing Dairong said, I'm fine. I can still stand. Don't let Lady Qin think I'm being overly dramatic. Lady Qin sneered. This little trick wouldn't fool her, but Xing Dairong was a concubine of the next generation, carrying her son's child. She glanced at Xing Dairong. Fine, sit down. Xing Dairong quickly thanked Lady Qin. Thank you, Lady Qin. After sitting down, Lady Qin began lecturing her. You are now a concubine in this household. I won't hold your past against you, but you must acknowledge and correct your mistakes. Yes, Dairong understands. As a concubine, you must follow the rules. You are not allowed to seduce the prince anymore. Yes, Dairong understands. You must respect the young mistress and never defy her. Yes. Several affirmative responses surprised Lu Lingyun. How could a month of confinement really change her so much? Lu Lingyun looked at Xing Dairong, who was now sitting properly, and realized that she no longer saw any trace of her former self. But the tight grip of Xing Dairong's hand hidden under her sleeve betrayed a hint of her inner resentment. Lady Qin was also surprised by Xing Dairong's temperament. She hadn't seen her often before, as Qing Yunhua had protected her closely. The few times she tried to discipline her, she remembered Xing Dairong as a rebellious woman who openly defied her. Her crude and rebellious nature made Lady Qin frown deeply, especially since she came from a brothel. Lady Qin despised her greatly. But now seeing Xing Dairong's obedient demeanor, Lady Qin was quite surprised. After agreeing to everything, Lady Qin lost interest in making things difficult for her. Fine, you're pregnant, so go back and rest. Don't cause trouble anymore. Yes, Lady Qin. Xing Dairong rose gracefully, bowed to Lady Qin, and left with Qiu Kuei. After they left, Lady Qin frowned slightly. I really don't know what Shua sees in her. Perhaps the prince just likes her, Lu Lingyun said with a faint smile. The next day, Lu Lingyun went to Lady Qin's room as usual. Before entering, she heard laughter in Xing Dairong's voice inside. A maid lifted the curtain for Lu Lingyun and informed her, concubine Xing is here again. Lu Lingyun nodded. Upon entering, she saw Lady Qin sitting on a soft couch in the main hall with Xing Dairong standing nearby. Xing Dairong was close to Lady Qin, who was working on embroidery. Xing Dairong pointed at the pattern and said, yes, exactly like this. Lady Qin, look, isn't this method convenient? Lady Qin looked at the handkerchief. It is quite interesting. At that moment, she noticed Lu Lingyun approaching and called out, Lingyun, you've come just in time. Come take a look. What is it? Lu Lingyun walked up to Lady Qin and leaned in to take a closer look. She saw an unusually novel embroidery piece. The fabric was covered with grids, each containing a pattern, and Lady Qin was embroidering them in a cross-stitch manner. With just a few stitches, she had already formed the shape of a flower. This looked playful and simple, quite different from traditional embroidery, yet it was straightforward and intriguing. This is called cross-stitch, something I developed specially, Xing Dairong said proudly. Lu Lingyun lifted her head and met Xing Dairong's sparkling eyes. Her eyes had regained some of their former vitality, arrogance, pride, and disdain. Chuanha, this seems suitable for me, Lady Qin said. Lu Lingyun agreed, I think so too. It's simple and much better than those complicated stitching techniques. That's for sure, Xing Dairong chimed in. This time, Lady Qin didn't scold her for talking back. Instead, she asked her to come over and show her how to do it. How should I stitch this part? Hearing Lady Qin engage with her, Xing Dairong leaned down to demonstrate, guiding her hands and fingers. Madam, you can jump to the back like this. Lady Qin listened attentively. While teaching, Xing Dairong shot Lu Lingyun a glance filled with pride and challenge. She had improved significantly, hiding it well, but still couldn't escape Lu Lingyun's notice. Lu Lingyun smiled at her gaze. Mother, I have accounts to review. If there's nothing else, I'll go back and sort them out. Go ahead. Lady Qin didn't even look up. Xing Dairong's smug expression grew stronger. After leaving Lady Qin, Chuanha followed Lu Lingyun. Madam, that vixen seems up to no good. She probably sees Madam has returned and wants to gain some favor. Lu Lingyun responded, let her be. She remained indifferent. Because after all, tricks and schemes were only temporary. True strength lay in one's own capabilities. No matter how likable Xing Dairong was, she would always be seen as a mere plaything by others. Returning to her courtyard, Lu Lingyun resumed her duties, firmly holding onto the power within the marquisate. Then, a maid came to report. Madam, Lady Li from Duke Su's mansion has sent a message. Lu Lingyun had previously told Li Niyue to seek her help if she faced difficulties managing the household. It hadn't been long, and here it was. Let me see. Lu Lingyun took the letter from the maid and unfolded it. It was Li Niyue's handwriting. Apart from the initial pleasantries, she mentioned a significant problem she was facing. She lacked charcoal. Chapter 74, Taking a Fancy to Lu Shui. Chapter 74, Taking a Fancy to Lu Shui. Mrs. Cui had given her eldest daughter-in-law the same task of managing the household, and it was up to who could complete it better. Now with the biting cold of winter, each day grew colder than the last, and soon the test of managing the household would come. Duke Su's mansion was a major user of charcoal, with the most expensive ground heating systems burning in the main residences, and the charcoal basins in the maids' and concubines' rooms were twice as large as those in ordinary homes. Even the guest halls had to be supplied with ample charcoal, ensuring a warm environment. The Su family, being wealthy and influential, could afford to burn such quantities of charcoal, but the problem was that charcoal was hard to come by these days. This winter was particularly severe, and the city's demand for charcoal had skyrocketed. Several heavy snowstorms outside the city had blocked the roads, leading to insufficient supplies within the city. Li Niyue had instructed the stewards to spend more money on buying charcoal, but even that didn't help. With the charcoal supply at Duke Su's mansion running critically low, the rooms were getting colder by the day. She thought of Lu Lingyun. Perhaps Lu Lingyun had a solution. Seeing Li Niyue's predicament, Lu Lingyun smiled suddenly. Charcoal shortage, just what she needed. Prepare the carriage. I'm going out, Lu Lingyun said to Shuang Hong. Yes. 15 minutes later, Lu Lingyun, holding a warm foot warmer and wearing a thick peacock fur cloak, sat in the carriage heading west to the city. Shikalai General Store. Business at the general store was booming, especially with the new year approaching. Customers flocked to buy their holiday goods, and Shikalai was the only store in the surrounding streets selling charcoal. Their charcoal was of medium quality in the city, neither the cheapest nor the most expensive. However, Shikalai limited the sale of charcoal both in time and quantity, selling only about 100 pounds daily, providing a steady supply to the neighborhood. Miss, you're here. Dong Sheng, dressed in thick cotton clothes, saw Lu Lingyun's carriage enter the courtyard and hurriedly greeted her excitedly. Xia Mei lifted the curtain and Lu Lingyun stepped down from the carriage. She looked around the bustling courtyard where people were moving various goods in and out. It's been busy these past few days? Very busy. Business is excellent, Dong Xing said happily, his eyes gleaming as he noticed Xia Mei's new, thick clothing and her rosy, plump face, unable to hide his satisfaction. Are you here to inspect? Yes, called Jiran over. Right away. In no time, Dong Xing brought Jiran from the front yard. Seeing Lu Lingyun, Jiran's face lit up with joy. Miss, why did you come? Come inside, it's freezing out here. Jiran quickly ushered Lu Lingyun into a room heated by charcoal in the front of the shop. This room provided a view of the bustling business happening outside the store. Miss, our business has been fantastic lately. With a steady supply of charcoal, everyone comes to our store for their purchases. Other general stores nearby have been asking us about our source. We should take advantage of this situation and put more charcoal on the market. We'll make a fortune. As Jiran spoke, she added 2 more pieces of charcoal to the single basin in the room, ensuring Lu Lingyun wouldn't feel the cold. Lu Lingyun smiled slightly. No need to sell to others. Send 20 carts of charcoal to Duke Su's mansion, specifically to the eldest madam, Lady Li. Jiran was taken aback. Sell to the Duke's mansion? Yes, Lu Lingyun nodded. After giving instructions regarding the delivery to Duke Su's mansion, Lu Lingyun reviewed Jiran's accounts and arranged the subsequent sales of charcoal. Then she heard a familiar voice. Send the charcoal to room number 2, Wing Di Zhaojian. Lu Lingyun looked up and saw a familiar face. Suitsue. Lu Lingyun called out, and Suitsue, who was purchasing goods outside, glanced in and saw Lu Lingyun sitting inside. Miss Lu. Suitsue was Wang Qiluo's personal maid. Lu Lingyun called Suitsue into the room. Why are you buying charcoal here? Is your house short on it? Suitsue's face turned red, and she waved her hands hastily. No, we have enough charcoal. General Wang's residence wasn't large, and General Wang, having a military background, disliked excessive use of charcoal. Only the ladies and concubines used some, and they had prepared plenty before winter, thanks to Lu Lingyun's reminder. Then why are you buying charcoal? Lu Lingyun frowned. And sending it to Zhaojian? Miss Lu, there's really nothing to it. Lu Lingyun's expression turned stern. If you don't tell me, I'll go to your aunt's place. No. Suitsue quickly waved her hands. After a moment of hesitation, she whispered to Lu Lingyun, it's for Miss Qiluo. She wants to send some charcoal to Scholar Lu at Zhaojian. Lu. Shui. Lu Lingyun blurted out. Yes, Suitsue lowered her flushed face. Our miss has met young Master Lu a few times and admires his talent. She asked me to send him some charcoal privately to support him. Lu Lingyun. Goodness gracious, Wang Qiluo had actually taken a fancy to Lu Shui. She should have seen it when they went to the theater last time. How dare that girl? Miss Lu, please don't tell anyone. My miss will be upset if she knows. Suitsue pleaded softly with Lu Lingyun. Lingyun huffed, go back and tell your miss to come see me when she has time. Yes, Suitsue repeated quickly. And also stop sending charcoal to that Scholar Lu. But how can we not? At that moment, the young delivery boy returned and asked, where's the girl who asked me to deliver the charcoal? The inn refused to accept it. They said it wasn't what they ordered. As you can see, Lingyun said irritably, just go back and don't bring any more charcoal. Lu Shui, that stubborn and upright man, would never accept charcoal from Wang Qiluo. If this got out, Wang Qiluo wouldn't even need to show her face anymore. Yes. Suitsue left Shikalai grocery shop. Lingyun also left. As she stepped out, she saw Dong Xing and Xia Mei standing under the eaves chatting. Dong Xing held his sister's hands in his own, warming them with his breath. Sis, I'm not cold. Look, I haven't gotten any frostbite this year. Working in Madam's room keeps me warm. Dong Xing smiled warmly, that's great. His eyes were filled with affection and joy. Then he noticed Lingyun coming out. Miss, you're here. Why aren't you inside? I need to keep an eye on things, Dong Shang said with a simple smile. These items are for Madame Li at Duke Su's mansion, right? Yes, tell her I have whatever amount she needs whenever she wants it. Understood, you can count on me. Dong Xing patted his chest. Lingyun smiled gently. Good, when the new year comes, you'll go back to the mansion with Jiran. Sure thing. Dong Xing personally delivered the goods to Duke Su's mansion while Lingyun led her people back. Chapter 75 Resolving the Charcoal Crisis. Chapter 75 Resolving the Charcoal Crisis. 20 carts of charcoal were delivered to Duke Su's mansion. Upon receiving the news, Li Niyue was startled. She personally went outside to check and saw 20 full carts of charcoal, her eyes widening in surprise. My lady says that whenever you need more, just send someone to let us know, and we will deliver it immediately, Dong Xing relayed the message. Hearing this, Li Niyue could hardly contain her excitement. Lu Lingyun, it really was Lu Lingyun who had arranged this for her. She had only sent a plea for help to Lu Lingyun in the morning, and by noon 20 carts of charcoal had arrived. This was simply amazing. She repeatedly thanked Dong Xing, giving him 10 taels of silver as a reward in addition to the payment for the charcoal. She felt deeply grateful to Lu Lingyun. Li Niyue organized the delivery of the charcoal into the mansion and ran into her sister-in-law, Xiao Zuisher. Sister-in-law, you managed to get charcoal. And so much of it. Xiao Zuisher exclaimed upon seeing the abundance of charcoal. Li Niyue took this opportunity to assert herself, smiling gently, it's not a big deal. From now on, I'll handle the charcoal for the mansion, there won't be any shortage. Xiao Zuisher's face turned green with envy. What did she mean by that? Wasn't she just showing off her ability to secure charcoal? And saying there wouldn't be any shortage, how capable she thought she was. Li Niyue left feeling triumphant. After she was gone, Xiao Zuisher vented her frustration at her servant. How are you doing your job? Second young lady, charcoal is scarce throughout the imperial city right now and our household needs a lot. It's truly hard to come by. But how did she manage to get it? So much of it. We don't know either. Enough. You're all useless for not being diligent enough. That day, Li Niyue received praise from her mother-in-law, Cui Shi. The mansion's charcoal crisis was resolved, ensuring that the temperature would not drop. Cui Shi looked at her eldest daughter-in-law with genuine surprise, realizing that she was quite capable and had handled the situation better than her younger daughter-in-law. After returning home, Lu Lingyun received Li Niyue's letter of gratitude in the evening. Upon reading the letter, she smiled faintly and put it away. After all, selling charcoal to Li Niyue not only meant a sale but also earned her goodwill. The next day, Lu Lingyun was reviewing accounts in the courtyard. Xing Dairong, as usual, went to Qin Shi's room. Qin Shi had recently become fascinated with the cross-stitch embroidery invented by Xing Dairong, and Xing Dairong spent most of her time in Qin Shi's room. Lu Lingyun didn't bother competing with her, enjoying the peace and quiet. Just as she finished going through the accounts, Shuang Hong came to report. Young lady Miss Wang has arrived. Hearing Wang Qilua's name, Lu Lingyun closed the account book. Please invite Miss Wang in. Soon, Wang Qilua was ushered into her room. Unlike before, when Lu Lingyun met her gaze, Wang Qilua immediately looked away. What's wrong with my dear little sister? Lu Lingyun teased, smiling as she stirred the tea leaves. Wang Qilua, having taken off her outer cloak, blushed deeply and stomped her foot. Lingyun, you're so mean. Am I mean? Then I should go talk to auntie about it. Oh, my dear sister. Wang Qilua rushed to Lu Lingyun, hugging her arm with a coquettish tone. What are you going to do? Humph, none of that. Tell me the truth, when did this happen? Lu Lingyun's expression turned stern. Wang Qilua's face flushed even redder. Oh, nothing happened. Nothing happened, yet you sent him charcoal? I saw that young Master Lu was wearing thin clothes and his place wasn't warm. Look at what you're saying. Lu Lingyun reached out and poked her head hard. All right, anyway, I swear nothing happened between us. Wang Qilua lifted her head, looking very serious. I just went to listen to a few performances at Lu's troupe, but I didn't see him perform. I only ran into him twice. When? After the opera, I invited Sister Chiao for tea, but some local bullies came to the door, and young Master Lu stepped in to drive them away. On another occasion, after watching a play, I was chased by a dog on my way back and ran into young Master Lu, who came to my aid. Lu Lingyun. Why does Wang Qilua always encounter such misfortunes? Did you not bring anyone with you? How dare I just took Tuotsue there secretly. My mother doesn't even know I went to the west of the city to listen to the opera. Lu Lingyun. Dear sister, I truly have a spotless relationship with young Master Lu. He is as bright and clear as the moon after a storm, and of the utmost integrity. He has saved me 3 times in a row, and when I offered to treat him to a meal, he declined. He even told me that men and women should not be too intimate. I was just thinking of the cold weather and wanted to give him some charcoal as a token of gratitude. Is it really that simple? I swear, Wang Qilua extended her finger, swearing solemnly and meticulously. Don't bother, I don't need you to swear. Lu Lingyun put away her teasing attitude. She could still see through Wang Qilua's little schemes. Indeed, as she said, they are now innocent and she trusts that Lu Shui has no ulterior motives. However, with each visit Wang Qilua makes to the west of the city, it's impossible not to notice her intentions. She sipped her tea. That Lu fellow has quite a stubborn temper. Yes, I've noticed too. Young Master Lu is truly a rare individual of integrity and incorruptibility, with the spirit of a scholar in his very essence, Wang Qilua said, her eyes sparkling as she spoke. Lu Lingyun said leisurely, his family's conditions are not good at all, poor, very poor, extremely poor. Sister, how can you judge people like this too? I believe young Master Lu will have a boundless future ahead. That's true indeed. Lu Shui had the capability and, through his own efforts, managed to become the governor of grain transport in Jiangnan. Wang Qilua has quite the discerning eye. But you must understand it's not easy to get along with such a person. Marrying him would surely lead to a tiring life. In any case, Lu Lingyun detests such stubborn mules the most. They cannot be tamed, and no matter how skilled or patient she is, her efforts are all in vain when faced with such obstinacy. Over the long and short decades, Lu Lingyun wouldn't seek any frustration. How could that be? Young Master Lu has an upright character, as firm as a pine, and living with someone like him is very secure. Lu Lingyun. Do you still claim you don't like him? Lingyun. You tricked me. Wang Qilua, realizing what had happened, covered her blushing face and said, all right, I'm on your side. What's there to be shy about? Really? Wang Qilua's eyes lit up. Do you also think young Master Lu is quite good? Hee. Lu Lingyun smiled without saying anything. Lingyun, sister, I really think young Master Lu is great. I don't like the rough warriors my parents arranged for me. I prefer scholars. Lu Lingyun sighed. All right, stop it. I understand. With Wang Qilua being so straightforward, there was nothing more to say. She looked at Wang Qilua steadily. But from today onwards, don't interact with him anymore. I'll find a chance to talk to your parents. Even if you want to pursue this, wait until after the results are announced. Snatching a husband right after the list is posted isn't a bad idea either. Wang Qilua blinked and nodded vigorously. Chapter 76, Seeing his deadpan face makes me angry. Chapter 76, Seeing his deadpan face makes me angry. Wang Qilua left with a smile after talking to Lu Lingyun. Dinner time arrived soon after. Lu Lingyun went to Ningxin courtyard to eat with everyone and was surprised to find that besides Qiuling, Xing Dairong was also present at the table today. It wasn't unusual for Qiuling to be called to dine together from time to time. But it was quite surprising to see Xing Dairong standing there as well. Xing Dairong stood by the side, serving dishes to the old Lord Marquis as his concubine. The old Lord Marquis showed no expression towards her, but perhaps Lady Qin had said something nice about her as he accepted her presence. Lu Lingyun couldn't help but brighten her eyes. Xing Dairong seemed quite skilled at pleasing people. Sitting beside them, Qiuling looked uncomfortable, clearly not used to Xing Dairong being there. Lu Lingyun didn't say anything else and sat down warmly. Not long after, Cheng Yunxua returned from his duties. With heavy snow outside and low temperatures, Cheng Yunxua went to work every day with great enthusiasm. Initially, Lady Qin felt sorry for her son and wanted him to skip work during this period, as it was an idle position. However, the old Lord Marquis disagreed. The Cheng family had risen from the borderlands beyond the pass, with generations of small generals fighting their way up until Cheng Yunshua's grandfather finally received a marquis title and moved to the capital. If not for the family's meager offspring, all descendants would have been sent to the borderlands for training. Seeing Cheng Yunshua's eagerness to work, the old Lord Marquis wouldn't let Lady Qin spoil him and encouraged him to continue working. Father, mother, I. Cheng Yunxua greeted the elders upon entering, but stopped mid-sentence when he saw Xing Dairong in the room. Xing Dairong smiled warmly upon seeing him return. The prince is back. She approached him affectionately to remove his outer robe. They hadn't seen each other for over a month, and Cheng Yunxua instinctively recoiled when she touched him. What are you doing here? Xing Dairong stood still, looking at Cheng Yunxua with watery eyes. Lady Qin asked Aunt Xing to stay for dinner. Lady Qin answered on her behalf. They were still standing by the door when Xing Dairong reached out again to remove his coat. This time, Cheng Yunxua didn't avoid her and let her take off his outer robe. Cheng Yunshua's face was unreadable, showing a mix of indifference and impatience. He seemed reluctant to look at her or engage with her. There was a sense of a couple who had grown tired of each other over decades, lacking any affection and merely going through the motions of living under the same roof. But Xing Dairong wasn't like that towards him, at least not outwardly. Xing Dairong wore a warm, ingratiating smile as she followed Cheng Yunxua to the table. Prince, you must be tired after a day out. I made a special dish for you tonight. Please try it. Cheng Yunxua responded rather dismissively. Lu Lingyun noticed that she no longer called him Yunxua but addressed him as Prince, following the other's lead. These two. Everyone sat down, but Xing Dairong remained standing, busily serving dishes. Prince, you love fish. Have more fish. Prince, these bamboo shoots are my specialty. Try them. Prince, how does it taste? Xing Dairong was very busy, serving dishes to Cheng Yunxua one by one. He only responded to 2 or 3 of her 10 remarks, and eventually, even the old Lord Marquis couldn't bear it anymore. All right, Aunt Xing, sit down and eat. Don't keep moving around. Xing Dairong put down her chopsticks and respectfully replied, yes, Lord Marquis. She wanted to sit next to Cheng Yunxua, but both sides of him were already occupied by Lu Lingyun and Aunt Qiu, so she had to sit next to Aunt Qiu. After sitting down, she stretched her hand across Aunt Qiu and placed a serving of food into Cheng Yunshua's bowl. Prince, you haven't tried this dish yet. Her sleeve brushed against Aunt Qiu's utensils, irritating Qiuling. Unfortunately, this was a family dinner and she couldn't react, so Qiuling endured it silently. As Xing Dairong continued to serve dishes, Qiuling's face grew increasingly pale. Finally, Qiuling put down her chopsticks and rose, apologizing to Lady Qin and the old Lord Marquis. Lady Lord Marquis, I've been feeling nauseous lately. I might need to leave. All right, go ahead, Lady Qin said, noticing her poor complexion. Xiao Ling left, making room for Xing Dairong. Xing Dairong's eyes sparkled, but just as she was about to sit next to Cheng Yunxua, he stood up. Father, mother, I'm done eating. There are some documents from the prefectural commandant manor that I need to review. I'll head back now. All right, you can go too. Cheng Yunxua followed Xiao Ling out. He left, and Xing Dairong couldn't sit still either. Just as she was about to get up and find an excuse, she heard the old Lord Marquis say, Go, go, go. If you want to leave, then leave. Xing Dairong thanked him with a bow and hurriedly went after Cheng Yunxua's footsteps. After these three had left, the old Lord Marquis put down his chopsticks in a huff. He glanced in the direction of the people outside the door and coldly snorted. Back then, he caused such a ruckus over that woman, saying it was true love. How long has it been? And now this dead look. Weren't you supposed to be madly in love? Why don't you go love each other? Lu Lingyun. Enough, Yunxua has grown up. Just looking at that deadpan face of his makes me angry. Lu Lingyun. A father, indeed a father. Cheng Yunxua walked on the road, and halfway through, Xing Dairong caught up to him. Prince, what do you want? Without any elders around, Cheng Yunxua didn't bother with pretenses and spoke even more coldly. Under the dim moonlight and lantern glow, Xing Dairong stared at Cheng Yunshua's expression. Do you really have no feelings for me anymore? Cheng Yunxua didn't want to talk, nor did he feel like saying anything. Xing Dairong slowly approached him. Yunxua, I'm not the same Xing Dairong anymore. From now on, whatever you want me to be, I will be. I'll listen to you obediently. Her voice was soft, laced with a tone of self-pity and pleading. She was like a weak little rabbit. Shaking slightly, she began to sob. You know, besides you, I have no family in this world. Are you really going to abandon me? Cheng Yunxua. Looking at Xing Dairong, who was completely different from before, even her crying had changed. Cheng Yunxua couldn't quite describe his feelings. Go back and rest well. Xing Dairong sniffled and wiped her tears. Okay. This time, unlike her previous stubborn crying, she actually listened and obediently stepped out of Cheng Yunshua's embrace, wiping her teary eyes and leaving with her head down. Cheng Yunxua softened again. Chapter 77 Yunxua, I'm so cold. Chapter 77 Yunxua, I'm so cold. Cheng Yunxua stood under the lantern, watching Xing Dairong walk back alone, her lonely figure piercing his cold heart like a needle. He couldn't quite explain what he felt for Xing Dairong. At first he had loved her so deeply that he was willing to defy everyone for her, but now, seeing her walking back alone, he didn't want to go up and hug her. He didn't want to, yet his heart ached inexplicably. Between them, it seemed as if a great chasm had opened at some point, impossible to cross or overcome, making it hard to return to how things were before, yet still too difficult to let go. Watching Xing Dairong's slender silhouette about to disappear into the dim lights, Cheng Yunxua sighed. Qifeng, follow Aunt Xing and make sure she doesn't have any mishaps on the way. Yes. Xing Dairong returned to Yuerong Pavilion alone. Halfway there, when she sensed Qifeng following her, a slight smile tugged at the corners of her mouth. In the snowlight, Xing Dairong gave a cold laugh. Cheng Yunxua, she would make him regret this. She would. Miss Xing, you're back. Why didn't you call me to follow you? What for? Xing Dairong glanced at Xiaokua. Go prepare more food. I didn't eat enough. My baby can't go hungry. After saying this, she strode back into the house. Her face was filled with the satisfaction of revenge. Yes, she was doing it deliberately, putting on an act to win Cheng Yunshua's pity, only to stab him in the heart. If she could make Cheng Yunxua feel bad every time, she would feel good. Not only that, she wanted him to fall in love with her again, never be able to leave her, and then tell him that she never loved him, stabbing him deeply in the heart. She wanted to be like the protagonist in a palace drama, making a comeback, using the child in her belly to make all those who wronged her pay the price. Xiaokua watched Xing Dairong's vengeful back, sighing inwardly. Sigh, why can't she just let it go? Wouldn't it be better to live a peaceful life? This marquisate has plenty of food and drink and the mistress is kind-hearted. If Xing Dairong had a bit of sense, she could lead a comfortable life. What's not good about that? But no, she insists on causing trouble. The next day, Xing Dairong continued to curry favor with Qin Shi. Under her deliberate pretense, she won some favor from Qin Shi. She received several gifts from Qin Shi. After all, Xing Dairong was a time-traveling woman, and though she lacked profound concepts, she was full of minor innovations that surprised Qin Shi on numerous occasions. Moreover, because of the child in her belly, Qin Shi's view of her changed significantly. Madam, today I'll go back and draw a new design for you, ensuring that there's nothing like it in the entire imperial city. All right, your designs are always fresh and new. Xing Dairong's eyes flickered. However, I need something. Just tell me what you need and I'll have someone send it to you. That's not necessary. Xing Dairong waved her hands. I already have it. It's in Yaoguang Pavilion. Hearing Yaoguang Pavilion, a light flashed in Qin Shi's eyes. She looked at Xing Dairong. Since it's there, just go and get it from Yaoguang Pavilion. Xing Dairong feigned embarrassment. I thought since I moved out of Yaoguang Pavilion, it wouldn't be appropriate to enter the prince's courtyard again, fearing that it might displease the prince. Qin Shi chuckled. Fine, consider it my order. Just go. Thank you, madam. Xing Dairong hurriedly thanked Qin Shi with a look of surprise. Then she left happily. After she left, Lady Wen said, "Madam, that Aunt Xing has too many tricks up her sleeve." Qin Shi sipped her tea. "Just tricks, they won't cause much trouble." Having been the head of the household for decades, Qin Shi could see through Xing Dairong's intentions. But after all, Xing Dairong was just her son's concubine, and her schemes wouldn't harm Qin Shi's interests. Finding her somewhat amusing, Qin Shi turned a blind eye. However, such people revealing their machinations would soon exhaust Qin Shi's patience. If Xing Dairong had behaved properly without other thoughts, relying on her creativity to serve Qin Shi, she might have found another path in this marquisate over time. Her eagerness only diminished Qin Shi's goodwill, and her constant scheming would eventually become tiresome. "What is Yuner doing?" "The young mistress is overseeing the New Year's goods in the residence." Mrs. Qin smiled and said, "Lingyun has worked hard. Later, send her some tonics so she doesn't tire herself." "Yes." To Mrs. Qin, Lu Lingyun was one of her own. To Xing Dairong, she was merely a plaything. Xing Dairong, with Mrs. Qin's approval, entered Yaoguang Pavilion openly. Tonight, she did not dine with everyone else. Qing Yunxua noticed her absence in the dining hall and asked about it. Apart from another sarcastic remark from the old Lord Marquis, he received no answer. Yesterday, when Xing Dairong was present, he was unhappy. Today, with her absence, he seemed somewhat unsettled. What a mess. Qing Yunxua did not ask further. After finishing the meal with everyone, he returned alone to Yaoguang Pavilion to review the documents he had brought back. As soon as he entered the study, he saw someone sitting in his chair. "What are you doing here?" Xing Dairong, dressed in light clothing, sat at Qing Yunshua's desk, engrossed in drawing something. Caught off guard, she hastily stood up. "Your Highness, I came to draw patterns for Madam and lost track of time. I'll leave now." Her legs had gone numb from sitting too long and she nearly fell as she stood up. Qing Yunxua quickly caught her. Soft and warm, she fell into his arms and he felt her cold hands and feet. "Why are you so cold?" "I was too focused on drawing and forgot the time," Xing Dairong said, looking like a child who had done something wrong. "Ridiculous. Don't you know you're pregnant?" "I'm sorry, I'll go back now." Xing Dairong lowered her head, like a little white rabbit, and tried to push away from Qing Yunxua, but immediately stumbled again. "Look at yourself." Qing Yunxua could no longer hold back. He lifted her up and placed her on the soft couch in the study, then ordered the servants, "Bring charcoal and hot water bottles." At that moment, Xing Dairong, still in his arms, tightly hugged him. "Yunxua, I don't want those. Just hug me." Qing Yunxua. "Yunxua, I've thought a lot these days. I was wrong before. I shouldn't have coveted your wife's position, I shouldn't have been jealous of Qiuling, and I shouldn't have been so aggressive. Now I understand that you are the only one who truly cares for me. Without you, I am nothing. Don't leave me. If you love me, I'll do anything you want." Qing Yunxua looked down at Xing Dairong, who seemed like a completely different person, her watery eyes staring straight at him. Finally, she delivered the ultimate line, "Yunxua, I'm so cold." Chapter 78. The Marquis' Caravan. Chapter 78. The Marquis' Caravan. That night, Xing Dairong slept in Yaoguang Pavilion. Everyone in Yaoguang Pavilion felt a mix of emotions seeing Xing Dairong return. She really knows how to stir things up. After all that trouble, she still ends up coming back here. But for Xing Dairong and Qing Yunxua, the two parties involved, it was different. In the past, it was always Qing Yunxua who indulged and pampered Xing Dairong, trying to please her at every turn. Now it was Xing Dairong who was carefully and gently serving Qing Yunxua day and night. Every morning, she would get up early to help him dress, and at night, she would trim the lamp wick and grind ink, adding fragrance with her red sleeves. Xing Dairong seemed like a completely different person, no longer throwing tantrums or demanding things from Qing Yunxua, no more requests for gold or silver. She was obedient and attentive, serving him with utmost care. Over these few days, Qing Yunxua had gradually restored a subtle emotional connection with her. Neither of them mentioned their past troubles, acting as if they never existed. Xing Dairong smiled at him every day, and Qing Yunxua became more restrained and polite, always deliberately holding back when speaking to her. In short, he wasn't as relaxed with her as before. They had become distant but managed to maintain a facade of peace. News of their reconciliation spread quickly throughout the entire household. The old Marquis scoffed, disapproving of this recurring drama. He couldn't understand where his son got such indecisiveness. None of the ancestors in the Cheng family had ever produced someone like Qing Yunxua, always blinded by emotions. When Lu Lingyun learned that the two had reconciled again after their quarrel, she simply smiled. She didn't have time to dwell on it. With only 3 days until the new year, she was incredibly busy. Apart from the estate managers from various parts of the Marquis' household bringing in silver and goods to report their harvests, the shopkeepers also came with ledgers to settle accounts. Additionally, 2 caravans had returned. The estates of wealthy families were extensive. The Marquis' household had 35 estates covering nearly 10,000 acres of fertile land and forests, along with 21 shops, 16 of which were in the imperial city, and the remaining 5 scattered across the country, mainly in Jiangnan. In addition, the Marquis' household maintained 2 caravans. One belonged to the Marquis' household, while the other was brought over by Lady Qin from her natal family. "Madam, Captain Qian and Captain Qin have returned. Lady Qin has requested your presence." "Who are Captain Qian and Captain Qin?" Lu Lingyun put down her abacus and asked the messenger. Captain Qian is the son of Steward Qian and manages our western caravan. Captain Qin is from Lady Qin's natal family, the son of Nurse Wen, and manages the caravan traveling to Jiangnan. Oh. Lu Lingyun understood and followed the person to Ningxin courtyard, where she saw two men who had just returned, looking weary from travel, standing inside Lady Qin's room. One was in his 20s, the other in his 30s. Both wore thick dark gray cotton coats and yellow-gray fur vests, their faces weathered from long journeys. Upon seeing Lu Lingyun, they did not need further introduction and immediately bowed to her. Greetings, madam. Captain Qian and Captain Qin, you must be tired. Please rise. Lu Lingyun said. Area, these are the managers of our two caravans. They've come to report their work. You should listen too, Lady Qin said, smiling from her seat. Yes. Lu Lingyun gestured for them to rise and gave a nod to Shuang Hong, who promptly handed each of them a red envelope. A gift from the young madam. Thank you, young madam. May you have good fortune. Lu Lingyun sat beside Lady Qin and saw a pile of rare items and specialties on the table between the couches. Mother, what are these? These are the items they brought back. Take a look and see if there's anything you like. Among the items were dried grapes, various fruit preserves, rare spices, large patterned wool blankets, carpets, fur coats, silk dresses, and uniquely styled hairpins and jewelry. There were plenty of edible, wearable, and usable items. Captain Qian, did you bring these from the west? Yes, I specifically managed the western caravan, taking our tea, silk, salt, and kitchenware to exchange for goods from there. This year we made a triple profit, and these are the best items I selected for the household. After hearing this, Lu Lingyun suddenly recalled an event from the neighboring country in the west that she heard about in her previous life. She vaguely remembered that after the heavy snowfall this year, war was likely to break out there. All trade routes would be blocked. However, after the heavy snowfall this year, the south experienced a bountiful harvest, with abundant supplies and low prices, making it an ideal time to trade in the south. You shouldn't go to the west next year. Instead, follow Captain Qin to Jiangnan, Lu Lingyun said. Change the route. Captain Qian frowned and looked at Lady Qin. Lu Lingyun also turned to Lady Qin. Mother, after the heavy snowfall this year, many areas suffered disasters. Many small countries in the west will face crises. I estimate that something will happen in the west next year. After hearing Lu Lingyun's words, Qin's eyes lit up slightly. You have studied these matters as well? Lu Lingyun quickly came up with an excuse. I often heard my father talk about it in the past. People always say that after a great disaster comes a great epidemic. This year's snow is not ordinary. The situation must be worse in the west. Madam, what you say is very true, said team leader Qian. At this point, we were considered early to return this year. Several merchant teams that traveled with us and returned later were trapped in the snowy lands beyond the pass. They said the snow there was really heavy. After hearing this, Qin took a sip of tea and said leisurely, then let's follow Lingyun's advice. Madam. Team leader Qin spoke up. I've always been the one running to Jiangnan. Usually our team is enough. There's no need for both teams to go to Jiangnan. Team leader Qin, this year Jiangnan will definitely be prosperous. Sending another team will earn us more, said Lu Lingyun. Upon hearing this, team leader Qin wanted to say something else, but Qin put down her teacup. Let's follow Lingyun's advice. Next year, both merchant teams will go to Jiangnan. With Qin's decision, both team leaders agreed. Lu Lingyun turned to look at Qin, who supported her. Thank you, mother. My judgment won't disappoint you. I believe so too. Qin smiled. She had no other thoughts. She simply trusted Lu Lingyun and believed her insights were always accurate. After arranging the affairs of the merchant teams, various supplies were gradually stored and recorded. Lu Lingyun received a pile of rare blankets, fabrics, and jewelry from Qin and carefully selected a few items to send to Qiuling and Xingdairong. The two team leaders left Qin's courtyard and returned to their parents' homes. Their parents were all major stewards in the mansion with high status and wealth, each having purchased a residence outside the mansion, not far from the marquisate. They all reached their homes within a few steps. As soon as team leader Qian entered his home, he saw his mother giving him a scolding. Chapter 79, The New Year. Chapter 79, The New Year. Mother, please don't hit me, it's me. Team leader Qian saw his mother and hurriedly said. I'm hitting you precisely because it's you. Team leader Qian's mother, Wang, was also from the marquis' household. She had been a maid who accompanied the late matriarch, and she married the household's chief steward, Qian. After the late matriarch passed away, Lady Qin dismissed many of her people including Wang. Wang, now a free woman, lived with her husband, the chief steward of the marquis' household, and her son, who managed a merchant team. Their life was comfortable and she often walked around the streets. Because her family served the Ningyang marquis' household, their status was higher than that of the commoners around them. Her only concern was her son's marriage. You're already in your late 20s and you'll be 30 soon. Why aren't you getting married? Are you trying to drive me to my grave? Wang scolded him fiercely. Mother, I'm always on the road. Where do I have the time? You need to hurry up. Or ask for the Lord Marquis and Lady's favor and get a year off. How could I do that? No one else can do my job. If no one else can do it, do you want our old Qian family to die out? Wang raised her broom and started hitting and yelling at team leader Qian. Just as he was dodging her blows, there was a knock on the door. Mother, stop hitting me, someone's here. Team leader Qian rushed to open the door. As soon as he opened it, he saw a young, fresh-faced girl holding several yards of fabric standing outside. He recognized her. She was the maid who had given him a reward today. Are you by lady's side? Yes, team leader Qian, I am lady's maid Shuang Hong. Shuang Hong stood at the door, peeking inside and seeing Wang with the broom. Am I interrupting something? Not at all, you're my savior. Team leader Qian smiled at her. Please come in, my little savior. Shuang Hong blushed. No need, I just came to deliver a message. Shuang Hong handed the fabric to team leader Qian. Our lady said that when you go to Jiangyan next year, try to find these types of fabrics for resale. They will be popular next year. Sure thing. Team leader Qian agreed immediately. After taking the fabric, he saw Shuang Hong about to leave, but his mother was still glaring at him from inside. He quickly called her back. Wait a moment. Shuang Hong looked at him. Is there anything else? If you're not busy, why don't I treat you to some tea? You can tell me about what's happening in the household this year. Shuang Hong. Come on, let's go. People who travel for business tend to be more outgoing. Unlike others in the household, team leader Qian didn't follow many rules. Seeing his mother ready to continue scolding him, he threw the fabric at Wang. Mother, I'm going out for a bit. With that, he pulled Shuang Hong out. Shuang Hong. Shuang Hong returned to Lu Lingyun with a flushed face. Why are you back so late? Lu Lingyun asked, noticing that Shuang Hong wasn't acting like her usual self. Hearing this, Shuang Hong's face turned even redder, and she lowered her head, speaking in a muffled voice. Team leader Qian treated me to tea. Treating her to tea wasn't unusual, but why was Shuang Hong acting this way? Did he hit you after treating you to tea? No way. Then why is your face so red? Lu Lingyun asked with a smile. Lady, I'm not. Shuang Hong's face turned even redder. Lu Lingyun pulled her closer. How old are you this year? After the new year, I'll be 14. At 14, you're of age. It's time to think about a marriage. No, I want to stay by lady's side. Shuang Hong's blush faded, and she spoke with determination. Shuang Hong wasn't born into the Lu family. She was sold to them. Her parents were poor, her father was a gambler, and her mother was ill. They also had an older brother. In a year of famine, she was sold, small and thin, and many places wouldn't take her. Fortunately, she ended up in the marquis' household and was chosen by Lu Lingyun to be a servant maid. Otherwise, her fate would have been much worse. Her contract, like Jiran's, was held by Lu Lingyun. Even if you marry, you can still stay by my side, Lu Lingyun said with a smile. I'll find a good match for you within our household. Hearing Lu Lingyun's words, Shuang Hong's determined face turned red again. Lady, how can you say such things? Does that mean you agree? I do not agree, I don't want to. Lu Lingyun looked at the anxious Shuang Hong and decided not to tease her anymore. All right, I won't joke with you anymore. Look how red your face is. I thought you already had someone in mind. Madam, you're so mean. Shuang Hong covered her face, stomped her foot, and ran away. Watching Shuang Hong, Lu Lingyun smiled without saying anything. In the blink of an eye, 2 days passed. Lu Lingyun's workload also slowed down because it was time to celebrate the new year. Jiran returned to the marquis with Dongxing for the new year. On New Year's Day, the entire marquis was festively decorated, bustling with activity. Lu Lingyun had given her servants an early New Year bonus, and everyone gathered together, full of joy and excitement. Lu Lingyun went to Qin's courtyard to have the reunion dinner with everyone. During the New Year's Eve dinner, she received big red envelopes from Lady Qin and the old Lord Marquis, and Qing Yunxua also received one of the same size. Xiao Ling and Xing Dairong each received smaller red envelopes. Everyone wore happy expressions. Lu Lingyun had been married into the marquisate for almost a year, and no matter what this family was like before, it was much more comfortable than her previous life. Under her management, their lives would only get better. While she was living well, things were not going well for Lu Hanyi. On New Year's Eve, Lu Hanyi, heavily pregnant, went to her in-laws' courtyard with Li Wenxuan for the New Year's Eve dinner. Her sister-in-law Wei, along with her children and husband, sat beside Li's parents, who lavished praise on them and gave them generous red envelopes and rewards. Their second branch of the family was ignored and treated coldly. Lu Hanyi only received a small red envelope which paled in comparison to Wei's. She directly confronted them. Mother, you're too biased. Why do we, the second branch, get so little? Why does my sister-in-law's family get so much? Lady Li smiled falsely and said, your sister-in-law received the same amount as you. The rest is for little Huan. When you give birth to a son, mother will give you the same amount. You can't be competing with a child, can you? Hearing this, Lu Hanyi felt a surge of resentment. Compete with a child? Using the child as an excuse was just a way to brush her off, but she lacked the skill to argue back and was dismissed. Wei also chimed in with a smile, saying that when she first married in, she received the same amount as her sister-in-law, implying that Lu Hanyi was being greedy and unreasonable. Everyone joined in, making fun of her. Unable to refute these insincere words, Lu Hanyi turned angrily to her husband. Li Wenxuan simply kept eating, acting as if it had nothing to do with him. Feeling even more grieved, Lu Hanyi became even angrier. Chapter 80, The Impoverished Li Family. Chapter 80, The Impoverished Li Family. Halfway through the New Year's Eve dinner, Lu Hanyi excused herself, claiming she had a stomachache and returned to her room in a huff. She dragged Li Wenxuan, who was still eating, back with her. Eat, eat, eat. What more is there to eat? Snowflakes were drifting outside as Lu Hanyi trudged back to her courtyard with a sullen face. Even after returning, the single charcoal brazier in her room did little to warm it up. The Li family was poor and they were miserly to boot. The financial control was firmly in the hands of Lady Wei and his mother-in-law. Only Li's father, mother, and the eldest son's household had charcoals burning since winter began. The charcoal brazier in her room was even sent by Lu Lingyun. Thinking about this, Lu Hanyi's anger flared up. How dare you treat your wife and child like this? Lu Hanyi turned to shout at Li Wenxuan. What have I done now? Li Wenxuan frowned slightly, a hint of displeasure in his eyes. In such cold weather, you only let me have one charcoal brazier in my room. Li Wenxuan didn't see anything wrong with it. Father, mother, and my sister-in-law also only have one charcoal brazier. Many people in this house can't afford even that. It was only because Lu Hanyi had an elder sister from the marquis who could help her, sending some charcoal. Others didn't even have that. The Li family was large, with 2 sons, 3 daughters, and 4 more children from secondary wives. Besides Li's parents, there was also Li Wenxuan's grandmother, 2 married uncles, and an aunt who had divorced and returned home with her child. The entire clan lived here. Li Wenxuan's 2 uncles were not doing well. Neither had passed the imperial exams and only managed to secure low-level positions in the Ministry of Revenue thanks to Li Wenxuan's father's help. Their monthly salary was only 2 taels of silver, and even with side income, they couldn't earn more than 5 taels. Their rooms had no maids, just their wives and children relying on dowries to make ends meet. With the soaring price of charcoal, they couldn't afford to burn any. The divorced aunt with her child was even poorer, relying on her mother-in-law's presence to curry favor with Li's mother and Lady Wei, spending most of her time in their rooms, fawning over them to survive. Everyone in the house was poor except for the eldest daughter-in-law, who maintained a decent appearance. Lady Wei tightly controlled the household finances, claiming that due to high charcoal prices, no one in the house would burn charcoal except for her and Li's parents. But damn it, who knew whose money she was using? She controlled the household finances and no one else could see the accounts. Everyone knew she was manipulating things, but there was no evidence. Lu Hanyi had been angry about this many times, especially when winter first arrived. She complained to her family and Lu went to Lu Lingyun for help. Although Lu Lingyun didn't intervene directly, she did send some charcoal for winter, settling the matter. Thinking about this, Lu Hanyi grew even angrier. This charcoal was sent by my family. Why should I care if others can't afford it? Why should I compare myself to them? According to you, if my family couldn't afford charcoal, I deserve to freeze too. Li Wenxuan's expression remained unchanged. What are you fussing about? You have what you need. People should be content. That was all he cared about. If there was something, fine, if not, so be it. He wouldn't bother himself with it. In the previous life, Lu Lingyun had no one to rely on and suffered through the cold. Lu Hanyi eagerly sought out this marriage and eagerly endured this hardship. Lu Hanyi was so angry that tears welled up in her eyes. Li Wenxuan, I am your wife, carrying your child, and you let me live like this. At the dinner table, you saw how your mother favors others. Why didn't you say anything? Li Wenxuan's eyes grew colder. What our parents want to do is their business. We as children have no right to interfere. He spoke of filial piety, but it wasn't true. Lu Hanyi's every struggle was visible to him, but he chose to remain silent. He hoped Lu Hanyi would be capable enough to win something which would secretly delight him. If Lu Hanyi lacked the ability, he would feel contempt and disappointment towards her. Asking him to help her fight or speak up against his parents, causing conflict, was out of the question. So you can watch me be bullied. Am I not your wife? Are you even a man? Lu Hanyi shouted angrily. Enough, stop making a scene. I need to study. Li Wenxuan coldly interrupted Lu Hanyi and went to the side room to read. From start to finish, his face remained indifferent, never taking Lu Hanyi seriously, never caring about her. Lu Hanyi wanted to argue further, but seeing him go to the side room to study, she swallowed her anger. She assumed Li Wenxuan was absorbed in his studies and had no interest in household matters. But she didn't know how selfish, cold, and hypocritical Li Wenxuan truly was. Under his gentle demeanor lay a heart devoid of emotion. If his wife was useful to him, he would tolerate her more. If not, he would discard her without hesitation. He needed someone to help him, not cause trouble. He never cared about the injustices his wife faced. Li Wenxuan went to the side room to study, leaving Lu Hanyi so angry that she couldn't sleep half the night. On the first day of the new year, she returned directly to the Lu family. Lu Lingyun managed the marquisate until the 3rd day of the new year. During these days, visitors came and gifts were delivered, keeping her busy and happy. On the 4th day, it was time to return to her family home. Qing Yunxua woke up early without needing any reminders and dressed himself before heading to Lu Lingyun's courtyard. Why are you here? Lu Lingyun asked upon seeing him. Today is the 4th day. I'm going to accompany you back to your family home. Lu Lingyun. Lu Lingyun actually didn't want to go back to the Lu family and had been thinking of an excuse to say that the Lord Marquis' affairs were busy to avoid it. Neither Lady Qi nor the old Lord Marquis had asked first, but Qing Yunxua was the first one to eagerly show up. Lu Lingyun gave him a smile. All right then, thank you, Prince. In response to Lu Lingyun's smile, Qing Yunxua returned one as well. It's you who has been working hard. After nearly a year of living together, Chang Yunxua had not a single complaint about Lu Lingyun. She handled all kinds of matters for him, managing both the internal and external affairs of the household, all of which he had seen firsthand. As he grew over the past year, he increasingly realized that a woman like Lu Lingyun was very comforting. She did not have a face that could captivate hearts or the novelty that could make one's head spin, but she possessed a gentle, water-like demeanor that made her more comfortable to be around the longer they interacted. He might not necessarily be attracted to such a person, but having someone like her as his wife was something he was very satisfied with. Lu Lingyun gave him dignity, so naturally he would give her the respect she deserved. For today's visit, he had prepared everything early. Lu Lingyun put on the fox fur cloak given to her by Lady Qin, wrapped a white fox fur scarf around her neck, and held a hand warmer as she returned to her family home in style. Chapter 81 Lu Hanyi's Misfortune. Chapter 81 Lu Hanyi's Misfortune. The Lu family residence. In Lady Lu's room. Hanyi, you've been here for 4 days now. When is Wenxuan coming? Lady Lu asked Lu Hanyi. Don't mention him. Lu Hanyi sat cross-legged against the table, her face filled with displeasure. She had been back at her mother's house for several days and Li Wenxuan hadn't come once. Every time she thought about it, she grew angrier. Men are all good for nothing. Lady Lu looked at her pregnant daughter and sighed deeply. At that moment, a servant girl's excited voice came from outside the courtyard. Madam, eldest miss and eldest master have returned. Upon hearing that Lu Lingyun and Chang Yunxua were back together, both women on the couch turned to look towards the door. The next second, an elderly woman pushed open the door, and the servants eagerly welcomed Lu Lingyun and Chang Yunxua inside. Lu Lingyun was dressed in an expensive fox fur cloak, with a shimmering silver fox fur scarf around her neck, making her outfit dazzling to everyone present. Chang Yunxua, also dressed in luxurious attire and a mink fur cloak, accompanied her. Everyone knew that their eldest daughter had married well indeed. Seeing Chang Yunxua accompanying Lu Lingyun again, Lu Hanyi's eyes widened. She stared intently at Chang Yunxua, as if filled with questions and confusion. Lingyun and the prince have returned. Lady Lu, seeing Chang Yunxua accompanying them, quickly got up to greet them warmly. Happy New Year, mother-in-law, Chang Yunxua greeted her politely, gesturing for Qingfeng to bring in the gifts. Several large boxes of the most expensive pastries from the imperial city, 2 rolls of fine silk, 2 Persian carpets and blankets brought by the marquisate's trading caravan, 2 jars of fine wine, and 2 geese tied with red ribbons. Lady Lu, seeing the valuable gifts, beamed with joy. You didn't need to bring anything. Chang Yunxua nodded slightly, glancing around the room, mostly occupied by women. I'll go see father-in-law and then come back for Xiaojun. Sure. Lady Lu smiled widely. She personally escorted Chang Yunxua out of the room, reminding him to keep warm. Once Lady Lu returned, Lu Lingyun was already seated. Lady Lu turned to her, her expression changing momentarily before breaking into a smile. Lingyun, it's wonderful that you're back. Mother, it's the 4th day of the new year. I naturally had to come. My sister is here too. Second sister came back on New Year's Day. Lu Qingping chimed in. Yes, she's been home for a few days now, Lu Qingshuang added. The Lu sisters, upon seeing Lu Lingyun, gathered around her. Lady Lu, hearing this, felt a surge of anger. What nonsense are you spouting? It's true, second sister had a fight with second brother-in-law. Lu Lingyun listened to her cousin's words, a slight smile playing on her lips. She looked at Lu Hanyi's sister. What trouble are you facing? Her question only made Lu Hanyi explode like a firecracker. What does it matter to you? Lu Lingyun. This temper hasn't diminished one bit in the Li family. How dare you speak like that? Lady Lu quickly intervened, smiling at Lu Lingyun. Lingyun, your sister is pregnant and a bit moody. Don't take it to heart. She tried to placate Lu Lingyun. Lu Lingyun smiled. How far along is your sister's pregnancy? Almost 7 months. She'll give birth in February or March. Yes. Lady Lu beamed like a flower. When the time comes, you must visit as an aunt. Lu Lingyun, hearing Lady Lu's subtle request, sipped her hot tea and smiled. Of course. Then it's settled. Lu Hanyi turned her head away, unwilling to see her mother fawning over Lu Lingyun. Lady Lu did not mention Lu Hanyi again, instead engaging Lu Lingyun in conversation about her life at the marquisate. Lu Lingyun spoke half-truths, while Lu Qingping and Lu Qingshuang chimed in occasionally, emphasizing how well she was doing at the marquisate. The other ladies in the room, hearing this, looked at Lu Lingyun with envy and surrounded her with compliments. Everyone left Lu Hanyi out. People are very realistic. They can see at a glance who is doing well and who isn't. Those who are doing well don't need to say anything. Others will fawn over them. As Lu Hanyi listened to all the flattery, her expression grew worse. Just then, the maids outside excitedly called out, "Second son-in-law has arrived." Lu Hanyi, lying on the couch, heard that Li Wenxuan had come. Her sour expression finally improved a bit. She let out a light hum. Humph, Li Wenxuan knows his place for coming here. Otherwise, she wouldn't go back at all. When Lu saw Li Wenxuan arrive, she also beamed with joy. However, this time she didn't get up to greet him outside. Instead, she sat across from Lu Lingyun, watching as Li Wenxuan entered the room. Li Wenxuan, wearing thick cotton clothing and an outer robe that was only 8/10 new, entered the room carrying something. The women in the room all sized him up at first sight. It must be said that the son of a marquis and the men from ordinary households really are different. It's obvious at a glance. Moreover, what was Li Wenchuan carrying? A rooster tied with a red ribbon, 2 baskets of peach pastries, and a jar of cheap liquor bought by the roadside. Immediately the contrast became apparent. Lu Hanyi's marriage is so far from Lu Lingyun's. Even Lu, seeing the things Li Wenchuan brought, flashed a look of dissatisfaction on her face. She always said the Lis were far inferior. What was her foolish daughter thinking, choosing to marry into such a poor family instead of living as a lady in a marquis' household? Since you're here, we're family, no need to bring gifts, Lu said with a forced laugh, instructing the servants to take the items away. As the items were taken from Li Wenchuan, he clearly saw the other gifts in the room. Seeing Lu Lingyun there, he knew Chen Yunhua had also come. Being sensitive, he immediately felt uncomfortable. At this moment, Lu Hanyi's angry voice came from above, "Why did you come here?" Instantly, Li Wenchuan's sensitive self-esteem was greatly displeased. He frowned but kept his expression composed, saying gently, "Hanyi, I've come to take you home." Lu Hanyi had no idea about his current mood. Feeling empowered in her mother's house, she continued, "Why should I go back to that shabby home with you? You can't even afford coal, do you want to freeze me to death?" Sitting nearby, Lu Lingyun couldn't help but want to laugh upon hearing this. Oh dear, her spoiled little sister must have offended Li Wenchuan. She didn't realize how petty and concerned about face that man could be. Chapter 82, Still Need to Tolerate. Li Wenchuan's gentle face turned cold as he listened to Lu Hanyi. Seeing the atmosphere turn sour, Lady Lu hurriedly said to her daughter, "How can you talk like that? Quickly apologize to your husband." "Why should I apologize to him? The charcoal I used was all given by you. What face does his family have? And I'm even carrying his child." Enough. The Li family is one thing, but your husband is another. Say less and go back with him." Lady Lu dared not let her daughter continue and tried to smooth things over. At this moment, Li Wenchuan also turned cold and said to Lu Hanyi, who was sulking on the couch, "Let's discuss this at home. If there's anything, say it here in my family." "Aren't you going then?" "I'm not going." Lu Hanyi held her ground, hoping to gain the upper hand in front of her family. As newlyweds, with her carrying his child, a normal man would usually be more accommodating towards his wife, whether by being softer or making promises. He would bend once in a while. But she knew nothing about Li Wenchuan. Compared to her and their unborn child, he cared more about his own dignity. "If you're not going, stay here." Li Wenchuan glanced at Lu Hanyi and walked out without looking back. He had married Lu Hanyi, yet the Lu family had given him no help. Her elder sister, who had married into the marquisate, had never lifted a finger either. Lu Hanyi's performance in the Li family was abysmal. And today she had embarrassed him in front of everyone. How could he give her any good face? Stay if she wants. If she doesn't come back, she can stay with her family. Lu Hanyi saw that Li Wenchuan didn't care about her at all and became anxious. She straightened up from the couch, but before she could speak, he had already left without turning back. She clenched her fists and frowned, her anger boiling down to a single humph. Lingyun had seen enough and put down her teacup, rising to leave. "Mother, I have many things to attend to at my residence, so I'll take my leave now." "Lingyun, it's almost dinner time. Stay for a meal." "No, the prince has matters to attend to. If I don't seek him, he will seek me." Lingyun refused and left with her entourage. After she left, several ladies and girls in the room followed to see her off. Lady Lu did not say anything else and dismissed everyone. Once everyone had dispersed, she turned to her daughter on the couch. "Why did you argue with your husband in front of so many people, especially in front of Lingyun? Who knew Li Wenchuan would be like this?" Lu Hanyi was even angrier. She wanted to control Li Wenchuan. In her previous life, Li Wenchuan had been completely submissive to Lingyun in public. She never expected him to openly defy her. "If you didn't know his character, why did you rush to marry him?" Lady Lu sat beside her, disbelieving. "Who told me that Li heir was a good match, better than the prince by 100 times? Look at how Chen Yunhua treats Lingyun compared to how Li heir treats you." "Humph, Chen Yunhua isn't a good person either. Do you really think he cares about Lingyun? Everyone knows his concubines are pregnant, but not Lingyun." Lu Hanyi sneered. Chen Yunhua's change in this life puzzled her, but the fact remained that his concubines were pregnant, while Lingyun was not. How could she be favored? Lady Lu didn't know what to say to her daughter and threw up her hands in frustration. No one knows what goes on behind closed doors. But publicly, Prince Ching treats Lingyun with all due respect. She lives as the princess consort in the marquisate, growing more prosperous every day. You, on the other hand, married into a poorly family, unable to even burn charcoal in winter. On your return visit, Li heir left like that. Where is your happiness? Lu Hanyi frowned and pushed her mother away. Stop talking. Li heir will become successful. My dear daughter, are you bewitched? What does Li heir rely on to become successful? He ranks second in the family. His elder brother passed the imperial exams and entered the Ministry of Rights with the whole family supporting him. Who cares about Li heir? He has no support, no money, and no favor. Why would the Li family support him? He relies on himself. Lu Hanyi sat up. You don't understand his abilities. He will definitely become the top scholar next year. Lady Lu. Lu Hanyi's unwavering tone made Lady Lu hesitate again. Looking at her confident daughter, she regained some hope. Does he truly have that ability? Of course. Otherwise, why would I compete with Lingyun? Lu Hanyi sneered. Then you shouldn't argue with Li heir. How can you make him lose face in front of so many people? Lady Lu scolded her daughter again. Lu Hanyi pouted. It was him who provoked me first. You don't know how he leaves everything to me at home, making me deal with his sister-in-law and mother. The whole family bullies me. I can't survive like this. But won't he become the top scholar? If you let such a golden husband slip away, what will you do? Lu Hanyi calmed down and thought about it. Yes, Li Wenxuan might be lacking in other areas, but he would eventually rise to greatness. She still needed to tolerate it for her future wealth and glory, even becoming a first-rank lady. After a few days, when he comes, I'll go back with him. Will he really come? Of course he will. Lu Hanyi's last word lacked confidence. Would he come? Li Wenxuan didn't show up until after the Lantern Festival. Lu Hanyi waited at the Lu family's residence, watching the month pass by, and finally returned alone. When Lingyun learned that Lu Hanyi had returned to the Li family alone, she had already managed the entire New Year festivities. She smiled in the courtyard, thinking that her good younger sister had secured a good marriage and better days lay ahead. After the New Year, both merchant caravans of the marquisate set off for Jiangnan. As the weather warmed, the harsh winter passed. All the charcoal Lingyun had stockpiled sold out, earning her over 80,000 taels of silver. Up until now, Lu Lingyun has 6 shops, 7 estates, and 1 forest. All her silver adds up to more than 10,000 taels, not including the gifts and jewelry given by the Qin family in her dowry chest. She has become increasingly wealthy. At the same time, the usury debts began to explode. After the spring, a large number of usury debts came due, and the wealthy households who had lent money started to demand repayment. Those in debt could not pay back, leading to several murders. As in her previous life, this development alarmed the authorities. After Qing Yunxua returned to work at the prefectural commandant manor in the spring, he mentioned at the dinner table, "Our manor hasn't been lending out usury money right." Chapter 83 Lu Quan. Chapter 83 Lu Quan. When the Qin matriarch and the old Lord Marquis heard Qing Yunxua's question, they both froze, especially the Qin matriarch. What's wrong? Something big has happened in the imperial city recently. The prefectural commandant manor has received over a dozen murder cases, all related to usury. This matter has alarmed the higher-ups, who have ordered a thorough investigation into usurers. Qing Yunxua looked gravely at everyone at the dinner table. This time, whoever is found to be involved in usury will face great misfortune, personally punished by His Majesty. Upon hearing this, the Qin matriarch felt an intense surge of fear and relief. She had experienced the emperor's wrath once before, and their house of Duke Qin had yet to recover. When the emperor decided to investigate something, it was done with utmost rigor, leaving no one unscathed. And she had, just before the new year, stopped lending money on interest upon Lu Lingyun's suggestion. The Qin matriarch immediately turned to look at Lu Lingyun. Lu Lingyun remained calm and composed. "Mother, our family is known for doing good deeds. I've always said that usury goes against heaven and reason. We should not engage in such activities, don't you agree?" Yes, absolutely right," the Qin matriarch exclaimed, unable to contain her excitement. She couldn't help but feel grateful. She had indeed married a good daughter-in-law who had saved the family from a major disaster. The next day, the long-ailing old Lord Marquis attended court, and as Qing Yunxua had said, the emperor was furious about the usury issue. He publicly reprimanded several wealthy families involved in usury, including those who had aggressively taken over the market after the Cheng family withdrew. The most severe case saw a noble stripped of his title and official position, his court robes torn off, and he was beaten with 20 strokes of the cane before being reduced to a commoner and his assets seized. Those who were less involved were still named and fined, forbidden from collecting any more usury, including the Li family. Being fined and forbidden from collecting usury was bad enough, but being named would affect their future careers. After returning home, the Li family father and son scolded Lady Wei, who had been secretly lending money, and took away her household management rights, giving them back to Li's mother. Lady Wei dared not say anything, feeling extremely aggrieved and submissive. Originally, Lu Hanyi, who had been mistreated, felt a sense of vindication seeing Lady Wei's downfall. The entire Li family was in turmoil, but she was the happiest. She rolled her eyes and went to mock Lady Wei. "Oh, isn't this our fair and decisive eldest sister-in-law of the Li family?" Lu Hanyi mocked Lady Wei, her pregnant belly prominent. Seeing her, Lady Wei felt a surge of anger. In the past 2 days, she had been scolded by her husband and father-in-law, lost her household management rights, and even had to use her dowry to cover losses. Life was already difficult enough, and now Lu Hanyi was taunting her. "Humph, what does my sister-in-law want? The taste of being scolded must be unpleasant, right? Sister, why don't you tell me about it?" Lu Hanyi smiled at her. Lady Wei gritted her teeth in anger. "Mind your own business. My affairs are well managed, no need for you to worry," Lu Hanyi replied happily. Lady Wei sneered. "Is that so? Then do you know what your second brother did while you were away?" Upon hearing this, Lu Hanyi's smile froze. She looked at Lady Wei in confusion. "What did you say?" "Go ask your second brother yourself." Lady Wei looked at her with schadenfreude. "That maid in his room has been with him for a long time." Lu Hanyi quickly recalled the face of a maid named Xiangxue. Without further argument, she returned to her own room. After the usury incident, Lu Lingyun gained further trust from the Qin matriarch, who gave her more authority. Previously, she was only allowed to review the accounts, but now Lu Lingyun could make decisions about the businesses and properties herself. Lu Lingyun held even greater power. While arranging her tasks, a servant hurriedly reported to her. "Young mistress, your family requests your presence." "What's the matter again?" "I hear that your younger sister, second miss, has had a problem with her pregnancy." Lu Lingyun rushed to the Lu family upon hearing this. Upon arriving, she learned that Lu Hanyi had discovered Li Wenxuan's affair with his maid Xiang Xue during her absence. Enraged, she caused a commotion, and in the ensuing chaos she fell and bled, nearly causing a miscarriage. She was currently crying and making a scene at the Lu family. Lu Lingyun raised an eyebrow upon hearing this. Li heir was indeed not a faithful man. She had noticed his affair with the maid long ago. But it seemed to have happened much earlier this time. When Lu Lingyun arrived at Lady Lu's courtyard, she saw Lu Hanyi, who had weakened significantly, lying in bed to rest. Upon seeing her, Lu Hanyi shouted, "Why didn't you tell me he had been secretly seeing that maid?" Lu Lingyun. "How was I supposed to know he was secretly seeing his maid?" Lu Lingyun replied slowly. Her words fell, and Lu Hanyi, who was in a fit of rage, suddenly stopped. Yes, she had no idea that Lu Lingyun had also been reborn. Mrs. Lu added, "What nonsense are you spouting? Your sister came to see you and stand up for you. How would she know any of this?" Lu Hanyi felt a surge of frustration, and all her grievances and resentment finally turned into a single huff. "Sister probably regrets marrying Master Li, doesn't she?" Lu Lingyun spoke calmly. "I don't regret it at all." "Good, I thought you said that because you regretted it." Lu Hanyi gritted her teeth, knowing she had chosen her path and her suffering and she must endure it. She fell silent, and Li heir arrived at this moment. This time, before Lu Lingyun could even speak, everyone in the Lu family berated him harshly. This was not like the last time when Lu Hanyi had thrown a tantrum and returned home. This time, Li heir was clearly at fault, and he could only endure the scolding. Watching this scene, Lu Lingyun felt a sense of melancholy as no one had ever stood up for her, no matter what Li heir did in her past life. Ironically, after everyone berated Li heir, they urged Lu Hanyi to forgive him. They tried to reconcile the two. As Lu Hanyi continued to sulk, people began to criticize her, saying she was too jealous and had her own faults. This made Lu Hanyi feel even more aggrieved. Seeing this, Lu Lingyun realized that one should never trust or rely on anyone else. The only person one can truly depend on is oneself. Relying on family members for support ultimately turns one into a plaything in their hands, swayed by their interests, with no absolute care. Yet, despite being reborn, Lu Hanyi still failed to understand this truth. Lu Lingyun joined in criticizing Li Wenxuan a few times and gave him some warnings but did not say much more. After leaving, she had only one thought in mind: to become more powerful and have a solid foundation. "Zhuang Hong, call my brother Lu Quan here."